Chapter 1133 Celestial Hall. Celestial Hall. The Celestial Hall, once ruled by the Overgod, was where all conflicts would end. It was known as the Palace of 1,000 Gods, a place where all the deities would meet and discuss issues with other gods before presenting their case to the Overgod for judgment. The god in question would then be promoted or removed. Under the radiance of the Overgod, the many smaller worlds in the world of gods had been operating smoothly. However, the Overgod has now fallen into a slumber now. This place has lost its original purpose and prestige, instead turning into a place for gods to converse. Umberlee seemed to be reminiscing about the past. The gods are now divided into different camps, each taking up laborious schemes and plots as they wildly amass wealth and power. They eye the seat of the Overgod. Her voice grew fainter the more she spoke and became ever more distant. The doors of the Celestial Hall seemed to buzz with the hymns of the gods and the law of spacetime. Umberlee motioned like she was unlocking them when she arrived, and they sensed her and opened up. Holy light radiated out of the Celestial Hall in an instant, shining brightly with the dignity that came with power. The world will of the world of gods, their Overgod, so it's been sleeping within the Celestial Hall. Leylin immediately recognized this aura. It was similar to the one he'd experienced back in the Magus World. It was like the Overgod was the entirety of the world of gods. Even if he'd only come into contact with the world will of the Magus World, and that too when it was in deep slumber, he couldn't be wrong about this. Leylin seemed to feel an affinity to the world will, wanting to submit himself to it. It really is an Overgod, so frightening in spite of being deep asleep. If not for that baptism I experienced in my transmigration, and my essence being that of a Magus, this influence would have been even greater. Pass the doors, and the Celestial Hall will affirm your position as a deity. Umberlee entered the hall first, and when Leylin went in, he felt numerous piercing gazes on his body. The gazes of the divine beings within contained hostility, hatred, curiosity, apathy, and a myriad of other emotions. The gazes of the greater gods in particular could even annihilate someone with legendary might instantly. However, Leylin was one of them now, and he was only here with his avatar. He had nothing to fear. Thus, he entered the Celestial Hall with extremely light footsteps. Boom! At this instant, a will that carried the changes of time peered into his soul. If not for him being reborn once into the world of gods, his identity would have been exposed. Even then, Leylin had to frantically protect his secrets, the AI chip's light flashing continuously in his eyes. A final confirmation of my identity, huh? So strong, Leylin smirked deep down, but he put on an expression of comfort. The Celestial Hall rumbled as a new divine pedestal rose from the ground. Leylin had passed the inspection, confirmed to be native to the world of gods before he ascended. Only after the terrifying inspection was over did Leylin look around the Celestial Hall in peace. Powerful energy waves were radiating from the pedestals with golden seats on them, carrying an imprint of origin force. Leylin could tell the identities of each with just a glance. Greater gods, intermediate gods, lesser gods, good gods, neutral gods, the wicked and the chaotic, the seats were arranged irregularly, but it was a picturesque sight that seemed to hold some order to it. The greater gods held the seats up front, their pedestals more than tenfold as large as those of the lesser gods. As well, the gods of the same alignment were seated together. As a mere lesser god, Leylin's pedestal rose up at the back of those with the evil alignment. Umberlee's own seat was a fair distance away, close to those of the chaotic alignment as well. Her strength as an intermediate god radiated out, pushing the seats of lesser gods away from her. She sent Leylin a message just as he took his seat. You can see the laws the Overgod set up here. Even the greater gods cannot do anything about it. Also, we usually leave an avatar in this place to make it easy to contact each other. Leylin nodded in understanding. He shot a casual glance at Tyr and Mistra in the good and neutral camps, their gazes upon him carrying great hostility. Of course, Leylin wasn't afraid at all. After all, the Overgod itself had set up the laws in this place, and even if an avatar died, it was no big deal. So the Celestial Hall lost its original purpose once the Overgod entered its slumber, turning into a place for conversation and arguments, huh? Leylin stroked his chin as he felt the obvious glances of the gods around him. Most of the gods in the evil alignment looked at him gleefully, as if they were dying to know what would become of Leylin after facing the wrath of two greater gods. It was basic instinct for them to plot and scheme against each other, and they were giving Leylin some respect by not participating in the battle. It was extremely normal for them to look at him in schadenfreude. There was a gaze of fear amongst the many that contained mockery, and it was especially familiar to Leylin. He turned to the source of this gaze, finding the avatar of Kurtulmak, the kobold god. His divine radiance seemed rather dim, likely the after effects of having to move his divine kingdom. With both of them in the same camp, Kurtulmak was seated close to Leylin. However, his seat was behind Leylin's own, seemingly because his divine rank was lower than his. Leylin smiled as he met the respectful and fawning gaze of this kobold god, but deep down he was contemptuous. The kobold god was now scared of his prowess, but if there was a day that Leylin met his demise, this god would be the first to jump out manically and rip off a huge chunk of flesh from his body. However, Leylin would never give him this chance. Kurtulmak was destined to live under his shadow his entire life. With fights banned and only avatars present, the atmosphere in the Celestial Hall was extremely relaxed. There were even many gods conversing in groups at the corners of the hall. It is indeed a good place to talk. Leylin's gaze swept past the gods, and he immediately noticed the center of the hall. A massive throne was erected in that place, to be used by the leader of the gods. It seemed to unify all the deities, as if it was the core of the world. Leylin's astuteness told him that a powerful being was currently deep in slumber on that throne. The radiation of laws from the place was evident, similar to what happened in the Magus World. There was a layer of origin force crystals sealed around the throne of the overgod, forming a mountain of origin force. This is World Crystal. Leylin immediately recognized this crystal. However, it seemed even more useful than in Shar's case, able to protect and not just seal. The throne was sealed within the World Crystal, and the overgod was within, deep in slumber. World Crystals were tens of thousands of times more powerful than origin force, and even the greater gods would not be able to break it apart even if they joined forces. It was this layer of protection that allowed the overgod to unify the gods and remain safe up to this day. However, Leylin looked at the seats of the greater gods in front, his face filled with ridicule. The world will obviously sealed itself to protect itself from these greater gods. It seems like it already detected that it was at a disadvantage when it entered its sleep. This was a matter of course. Now that the greater gods stood at the apex of the world of gods, a few would definitely want to take that last step to become the new overgod. This desire would only be amplified by the world will's current slumber. The only reasons the overgod had survived to this day were that the world crystal was protecting it, and the greater gods were being suppressed by each other. In fact, the world wills of the world of gods and Magus World were the most powerful in the final war. Looking at the setup here, it seems like the world wills were either completely in the realm of rank 9 or quite nearby, incomparably close to immortality. Even with his divine gaze, Leylin could only see a shroud of light within the world crystal, unable to view the original appearance of the overgod. The laws around the crystal seemed to be greatly beneficial to all deities, so they would leave their avatars here. It was just like Magi observing the laws in the Origin Force Sea. The affinity the gods had for Origin Force would increase in the Celestial Hall, making it easier for them to generate more divine force. Leylin saw several avatars sitting quietly in the area, some even turned to stone. They were apparently in the middle of comprehending some laws, and were possibly only a step away from ranking up. I should think of a way to launch a devastating attack on it before the final war commences. Leylin looked at the overgod's royal seat, his eyes seemingly filled with reverence. Even greater gods who excelled in prophecies would never discover his true intentions. I should probably use the ambitions of these greater gods. It won't be such a bad idea. Leylin's thoughts were as fast as lightning, and he immediately came up with a plan that was likely to succeed. The greater gods wanted the throne for themselves, so he could just fan the flames at the side and reap the greatest benefits with minimum effort. Pitting the gods against each other before the final war was the best way to wear them down. No matter how high and mighty you are, when the overgod returns, what will you guys become? One that does not become eternal is just an ant. Leylin's eyes held a chilly apathy as his gaze swept across the celestial hall. When the final war resumed, how many of these deities would fall? With just a thought, Leylin's interest was piqued. He left his avatar in the celestial hall, shifting most of his attention to his main body in his divine kingdom. As soon as possible. Chapter 1134, Dark Clouds with their calculative nature. A god wouldn't easily leave their divine kingdom once it was created. The kingdom served as the best of defenses for their true bodies. Even if any avatars they sent out were killed, they could be made up for with time, but the death of their main bodies would be a true death. Naturally, Leylin had learnt of this method as well, stationing his true body in his divine kingdom as he started on the endless task of developing it and his resources. The hubbub over Leylin's ascension died down after a while, but there was still some turbulence in the dark. Pope Tiff of the Giant Serpent Church infiltrated the prime material plane with a group of elite priests, beginning to publicize Leylin's deeds. Tiff was a legendary priest himself, and the ability of the numerous priests to cast spells up to rank 9 symbolized the power of a true god. With such backing, the Giant Serpent Church developed rapidly in the prime material plane. It started with the southern seas, as a large number of sailors, pirates, and adventurers began to embrace the new god of massacre. From there, it spread to the mainland, unimpeded by the Church of Protection that now recognized Leylin's divinity. The duty of Helm's church was to strike against false gods and protect the churches of the true ones. Regardless of their indignation, they could only give up their hostility to Leylin. A god's domain and duties imposed great limitations on them, and most times even they themselves couldn't break through those barriers. Violating his own laws would cause Helm's rank to drop, and he could even lose his position and fall. Of course, the god of protection not hindering them didn't mean other gods weren't either. Tyr decreed that Leylin was a lord of Badr, stating that it would be his mission to bring down the evil god of massacre. Mystra did the same, and to much greater effect. With the power of the weave in hand, she had a great amount of influence over wizards that caused the Giant Serpent Church to be unable to obtain any powerful ones. This trend would definitely continue. Luckily, devil hunters had magical abilities themselves, allowing the church to move along for the time being. If any problem did arise, their clerics could still play the role of magicians. Just like how battles between gods were long and protracted, the secular world was the same. Under their god's chosen pope, the Giant Serpent Church worked tenaciously to expand in the prime material plane. They fought Mystra and Tyr with wit and courage, the situation likely to remain in a stalemate for a long time unless something big were to happen. On the surface, the prime material plane was gradually calming down. Numerous gods had ascended over the ages, and the appearance of another lesser god only caused the denizens of the world of gods to be a little surprised. The influence of his ascension was actually rather limited. As well, the upheaval in the north had greatly attracted everyone's attention. As the greatest source of faith and souls, the prime material plane had numerous powerful existences eyeing it. Disaster after disaster occurred, and war was never absent from the mainland. Another round of battle had been ushered in after the period of calm. The war this time was launched by the Orc Empire. Having spent the winter accumulating resources, they managed to mobilize their troops and materiel as they got ready to rid the world of their nemesis, the Silveramoon Alliance. The Alliance, in return, rose up in resistance. Headed by Illustrial, they were also actively preparing for war. Tumor had it that they'd even obtained the support of the old mage, Elminster. More importantly, the goddess of the weave and the god of justice had now officially united, Tyr's backing giving Illustrial the foundation to fight the orcs with. A number of aristocrats who had lost their fiefs banded together as well, giving her reinforcements. Many aristocrats in the north had ended up miserable after the war, being annexed by other nobles. Now, everyone desperately hoped for the Silveramoon Alliance to regain its original territory, taking revenge on the orcs. If Illustrial still couldn't obtain a decisive victory, the Silveramoon Alliance would likely be buried in the pages of history. Thus, with nobles fighting for land, commoners fighting for vengeance, and Illustrial fighting to restore Silveramoon to its glory, the fog of war shrouded the entire prime material plane. With divine strengths being pit against each other in the north, the incident of Leylin's ascension was further suppressed. The new Silveramoon was the core of the alliance. With its neat, spacious streets and the magical lights on either side of the road, the place seemed to be just like the one in the past. The old Silveramoon was currently serving as the capital of the Or Empire. For Illustrial to construct a replica showed her determination. Unfortunately, the newer city was somewhat smaller and more jammed up due to limiting conditions. Only a few pedestrians were on the street, and the occasional guards and knights could be seen rushing about. Quite a number of shops had closed down, the clouds of war affecting everything. Clang, thud. In these situations, a team of knights dressed in heavy silver armor with the emblem of the god of justice were currently sealing the entire streets. Holy Knight, Lady Raffania, the troops are ready? A paladin saluted to Raffania. It seemed like her rank in the Church of Justice had risen once more. Raffania nodded indifferently, looking at the familiar buildings around her and seemingly recalling her past in Silveramoon. It really is similar. Such a pity that we can't possibly go back in time. Raffania bitterly lamented in her heart. Her mission had ended in failure, and only afterwards did she learn that she'd only been bait. While she was out on the surface, a real team of elites had been sent out with Elminster to conduct a secret operation. The lack of trust had caused Raffania to feel angry in the depths of her heart. However, she couldn't do anything about it, and it was this arrangement that had allowed her to avoid the death trap that was Debank's Island. Elminster's team had suffered heavy casualties, and he himself had died once. The man had managed to resurrect himself with a clone he'd kept prepared, but it was still basically total annihilation. The giant serpent church certainly found out about us then, so they treated us like insects and didn't pay any attention to us. Isn't that why we were able to leave? Raffania was filled with bitterness. When had that back, she'd been chasing grow so powerful, and yet become so evil and terrifying as to look upon her as an ant whose existence was to be dismissed. Adding insult to injury, Raffania hadn't been punished upon her return, instead actually rising in standing. She knew this wasn't due to any merit on her part, just some consideration for the future. What's happening? She bit her lip, feeling an intense emotion corrupting her heart. If Leylin or Tyr were present, they would notice that she was experiencing an extremely unique change. Leylin had deliberately messed with her before, causing the now legendary paladin to slowly question her own faith as she drifted from her original alignment. A glimmer of dark red power developed in Raffania's soul, hiding this from Tyr. Justice and faith. My lord, please forgive my lack of conviction. I will persevere on my path in the future. She finally stabilized her soul after a long period of struggle. Announce it to every businessman and shop owner. Do it perfectly. These are orders from the church. Several paladins took her orders, rudely knocking on tightly shut doors to display notices stamped with Silveramoon's crest to every shop owner. The faces of the merchants turned pale, sweat covering their fat and greasy foreheads. The Queen of Silveramoon has ordered thus, for the sake of life and war preparations of the citizens, all stores are to continue operating as per usual. Prices shall not exceed twice their original value, and an overseeing group under the Holy Knight has been formed. This order was issued on. The paladins smacked the store owners' faces with the notices, ignoring any entreaties as they continued their operations. They held no favor for these greedy merchants, seeing them as synonymous with greed and evil. These men hoarded supplies in the lead-up to war, dropping supply in the market and profiting from their actions. Basically, every merchant had blood on his hands, and if the alignments of those here were to be tested, likely more than half of them would face immediate death. To tolerate their existence, and a doubling of the price was already great grace. Because of all this, the paladins could be said to be behaving roughly, the disgust evident in their eyes. Numerous anguished wails sounded out in New Silveramoon, as soon as possible. Chapter 1135 Neon on a platform within the City Hall of New Silveramoon. Illustrial was dressed in a beautiful cloak and a small crown as she leaned against the railings of a balcony overseeing the bustling city. There was a bitter smile on her face. "Do you hear it, Your Highness? Do you hear the city mourning?" A scholarly old man adjusted his spectacles beside her. "I hear it, but apart from this, what other ways do we have?" Illustrial turned around and the bitter smile on her face vanished, now replaced by a solid determination. Our people fear the ferocity of the orcs, and my backers have been unable to gain the protection of the northern kingdoms. We even have to take on their troubles instead. Those merchants want to sell at 10 times the cost in this kind of time. Heavens, I even pawned the jewels of my crown for such a low price. What more do they want? Illustrial sounded exasperated the more she went on. Although she had the support of 2 greater gods in Tyr and Mystra, Tyr's church had never been a wealthy one. Besides, Mystra had to cater to the rest of the world as well, so her support was limited. Even if she managed to latch onto the church, the Silvermoon Alliance was facing the assault of the orcs. Having lost everything, even with the help of the northern lords, she wouldn't be able to afford the resources of this war. From the beginning, the war had been won between Mystra and the orcs. However, the goddess of the weave wasn't particularly either, and without enough Krona mercenaries and adventurers wouldn't take the risk to participate. They couldn't even equip or feed their own soldiers. In a sort of silver lining, some generous people had been moved and were willing to donate their money, items, and even food for the war. Still, Illustrial's heart only felt a chill when faced with the sheer enormity of her foes. The old scholar hesitated before speaking his mind. But Your Highness, if you behave like this, won't you offend the goddess of wealth? The Church of Lady Joaquin supports the merchants. I am left with no other choice. Illustrial waved her hands in exasperation. Joaquin is a goddess who stands in neutrality. Besides, rumor has it that she conducts some business within the Orc Empire, so we cannot rely on her help. Furthermore, Illustrial blinked her eyes, the ones executing the operations are the paladins of Tyr's church. We should be rest assured of how they conduct their business, shouldn't we? They wouldn't treat a good person unfairly. But they will also never let any bad people go, yet the merchants are filled with such people. The old scholar sighed, yet he did not dare speak his mind this time. As Illustrial's right-hand man and her consultant, after such a long period of time working together, he had understood some things perfectly. While Illustrial seemed to have matured after the annihilation of the previous kingdom, her original naivete was still very much there. Sage Elminster has already arrived here. I hear he's come with a good plan. The scholar looked through his records and reported to Illustrial. That old pervert, Illustrial said in disdain. The scholar's face turned beet red in embarrassment, but he corrected his facial expression and reminded Illustrial, please refrain from such words, Your Highness. You must watch your image and conduct yourself appropriately in a public place. Moreover, he is your foster father. All right, help me send him away on my behalf, tell him I'm not around. Illustrial waved her hands and immediately opened a portal and stepped into it, leaving the old scholar smiling wryly. As this unwelcomed guest of Illustrial's came, the conversation between Illustrial and the old scholar had ended abruptly. However, they'd missed one point. Despite how they'd planned some actions, the ones executing them would change it completely. Although Illustrial had told Raphania to have a certain tolerance for the merchants backed by the goddess of wealth, who were the paladins. If their thick heads made of granite would know how to adapt then, there was something seriously wrong here. One of the paladins searched the warehouse of a priest belonging to the goddess of wealth, acting out of order to cast an appraisal spell. He discovered traces of evil, and once the clues led to the capture of a devil, everything grew irreversible. As a torrential wave of justice swept past New Silvermoon, the ones who suffered the most were the merchants under the goddess of wealth. In order to obtain higher profits and margins, these unscrupulous merchants had been willing to do anything, including bartering with the devils. There was no better way for the paladins to deal with them, and with Illustrial's authority, they began to cleanse the city. In the process, the paladins had captured several merchants that had connections with the devils, sending them to be burnt at the stake. There were even more found guilty of corruption. Very soon, the citizens of New Silvermoon were greeted by a different sight. Most of the shops had reopened, and the shopkeepers had bright and friendly smiles on their faces as they treated every customer with respect. They were afraid of complaints or criticism, something that would cause the paladins to come looking for them once more. Deep down, these merchants who had suffered heavy losses cursed the paladins, especially Raphania, who was at their head. The commoners went to sleep early at dusk, but even more schemes were happening in the dark. The priests of wealth seemed unaffected by all this, and with the goddess walking backing them, they did have the right to feel that way. As long as Illustrial had an iota of intelligence, she would repay them for their losses. If not, they could immediately seek the orcs and support them with materiel. The ones who'd suffered the greatest losses were those merchants who peddled on the small and medium scales. The violent purge had put them on the verge of bankruptcy, and the unlucky ones without any backing suffered great losses. Some of them had been gobbled up by larger merchant groups. A dim oil lantern flickered in the room, reflecting the pale faces of the leaders of the neon merchant group. "Someone say something? What's wrong? I specifically rushed here for this meeting today," a loud voice sounded. It came from a lady sat at the middle, a ravishing woman in her 20s seated on a leopard pelt. The leaders' bodies shuddered, and they did not dare to lift their eyes to meet her gaze. It was as if a threatening beast or poisonous centipede was in front of them. A leader gritted his teeth before speaking. "Those paladins want us to keep to the same prices as before. We already lost about 1,500 gold from the frenzied buying, and the losses will only rise." This loss was extremely alarming for a medium-sized merchant group like theirs. Moreover, once the paladins discover outdealings in the dark, another leader's teeth clattered before he collapsed to the ground. "Big miss, we beg of you to let us leave first. Dream on. Do you think you can still run away? Once our deals are discovered, we won't be able to escape those paladins at all. It might even bring your families to harm." The harsh truth was spoken in an icy tone, condemning these people to damnation. "Relax, it's not like I don't have my own preparations. The family dispatched its elites, and as long as you hide well and take the chance to send the next batch of goods, you'll be able to leave. If we succeed, the profits will be large enough for you to buy a huge villa in the south and even marry the daughter of a noble. Who knows, you might be able to start a noble family of your own after a few generations." With such guarantees and temptations, the leaders' faces grew better as the look of suffering went away. However, a shadow appeared on the lady's face when they'd left. After waiting a while and confirming that nobody had remained, she went to the corner of the warehouse and fumbled around for a hidden mechanism. A wall opened in the corner to reveal an underground passage, and she took up an oil lantern and walked into a narrow basement. There wasn't much stored in the basement, and in fact, there was steam rising from the ground that caused the lady's clothes to grow damp. There was a spell formation at the center, shining with mysterious light. Inserting 2 powerful energy crystals into the spell nodes, the woman took out a silver mirror and placed it in the middle of the spell formation. TSS. Light flashed, and a middle-aged man dressed in silver robes appeared in the mirror. "Anya," the white-haired man began, "how's the situation there?" "Thanks to the Lord, our deals haven't been discovered yet. We only incurred some superficial losses," Anya frowned. "I've put the leaders at ease, so we won't be discovered for the time being. However, there isn't much time left, Father. This situation is far worse than we had imagined." The middle-aged man's face turned dark. "Blake isn't giving us any more updates. He's likely met with mishap. He had a lot of information on hand, and we could be exposed at any time. The god of justice and the goddess of the weave definitely won't let us go if we're found out. The orcs can't be trusted, nor can the Blackblood tribe. Are we going to become a common enemy?" The resolute front that the lady had put on was broken. She almost crumbled to the floor, her face filled with despair. "As soon as possible." Chapter 1136 Decree, don't despair, Anya. The middle-aged man put on a fierce expression. "The prime material plane is vast. We can definitely find a way out. It's not just Silveramoon and the orcs here. I've already made some contact with some other channels. We can discuss the details later. The shadow mirror seems to be waning. Your only mission is to stabilize the situation. It concerns the life and death of our family." The image grew blurry as time went on, the voice getting cut up. Just this short period of communication required a spell formation and several expensive energy crystals. Anya could only smile bitterly and shake her head. "Other channels? Is Father prepared to seek out other factions? But the ones who would accept us at this time, are they demons or devils?" Anya smiled sardonically. "Forget it. As long as we can live, I wouldn't mind help from the abyss itself." The actions of the Neon Merchant Group had reached their crescendo. Anya dreaded the thought of the consequences of them being outed now. She rubbed her temples as determination flooded her face once more, before she lifted her dress and walked away. As she was moving out, she sent out a silent prayer from her heart. Any god out there, please protect me and my family. I'm willing to give you my faith, my life, and even my soul after this passes. Neon Merchant Group. A prayer for our help? Tiff rubbed the glasses that gave him a scholarly appearance. What do you think, Mona? They're a medium-sized merchant group in the north, mainly trading in leather and medicine. Their current leader is Fagus Bane. We performed some investigation after receiving their prayer, and they're not as simple as they seem on the surface. Not only are their relations in the north complicated, they seem to be in contact with the Orc Empire. A high-ranked priestess said from the side. So that's how it is, Tiff suddenly laughed. That is to say, they're currently in a dangerous situation, and if their secret is revealed, they'd be exterminated by Tyr and Mystra. There aren't many influences willing to protect them and incur the wrath of those two just nice, since we're one of them. They'll be helpful when we're trying to expand in the north. Light flashed in Tiff's eyes. We need more detailed information. Tiff still hadn't been enticed by what he was shown. He needed more information to be able to weigh the pros and cons to come up with the correct decision. This attitude was also why Leylin chose him to be pope. You can leave for now. Tiff waved his hands, sending the priestess away. He soon followed her out. The entire church was filled with a festive atmosphere at this moment, numerous priests busy as they rushed about to arrange for a great amount of food and drink. Everyone, continue the hard work for the Lord's birthday. A few officers were urging everyone on, sweat beading on their foreheads. Tiff was deeply moved by this scene. Has it already been a year since the Lord ascended, detaching himself from his past to sit on his throne? The Neon Merchant Group will make a good present for it. He'll definitely be pleased. Year 27,945, Calendar of the Gods. The Giant Serpent Church celebrated the passage of 1 year since the birth of their god. Even adding his mortal life, Leylin was currently only 300 years old, quite young. However, such things as age held no significance for the gods. Still, Leylin made time to descend for the sake of his worshippers, performing a miracle that caused many of them to be moved to tears. The holy mountain within Leylin's divine kingdom was piled up with jade, bright light pouring out of the huge church to penetrate the first 3 hells. The light dispersed suffering and evil, bringing about hope and beauty. Leylin's true body was sat down on his throne within the church, heavily protected by guards and enchantments as his body radiated immortal light. The theatrics done, he was turning to a report from Tiff. An endless stream of prayers came to Leylin every day, originating from his divine kingdom, the prime material plane, and even devils from the depths of Badr. Tens of millions of prayers were received, and Leylin responded in accordance to the importance of each. Even though gods had powerful minds, they still weren't capable of dealing with such hard work. Many gods assign the task of responding to prayers to a few demigods or lesser gods, helping reduce their workload. Leylin had just established his divine kingdom, and he didn't have as many capable and trustworthy subordinates. Instead, he'd had the AI chip handle a huge portion of this task. With all the upgrades it had received over time, it was better than him at such mechanical task. Beep. Pope Tiff's prayers have been found, beginning transfer. Tiff's report came in the form of a prayer. The man was extremely pious, and given that he was after all the Pope of the Giant Serpent Church, his thread of faith was thick and dazzling. He was given great importance in the AI. Chip's programs allowed to speak directly to his god. A great amount of images and information entered Leylin's eyes in an instant, detailing the Neon Merchant Group, Fagus, and Anya. Almost instantly, he completely understood Tiff's prayers. The Neon Merchant Group, in the north. Leylin stroked his chin. He himself had much wider and more detailed channels of information passing Tiff's own, and it took but a thought for him to gather more intelligence. They're sending firearms to the Orc Empire, and their main channel of trade is with the Blackblood tribe of the Moonwood. On top of that, they have a batch of important goods sealed within New Silveramoon right now. If they're discovered, they'll be tried for treason, the profanity causing the entire group to be destroyed. Blackblood tribe? Mailer, Leylin laughed. The lesser god of the hunt had joined hands with the orcs once before. However, Mystra and Tyr had supposedly taught him a ruthless lesson, taming him after an attack on his avatar. Unfortunately, this didn't cause the slightest of changes to his nature. It seemed like Maylor was colluding with the orcs once more. Within the prime material plane, the giant serpent church was a sea of celebration. There was unlimited food and drink, and for many worshippers, it served as an opportunity to gain trust and make a favorable impression. Churches that provided the material comforts and positivity would always be far more popular than the churches of evil. Even if Leylin was a true god of massacre, he was actually gaining faith, unlike Cyric, who just liked to scheme, plot, and conduct sacrifices. At the core of the church, Tiff was currently praying to a statue of Leylin. He'd reported on the Neon Merchant Group, his lord being aware of everything even more thoroughly than him by the time he was done. A golden light descended upon the statue, and Leylin's imposing voice sounded out, "Tiff, my lord." Tiff was the pope of the giant serpent church, and his prayers were treated with great priority, with them still being developing. It was quite common for the lord to descend for important affairs, and this was just a conscient. He wasn't in the slightest bit surprised. Of course, this was still the conscient of a true god. Even he didn't dare be negligent as he saluted in accordance with teaching. "Cuculcan, my lord, you are like the stars in heaven, wielding the power of massacres, the ruler of devils. The prime material plane has been developing well, and the celebrations went well." The dignity of a deity was transmitted with this thought. "The glory is mine, and the land belongs to you." Tiff's eyes couldn't help but shine when he heard this, but he still didn't dare to reveal a trace of carelessness. The birthday celebrations left a deep impact on Leylin's worshippers. However, they only knew to enjoy the shelter and glory of their lord, not realizing that a team of high-ranked devil hunters had secretly left the headquarters to head north. They weren't just going to assist the Neon Merchant Group. The north. Numerous horses neighed as a caravan with completely covered carriages slowly left New Silveramoon. "We're finally out." It was only after they moved their path until New Silveramoon's outline disappeared that Anya loosened up and relaxed. At the same time, she almost felt depressed enough to puke blood. She'd paid a lot for this permit to live, transferring all the profits of her merchant group and even having to pretend to compromise with those paladins that had rocks for brains. It had caused her to be neurotic for a long time. "Whatever, as long as we can take care of these things, everything will be worth it." Anya looked at the fleet behind her, nodding towards the person in charge. He immediately shouted with understanding, "Everyone, work harder. As long as we reach Donny before dark, Big Miss will give us a huge reward. We've also prepared fragrant barbecue and bread, along with warm beds and hot water. As soon as possible." Chapter 1137. Leaving the city, the promised rewards of dinner and good accommodations were enough to cause the caravan servants to exert all their strength. Their eyes reddened with the exertion as the caravan sped up once more to the tune of numerous shouts. "Faster! Hurry up!" The anxiety that she couldn't display on her face made Anya recall the most dangerous deal she'd made, when she'd entered the endless wilderness to negotiate with those stinking orcs. The crisis this time far exceeds our transaction with that tribe. Anya's face was unchanging as she faced those orcs, but this time she was really starting to get nervous. After all, if her actions this time were discovered, her entire clan would land in deep straits. Unrest and fear had tortured her so much these past few days that there were now more wrinkles above her eyebrows. The front of the caravan suddenly stopped, causing a great disturbance behind it as some carriages were toppled directly. The scene caused Anya to be filled with anger. "What's happening? Why did you stop?" she called out to her personal servant, holding back the urge to use her horsewhip. "Head to the front and check what's happening." However, before the maid even went out, a servant dressed in military clothing rushed over with a face full of sweat. "Miss, it's the paladins. There's a whole team of them blocking the path. Those damned official dogs," a few servants grumbled in a low voice. In their point of view, the paladins had taken most of the profits from the Bane family, leaving them with little of the profit. Even when they risked leaving New Silveramoon in the middle of the war, they still chased after the caravan. Those paladins really were extremely hateful. However, the news only brought terror to Anya when she heard it. Did they find out? She felt her heart fall, feeling a chill like she had been dropped into an icy cave. Sadly, her subordinates were here. Anya had no choice but to put on a bold front and hurry forward. She soon saw a team of paladins dressed in silvery armor standing ahead of the caravan, dazzling emblems of the god of justice on their chests. The determination radiating from their eyes caused her unrest to intensify to the limit. "Captain Elric," she said as she stepped forward, barely forcing a smile as she found a familiar face among the paladins. "The Neon Merchant Group has always abided by the law. We even sold 80% of our goods in New Silveramun, and you granted us the clearance to leave." Anya was speaking in a thick nasal voice, the trace of coquettishness in her tone, a habit learned from her line of work. It was unfortunate that this approach had no effect on the paladins, and Captain Elric's eyes were instead filled with disgust. However, he didn't say anything. He stood down respectfully, giving way to a female paladin standing behind. The Holy Knight? The moment she recognized Raphania, Anya felt despair well up in her heart, as if the bones had been pulled out of her body. "Looking at you, I knew there wasn't an error with our intelligence. Sinner Anya, are you still unwilling to admit your sins?" At the legendary realm, even simple questions from Raphania were terrifying. The power behind them pierced through to Anya's heart, the horror almost causing her to collapse and confess. "It was all arranged by the captain. Do you think I'd abandon a paladin's honor just for your worthless, dirty tricks?" Elric pridefully raised his head while disdain filled his eyes. "Exterminating you within the city would be too conspicuous, however, it is different here. Surrender obediently, and you shall receive a fair trial. We never let villains go, but at the same time, we won't treat any good person unjustly." Elric was naturally confident in his team. They were composed of multiple high-ranked paladins, and their leader was the legendary Holy Knight. They could clear away all evil. "In the name of Her Majesty, I request to search the caravan," Raphania declared loudly. With Raphania and the paladins representing both Tyr and Illustrial, a majority of the people in the caravan started wavering. Many of them had been kept in the dark, and even the expensive mercenaries seldom knew the truth. Standing against the Silveramun Alliance and a greater God's church, Anya was skeptical of who would be willing to stand along her regardless of how much she offered. "Captain Raphania, you have always been my idol. I believe in your personal integrity, but I am sure that there is some sort of misunderstanding." Anya dismounted and gave Raphania a lady's greeting. Afterwards, she walked to an overturned carriage and tore the tightly wrapped oilcloth off. "Please take a look. These are all common leather and majority are empty boxes." Anya tried to show Raphania her transported goods. "Everything here is approved goods, there's no contraband. Your little tricks are nothing in the face of justice. Stop showing them off, it just seems ridiculous," Raphania replied with a cold face, flipping over some of the leather. Clank. The scabbard on her waist released a crisp buzzing sound, and a ray of dazzling bright light drew a beautiful arc midair. "Catcha!" The axle of the carriage was broken, and the wood cracked apart. The horses ran away in fright, whining as they'd been broken out of their shackles. Their escape caused dirt to stain Anya's beautiful skirt, but she didn't seem to mind in the slightest. Only one thought was cycling through Anya's mind right now. They'd found out. Crash! Splintered wood flew into the sky, revealing a layer of storage between the carriage's storage and its bottom. A few pieces of dark red crystals emitting a bloody glow fell out. Even the merchant standing far away could smell the stench of blood. A blood sacrifice. For the blood essence to be this pure, just how many souls would it take? Raphania's hand trembled as she held onto the hilt. "You bear to sacrifice your own kind for those murderous evil gods. Your sins have been determined. The entire Neon Merchant Group and the Bane family shall be punished for your sins," Raphania announced loudly. The paladins behind her unsheathed their longswords at the same time, their eyes filled with disgust and determination. The terrifying atmosphere caused those who hadn't been aware to collapse suddenly. "Dear Lord, this has nothing to do with me. I'm only a hired stable boy. Please forgive me, forgive me." The legs of the coachman, who was wearing a straw hat and coarse linen clothes, gave way, and he directly fell to his knees with his whip still in hand. Others reacted similarly. With both the monarchy and the theocracy against them, not many were courageous enough to fight back. "Retreat!" The mercenaries employed by the caravans were more quick-witted than ordinary people. Sensing a bad situation, their leader immediately shouted as he fiercely whipped his horse. they intended to fall back. The mercenary leader obviously knew the severity of this incident. Even if he was unaware of it and was innocent, the church would rather kill the victims than let a sinner go. He wouldn't be able to prove his innocence. And with high-ranked paladins on the opposing side, there was no way for them to win the fight. Fleeing was the only choice. A vain attempt to escape punishment. Fools, Raphania evaluated indifferently. Even without her acting personally, two of the paladins beside her rushed out. Summoning light flickered as several celestial horses emerged, the devoted comrades of pure paladins. With the paladins being so strong, how could mercenaries on ordinary warhorses escape? Wait, I can testify I didn't. The mercenary leader did not manage to escape far before he was caught. His face was in despair, and he went out screaming. Unfortunately, the cold-looking paladin did not utter any superfluous words and directly pierced his heart with a longsword. Numerous paladins riding on their celestial horses surrounded the caravan and sealed off all possible escape routes. Everyone was left trembling on their knees. Sinners, how much harm is done to the world because of your greed and evil? Looking at Anya's pretty face, Raphania's flushed red with anger. A source of evil like you should not exist in this world. In the name of justice, I shall judge you. Milky white light condensed on Raphania's longsword, and Anya sent a meaningful glance to a trusted aide that was preparing to dash forward. These servants are innocent and unaware. Please bestow them mercy and forgiveness, she said at the end. Cunning evil sinner, are you still trying to display your hypocritical kindness? A callous, murderous spirit could be seen within Raphania's eyes. As soon as possible. Chapter 1138, letting go, the world rumbled as a purifying sword of light crashed down, but it futilely swept through the air. Someone who could penetrate my ability to lock spacetime. Is that a legendary wizard or sorcerer? Raphania turned very serious, looking at the uninvited guest. Priestess of the god of massacre, Barbara, greets the Lady of Hope. This person is a follower of our master, so please hold back. A native maiden wearing the robes of a priest appeared in front of Raphania, the holy light from a legendary priest exceptionally obvious as it emanated from her. Beside her was a devil hunter with thick chains wound around his arms. The man with a dark aura had already caught Anya's arm. He was the one who'd saved her from Raphania. You're from the Giant Serpent Church? Anya immediately realized the identity of the person who had saved her, a look of hope rising on her face. A person who makes use of the evil power of devils. Raphania gazed at the devil hunter next to Barbara. He had numerous little plates in his hair, and his tan, yellowish skin identified him as a native. More important was that she couldn't ascertain the strength of his aura. It seemed like she was actually looking at hell when she looked at him. A legendary devil hunter. Raphania realized the identity of this person in an instant. Only someone of such strength could cause her to feel such fear. Legendary strength, especially with devil hunters, was a qualitative increase in power. Devil hunters needed to seal legendary devils to reach that level of power. This person had legendary power himself, and on top of that he was supplemented by equivalent magic ability. Just having ascended, he was equivalent to centuries-old high-ranked legendaries. Such devil hunters were new to Leylin's armies, having appeared after he took over 3 of the 9 hells. Leylin had grabbed a bunch of devils who'd opposed him, using them to have a large number of devil hunters on the verge advance. The only issue was that there were few devil hunters qualified to reach such strength right now. The person in Raphania's way now was someone with such strength, and he was accompanied by a legendary priestess. Giant Serpent Church, do you wish to help evil and go against justice? Raphania looked serious as holy silver light appeared on the surface of her armor. She made a few secret hand signs to the paladins behind her. Don't even try to contact New Silveramoon. Did you think we wouldn't prepare for that? Barbara spoke the language used in the mainland in a very articulate manner. Knowledge of all languages was an essential ability for priests. I've already altered the space here. Forget signals for help, even the power of faith will be slowed down. The paladin's expressions quickly changed, as if to accentuate her words. One of them pulled Raphania aside, whispering something to her that caused this legendary paladin to turn grim. Hellfire? Claws of confinement. Large numbers of dark figures emerged from the surrounding forest, terrifying devil spells being launched from them. Even the celestial horses didn't dare to touch the blazing hellfire, and the paladins who'd originally had the upper hand were now constantly being forced away. So many high-ranked professionals. Raphania's expression was very dark as she brought up a great screen of light that prevented many devil hunters from attacking. She knew full well that the only reason she could persist to this point was that the other party didn't want to take things too far. If not for that, she wouldn't last long against that legendary devil hunter. "Are you declaring war on our church?" Raphania questioned loudly. "Hee, an accusation like that is rather terrifying," Barbara sneered, not the least bit afraid. "Raphania, I remember you." The priestess suddenly gazed at Raphania's face. "You were the knight who once followed our master in the north. While his sacred and holy being has cut off all connections with his mortal self, you did serve him at one point. For that reason, you may leave?" Barbara's words surprised Raphania greatly, especially when she mentioned letting them off. "Damn it, are you insulting us?" A young blonde paladin's face flushed red, and his neck seemed to bulge as he grabbed the hilt of his sword in preparations for a charge. "Wait." Raphania easily knocked this young and impulsive kid unconscious and had an older paladin nearby grab him. "This was a mistake in my plans. There's no need for more pointless casualties. I brought you out of the city, and I shall bring you back." Raphania took a deep breath. "Let us go." Even the most zealous of paladins had learnt to compromise. That was a price Tyr had to learn to pay in the mortal world. "I won't see you off." Barbara saluted her with a gentle smile, while the devil hunter nearby sneered. "Why didn't you keep them here?" Anya half reclined on the devil hunter as the paladins left, her eyes on their backs. The devil hunter completely disregarded Anya's flattering behavior, causing her expression to stiffen and become awkward. "We could take them out with our strength, but it would have caused immense casualties." Barbara answered in his stead, saving the situation. "You're being too presumptuous, Anya." A stern voice sounded, causing Anya to turn back in surprise. She saw a white-haired middle-aged man slowly emerge from the shadows, bowing towards Barbara and the legendary devil hunter. "My lords, please forgive my daughter for her ignorance." "Father, why are you here?" Anya asked, stunned. This was her father, the master of the Bane family and manager of the Neon Merchant Group. "Isn't it all to take care of this mess? Quick, apologize to the two lords." Fagus glared at his daughter. These were two legendaries, who had a true god church backing them. He understood very well how terrifying such strength could be. Much more importantly, if the giant serpent church were to be offended, the Bane family would probably have no place to go in the north or even the entire prime material plane. "Our Bane family and the Neon Merchant Group have completely sworn loyalty to the giant serpent church. From here on, they are our benefactor," Fagus reminded Anya. "My apologies, my lords, I. A blush appeared on her cheeks. "Forget it. Even our master would forgive the mistakes committed by the youth," Barbara laughed as she waved her hands. "Besides, the reason I did not keep them here is not primarily because she and the master are acquaintances. She is a legendary being after all, and the god of justice will surely pay much attention to her. Since we've tampered with this space, there's a rather large chance of Silveramoon and the god of justice's church finding out the moment a battle breaks out. The other side has already gathered Elminster and a huge batch of high-ranked legendaries. With our current strength, we still can't go head-to-head with them. That's why we need to leave as quickly as possible." The devil hunter in command, the devil hunter commander, who had looked expressionless all this time, now spoke up. "We shall do as the lords suggest." Fagus smiled flatteringly, as if fawning on them. It caused Anya to feel resentful and relieved at the same time. At the very least, the serious responsibilities had been taken over by the giant serpent church and wouldn't be her problem anymore. "What are you still standing there in a daze for? Pack up, we leave immediately." Fagus yelled at the servants who had yet to move. Only now did they comprehend what had gone on, a look of disbelief in their eyes as they watched their master. The events today were too damaging to their mental states. First was the paladins, and just when they thought they were in a pinch that was impossible to escape from their master, had brought an even more powerful group that sent the paladins running. The Neon Merchant Group was only a middling business. In that moment, they began to revere their master. The servants moved quickly, thankfully packing up all the fallen items. Fagus moved forward, taking all the blood essence made of flesh and soul and giving it to the devil hunters. The blood essence here is very pure, and its characteristics make it incompatible with spatial items. If it isn't stored in dimensional pouches or other such storage items, it will soon lose its effects. It needs to be stored using blood-traced wood. If not for all that, we wouldn't have such problems. Fagus sighed as he spoke. Let's go. After everything was collected, Barbara turned to leave, with the father-daughter pair of Fagus and Anya close behind. The rest of the merchants followed the original route and hastened towards the next town. Whatever it was, they now had no taboo items on them and would no longer be afraid of any checks. In the eyes of Fagus and other higher-ups, they had to make the best of the situation. As long as the other merchants could take the attention off them even slightly, that would be good. What happened to all these people was not their problem. Currently, within Leylin's divine kingdom in Badr, the god of massacre saw an avatar of Umberlee once more. The goddess of the ocean had an even denser aura than before, evidently growing more imposing after consuming the divinity of the Sharkmen. As soon as possible. Chapter 1139 Negotiations. You want to attack Mailer. Umberlee's gaze showed that she was pondering the idea. We're of the same alignment, but not of the same alliance, Leylin countered quickly. The two of us work in the same domain, we'll never see eye to eye. He sent his avatar to attack me during my ascension. He, the goddess of the ocean smiled, radiating a crazed aura. She'd always been temperamental. Good. Since I owe you one, I'll help you. No, I think you misunderstand me. I don't want you to help me based on the contract. I just hope that, as my ally, you can stall the orc gods in my stead. The orcs. Umberlee now felt like it was impossible to make sense of this new god. The enemy of an enemy, after all. Don't you feel like I'm a better ally than Mailer? Leylin blinked. Haha, interesting. How interesting. Umberlee burst into laughter, the terrifying phantom waves sweeping behind her in the dark showing her power. The blue waves formed a passageway, and Leylin and Umberlee slowly faded away. In the north, within a hidden underground room, numerous distorted runes were carved into every corner of the wall. If one took a close look, they could sense the power of blasphemous incantations on it. It was here that Fagus and Anya Baines sat together, discussing matters at ease. Father, I just don't understand what we're doing. We might be asking them for help, but we're letting them handle everything that has to do with our family. Anya's face was slightly flushed. She'd watched her father hand over the business and the secret connections that she herself had labored over for years, and she could not help but feel her heart bleeding. In her mind, all of that belonged to her. Now, the giant serpent church and taken everything away without any effort. With just one thought, they could easily destroy the Neon Merchant Group and the Bain family. You need to see the facts, Anya. The church would only help us after we handed everything over. Fagus seemed calm, something glimmering in his eyes. Besides, attempting to hoodwink a true god's church is an extremely foolish idea. We aren't one of the huge business groups. We don't have the right to be so haughty. Fagus' experiences had let him know the terror of a true god's church. Gods never died of age, and very few deities had been killed in the world of gods, basically not one in thousands of years. This let the churches live comfortably in the prime material plane. Even if they were exterminated, they could still make a comeback. Compared to the giant serpent church, the Neon Merchant Group was just an ant. Fagus found his daughter's worries hilarious. The giant serpent church needed his channels and connections in the north, but the wealth gathered by the Bain family, it probably couldn't even measure up to a palace in the Divine Kingdom, right? Besides, the Neon Merchant Group wasn't powerful. They were the party asking for help. Who would dare bargain with the giant serpent church? I'm sorry, Father, I was too rash. Anya now seemed to realize her mistakes. She had acted too conspicuously in front of her father and ducked her head in shame. Mo, it's best if you understand this. Fagus looked at his most outstanding daughter, feeling that he still needed to guide her along. The world of gods was mostly a patriarchy, and the girl child could not compare. However, Anya had just been far too outstanding. If she could find a husband within the family and remain, it would be very helpful for the development of their business. Fagus hence began to speak, his voice low. A newly ascended god has vast future prospects. Those who follow a church during its birth will naturally gain great benefits at the end. Look at the top businesses of the mainland. Which one of them isn't backed by a true god? It all comes down to the merits they gained when the church was established. Father seems to think highly of this god, Anya thought. But then she laughed at herself in mockery. Which true god wasn't worth the neon merchant group investing their everything? The god of massacre. What kind of god is this Kukulkan? Anya muttered under her breath, a trace of admiration in her voice. She still revered and worshipped the highest existences of the world of gods. Be careful with what you say. Even with the protection of the demonic words, you shouldn't utter a true god's name without caution. They'll sense it unless you're in a divine kingdom or near other gods. Fagus immediately looked solemn. I understand. My apologies. Anya covered her red lips as she looked around her, as if afraid that the god of massacre would suddenly jump out. Hee, a mighty existence like that has millions of tasks to settle every day. There's a very slim chance of you being noticed, as long as you don't have the worst luck. Fagus saw how his daughter was acting, and it drew a rare chuckle from him. He finally relaxed, not having noticed the sly look within Anya's eyes. I actually do know a little about this existence, Fagus told Anya. Do you remember the youngest legendary wizard in the world? Of course. Anya nodded. I know all about his achievements. There's also the wealth of the fallen family, and the great business opportunity in the southern seas being such hot news. I remembered it all died down suddenly. There were too many figurative halos on Leylin's head. Up till this point, he was still the idol and ideal lover of many noble ladies who did not know the inside details. He's the current master of the giant serpent church. Leylin Farlier is the god of massacre, Fagus stated coldly. What? Anya was now truly shocked. He seems to have abandoned his old name when he advanced, coming up with a new one. While this isn't common, it has happened before the other churches. Especially those of the god of justice and the goddess of the weave have sealed up all information regarding him for some reason. That's why many on the continent still can't associate the two, Fagus chuckled as he revealed an open secret. What great aptitude. Without the remnants from gods of previous generations, he became a god. Anya now had no schemes in her mind. She felt ridiculously base compared to Leylin. The native empire on Debank's island became a part of the mighty god's divine kingdom, which is why the southern sea fell in trade. It impacted quite a few coastal kingdoms, Fagus narrated. Even though he was giving her a rough idea, Anya was already shaken to the core. The reason I'm telling you all this is to inform you that an existence so mighty and with such talent definitely will have a far-sighted goal. Hence, don't try anything and serve him with sincerity. Only then will you gain approval from him, Fagus finished off. Is that why Father handed over all control? Anya looked like she had understood something. I will also send a few of your younger brothers to the church to study priesthood and learn the ways of the devil hunters. With a hasty understanding of Leylin's rise, Fagus completely gave up any other thoughts. He knew that any being who could ascend themselves in such a cruel environment was extremely terrifying. Not only was he more powerful than the others, but his shrewdness was also impeccable. Trying anything with an existence like this was akin to seeking death. Hence, he decided to swear his loyalty. The decision to send hostages basically meant putting everything on the giant serpent church. Even if their plans failed, the giant serpent church would remain completely safe. At most, they would lose a few external powers. However, the Bane family would be wiped out completely. On the other hand, the profits coming from success would definitely surpass Fagus' own imagination. What should I do, Father? Anya looked at her father, feeling that she still had much to learn. This was especially so in terms of making decisions with the big picture in mind, something impossible for the current her who still worried over the most minor matters. Have faith in the god of massacre and serve him with sincerity, Fagus answered sternly. Of course, you'll need some help. I've used my connections to have you stay by a saintess. You'll have to perform well. Saintess, would that be Barbara? Anya's eyes flashed. Yes, she's a saintess that the god of massacre himself chose and has a very high position in the giant serpent sect. It's even said that she's more powerful than the other saintesses and is second only to the Pope. Fagus glanced at Anya, implying something. You mean, I have to do anything, regardless of the cost, to gain her favor? Anya nodded, expressing her understanding of the situation as well as her determination to follow through. As soon as possible. Chapter 1140 Proclamation. The next time Anya saw Barbara, the saintess was casting a heal on an old servant. They were in a hidden stronghold in the north that belonged to the Bane family. There were a few powers here who provided servants and slaves to their master, Fagus Bane, and this old man was obviously one of those servants. His back was humped with all the work he'd been subject to, and his clothes tattered. There was a disgusting stench coming from him, one that almost caused Anya to crinkle her brows and escape. She could swear that even sewage smelled better than him, and on top of that the old man had a few disgusting lacerations on his pus-filled hands that almost caused her to vomit. The world of gods wasn't very advanced medically, and most priests only cast divine spells on nobles or high-ranked professionals. Commoners had to power through sickness, while the wealthy looked for potioneers. But even the potioneers could only brew some useless anesthetics, or they just used some bat shit mixed with canvas ash to cheat others. With this old man's lowly status, it'd normally be impossible for him to be healed. He was looking at Barbara with imploring eyes. This is from half a month ago. I accidentally cut myself with a stone knife while working, and it turned out this way. Don't worry, the Lord loves us mortals. He won't let you suffer this torture for eternity. Barbara maintained her kindly smile even while facing such a person, not seeming at all bothered by the smell. Bright divine light was emanating from her hands as a healing spell caressed the wound. The swelling disappeared quickly, and much of the pus was cleaned up before bright red flesh began to emerge. All done. However, you still have to keep this arm clean. Don't do anything too vigorous the next few days, Barbara cautioned him. Oh, so kind. Thank you, kind-hearted priestess. May I know which god you serve? The old man asked somewhat incoherently. The Lord is the master of massacres and healing. He is the god of massacre, with feet in both life and death, Kukulkan. Barbara answered seriously, turning solemn at the very mention of Leylin. God of massacre, Kukulkan? The old man was slightly confused, obviously not having heard of this name before. However, he soon regained his senses. Only a very benevolent god would have a priestess like you. Please allow me to donate to him. The old man trembled as he took a few coppers from his pocket. However, the coins fell to the ground the moment he spotted Anya from the corner of his eyes, and he trembled slightly. Revered Mistress Anya? The old man did not care for the rolling coppers on the ground, kneeling down immediately. Anya answered reservedly. When it came to a servant who could only spend their whole life in this stronghold and serve her family, even a slight answer was a great favor. However, she quickly caught herself and looked at Barbara. My apologies, Saintess. The attitude of nobles towards servants is just. Barbara shook her head, crouching down to pick up the fallen coppers. The Lord sees your offerings, she said as she stowed the insignificant wealth away. She held the old man's hands. The faith coming from the bottom of our hearts is what the Lord wishes for. Wealth means nothing. All beings are equal in terms of soul. I will arrange for him to be given easier and safer jobs, Saintess. Anya said immediately after the old man left. At the same time, her thoughts began to run free. A kind and benevolent saintess. Good, it's better to deal with people like her than orcs or savages. I'll be grateful, but it won't be very effective. Barbara shook her head, eyes glimmering with wisdom. It caused Anya to feel like this saintess in front of her wasn't as simple as she seemed. We can only do what we can to save the person in front of us today. However, there are far too many people like this where our eyes cannot see, too many. As individuals, we cannot help them all. Barbara's eyes glinted. Of course, it's great that he can get such kind treatment from you. Our Lord often tells us that success is brought about by the accumulation of small things. Barbara gazed at Anya with a half-smile, her wise eyes seemingly seeing through everything. I was notified by Chief Fagus that you shall be my communications official here. I will be troubling you from now. No, it is my honor to be able to serve the Saintess. Good. Barbara used a finger to raise Anya's chin. However, she actually seemed a little excited. I don't want to stroll around yet, and I'm a little tired now. How about a bath? Barbara suggested. While it was strange to have a bath in the day, Anya did not question it. Although she felt slightly uneasy, she brought Barbara to a huge bathing area. There was a marble statue here that of a servant crouched respectfully with a vase in hand. Water was streaming out of the vase, large amounts of steam covering the huge, spotless white jade-like pool. Barbara's body, that was full of youthfulness and vigor, disappeared into the pool before she waved at Anya. "Come here." "Me?" Anya felt dizzy at this, but her body still moved forward involuntarily. Having finished the bath, Anya was dressed in a long, loose gown with a few droplets of water on her silky hair. She looked more beautiful than ever, but there was a look of perplexity on her face. In contrast, Barbara was full of life as she pulled Anya to another area of the plaza. "Sister Barbara, Sister Barbara." A few little boys who were in the middle of training immediately ran over. At this point, Barbara's aura changed once more, and she was now like a gentle big sister living nearby as she greeted them kindly. The huge difference caused Anya to feel like she was still in a dream, leaving her slightly confused. "These are," she inquired robotically, "lost sheep that the Lord's warriors found along the way." Barbara caressed the head of a little boy, looking towards a devil hunter who was guiding them. "How is their homework?" "They're doing rather well. These kids can take hardships. Vegeta, in particular, is the most outstanding in terms of his understanding of battle techniques and learning how to read." Upon hearing this, a trace of pride appeared on the face of the boy who Barbara was caressing. "You did well." Barbara's smile grew even more tender, but the instructor seemed hesitant to speak. "What is it? Go on." Barbara frowned, but it did not seem to mar her beauty. It instead seemed to compliment her, making her seem more delicate. However, the instructor trembled, as if afraid of something. "There's a child who doesn't understand the lessons at all and has a poor physique." Anya understood the situation from the side. The giant serpent church was taking in orphans, nurturing them into manpower in various areas. A child without any real talent would probably be useless in the future. "What's his name?" Barbara followed the instructor's gaze and found a petite figure crouched in a corner. It seemed like he hoped to disappear into the shadows. "Lance, I think that should be his name," the instructor answered uncertainly. "How can you treat someone you're so unsatisfied with this way?" Barbara glanced at the instructor. "Have Amick come over, your position is being changed." The instructor didn't dare resist the enraged saintess. He bowed and left without another word. "Lance, that's your name, isn't it?" Barbara asked as she walked towards the little boy. "Why, yes, my lady." When Lance looked up, it was like he saw a being of light. The holy rays emanating from her made her appear elegant and warm. "I believe you have exceptional talent. Don't mourn for a moment's failure." Barbara kindly patted Lance's cheeks, causing the flush on his face to extend to his neck. But Lance sounded ready to cry. "If you still can't handle this, then pray. The Lord will give you courage." Lance gritted his teeth hard. Only by doing so could he stop the tears of shame that were about to surge out of his eyes. To Anya and the rest, it seemed like Barbara was the perfect saintess. She reached out to Lance with a glowing hand of redemption, pulling him out of the shadows. The self-abasing boy seemed to grow brighter, with the courage to take on the entire world. "So strange. Why do I suddenly think that way?" Anya wiped at her cheeks, suddenly coming to a realization. "This power of influence. You've given me an extremely terrifying and difficult task, Father." As soon as possible. Chapter 1141. Hound walking on a cobblestone path. Barbara suddenly turned back to look at Anya. "What's wrong, Saintess?" Anya, who was still astonished at Barbara's display, suddenly felt her heart drop as if she had been seen through. "Do you know who those children are?" Barbara's black eyes carried the traits of the natives, but that didn't matter. It actually left Anya wanting to get closer to her. "They should be the refugees and fleeing slaves from the north, right? It's become common in the past few decades. Saintess Barbara taking them in is an act of kindness." Anya naturally knew where these children had come from. Refugees and fleeing slaves who couldn't stand the orcs' harsh treatment were everywhere ever since chaos erupted in the north. Unfortunately, even here they would not be guaranteed a better life. Freezing or starving to death was so common that there were mountains of skeletons at the sides of every road and in the plains. With the situation being so bad for adults, children were even worse for the wear. If not for Barbara's help, those little imps would probably die from the hunger or cold in the near future. There was nothing wrong with calling her actions kind. "Yes, an act of kindness," Anya reiterated. "Anya, Did you know that the Lord took in a batch of refugees and children from the north when the unrest began? He nurtured them, making priests and scholars out of those orphans. Now, as the grandchildren of these priests return to the mainland, they find their homes still ravaged by war. Things seem even worse than before. Larger families, merchants, and churches would take in a certain number of children before, but now the market is full. Lance and the rest have nowhere else to go, and they can only starve to death. While this was but a simple statement, Anya could see the glint in the Saintess' eyes brighten. "Anya," Barbara suddenly yelled. "Yes." Anya went forward apprehensively. "Are you willing to change the North with me? She wants to break away from the chaos of war and help the commoners recover." Anya was shocked, not expecting these desires from the Saintess. But another thought occurred to her right after, leaving her shocked. Wait, with her status, it could very well be an order from the Lord. Maybe, is a divine battle more terrifying than that of the mortal realm about to descend upon us? Anya's heart filled with fear in that moment, but she still managed a stiff nod. "Good, I believe in the loyalty of the Bane family, as well as your faith in the Lord." Barbara nodded in satisfaction. Saintess, may I know how the church intends to end this war?" Anya asked cautiously. "First, we focus on the trade of sacrifice blood between your family and the Blackblood tribe. That batch of blood essence will be dealt with." Barbara glanced over at Anya. "Does the church know everything already?" Anya's voice showed her uneasiness. After all, not all churches could tolerate such things. Massacring commoners, buying slaves to be killed, and pandering to evil gods of other races. Barbara counted with her fingers as large beads of cold sweat fell from Anya's face. "Any one of those sins is enough for your family to be consigned to eternal damnation. However, thankfully, the Bane family is still of some use to our master." The threat in her voice was obvious. "Yes," Anya guaranteed, "the family will adhere to the church's instructions." "Good." Barbara smiled slightly, though Anya had no right to resist. "Continue the trade with the Blackblood tribe. I just need our people to take over. It shall be as you say," but there was a rare hint of hesitance in Anya's voice. "Speak. Is there any issue?" The smile on Barbara's face did not lessen, but Anya could sense the atmosphere chilling in an instant. "Well, our family is only in charge of the collection and processing of the blood essence. The main power still lies with a large business. They're also in charge of helping us contact the Blackblood tribe and take profits from us in exchange for being the middlemen." Anya's words implied that the smuggling into the Orc Empire had flourished in the darkness of the north. It was such a joke that even the higher-ups of the Silvermoon Alliance were in on the action. Rumors abound that old Mage Elminster had shares in the operation and Priests of Wealth were acting as guarantors. All trade with the Moonwood is controlled by the Black Moon Merchant Group. We're only wandering merchants. Anya's lips curved in a wry smile. Black Moon Merchant Group. It doesn't seem to be all that powerful in the north, though. Confusion shone in Barbara's eyes. It's a large business group set up in secret, formed in the black market by offshoots of the other large-scale businesses. It controls over 60% of the trade in the north. Anya's eyes reflected an obvious mockery. "How gutsy, the Queen of Silvermoon really is quite pitiful." Barbara shook her head. Although she hadn't met such situations in her life on DeBank's Island, she still had enough experience to understand a great deal. "Then, who exactly is it that stands in our way?" Barbara asked. Anya took a deep breath before spitting out the name, "The master of the Black Moon Merchant Group, Shadowhound Gloff." "Shadowhound? What an interesting nickname." Barbara began to laugh. "He's always hidden in the shadows, like a hungry wolf not letting go of even rotten meat. Even the savages fear his greed and violence." Anya's shoulders trembled, as if she had thought up something terrifying. "How interesting." The smile on Barbara's face grew. "Help me make an appointment with him." Dark businesses like the Neon Merchant Group and the Black Moon Merchant Group had channels to transmit information in secret despite the surface ban on the Bane family. It didn't take long for Anya to receive news that Gloff had agreed to meet. The venue for the meeting was an underground bar. The owner was an intelligent person, and they'd avoided using a place where paladins could find them here. The smell of cheap wine permeated the place, mixing with tobacco and cheap perfume to cause Anya to cringe. Once they saw Gloff's true appearance, however, even Barbara looked slightly surprised. Anya just cried out in shock. The Shadowhound just looked far too powerful. Canines protruded from his mount, and he had a spotted black nose that complemented red, bestial eyes. His skin was bunched together and wrinkly, full of fat and flesh. A mixed blood with a Shar-Pei? It's a rare combination too, Anya thought to herself. Such beings were normally exterminated at birth, and those who even survived were rare, let alone someone growing to such heights of power. There was perhaps less than 1 in 10,000 who could do so. "Please sit, beauties." The rumbling voice coming from Gloff's throat made it seem like he was speaking with his tongue stuck out. Anya needed to spend a great amount of effort to understand what he was saying. "Many thanks," she said as she bowed sincerely, but as she sat down, she soon felt a disgusting gaze scanning across her. The feeling of greed and lust immediately caused goosebumps to rise on her skin. Shadow Hound, the king of rotting meat, this nickname really was created aptly. "What is it, ladies? You don't seem quite satisfied with how I'm attending to you." Gloff gulped down a fried quail stuffed with little mushrooms and spices, the sickly crimson-yellow tongue that was wagging out causing Anya to feel nauseous. "It's about communication with the Moonwood." She went straight to the point, forcing down the discomfort. "So it's about that?" Gloff was still stuffing food into his mouth, and a servant took a large black notebook and began to flip through it in front of him. "We don't really have any needs in this area now, so the noble merchants will have to wait a while. Are there no other ways? Do you think we could discuss the allocation of profits here?" Anya asked, sounding him out. "It's not about profits." Gloff seemed rather resolute. He had already finished off all the food in front of him, and a few female fox servants were using white serviettes to wipe his mouth for him. "But if Miss Anya insists, we could continue this conversation in private." "Ha-ha," the red glint in Gloff's eyes brightened. "Damn it, that stupid hound, swine," Anya began to complain once they reached the street. "I do find him rather intelligent." Barbara pushed at her black cloak, revealing her charming face. "Saintess, do you mean I should?" Anya immediately felt bitter, but she nodded with difficulty. "If it's for the church, I'm willing to do it, as soon as possible." Chapter 1142, Scheme, hee-hee. "Where has your mind gone to, my little Anya?" Barbara lifted Anya's chin. "The church isn't doing so badly that you'll have to make sacrifices for it yet." Anya heaved a sigh of relief after hearing those words. Although she didn't mind such things, it also depended on who the other party was. What does the Saintess mean? Though I didn't state my position, doesn't the fact that he didn't seem to care enough to ask say something? Barbara gazed at Anya with a half-smile. News of the Bane family siding with the giant serpent church surely must have spread throughout the north, and he must be unwilling to enter such muddy waters. Besides, their thought process is far more complicated than you'd think. "I even suspect that." Anya immediately turned solemn. Only now did she realize that, even in terms of the refined war of business, Barbara was no less competent than her. Within the hidden meeting room in the underground bar, the Shadow Hound stood up respectfully to bow to a figure in the shadows. "Things are as you instructed, my lord. I've let them know it isn't possible and had them leave." A young noble walked out of the darkness. He was dressed in tailcoat and tie, with not even a strand of fiber out of place. He had silver hair and dark green pupils, the arrogance, reservation, and slyness that only nobles possessed shining forth from his eyes. "You did well. Even if it isn't enough to fool them, we've clarified our stance." Every movement of the youth was filled with grace, as if he was hosting an important wine reception. "They have dealings with a church. It's not quite appropriate for us to get involved in this," Gloff began, but an explosive sound rang out as a cane hit Gloff's forehead. The man began to bleed profusely. "What a disgrace!" The youth's expression had changed. The smile was gone, replaced by a brewing storm. "I was wrong, master. Please forgive me." How was Gloff anything like the Shadow Hound he was said to be? All he could do was shake his tail and look pitiful while kneeling in front of his master. "Do not forget your position. You're just a lowly mixed-blood slave. How would you have the right to suggest something to me, the noble Eric?" The youth's expression was full of malice, but he quickly concealed it. Still, Gloff could only crawl in front of him in fear, his body trembling. "Just remember, your power, your status, your everything, it all comes from me. I gave you the world, but I can also destroy everything in an instant." Eric patted Gloff's head in reminder, a noble smile surfacing on his face. "I will remember it well, master. You are my everything." The only thing Gloff wasn't doing to express his loyalty was wagging a tail. The Neon Merchant Group is far from enough to fill my appetite. However, what do you think about that saintess? She isn't too bad. The young man's eyes flashed wildly, and he burst into laughter. His shadow in the wall swayed around, like a demon dancing freely. After following Barbara back to the residence, Anya perked up. Here's the information you wanted, saintess. She saw the legendary devil hunter that had left such a deep impression on her arrive. He stood respectfully at the side, hellfire sparking atop the surface of the chains in his hands to give him a unique, blazing aura. Barbara nodded as she took a gold crystal from him. Her brows suddenly wrinkled. You had to attack someone just now? A few high-ranked shadow thieves who were fearless enough to spy on us. So foolish, the devil hunter sneered, and a few translucent faces showed themselves amidst the distorted hellfire. He's profaning souls. That's something only devils and demons do. Anya's pupils shrank as she shrieked in her mind, but she managed to hide her expression well. However, Barbara seemed to have sensed her uneasiness. He's imprisoned them for now. These people will be sent to the Lord for punishment, she consoled, though her words were suspicious. The devil hunter shot an indifferent glance at Anya, that gaze that deemed her a little bug causing her soul to tremble in fear. She understood well that this was the imposing aura that came from legendary might. If he wished to destroy her, it wouldn't be much different to stomping an ant to death. Only now did Anya realize how amazing Barbara's kindness was. Take note of your own actions. You've frightened my communications officer, Barbara frowned. My apologies, saintess. I'll be on my way then. Space rippled, and the devil hunter's figure disappeared. He'd served the purpose of demonstrating his strength, making it fully clear to Anya that her family was just paper in front of legendary might. If this place was found out, and there's people watching us, should we? Anya cautiously asked Barbara. There's no need to move, after all. Finding another stronghold will be difficult. With him around, everything will be taken care of. Barbara's tone displayed her absolute confidence. All too casually, she passed the information she'd received to Anya. This is information on the Black Moon Merchant Group. Anya's pupils shrunk, feeling like the papers in her hands suddenly weighed a ton. It implied that the giant serpent church had a huge information network. Uneasiness rose in Anya's heart, fear that her family would lose its use. If that happened, there wouldn't be much time left before they were destroyed. Take a look, the saintess commanded, and Anya read through everything. Her shock only grew as she read on. The person in control of the Black Moon Merchant Group is Earl Eric. He's the grandson of the consul that Queen Illustrial trusts the most. The news left Anya speechless. Although she knew that the nobility was dirty, the content of this report still exceeded her expectations. Such is the nobility. They can betray their own ilk for profit. Barbara smiled in mockery. That's not all. He seems rather interested in taking over the Neon Merchant Group and me. Although Barbara maintained a smile as she spoke, Anya still felt a chill down her spine. She recalled the shadow thieves the devil hunter had just eliminated. He's the one who sent them. He, foolish mortal, my body, soul, and everything belong to the supreme god, Kukulkan. Those who dare covet his belongings will definitely be punished, their souls crying. A sick flush appeared on Barbara's face, causing Anya to shudder. All of a sudden, Barbara pointed at Anya. Come, accompany me in a bath. All right. Anya stammered as she agreed, the trepidation rising in her heart mixed with a tinge of anticipation. New Silveramoon, Church of Tyr. Captain Raffania? The large, dusty doors of the church opened up, revealing the face of an old priest. He spoke slowly. Your wisdom allowed you to protect numerous budding paladins. The Lord does not blame you. The dim light revealed that Raffania's clothing was lined with spikes, and she was kneeling to atone for her sins. She seemed to be punishing herself. I have not forgiven myself. I let evil escape my grasp, and the innocent commoners will suffer for it. I have sinned. Raffania looked extremely pale, her eyes sunken with dark lines. The torture had to have been for quite a while. The Lord needs you now. New Silveramoon needs you, and the commoners of the north need you more. The old priest naturally knew what to do to affect her. The war is about to begin, and the city is in turmoil. The innocent are still suffering, so what are you waiting for? Look at the city, it needs you. Besides, shouldn't you correct your mistakes? The old priest opened the doors, producing a barely audible sound that gave rise to a sense of urgency. "I've never denied that." Raphania picked up her longsword, and her aura surged with power. Even in the garb of sinners, the captain of the paladins had returned. "I'll uproot the Neon Merchant Group and the Bane family, the Giant Serpent Church as well. They'll pay the price, I swear on it," Raphania solemnly guaranteed. "Very good." The old priest left in satisfaction, not noticing a dark luster becoming more distinct at Raphania's back. Meanwhile, in a certain grand residence in New Silveramoon, "The captain of the paladins is coming out? Haha, good, good. Leak the location of the Bane family's stronghold to them." Eric began to laugh crazily. "They dare take the shadow thieves I nurture with so much effort. They must pay the price. As soon as possible." Chapter 1143 Arrival. "Young master, this will harm our reputation." An old butler spoke, his words staggered. "We're a mighty noble family, our glory eternal. All this filthy business is the work of those under us." "Got it?" Eric looked towards the butler with a gaze full of meaning. The man understood what he meant, backing down respectfully as the young noble continued to swirl the wine in his glass. It seemed like he could see those two captivating faces within the blood-red wine. "You shall all become mine. Just you wait," he muttered pervertedly, and his cheeks flushed. The news leaks from the Black Moon Merchant Group caused a lot of pressure to fall on the Neon Merchant Group. Under Raphania's lead, the paladins went all out to completely decimate a few hidden strongholds. They even managed to find an encampment close to Barbara's current position. With her church supporting her, Raphania had grown more sly and cautious in dealing with the Giant Serpent Church. High-ranked priests accompanied practically every team, and a squad of legendary paladins were ready to reinforce them at any moment. History would not repeat itself in the next encounter. With the millennia it had spent amassing power, the Church of Justice was just more powerful than the Giant Serpent Church. Tyr being a greater god wasn't the only thing they had. Anya's face flushed red as she sent an emissary from the Black Moon Merchant Group away. "It's a show of power, a brazen show of power," she complained to Barbara. "I'm sure they were the ones who led the paladins here." Anya paced around uneasily in the drawing room. "Our location being leaked was just a warning. If we don't agree to their requests, they'll definitely hit us with something more powerful." Hee, what foolish and ignorant people. They're walking further and further along the path to death." Barbara put the letter in her hand down, smiling with confidence. "They want to take over the Neon Merchant Group and work together with our church, and they want you to go personally as a show of sincerity. Will I have to go in the future as well?" "Saintess." Anya looked hesitant, feeling apprehensive. "Of course we'll fight back, and we'll fight back strong." Barbara sounded resolute. "That's right. Any sinners who have the guts to go against our saintess must be punished with hellfire." The legendary Devil Hunter entered the drawing room, accompanied by Fagus. But the Black Moon Merchant Guild has complicated relationships underground, and Earl Eric is someone of high status. His family can be ranked amongst the top 3 of the Silveramoon Alliance. A trace of fear appeared in Anya's eyes. The Bane family, as it was right now, did not have the means to duke it out even with the Black Moon Merchant Group, leave alone the Duke backing it. Without the Giant Serpent Church assisting them in their fight, they would be like little ants. That's not all. Eric's father, the Duke in office, is a high-ranked legendary, Fagus mumbled seriously. He turned towards the Devil Hunter. "How confident are you in your chances, my lord?" It was apparent that Fagus was good at public relations. Even this prideful Devil Hunter pondered over this seriously, before answering stiffly in the mainland's language. "I'm confident I can kill him, but only if there's no interference. That's pretty much impossible in New Silveramoon." "Exactly," Fagus sighed. "Queen Illustrial and Old Mage Elminster are present there, both peak legendary beings with the power of divinity." Silveramoon was known to be the place with the most advanced spells in the continent, a sacred land for all wizards. Countless high-ranked spells had been created there, and even many legends had improved their craft. It even included the likes of Leylin. In the minds of many normal beings, the ascension of the young wizard was largely thanks to the great accumulations of Silveramoon. The power the wizards had accumulated over time caused the Silveramoon Alliance to grow into a terrifying existence. Its numerous high-ranked and legendary wizards allowed it to stand the test of time, being able to hold on in the wars against the Orc Empire. Most of New Silveramoon was filled with high-ranked wizards, their combined strength letting them contend even with the avatars of gods. In this light, planning an ambush or assassination was a poor decision. Besides, there's no use killing Eric and the Duke. Their family is huge and has organizations all over the continent. It'll only give us more enemies. Fagus sighed once more. The Duke's family was truly enormous, with numerous hidden branches and powerful beings in their ranks. They were scattered all over the prime material plane. Even if their chief and his successor were killed, they would never give up. Unless they could eliminate the entire family at once, trying to take it on would only result in an endless amount of trouble. The Duke's family was leagues beyond the scope of the Bane family, but that was only to be expected. After all, the Banes wouldn't be so troubled by the Church of Justice if they had such power in the first place. They would have instead been higher up the ladder in Silveramoon, able to live comfortably. You don't need to worry about this issue at all. Barbara stood up, solemn and dignified. A hazy layer of divine light descended upon her, and a mighty existence's conscient began to converse with the saintess. A golden luster flashed in her eyes, and she turned certain. She delivered a decree with complete seriousness. The Black Moon Merchant Group and the family of that Eric are marching to their deaths. The Lord will completely exterminate them. The very moment Barbara stood up, the Devil Hunter had knelt down to pray like a devout follower. Anya and Fagus were crouched on the ground, their bodies still trembling. They'd been frightened silly by that imposing aura that even dragons couldn't hold a candle to. Just the conscient could cause an ordinary being to bow their head. After that powerful conscient disappeared, Fagus regained his senses and asked fearfully, "What? Is the god of massacre descending?" "That's right. The Lord has already informed me that Eric and his family will be wiped out." Barbara spoke with conviction. From her point of view, since even the god she believed in had made a prophecy, the family would definitely be wiped out. Is this the aura of a god? Even if it's a large family like that in the prime material plane with many connections and legendary beings in charge, with limitless powers hidden in the shadows, wiping them out is an easy task, right? How could I forget? No matter how generous and gentle the servants of this existence are, he's a powerful god of massacre. An absent look flashed in Fagus' eyes, and Anya's own filled with heat. This was what she truly pursued, power over millions of life forms. Outside, Leylin's avatar descended towards the north. A land filled with the stench of war, a greater god watching over it at all times. Leylin's eyes flashed as he understood everything, and he snickered before entering the prime material plane. As a true god, he basically had nothing to fear anymore. He naturally didn't have to keep a low profile. He spread his senses slightly, and large numbers of golden threads sprang into view. They consisted of strong emotions, the souls of his worshippers forming multiple scenes before him. The threads of faith are being managed quite well here. It must be from the impression I left behind at the beginning and Barbara's hard work. Leylin tapped a random strand, and it took him to the children inside the stronghold. A weak little boy was praying to his statue within. "Mighty Lord of Massacre, I beg you, give me the courage and strength to protect Sister Barbara." Lance's gaze was extremely resolute and filled with determination. "Please, I'm willing to give up everything." Such great awareness, his faith is bordering zealotry already. Such people were the best of seedlings for a god, ones that had to be nurtured properly. With the emphasis deities placed on faith and piety, every zealot was a treasure. "Let's see." Leylin sent his conscient down, scanning through the boy's memories without him even noticing. So he's related to Black Moon as well. Eric rendered him a homeless orphan, and now he's a refugee? Seeing these dark memories, Leylin poured a trace of his conscient into the golden thread. Lance, who'd been praying all this while, suddenly felt himself being flooded with energy. "I am the god of massacre, the ruler of devils and setter of laws, Kukulkan. Speak, pious child, what do you need of me?" The dignity and intimacy in the voice let Lance affirm that this was the god he worshipped. Realizing that a prayer from even the lowly him had been gifted an instantaneous response, hot tears filled the rims of his eyes. "I see the future. Eric shall wail in the fires of hell in the future, while you will obtain strength to protect hope as soon as possible." Chapter 1144 Rebuke Rebuke. The gods possess the strength to turn the heavens and the earth upside down. Leylin's divine ability, warp reality, made a joke of things such as innate talent or aptitude. Even as the boy was stupefied, some changes manifested on Lance's body. Before the youth even had the time to express his gratitude, Leylin's prophetic words ended and he fainted immediately. The incident caused a stir all around them. The priests saw the imprint Leylin left behind on the boy and knew what to do next. "I'll most likely get another zealot once news of Eric's end reaches his ears," Leylin stroked his chin. Gods had a myriad of complex tasks to accomplish every day, and from one point of view Leylin's actions, just now, were a net loss. However, his worshippers needed a boost in morale from time to time. Since Eric and his family were being destroyed anyway, he chose to reveal his divine presence. "Let's use their demise to announce my arrival." A freezing radiance was emitted from Leylin's eyes. Umberlee had put him in contact with the orc gods, and their greater god Gruumsh welcomed his arrival. Though, that being said, the orcs wouldn't reject anyone who wanted to team up with them to fight two greater gods. However, things were different when Maylor was brought up. Gruumsh had an ambiguous attitude at best, expressing helplessness in Leylin's conflict with the god of the hunt. The most he could do was remain neutral. However, his reactions made Leylin feel like Maylor's relationship with the orc gods was closer than his. However, that was quite easy to understand. The orc and beast gods were of the same faction, and there was an intrinsic foundation for their cooperation. Maylor had been a long-time ally, and he would be more reliable than a stranger like Leylin. However, these gods had misunderstood Leylin's thoughts. Maylor didn't qualify to be Leylin's enemy. He was mere prey, and not something he paid any mind to. Leylin's gaze instead pierced through space, entering New Silveramun. "Ignorant plebeian, you dare eye my property?" The body and soul of a saintess were the personal property of the deity they served, and this was true across all alignments and churches. Eric daring to harbor thoughts of defiling Barbara was blasphemy. Leylin hadn't found a suitable opportunity to establish his presence and dignity before, but Eric had now come knocking on his door. Wasn't it akin to committing suicide? Even with all its legendaries and hidden branches, the dukedom was just a bunch of ants in the eyes of a god. "Well, it's about time to let my main body through, so I'll need some test subjects as well," Leylin smiled, as if seeing the fall of Eric's house. Earl Eric had no idea of this star of death shining brightly over his house, and his high spirits hadn't been dampened in the least. His malicious schemes and plans had led Raphania and the paladins under her to clamp down on the Neon Merchant Group, and they'd obtained fantastic results. His rage had calmed down. "I won't have to wait much longer before Anya comes knocking on my door, do I?" Eric stroked his chin, anticipation in his eyes. He'd been longing for the rose of the Bane family for a while now. "That saintess won't be long either. I haven't tasted a saintess yet." Suddenly, Eric's body seemed to blaze with passion, and a small stream of heat flowed to his lower abdomen. "My lord," a voice interrupted just as Eric was about to get some maids to vent his lust. It was his old butler. "What is it?" he asked with impatience. "Speak." If the old butler had nothing of import, he would be taught an unforgettable lesson. "The master is back. He's waiting for you in the study." However, the butler only took a sentence to calm Eric down immediately. It was like cold water was poured down on the boy. Eric's grandfather was a duke of the Silveramun Alliance, a legendary wizard who managed the city's consulate. He was on the same level as old Mage Elminster, the two having studied together in the past. Put bluntly, he was the pillar of support for the entire family. Eric seemed very powerful as he flaunted his authority, but he was nothing before his grandfather. Just a word from the man would strip him of all authority. I'm on my way." Eric straightened out his clothes in a hurry. The Duke never liked his descendants being tardy or messy. At the same time, the burning desire in his eyes was replaced by a fawning gaze. It didn't take long for Eric to stand before his grandfather in the study. The Duke had a goosefeather quill in hand and was continuously scribbling away at a pile of documents. It took over a dozen minutes for Eric to hear his grandfather's voice, his knees on the verge of buckling. It wasn't loud, but it carried a strange power that caused the young noble to straighten his back immediately. I hear you've been quite happy recently, forging close ties with the paladins of the god of justice. Especially Raphania, you've allowed her to gain many contributions. A hint of mockery appeared in the corner of the Duke's eyes. Forgive me, Lord Grandfather. I'm only doing this for the sake of work, Eric replied feebly. Let me make this clear first. The Lady of Hope holds power equivalent to mine. She isn't someone you can covet. Now moving on, have you been clamping down on the Neon Merchant Group as of late? Eric's body trembled as he tried to reply, his back being drenched in cold sweat. You know, Grandfather, they're fugitives from New Silveramoon. I'm only performing my duty. No matter what it is, stop now. The Duke interjected. But why? Eric felt somewhat repressed. Although he had his own plans when dealing with the Neon Merchant Group, he'd also kept the expansion of the family in mind. The Neon Merchant family is backed by the Giant Serpent Church. One should always show respect when dealing with a god. Had the old Duke known of Eric's lust for Barbara, his words would not have been this calm. Right now, he only felt extreme weariness. His work in the consulate took up too much of his time, and he'd remained stagnant without advancing. I've expanded the family enough. We don't need to grow further. We should focus on stabilizing ourselves. The Duke rubbed the bridge of his nose. Think carefully about what I said. Do not try to provoke a faction that has the backing of a god. The results will not be pretty. Yes, Lord Grandfather. Eric bowed and retreated from the study room. The youth only started howling after he'd returned to his own room. "Why?" he roared like a beast, "when I'm just about to succeed?" "My lord." The maidservant Eric doted on the most ran in, her face filled with worry. "What happened? Who let you in?" It was then that the maid saw a pair of bestial eyes staring at her, icy and filled with murderous intent. An ear-piercing scream sounded out, but it quickly faded as everything returned to normal. A hidden passage opened up some time later, and the shadow hound Gloff walked out. "Master," the owner of the Black Moon Merchant Group took off his black robes, revealing animal hide and a body laced with fat as he greeted Eric with respect. The corpse on the floor did not faze him at all. "Hurry and dispose of it. Do not let it taint my room any further." Eric kicked the maid's corpse away, her once soft and supple body already growing brittle. "As you wish, master." Gloff moved to obey. However, he stopped for a moment in hesitation. "Also, master, do we continue suppressing the Neon Merchant Group?" Eric frowned, before throwing a flower vase at Gloff's head. A loud shattering noise sounded, and blood spilled to the floor. "So you got the news too. Well, aren't you quite loyal? Don't forget who it is that reared a dog like you." Fear entered Gloff's expression as Eric bellowed in rage. However, the half-blood was instead feeling more misery than fear in his heart. No matter how powerful he seemed in the darkness, Gloff knew he was only a lackey that Eric could dispose of any time. If Eric grew annoyed with him, he'd end up like the maid in a matter of seconds. "Of course not, master. How could I have the guts? You're the greatest power in my eyes." Gloff bowed his head and put on a fawning expression. He was almost licking Eric's boots. "Listen up." Eric's breathing resumed a regular pace. He viewed Gloff with a higher importance than the maidservant earlier. "Our plans must go on only now. It should be kept secret from the others. Continue with our actions until the Neon Merchant Group yields. Is that understood?" There was no way Gloff did not understand Eric's intentions. However, if he did not obey, he would die. The Shadow Hound valued his own life over the Duke's commands, so he immediately agreed. "I understand. As soon as possible." Chapter 1145 Curse. If that legendary Duke working in Silveramoon's consulate found out what his grandson was up to, he would probably jail and hang the youth as soon as possible. He might even have blasted him to smithereens with a disjunction spell. Unfortunately, he'd been swamped with work as they prepared for battle, leaving such a huge disaster to go unnoticed. That was until that day, that is. Warm sunlight was shining down on the north, and a few pure white clouds dotted the azure sky to make it look like velvet that was changing patterns. Eric was in a very good mood that morning. The pressure he'd consistently put on the Neon Merchant Group had let those fools know to compromise. They'd sent him an envelope through hidden channels, which indicated their resolve was weakening. He believed the letter would be full of flattering words, leaving a small request at the end and an indication that they were willing to offer something in exchange. Compromises between nobles always went along these lines. Thus, at the headquarters of the Black Moon Merchant Group, he was reclining on his couch with his eyes closed, full of the pride of a victor. Gloff was stood at his side like a humble servant, and there was another black-robed person in front of him. "All checks have been performed, there's no problem," he said as he handed the envelope over. Naturally, Eric wasn't a careless person. The black letter had undergone countless tests before it entered his grasp. This man in front was his most trusted subordinate. The man had a pair of arms so shriveled one could see pale bone underneath the skin. His eyes had sunk deep, and there seemed to be no muscle on his face. It was like his entire body had been formed of skin and bone, and he stank so badly of decay that even Gloff seemed slightly disgusted. The man's robes were huge for his build, and a necklace of bone and black pearl flickered with a dull glow as the aura of death and evil spirits emanated from it. This man was obviously a necromancer. Necromancers liked to play around with bodies and souls, being rejected by the remaining wizards on the continent. Illustrial, in particular, had set numerous bans on them in Silveramoon, making her rule the most severe in history. "Since Mentor Ada's has spoken, it must be true," Eric said. With everyone else eager to beat them down, it was enormously difficult for any necromancer to develop. Still, as a result, every single high-ranked necromancer was earth-shatteringly powerful. Even if Ada's wasn't a skeleton lick yet, he was almost at the legendary realm, and his proficiency in curses and spirits left no fear of threat behind. Eric chuckled as he took the envelope from his mentor, tearing it open. This was the moment he was waiting for. The pleas of the defeated always gave him immeasurable delight. This, however, his expression soon changed. The paper inside the envelope was completely blank, with nothing on it. Eric turned it over a few times to confirm, and a feeling of humiliation surged up within him that caused his face to flush red. This isn't even a prank, it's a challenge. A despicable and weak family like that dares challenge me, the grandson of a legendary wizard and the star of Silveramoon. "They will pay in blood," Eric yelled and viciously slammed the paper onto the table. "Ma Master!" At this moment, Gloff suddenly found something strange. A dark green flame had erupted the moment Eric touched the paper, greedily devouring everything around it. Ada's quickly made his move, many magic items on his hands flickering as the spells he'd prepared were launched. Detect Curse, Holy Defense, Armor of Thorns. Numerous layers of light shrouded Eric, and a teleportation light quickly swallowed the mentor and pupil. The spatial transfer took them straight to their residence at the core of Silveramoon. "We got the right coordinates. Even legendary beings wouldn't dare charge into Silveramoon without caution." Ada's glanced at Eric. "Not discovering this new type of curse was my fault." "Please don't say that. Mentor Ada's?" Eric was still lenient in front of those with real might. "Without you here, who knows what kind of trouble I would be in now." At that point, Eric's expression changed. The damned Neon Merchant Group, they actually dare to use such underhanded means. "I won't let them off. I'm actually rather interested in that new curse." Ada's caressed his necklace. "It could actually escape my detections. I hope to return and observe the reactions." "That's not a problem at all. Isn't Gloff there? He's the best test subject you could have. With how close he was, he must have been affected by the curse as well." Eric answered without any hesitation, the only emotion in his eyes exasperation, not pity. "That stupid dog, I'll need to find someone to replace it." Eric waved his arm, and a bit of green light flashed in his eyes. "Oh, no." Only when Ada's exclaimed did Eric realize that the green flames had appeared once again, sticking to his fingers like maggots. Thin black lines appeared on his skin, wriggling like they were absorbing his blood. How can there be a curse like this? It doesn't make sense. Ada's felt like everything he knew was coming apart. Eric's yells continued to grow louder and louder, until the green flames were done absorbing his blood and swallowed up the dark lines. They continued to blaze in midair, the enchanting fires forming a small portal. It was a sound that nobody could describe, one that did not exist in the world and was impossible to recreate. It sounded like a roar that possessed all the resentment and hate of the world, like a low mumble from hell that was more evil than the devils and demons combined. It spread out in all directions. What's happening to me? Eric grew dizzy, feeling like there was a fire in his throat. His voice grew incredibly hoarse, and he sounded worse than an old bellow. All of a sudden, Eric pointed at Ada's in fear. The necromancer now had huge tumors growing on his face one after the other and was becoming obese. Terrifying pus spilled out of the sarcomas, and great corrosive strength began to swallow up his body. No, Eric looked at his own hands, where abscess the size of gold coins appeared continuously, emitting pus that smelt of decay as they began to explode and corrode his skin. The great pain overwhelmed his senses. He then lay on the ground, watching Ada's, who had already turned into bone and could no longer speak. He had once been someone with immeasurable strength, basically a king in the north. Now, however, he couldn't even cry for help, much less decide life or death. Eric could only watch his body be corroded in total despair, his head swelling into a huge tumor. It went out in a loud explosion, thus ending his life of sin. Meanwhile, everyone in the prime material plane that was related to Eric by blood was startled to find their bodies filling up with terrifying tumors that ate away at them in but a moment. Within New Silveramoon's castle, Queen Illustrial was gazing at the legendary Duke as he made a report. "These are the logistics of the Nojo defensive line, my queen." There were other legendary figures in the hall beside the two, including old Mage Elminster. They were evidently discussing something extremely important. The Duke looked poised and was about to say something when his expression changed. His skin turned a terrifying green as a tumor began to grow underneath. It was like a little mouse running around as it scurried around his body. "Curse!" Elminster was the first to stand up and throw a dispel out. The wizards present here were amongst the best and most powerful in the world, and there were even legendary priests present. Everyone cast spell after spell, as even the Duke himself tried all methods to save his life. However, nothing worked. The rest could only watch as the Duke collapsed, crying out in misery. A very terrifying curse. Elminster wrinkled his forehead, using a layer to separate the legendary Duke from them. He then turned to look at the Duke through the barrier, or perhaps he was looking at the obsidian protection runes on the ground. Those are legendary substitutes that can take out any attacks, poisons, or curses in his stead. However, they've lost all effect, he said to Illustrial. A trace of fear appeared in his eyes. Looking at the current situation, even a clone wouldn't work. As soon as possible. Chapter 1146 Extermination Bang. Under the eyes of numerous helpless onlookers, desperation surfaced in the Duke's eyes. However, their legendary might was all for naught as his body suddenly exploded. Flesh and blood scattering, as the corrosive pus covering the barrier almost caused Illustrial and the rest to puke. To kill a Duke right in front of us, this is a serious provocation. A solemn look surfaced on Elminster's face. He was disappointed that he hadn't been able to identify the enemy from the Duke's eyes, and soon that solemnity was replaced by infinite fear. The Duke was a legendary wizard himself, and he was killed so easily. What about everyone in the hall right now? Report! A high-ranked wizard staggered in, the panic noticeable on his face. "What's wrong?" Elminster asked with a frown overstepping Illustrial's authority. "Earl Eric, Chekhov, Viscount Agar, and even Dorwick and Lady Merida, we just received news that they're all dead." The hall grew completely silent in an instant, and everyone stared blankly at the spot where the legendary Duke had exploded. That is to say, everyone in Silveramoon carrying his bloodline was eliminated in an instant. Elminster felt a sudden chill in the air, invading his very soul. "It seems like the bloodline curses from the Magus World work quite well." Leylin withdrew his gaze. Even those with legendary might could not withstand his rage, and despite numerous powerful existences surrounding him, the Duke had died. This was the terror of the Magus World. With the extinction of all of the Duke's blood, Leylin had announced to the influences and gods with the north that he'd arrived. "This is clearly provoking us." Seeing the unending stream of death reports from the frenetic city, an unperturbed look appeared on Raffinia's face. However, this was obviously the calm before the storm. Everyone related by blood to the legendary Duke had perished without reason, and the terrifying sights of their deaths had astonished all of New Silveramoon. Adding up the clones and true bodies, as well as the descendants of the legendary Duke and his family, there were hundreds within Silveramoon. Furthermore, numerous family members had perished in the sight of the general public. the disturbance caused by event allowed other villains and adventurers with ulterior motives to take advantage of the situation, causing the chaos to intensify. To Raphania, who'd been entrusted with maintaining public order, this was an insult to her job, a shame that could never be removed. Dispatch the paladins to assist the garrison in stabilizing the situation. Numerous solemn paladins rushed out of the church, causing all wild schemes to fall apart in an instant. However, the vague moans of lament within the gradually recovering city caused Raphania's expression to grow even more heavy. A curse with hundreds of victims. If we can't capture the culprit, I won't be able to account to the queen and other citizens who trusted me. Raphania swiftly started to speculate about the true mastermind. Was the culprit an enemy of the Duke, a wizard trying to collect souls, or an evil god trying to spread fear? Raphania knew fully well that if this incident was related to a god, it would become an extremely huge problem. However, the ideal of justice in her heart would not allow her to back down. Raphania, a cardinal said as he walked towards her, his face drooping with gloom. We just received word that another family at the Ironsword Castle met its end, the symptoms the exact same as the Duke's family. Could it be? Raphania's brows twitched. Yes, it's a branch of the Duke's family that separated 100 years ago and settled down at Ironsword Castle. Even the branches passed away when the Duke died, and the old and young weren't spared even if they were in a church at that moment. A faint trace of foreboding emerged within the cardinal's eyes. The church gave us the same news. The branch in the Central Kingdoms perished as well. A curse that can affect the entire continent, Raphania muttered. Not just that, there were a few cases of other aristocrats in Silveramoon, and even a few stable lads and gardeners. There's a lot of panic thinking it's spreading, but we know why they died, the cardinal continued. Those licentious idiots, having numerous illegitimate children and causing a huge problem now. Raphania was secretly elated. She'd been irked by the luxurious and messy lifestyles of the higher nobility. The main problem is even the descendants that we weren't aware of were killed off. This is the power of a god. An evil god has declared his arrival, the cardinal said with all seriousness. Raphania nodded her head in acknowledgement. Only a true god could release such a large-scaled curse upon the mainland. Even peak legendary wizards couldn't wield such terrifying power. Those evil gods are the greatest threat to our cause. Raphania clenched her fists, missing the cardinal's bitter smile. There aren't many evil gods capable of killing off descendants 1,000 miles away, and they're all terrifying existences. The cardinal sighed in secret. With his understanding of gods, he naturally knew the terror of the one behind this event. Still, his expression returned to normal soon enough. Paladin Raphania. Your mission is to assist Queen Illustrial in maintaining peace and stability within New Silveramoon City. Do you intend to shirk your duties? Raphania's face instantly blackened after the cardinal left, and she drew her longsword to a terrifying keen. She'd noticed a clear hint of warning within the cardinal's words, asking her to accept a compromise. It was like the church didn't plan to take actions against that cruel god. Even though Raphania knew that one needed to compromise and back down sometimes for the sake of justice, this incident had exceeded her bottom line. Don't tell me even the Lord's church has started to be corrupted by darkness. Even though she knew she shouldn't think that way, a trace of darkness enveloped Raphania's thoughts. Her expression warped within the shadows, and that trace of dark red grew even more bright. "O Lord, please pardon my sins, do not afflict me with such a terrifying curse. No matter who it is, Lord, please protect me, Coco and Laffrey. Dear Lord, I pray for you to swiftly end this disaster. O Lord, whoever you are, wherever you come from, thank you for exterminating Earl Eric and avenging my family." The amount of golden faith in the void had increased severalfold, and numerous prayers that matched Leylin's expectations were transmitted to him. The horrifying death of a family protected by legendary beings had caused mass panic within New Silveramoon, and only the gods had the ability to protect and comfort these civilians. Those of faith had increased substantially within New Silveramoon, and the strength of the faith already present had grown as well. Aristocrats and businessmen grew more generous in their donations to the churches, as if such actions would prevent the misfortune from falling upon them. All gods had raked in a great harvest, and inevitably some of this scattered faith had been devoured by Leylin. After all, spreading terror and power could also grow faith. It was simply normal for people to pray to the harbinger of this disaster out of fear. The goddess of plagues and Umberlee both adopted similar methods to grow their following. Although this line of faith isn't stable, it could be considered great replenishment. Emotions of fear and gratitude followed the faith to Leylin. Every action of a true god would affect the entire prime material plane, and this one from Leylin could be considered a different type of miracle. His godfire and divine domain were strengthened by the massive faith, accumulating with Leylin's true body. However, Leylin seemed apathetic, seemingly not affected by the fanaticism of the mortal world. Now that the Black Moon merchant group and their backers have been sorted out, there should be no more obstacles to the plan. The transaction with the Blackblood tribe should speed up as well. Leylin simply couldn't care about a possible counterattack from the good gods. Someone had blasphemed his divinity, so how could he tolerate it? No action taken in punishment would be considered too much. What's more, he was also an evil god. If he didn't leave a trail of terror wherever he went, would he be worthy of his reputation? As soon as possible. Chapter 1147, Caravan, I never thought I'd come back to the north. Anya stopped her horse and looked around at the wilderness, a trance-like expression in her eyes. Arg, ah! Sharp growls could be heard from goblins in the shrubbery as an enormous malicious intent enveloped the caravans behind her. If they couldn't show a sufficient amount of force, these goblins would continue to follow them, looking for flaws in their defenses as they waited for reinforcements. When the time was ripe, they'd rush into action and make mincemeat out of everyone in the caravans. Go! Anya naturally knew how to deal with them. She didn't even have to say anything before several armored knights rushed ahead. The mounts whinnied as they brandished their swords, causing the goblins to cry out in panic. Ha ha, you green-skinned midgets! One knight laughed loudly, the dragon-patterned greatsword in his hand, driving several dirty, green-skinned goblins out of the grass. Bang, bang! Several of the pitiful little fellows suffered fatal injuries, and the ones that were left remaining began to scream in horror as they lamented their fates. The remaining goblins fled quickly, the tall grass shaking as wave after wave escaped. A caravan could not survive in the north without the ability to defeat the goblins and ogres of the endless plains. They would be swallowed up and exterminated by the other merchant groups, dispatched in a harsh fight that left their bones to rot in the wilderness forever. Several goblins were then hung at the front of the caravan, screaming the loudest. These wails would be the best deterrent against danger, even if only against other goblins. Anya intentionally distanced herself from the stench of the green-skinned barbarians, draping a white scarf embroidered with gold across her face. Damn, isn't there a better method than this? Her eyes scanned across the normal-looking servants with a hint of resentment in her heart. With them here, even if we were surrounded by ogre tribes, there's nothing much to be scared of, is there? Of course, Anya was well aware that this place was now the territory of the Orc Empire. If they were surrounded by the horde here, even several legendaries would not be enough to save them. This was why she decided to swallow her resentment, refraining from speaking. There are matters for you to attend to, Miss Anya. A skinny servant ran over, looking young and immature. However, his eyes revealed a calm resolution that did not match his sweet face. What's the matter? Anya asked reflexively. It's most likely an issue regarding our arrival at the Moonwood, the youth replied, causing Anya to take another glance at him. I'll go immediately, Anya promised, and her eyes bored into the little boy's back with a rare trace of jealousy. What a lucky fellow wasn't he called Lance? He actually received the favor of the Lord. When she'd first laid eyes on him, this child was but a weak boy hiding within the shadows. But now, his temperament and physique had both been transformed greatly, and he was now receiving focused training from the giant serpent church. He awakened his talent as a devil hunter with divine inspiration. That legendary devil hunter will very likely accept him as a disciple. Anya looked at Lance back and thought of her own brothers who were sent into the giant serpent church. A wry smile appeared on her face, but she could not complain. She understood the reason behind such treatment well. The Banes were a business family without any real faith. Given that they had to be converted to Kukulkan's faith, their devotion could not be compared to what Lance showed. Even if the heirs to the family were still young, it didn't seem like they would become zealots. Perhaps the next generation of children can be nurtured. Anya deeply understood the fundamentals of the church and what it relied on to exist. Monetary and other help was one aspect, but the most fundamental aspect of one's relationship with the church was the strength of their faith. Talent and money did not matter in the face of fervor. Anya knew that the giant serpent church had a unique divine skill which could determine the depths of one's faith through the light of faith emitted by the worshipper. This sort of analytical ability made her feel that she was in deep danger. It looks like I should deepen my understanding of the doctrine of their God. Sister Barbara might be able to help me with this. A blush appeared on Anya's face as she thought of Saintess Barbara, for reasons she herself did not know. Father, Anya rode to Fagus' side, continuing the journey alongside him. Their current journey was so important that even the head of the family had personally joined the caravan. We have to handle these matters well for the Lord. We cannot afford a single mistake, Fagus said with a solemn face. I understand, Father. Anya inhaled deeply. Leylin had bestowed a miracle upon their family, taking out Black Moon and the house backing it in one go. This freed up the Neon merchant group immediately, allowing them to put trade with the Blackblood tribe on the agenda. No matter how Fagus and his daughter looked at it, the giant serpent church's actions this time were rather evil. However, they'd boarded this ship themselves, and could only walk the path that Leylin had paved for them. Fagus knew deeply of the horror of a war between gods, and now an innocent like him had been thrown into the mix. Even if he was unwilling, he could only bite the bullet and continue on. A commotion suddenly sounded out up ahead, and Anya moved to whisper into Fagus' ear, Father, we've spotted knights of the Orc Empire. It doesn't matter. Fagus looked at the flags they'd put up, a pass the Orc Empire had given them to guarantee the safety of their caravan. Arg, arg, bleak howls sounded out as a few knights finally appeared before Anya's eyes. These werewolves were about 2 heads taller than the average human, with green eyes and hair. They were riding giant wolves with silver fur. The mounted wolves? Anya paled as she saw these elites of the Orc Empire, their equipment being able to contend with human knights. The mounted wolves were a nightmare to all the people of the north. The horses of the caravan neighed restlessly under the wolves' gazes, stomping their hooves on the ground as white vapor condensed from their breath. Fortunately, the commander of the wolves waved his hand after seeing the banner atop it. The wolves made way for the caravan, and they moved ahead despite their fear. The captain even dispatched 2 riders to protect them at the tail. Sigh. Compared to the Silveramoon Alliance, the strategic warfare of the Orc Empire is actually... Fagus muttered under his breath, but he didn't end the sentence. Anya knew what her father wanted to say. The Orc Emperor Saladin was a wise leader, possessing great foresight. Seeing how the humans flourished with the advent of civilization, he was mimicking their ways to develop his own empire. For the sake of food and materiel, Saladin had promised the Neon Merchant Group and Black Moon Merchant Group to protect them within his borders. Orders had been sent for Orc troops to not harass them and only engage in fair trade. This would in turn attract more merchants and increase the strength of the empire. Illustrial and her subordinates weren't even comparable in this aspect. The only thing that helped them was that they were of the same race and the orcs were their natural enemies. The benefits of trade with the Orc Empire couldn't always get rid of the shadow of war. On the other hand, the fact that the orcs were buying magic scrolls and powerful equipment told Fagus that they were already prepared for war. What do you think? A tall and skinny figure asked Lance. Are you afraid? No, I have nothing to fear with the protection of the Lord. Lance gripped a string of hemp that was tied around his neck. Something seemed to be hidden within. All right then, what do you think of the orcs turning towards civilization and protecting our caravan? The tan man seemed like he wanted to test Lance's deductive abilities. This question would be difficult even for an adult to answer. I feel like... Lance bowed his head and pondered. When he lifted his head again, his eyes no longer filled with perplexement. The orcs give off a savage and bloody aura. It seems right to improve themselves and march towards civilization, but I keep feeling like something's not right. Although he didn't elaborate further, the man seemed to be satisfied with his answer. You're right. Griumsh, the orc god, is a god of savages. This change doesn't match the true nature of his domain, so it'll cause a serious problem. How many of the orc gods will want to change their natural disposition to civilization? Is it very difficult? Lance nodded his head. Just thinking about it proved to be extremely astonishing for him. It is. Sometimes the gods cannot even choose the change of alignments and disposition, the figure sighed, and even though Gruumsh himself approved this change, not many others will. The imbalance in power has caused a fatal blow to the Orc Empire. As soon as possible. Chapter 1148 Trade the Emperor's decree was enforced with might and savagery, causing fear to spread across the Orc Empire. The Neon Merchant Group dumped much of their goods along their way, using iron, food, weapons, and magic artifacts to trade for great amounts of precious metals. The orcs gave out some special items of the north at unimaginably low prices. Gems were but stones for the orcs, and to exchange them for weaponry, rations, and clothing was a great bargain. It led to a great environment for the Neon Merchant Group as they finally arrived at the Moonwood. This was the Blackblood tribe's base, a place where Leylin had fought hard in multiple times in the part. Trade with the Blackblood tribe was also what caused the paladins to notice the Neon Merchant Group. But with the urging of the giant serpent church, they continued with the transaction. At the same time, another mounted group entered the Moonwood as well. They quickly passed the strange branches and obstructions, the slight wind in the forest raising their robes a little to reveal a silver luster. The North, the Moonwood, and the Blackblood tribe. I'm back, their leader muttered as she glanced at the Moonwood, lost in thought. She pulled off her cloak to reveal a young face. It might not be where everything started, but it was where the most blood was shed. It seems like a good place to end everything, she muttered. One of the cloaked figures halted beside her, revealing a benevolent and sorrowful face. Are you feeling at a loss, Captain Raffania? It's nothing, Cardinal Carroll. Raffania shook her head. I spent a long time here before, so I'm just feeling nostalgic. Your familiarity with the terrain will be to our advantage. We need to make use of that. Cardinal Carroll made a hand gesture in front of his chest. We've received intel that the sinful Neon Merchant Group is going to make contact with the Blackblood tribe's werecreatures here soon, and supply the other side with materials for a blood sacrifice. Those unscrupulous souls should go to hell. Raffania gritted her teeth, her terrifying energy raging at the back of her hands as she grasped her sword. Just the thought that they were using the blood and souls of innocent beings to please the evil gods made her feel like a frightening bundle of flames was about to surge out of her chest. In the name of justice, I shall purge all evil and sin. The high-ranked paladins began to chant alongside her, their faces glowing with a faint white light. The Neon Merchant Group quickly met a group of werecreatures after entering the Moonwood. However, they'd obviously traded with the other party many times. The leader of the werecreatures even knew who they were, and once they showed their tokens, they were quickly taken to the core of the forest where the Blackblood tribe resided. It's been a long time, Shaman Gara. Fagus greeted a shaman that was smaller than the werecreatures around him, with many strange ornaments all over his body. I smell something different on you, Gara said as he moved forward to sniff at Fagus, causing Anya's heart to clench. Fagus froze for a moment, but then he replied coolly, Haha, what are you saying? My friend, maybe it's that darned chef of mine who put too many onions in the morning soup. Her father's calm expression caused Anya to feel ashamed for herself. Perhaps, Gara didn't press on as he led the way. You're late, my friend. You almost caused us to miss the ceremony this time. If the Lord gets angry, I swear your head will be hung to dry on a tree branch. The werecreature opened his mouth to reveal terrifying teeth. His tongue was barbed, and the disgusting smell of flesh coming from his mouth gave Anya the urge to throw up. You should know, Fagus began to complain immediately. Silverimun's guards were switched out with a bunch of paladins. All the businesses have come under great pressure. It took me far too much to make sure I didn't miss the transaction. Indeed, there's fewer caravans coming over recently. I heard your queen is squeezing the merchants dry to start the next war, Gara nodded, as if sympathizing with Fagus. He then pulled at the man's body in a friendly manner, making the difference in their builds all that more obvious. We won't let a friend of ours suffer, I promise you that, he exclaimed as he patted his chest. If Anya hadn't seen how brutal the werecreatures got in their hunts and ceremonies, she would thought this man to be kind-hearted and honest. Come, let me see what you've brought for me. After the chatter, Gara soon got to the main topic. Of course, my friend, I've prepared for this trade for a long time, Fagus smiled. A dozen servants moved forward with a clap of his hands, bringing over heavy boxes with large bronze locks. One could see a thick layer of elven silk within, the fabulous material reduced here to a tool that pressed down on and prevented the items from shaking. Fagus then opened up a smaller box after he removed the layers of silk, one made of mahogany covered in thick, veiny lines. The blood essence within glowed with a radiance that caught everyone's attention, and the dense stench of blood it emitted caused Anya to wrinkle her eyebrows. This is it, this smell. Shaman Gara took a deep breath. He seemed intoxicated, a flush rising upon his face. I can confirm that this is an item of the greatest quality. But of course, you don't know what I had to go through to, Fagus started, saliva spraying out, but Gara waved him off in annoyance. I know what you want, my friend. He gestured to two were-creatures, and they lifted a box of items to bring it before Fagus. The wooden box seemed rather shabby, not at all comparable to what Fagus had brought. However, the light shooting out from within dazzled Anya the moment the box was opened. Silver, gold, rubies, emeralds, all sorts of precious materials were within the box. It stroked a thirst for wealth within the group, the kind that caused adventurers and merchants to throw out their fear of even death. How is it? Are you satisfied? The were-creatures burst into laughter, watching as Fagus practically pounced onto the wealth. This was a box full of gold coins and many other valuable jewelry, with some of it twisted and bloodstains, still on some because of a lack of protection. It was easy to imagine how pitiful the original owner had been while the were-creatures were collecting them. However, O goddess walking, which merchant cared for that? Enough, it's enough. Shaman Gara, your generosity is as great as the mountains and seas, more beautiful than the stars in the skies. Fagus started to repeat his words. I'm glad you like it. As long as you can bring us even more weapons, magic artifacts, and important ceremonial items, you can have as much of this stuff as you like. Gara took charge, and they quickly finished the transaction. The shaman then personally brought Fagus to the edge of the moonwood. You know this, when our Blackblood tribe conducts ceremonies, we never let foreigners stay unless they are offerings to our god, Gara laughed. Of course. I understand. I'll leave right now. Fagus used a white handkerchief to wipe at the oil and sweat on his cheeks. The were-creature shaman stood at the boundaries of the forest, watching as the neon merchant group disappeared into the horizon. His smile had a deep meaning to it. We should have left the territory of the were-creatures by now. Anya watched the forest disappear into the horizon, urging her horse to catch up to Lance and the native next to him. Are we leaving just like this, my lord? Of course. The church will deal with the rest. The Lord does not treat anyone who trusts in him poorly. All that wealth belongs to you. The native, who looked like a servant, spoke stiffly in the language of the mainland, and his body began to transform. Light flickered as what seemed like a layer of water slipped off from his body, revealing his true appearance. This was the legendary Devil Hunter. Wait, I'm willing to donate half of my profits to the church. Fagus quickly interrupted. The mission he'd believed to be extremely dangerous had gone so smoothly, and it had left him overjoyed. Even if he gave half his profit to the church, the rest would still be a huge windfall for him. Thank you for your generosity. The Devil Hunter did not hesitate to accept Fagus' donation. A budding church needed the donations of its worshippers. The goddess of wealth even used income as an important criteria to measure the accomplishments of the priests of wealth, and this was used extensively by others as well. While Leylin himself had a great amount of property, the giant serpent church was still developing, and he naturally would not reject this. This is a final warning. There will be a war and conflict here soon. Leave immediately, the Devil Hunter told Fagus before leaving with his men. Fagus waited till the Devil Hunter, Lance, and the rest disappeared into the horizon. He then yelled, "Leave behind all the carts. Bring just the food and gold, we're leaving immediately." The mournful sound echoed in the empty plains, full of urgency. As soon as possible. Chapter 1149 Ambush. My lord, I've already done as you instructed, and completed the trade with the Neon Merchant Group. Gara prayed before Mailer's statue after sending the Neon Merchant Group away. GRR, roar. A golden light descended upon him, and the statue released a beastly growl. Mailer's conscient had descended to pass a holy decree. The shaman would have to interpret this string of sounds accurately, but that was natural to him. Hara nodded his head from time to time. At the same time, several gods had gathered within Maler's divine kingdom. The giant serpent church is too arrogant, an orc god sneered, his body shrouded in a strangely tranquil darkness. It was Shargaz, the orc god of stealth. Not bad, a mere lesser god dares to ally with us orc gods. Another tall and mighty orc god smirked, giving off a rugged and barbaric aura. This was Ilneville, the lesser god of combat. Roar! Right at that moment, a series of roars and howls sprang forth from the divine kingdom. We know, Maler, we know, the massacre domain will definitely come to you. We've worked together for so many years, can't you have a little faith? The god of death Treacherous said from the side. His tone dripping with sarcasm caused Maler to want to rebuke, but the vengeful spirits around his body, somehow, did not take away from his calmness. Although they were all lesser gods, most orc gods were suited to fighting. Their only greater god Gruumsh was busy preparing to fend off Mistra and Tyr, and since they only had to deal with another lesser god, there was no need for him to be here personally. The sacrifice of a god's avatar. I can't wait much longer. Several avatars' gazes began to pierce through the horizon, and they peered into the moonwood, where a massive sacrificial ceremony was being held by the Blackblood tribe. The tribe had consumed all the blood essence from the Neon merchant group, forming a river of blood in the ceremony site. Vengeful spirits seemed to be wailing in anguish on the surface of the river. A powerful prisoner of another race was tied to the altar, their body filled with seals. The wounds littering it indicated the fierce battle it took for the were-creatures to cause it to submit, and the damage it had given to them before it lost. As a god of massacre, Maler blessed his worshippers for the deaths of powerful enemies. He'd even personally send his avatar down if they slayed a legendary expert. The ritual being held by the Blackblood tribe now was even larger than that. There were several legendary experts being used as sacrifice, alongside the blood essence of countless humans. The Lord will definitely enjoy this ceremony. He'll even give us his blessings, ranking us up. The shamans assisting the ceremony looked somewhat excited, their eyes filled with delight as they looked at the bound prisoners. However, their leader Gara and several other legendary shamans didn't seem as elated. There instead seemed to be a trace of worry in their expressions. Were-creatures had evolved from beasts, and they shouldn't have held such emotions in the first place. That they were appearing now was a sign that the danger they were about to face was extremely terrifying, one that even legendaries would have no control of. Maler, my lord, you are the lord of massacre, amongst the stars and the skies. You are our protector, your name forever sacred amongst our kind. You are the one true lord. More and more of the were-creatures prayed fervently, and the ritual slowly reached a climax. Several shamans draped in white robes held short black daggers in their jaws as they walked up amidst the prayers. Maler, my lord, you are the devourer of blood. The fear of your enemies gives you strength, their flesh and blood becoming your divine power. The blood of these legends shall be a source of your glory and strength. Even knowing their fate was sealed, the sacrifices began a futile struggle. There was even a legendary dragon amongst these prisoners, its spiritual force only inferior to the great dragons. However, there were no traces of emotions on these shamans as they skillfully wielded their daggers. Oh, Lord, please accept our offerings. Katja? The thick, sturdy scales of the dragon did not seem to have any resistance against the special black dagger, cut open mercilessly as fresh green blood poured forth from the wound. SSA. The corrosive blood burnt a hole into the ground, but the dragon's eyes dimmed as they eventually lost their light. Roar! The were-creatures seemed to cheer louder than before at the scene. The shamans expertly dissected the dragon's body amidst the clamor, separating its limbs and tossing them into the river of blood. The corrosive river began to boil, and a crimson glow was soon emanated from it as it absorbed all the flesh. A golden glow had settled around Maler's statue, indicating that the god of the hunt had been summoned successfully. The roars and prayers only grew louder at the scene, so powerful that even the clouds in the sky were shattered apart. As the last sacrifice, an elven prisoner, was tossed into the pool of blood, the glow around the statue strengthened. A golden ape descended upon the moonwood amidst the were-creatures' roars, and everyone knelt as they watched their lord with a fervent gaze. Mailer howled as he arrived at the river of blood. It was apparent that he enjoyed this offering and couldn't wait to indulge. His powerful claws stroked several shamans who were kneeling beside the blood, and golden beams of light descended upon the teary creatures. An instant rank up. The onlookers could only be envious as they looked at the fortunate ones with red eyes. Roar! Mailer unleashed a few more growls after rewarding his worshippers, jumping into the river of blood. Boom! But just then, a strange event occurred. The crimson blood turned black, and the vengeful spirits within materialized as they climbed onto Mailer's body. A strange black net appeared from the river of blood, trapping Mailer within. What's happening? Several shamans were shocked as they looked upon their comrades, watching dumbly as the scene unfolded. Some of the wiser ones had already reacted. Those slimy humans. There's something wrong with the blood essence this time. It wasn't until now that they suspected the Neon Merchant Group, but it was too late to do anything about it. The black net moved into the skies, and there seemed to be an invisible rope tightening it further. Kukulkan, my lord, you are the Lord of Massacre, the ruler of devils. You are the one true Lord of the world. A portal opened up in the skies, and Leylin walked out amidst zealous hymns. He looked like a shrewd hunter, sapping Mailer's energy through the large net. Once Mailer expended all his energy, he would go in for the kill. He's finally here. Rumble, the skies roared. Dark clouds shrouded the moonwood, and a silver serpent emerged from within. Multiple portals opened up as the avatars of several orc gods descended upon the Blackblood tribe, the surge of divine aura leaving the were-creatures on the ground awestruck. God after god stepped out of the portals, causing great shock to reverberate in their hearts. Only the peak of were-creature society had been aware of this, and they hastily put up defenses as they retreated. They silently prayed for their side to be victorious, and for this divine battle not to spill over to them. Kukulkan, god of massacre, become an artifact for my divine palace. The god concealed in darkness struck first. A powerful pair of claws swiped out from the void, targeting Leylin's heart. Even a divine avatar would lose a great deal of power if they suffered such a critical injury. A stealth attack, and they can conceal themselves in the shadows, Shadow Realm. It's the god of stealth, Shargaz. Leylin instantly understood who the attacker was, but his expression remained as still as water. Golden light surged around Leylin's body, indicating that a divine battle was about to begin, as soon as possible. Chapter 1150, Sneak Attack Meteor Explosion. Ultimate Shattering Palm. Absolute Break? Leylin moved his fingers like an expert musician as he strummed the strings of the Shadow Weave, releasing terrifying legendary magic. Numerous spells were formed without any setup, complementing and amplifying each other's power to form a vast current of magic. Legendary combination technique, Arcane Torrent. This was a project Leylin had been researching for a while. It was a divine version of the spell he'd used in his adventurer days, and this fight against Shargaz was the first time he'd used it. The earth rumbled as a terrifying explosion hit the surface, the aftermath shrouding the space between Shargaz and Leylin. Space itself had begun to distort from the horrifying damage of the attack. This god of massacre, he isn't even 400 yet, but his comprehension of magic is so great. Did he receive the Arcanist's inheritance? Shargaz teleported in retreat, his body in a sorry state as his golden divine force healed the injuries. Fear could be seen within his eyes. However, although the sneak attack hadn't managed to injure Leylin, the pressure on Mailer's avatar lessened unexpectedly. The huge ape roared, tearing through the black net and escaping. Whoosh! The avatar that escaped dissolved into a dazzling rainbow that was instantly absorbed into his divine kingdom. Another avatar stepped forth, taking the former's strength in as its aura rose sharply. The new avatar released a terrifying roar Leylin's way, opening a huge portal from nowhere to send a meteor from his divine kingdom that transformed into a pair of terrifyingly sharp claws. This was Mailer's divine artifact, the beast claws. Other than his true body, Mailer had brought everything he had to bear in this fight. It seemed like he'd been harboring hatred over the losses he suffered at Leylin's hand before, and had always been looking for an opportunity at revenge. Don't even think of escaping. We've sealed off this space, and Gruumsh has sent out his avatar to intercept any possible reinforcements. A tall god with an aura of blood and savagery waved his hands, and the group of 4 instantly encircled Leylin. The orc god of war, Ilneville? Leylin remembered having met this god once. I could see through all your conspiracies. No scheme you hatch will ever succeed. Ilneville relied cautiously, trying to probe for information even as he wanted to damage Leylin's confidence. However, Leylin's expression didn't change in the slightest. He just moved on to the last god, the one wrapped in a dark robe who had a dense, deathly aura. His eyebrows twitched. Treacherous, so the god of death, the god of war, the god of stealth, and the god of the hunt looks like everything here was a trap. Indeed, Cuculcan. Greed comes before the fall. Ilneville roared, and Mailer at the side was eager to rush forth as well. If not for the others restraining him, he would likely have barreled over by now. Mailer has deep connections to our pantheon. Do you think our alliance could be shaken by an outsider like you? Treacherous asked coldly. Your avatar will fall this time, and will strip you of your massacre divinity as compensation for Mailer. So the Lord colluded with the orc gods to ambush another god. Gara muttered as he watched the situation incredulously. They'd already escaped a great distance, and Gara himself only had some of the information. Will the Lord's plan succeed? The were-creature chief asked by his side, obviously worried. Everything is as the Lord wills. We only have to follow his instructions and conserve our energy, taking part in the battle at the right time. A legendary shaman stated from the side. There was an unspeakable resolution contained in his voice. Although legendary might was nothing in front of a true god, they could still contribute to an assault on an avatar. Man, it's 4 gods fighting him this time. Our chances of victory are quite high. Gara was confident in the current situation. The god of massacre, true name Cuculcan, the orc leader muttered to himself. The youngest legendary wizard of the prime material plane, and someone who ascended at such a young age, that spellcasting ability, he really is a 1,000-year genius. Gara looked at the legendary magic seemingly blossoming like fireworks from Leylin's hands, the terrifying arcane torrent causing him to subconsciously shrink his neck. This is the Lord's plan, it will definitely succeed. He tried to console himself internally, but the feeling of unrest couldn't be erased. Rumble. Endless spatial storms swept across the original land of the Blackblood tribe, wreaking havoc upon it. The prime material plane was too weak to withstand a fight between gods. And with the entire sky filled with golden light, even high-ranked professionals would instantly be dissolved into nothingness if they tried to enter the scene. Numerous were-creatures were screaming as they escaped the scene. A few legendaries smiled bitterly at the sight. Even they didn't have much confidence of being unaffected by a god's might. Only at the higher ranks would they be able to trade blows with an avatar, hoping to kill it. Sure enough, these orc gods are uncivilized and ignorant, not being able to notice even basic benefits. Golden chains spread endlessly from Leylin's avatar in midair, making the entire surrounding area his divine kingdom. The dark red massacre domain was released, ensuring that any slaughter would only increase his power. He could stand calmly amidst the center of a barrage of orc attacks, and even had the leisure to examine his surroundings. When he sensed a familiar aura approaching the scene, a strange smile surfaced on his face. The elite troops led by Raphania and Cardinal Carol had reached the core of the Moonwood just in time to notice the terrifying fight between the gods. Cuculcan and the orc gods. A trace of excitement appeared in Raphania's eyes. Quick, inform the Lord and ask for reinforcements. Losing a few avatars should teach these gods a good lesson. The remaining paladins also had a look of eagerness on them, but their actions were soon stopped by Cardinal Carol. The Lord sees everything. Carol's reason was strange, and caused suspicions to emerge on Raphania's face. She still maintained her trust in the church, however, following orders and standing down. Such a strong massacre domain, and he still has such divine force. The orc gods had entered a bitter struggle with Leylin. He was already a rank 8 god, his power far surpassing these orcs. If not for their advantage in numbers, they would not be his match. The Crimson Massacre domain expanded endlessly, about to cover the entire Moonwood. Shargaz couldn't hold on much longer. Damn it, is he really a new god? He snarled, his body covered with numerous small wounds that were leaking golden blood. Crash! Lightning flashed in the sky, forming a terrifying large door. Another of Sharga's avatars walked out, joining the forces that were besieging Leylin. Golden light flashed continually as the other gods did the same. This number of avatars, are they crazy? Raphania and the rest who were watching from afar cried out in surprise. Although the loss of one avatar wouldn't cause significant damage to a god, the number of avatars they were throwing at Leylin would exhaust their divine force. Even as true gods, they would likely fall into a slumber or just die. If their luck was the same as Beelzebub's, having poured a majority of their will and divine force into an avatar that was eliminated, they wouldn't be far off from a true death. These gods were now putting themselves at risk. It's time. A trace of a smile suddenly appeared on Leylin's face in spite of the imminent danger. What's going on? The four gods were stunned. Leylin's expression was completely unexpected. However, they didn't have more time to think about it. A loud explosion sounded as two terrifying powers descended upon the moonwood, their strength directly breaking apart the spatial seal that the orc gods had set in place. The whole world trembled as an elderly warrior and a young lady entered the scene, their bodies rippling with the unfathomable power of greater gods. The two entrants immediately spread out a huge net, seemingly wanting to catch the orc gods and Leylin in one go. Tyr and Mystra, where's Gruumsh? Ilneville muttered with incredulity. Outside the prime material plane, Tyr and Mystra had combined to trap a powerful greater god. Give up, Gruumsh, Mystra said coldly. We only need to mobilize a few avatars to take out those gods of yours, as soon as possible. Chapter 1151 Cornered, for New Silveramoon City, for the Alliance, and for the people of the North. Even as Leylin was facing the orc gods, Queen Illustrial was garbed in her seldom-used armor as she riled up the troops in front of her. The war for the North has come. Ow! Ow! The troops let out a war cry as they banged their swords against their shields. With how slow armies traveled, it would take a few more days of travel to reach the battlefield, but that didn't matter at all. Illustrial was currently boosting her troops' morale, and under Elminster's lead several high-ranked wizards had already ambushed several orcs along the borders. With Silveramoon's strength and the backing of several legendary figures, their powerful spells would teach those orcs an unforgettable lesson. Illustrial's chest was bursting with excitement and pride. You're declaring war? Gruumsh roared in rage at the two greater gods before him. He'd found out about the events in the prime material plane instantly. Tyr spoke slowly. This is it. You'd better choose to retreat right now. Stalling me here and sending your avatars to defeat my pantheon. Indeed, this strategy will deal me a heavy blow. Was it that god of massacre that told you this? Gruumsh immediately understood the situation. He is indeed a crafty and evil god with no qualms about not keeping his words. Indeed, that's why we don't plan to let him go. However, that will come after we defeat your lot, Mistress said in a deep tone, the powerful weave appearing behind her back. The orc gods had been thrown into disarray by the avatars that had just descended upon the moonwood. What was originally supposed to be an ambush had become a catalyst for a grand war, and it wasn't something they had prepared for. They couldn't help but take a second look at Leylin, whom they'd trapped. The battle in midair was extremely interesting. Several orc gods had encircled Leylin, but surrounding them were the avatars of Mystra and Tyr. These circumstances could lead to the deaths of any avatar present here with the slightest misstep, and that would result in grievous injuries to their main bodies. The orcs didn't dare act recklessly. Leylin's grin grew wider as he surveyed the scene that he'd crafted himself. His first interaction with Gruumsh had told him that the orcs wouldn't give up on Maelor. The were-creatures could rely on the orc pantheon. That was why he'd attracted Mystra and Tyr with the curse on Eric's bloodline, so he could meet them and come to an agreement. However, this agreement hadn't been easy to reach. Leylin knew both his allies hated him to the core, and he was sure they planned to attack him together with the orcs in one go. How would they let go of an avatar of a lesser evil god? Knowing all this, Leylin didn't hope for much from the situation. It was enough that they'd deal with the orcs for him. The quartet would take the attention off him until they were wiped out. This is the plan of the Lord. They will first attack the avatars of the orc gods, stopping any experts from aiding them, Cardinal Carroll said to Raphania and the remaining paladins. How about that god of massacre? Raphania frowned. He's promised to engage with the orc gods for now, so he's useful for the Lord's plans. Our goal is to deal with the orcs before we kill him, Carol replied. This war concerned the lives of countless inhabitants of the north, and with this excuse of dealing with the orcs first, the alliance with Leylin would be accepted by most of the paladins. The cardinal represented Tyr's will and wouldn't allow the paladins to harbor any thoughts. However, this reason that could convince many immediately caused Raphania to lose a great deal of faith. Her mind grew weaker and more biased under the devilish influence Leylin had planted within her, and she growled in anger. Teaming up with an evil god, he's the main perpetrator of the curse that hit New Silveramoon City. Watch your words, Captain. Carol's face darkened. As a legendary priest of Tyr, he would not tolerate anyone questioning the will of his lord. A thought arose in his mind. It seems like I need to report this to the Pope after the war. She isn't fit to serve as a captain. Yes, Cardinal. A hint of unwillingness emanated from Raphania's deep voice. She gripped the hilt of her sword so tightly that her fingers turned pale at the same time. The divine battle had reached a climax. Mage flame? A bright light was emitted from Mystra's fingers as the weave materialized in the surroundings. She seemed to gain the support of the very world as overwhelming origin force surged forth. With Tyr's cooperation, the mage flame seemed to blaze through the skies as it trapped Leylin and the orc gods within. Silver fire? Leylin looked at the glowing sea of flames, a trace of fear emerging in his eyes. Silver fire, from what he could remember, was the source of all magic in the world of gods. It was a materialization of Mystra's divinity, possessing great destructive might. Roar, Maelor was the most irascible of the lot, and he was the first to suffer. Several balls of fire landed on his hands, their temperature high enough to burn even the beast claws. Damn it, Mystra, why are you this determined? Ilnevil's expression turned ugly as he watched Maelor's divine weapon being corroded. Some of the silver flames were pressing towards the rest of them. Mystra's legendary silver flame had the might to destroy divine weapons and even the bodies of true gods, but it consumed her divinity to burn. Ilnevil was stumped as to why she was willing to give up so much divinity to harm them. Retreat, Euatrus screamed as he unleashed a pale orb of light. Many lifeless souls sprung forth from the orb, creating a translucent barrier. SSI. The silver flame began to corrode the wall the moment the two came in contact, and the barrier seemed to give way immediately. They've activated a powerful spatial lock. We'll need more time to break through. Ilnevil frowned. They were facing the avatars of two greater gods, and even if all avatars were more or less the same in might, more powerful deities had more efficient ways to dispense their powers. They still took the upper hand in battle. On top of that, their low divine ranks caused these lesser gods to be at a disadvantage in terms of the number of avatars and their recovery speeds. The greater gods would be able to overwhelm them in these aspects. Why retreat? Shargaz roared in rage, and his eyes turned bloodshot. He seemed to have lost all signs of intelligence, turning into a primal beast. These aren't just two greater gods. Don't forget that there's many more subordinates. What if one of them descends as a saint? Ilnevil rebuked coldly, causing Shargaz to stall for a moment. Although it was extremely dangerous for gods to descend with their true bodies, when they did come down, they would be at the epitome of power. If Mystra or Tyr gave it their all, several subordinate gods like the god of wizards Azoth would descend as saints. None of their avatars would be able to escape, the loss of divine strength from the fight taking thousands of years to replenish. Ilnevil indeed excelled in strategy. He hadn't been overcome by rage when he was ensnared in Leylin's trap. He'd instead considered how best to conserve his energy. "You want to leave now?" Leylin asked as he laughed like a maniac. He was now the one who'd decide if he let them go. A phantom of the first three hells surfaced in the prime material plane, and the powerful origin force of Badr expanded Leylin's massacre domain until it encompassed all the orc gods. "Are you crazy?" Ilnevil asked Leylin. "Even if you give your all in this battle, they won't let you go either." "Of course, I'm aware of that, but how can I just let go of a good chance like this?" Leylin's voice covered the entire moonwood, and the crimson glow on his body grew more apparent than before. "Damn it, this lunatic, is he a chaotic demon?" Ilnevil suddenly felt a huge headache, but he could only think of one way out right now. "Maelor," he sent, "hurry and bring your worshippers into the fight. They'll help out." The giant ape had already been scared off by the power of the silver flame. He'd hid by the side, stroking his beast claws tenderly. His golden fur had been burnt black in that attack, and he himself had been reduced to a miserable state. Hearing Ilnevil's words, he began to roar. As soon as possible. Chapter 1152 Iker, the Lord has given us orders. Several legendary werecreature shamans charged into the battlefield without the slightest hesitation. Maylor had roared out their orders, and with him being the object of their faith, their zealotry left them with no choice but to obey. However, the secular leaders of the werecreatures grew irritable. Despite their reluctance, the shamans had pulled them into the fray. "How much longer till preparations are done?" Mystra asked as she turned to Tyr. She had managed to block off the orc gods with her silver flame, and Leylin had been trapped as well. "I need another moment. This is something we borrowed." Tyr had reached into a ball of light that was surrounded by blue sparks. It seemed extremely magnificent, putting great pressure on the orc gods. "There's also some worms crawling over that don't seem to know their place." Mystra turned to the several legendary werecreatures. "We've already prepared, haven't we? Let our people take care of them," Tyr replied indifferently. At the same time, the ball of light finally assumed the form of an incredibly sharp spear. Ilnevil was rattled immediately by the sight, and even Leylin's eyes flashed with amazement. Iker's thorn. They actually borrowed it. Iker's thorn was a divine weapon that even the gods feared. It had the ability to ripple out any damage done to an avatar to its controller, and even gods weren't immune to its powers. It had caused the fall of 2 lesser gods in history and sent a third into deep slumber. Mystra and Tyr had somehow managed to borrow such an ominous weapon. Leylin's brows furrowed as the AI chip retrieved the relevant information from its now almost all-encompassing database. "So it's from just after the dusk of the gods. This ability and the energy it's radiating," Leylin smirked. "So they actually just took the weapon of a Magus of laws and renamed it. So much for integrity." Despite his smirking, Leylin grew more serious. He feared Magi much more than he did gods, their mysterious powers posing a much greater threat to him even as he was now. On the other end, Ilnevil sent a message to his comrades. Everyone should have heard about Iker's thorn. If you can't get away, it's better to destroy the avatar than to let it injure you. A bit of your energy reserve isn't worth being thrown into a long slumber. "Maylor," Euatrice shouted, "stop being so stingy with your subordinates. We'll give you enough compensation later." Pressured by his party, Maylor pulled back the team of legendary shamans he'd sent to deal with Leylin. However, their efforts had been halted before they could even re-enter the Moonwood. Cardinal Carol had arrived with paladins in tow, holding a staff made of aged maple. The cardinal chanted a holy spell that caused the paladin's armor to glow with light. "Purge all evil in the name of justice." The werecreatures were a bunch of bloodthirsty savages in the eyes of the paladins, existences that had to be removed from the face of the world. "We don't have much time." Gara looked at the paladins before him, a menacing look filling his face as various runes surfaced on his body. They seemed to be sacrificial rites. Chaotic energy began to descend upon the region as a large fire began to burn in midair. A large metal door materialized, and numerous demons charged out under the lead of a legendary Balor. This was a legendary spell, Summon Demonic Army. Its unimaginable might was only cancelled out by the complicated requirements it posed as a chaotic evil spell. The summoned army wouldn't necessarily obey the orders of their summoner. The Balor looked at Shaman Gara with hostility, but another group in the area stole its attention. Paladins and demons were in completely opposite alignments, and neither group would rest as long as the other sighed. Just listening to the word paladin was disgraceful blasphemy to demonkind. "Demons from the abyss!" A paladin screamed as he rushed forward, waving a greatsword bathed in holy light. "Holy slash! Percent dollar?" The Balor spoke in an incomprehensible ancient language as it looked at the group of paladins, its voice coarse and unpleasant. The words of blasphemy. A white rune radiated purity from Carol's solemn face. "This is getting too troublesome." The Balor's spell had been cast in an instant, rooting the charging paladin to the ground. The Balor smiled malevolently as he brandished his sword, cleaving the still paladin in two. "Heh, it's the prime material plane. We can harvest souls now." Many other demons charged out from behind the Balor, throwing spell after spell as they turned the place chaotic. It all happened too quickly, and that paladin had fallen to the Balor's sword before anyone could react. "Damn it! You evil vermin, you shouldn't exist in this world." Raphania screamed as she recovered from a daze, killing intent boiling to the surface. However, the words the Balor uttered as it looked at Raphania astonished her. "Heh, a legendary paladin? No, I smell a whiff of energy from those idiots in Badr on you. I am a paladin, protector of justice. Don't try to ruin my reputation." Even Carol didn't put any stock in the demon's words. They only served to agitate the paladin, and she radiated powerful energy as she drew her sword and entered a frontal clash with it. "Kill!" The other paladins looked each other in the eye before charging forward to meet with the demon army. A scene of chaos began to unfold. The Battle of the Gods had reached its zenith at this moment. Iker's thorn had absorbed all the light around it, and the spear had come to float in the air as Tyr pointed it at Maelor. Whoosh! The spear pierced through space to arrive at Maelor in an instant. The beast claws had already been damaged once, and a hole was pierced through them with this attack. The spear moved forward unthwarted, heading towards Maelor's brows. "Roar!" The avatar could only cry in indignance as it exploded, filling the skies with divine light. Seeing the situation worsening, Ilneville shouted at Leylin, "Damn it, do you still want to keep us engaged? Maelor's avatar has already fallen, there is nothing left here that you would want." "Of course not." Leylin agreed immediately, just as Ilneville expected. He retracted his massacre domain, immediately reducing the pressure the 3 remaining gods had to face. However, none of the 3 noticed a spot of red light landing amongst them. "That's right, we can still." Before Ilneville could heave a sigh of relief, Leylin's next actions left him stupefied. Beep! Silver Flame has been analyzed, beginning protection with the Shadow Weave. Leylin immediately dashed towards the fire in the sky as if he was committing suicide. However, a dark web seemed to cover his body as he came into contact with the flames, canceling out with the weave and allowing Leylin to escape. Without the spatial lock of the silver flames, Leylin immediately cast a teleportation spell. White light flashed on his body as he immediately left the Moonwood. It wasn't just Ilneville that was dumbstruck. Even Tyr, controlling Iker's thorn from the outside, gasped. Of course, the one under the most duress was the goddess of the weave. "The weave," Mystra muttered, but then she grew silent for a moment. "No, the Shadow Weave, Shar," she spat out the name of her rival. "Shar. The goddess of shadows?" Tyr seemed to have recalled something. "Didn't she fall already?" "I can't be wrong, that's the Shadow Weave," Mystra confirmed. The Shadow Weave was primal and childish, but it had once been a prototype of the current weave. How could she not recognize it? As soon as possible. Chapter 1153, Heart Mystra and Shar had never been on good terms. They were both gods of magic, and the natural rivalry between the two had ensured that only one could survive. Shar had been thought fallen in the final war, but she'd actually managed to escape the destruction of her divine kingdom with serious injuries. Some amount of luck had allowed her to flee to the astral plane, stumbling upon the Shadow World. Mystra, on the other hand, had established the weave to gain the support of worshippers and other gods. She'd become the guardian of the weave, and the other gods had moved the channeling of their powers to complement the system. Even having become a greater god, Mystra was still cautious of the goddess of shadows. After all, Shar was the one god that could take over her position. The Shadow Weave was a counter to the weave, and it had allowed Leylin to deal with Mystra's Silver Flame and escape with ease. Since it was but one of his many trump cards, Leylin hadn't been afraid of revealing it. Kukulkan, Shar? It was like a bridge had been connected in Mystra's mind. That fear of death, was it because of Shar? Kukulkan managed to find some clues about her, so it gave me the feeling that he would bring about my demise. Although this conclusion was only logical, Mystra had underestimated the situation. She didn't even realize that Leylin possessed another horrifying ace up his sleeve, once that could truly end her life. "It's not a big deal that the god of massacre escaped," Tyr reminded her. "The important thing now is to kill all these avatars. Our true bodies are already engaged in battle with Gruumsh." Gruumsh was fighting crazily ever since he discovered that his pantheon had been ambushed. Their true bodies would not be able to hold him back much longer. "I understand." Mystra's face darkened, and the silver flame strengthened once more. Even without Leylin's domain pressuring them, the orc gods couldn't dare to act recklessly. The silver flame net began to close in on them, and try as they may Illneville and the others couldn't stop Tyr's ambush with Iker's thorn. Shargaz was the one unfortunate enough to be struck by it, killing the avatar and inflicting serious injuries on his main body. Only then did the silver flame crush all the other avatars to death. Mystra? Tyr! Many roars of hatred rang out from the large wasteland that was the combined divine kingdom of the orc pantheon, causing many worshippers and even petitioners to cower in fear. No voice came from Shargaz's divine kingdom. Having suffered the most damage, he'd directly been put to sleep. As for Illneville and Uatris, they were a bit better off. However, they'd lost multiple avatars as well, and wouldn't dare act recklessly anymore. Woo! A mournful and immense bugle horn note sounded in the wasteland as two orc figures wreathed in golden light appeared in midair. Griumsh is summoning us, the male frowned. Mystra and Tyr declared war and summoned their subordinates as well. But right now, this god was Bogtru, the lesser god of brute strength. The orc pantheon was rather special. Although Griumsh was their only greater god, and the rest of them weren't even intermediate gods, many of them excelled in combat. However, Shargaz, Illneville, and Uatris were amongst the fighters, and Bogtru alone wasn't enough to fill their shoes. "Do you have any plans?" he asked the woman beside him helplessly. Although his mother didn't excel in fighting as the goddess of fertility, she had other remarkable abilities that fell under her domain. Shargaz was injured by Iker's thorn. Even if life and healing come under my domain, his true body has entered a slumber now, and I can't heal him. On the other hand, Uatris only lost a lot of his energy. I can aid him in a swift recovery. Luthik was extremely solemn, but I'm not sure we've given this opportunity to recover. Woo-oh. Another horn sounded, this one more drawn out and more frantic than before. The sound seemed to be filled with restlessness as it spread across the plains. Indeed, we won't have the time to heal him. We can only stop them for now, Bogtru smiled wryly. I'll send all of my avatars over. I'll leave managing my worshippers and petitioners to you. Several golden streaks flew out of Bogtru's divine kingdom, joining the large army in the prime material plane. Mystra and Tyr had been plotting to attack the orcs for a while. Leylin's push had finally let them deal severe damage to the orc pantheon, and they'd even managed to cripple one of their gods. If they didn't press the advantage now, what were they waiting for? War sprung up on both fronts. The Silver Moon Alliance attacked even as a war raged in the upper plains. Several subordinate gods like Azoth joined with hired hands from the Good Alignment to wage war on the divine kingdoms of the orcs. This was their chance to teach the orcs an unforgettable lesson. Within the Moonwood, the battle between gods and those of Legendary might had already ruined half the region. The forest of twisted dark trees had ceased to exist, replaced by a sea of burning flames. The dismembered bodies of were-creatures dotted the landscape. The legendary battle was now drawing to a close. With Maelor's avatar dying so quickly, the were-creatures hadn't been useful in the battle between gods. Now, they were facing the paladins. The leaders and shamans hadn't wanted to engage in a fight to the death, and they'd used Gara's demon army as a distraction as they fled. Even if Shaman Gara had maniacally summoned an army of demons, the relentless attacks of the paladins had reduced their numbers until only the Balor was left, fighting Raphania. The other paladins had joined Carol to chase down the fleeing were-creatures. Haha! Even if it wasn't a flame Balor, the Balor Raphania was facing was already at the legendary realm. It peppered her with heretical spells as its greatsword struck towards her with speed and precision. A common legendary would not be its match. However, this Balor was up against a paladin. On top of that, this was Raphania, the Holy Knight, the Lady of Hope. She was resolute in her attacks, and even as injuries covered her body, she didn't take one step back. Her manic behavior struck fear in even the demon's heart. Raphania's armor had already been shattered, and the Balor's sword had broken in half. The demon had also lost its whip in the midst of battle. Hehe, we shall meet again, paladin, the Balor sniggered as he opened a portal. Even if he could still utter such words of pride, he was far too injured to act arrogant. Even though demons were chaotic, instinctual creatures, powerful ones like this Balor still had some amount of intellect. The paladin was nearly burnt out as well. She had to rely on her sword to stay up, putting her weight on it to keep herself from collapsing. However, her eyes lit up as she saw the demon about to leave. The light was peculiar, difficult to describe in words. I contained law and chaos, good and evil. For justice, she howled, burning up the last of her energy as she leapt into the flames. Even at the cost of letting the abyssal flames encroach upon her, she thrust her sword into the Balor's heart. You! The Balor collapsed halfway into the portal, terrified. However, a sardonic smile then appeared on his face. Ha, now I understand. Your power isn't of purity. It's the power of our rivals, the devils. In that case, the demon used all his strength to push Raphania away, using a stump of a right hand to dig into his heart. Haha, here, take my root of evil. A burning heart was suddenly thrown at Raphania, and having expended all her energy, the paladin just couldn't block it. Filthy blood coated Raphania's entire body, and a pure power of evil was immediately absorbed by it. What's happening? Why can I absorb this energy? Raphania stood up once she discovered her body was recovering, stupefied. However, the Balor had been burnt to ashes, and nobody would be able to answer her question. The church, the mission, and support. Raphania's face was blank for a long while before she collapsed to the ground. As soon as possible. Chapter 1154, A Fall from Grace. A fall from grace, the Balor's root of evil was but a catalyst. The seed of evil Leylin had planted in Raphania, oh so long ago, had now erupted, fueled by the weakening of her faith. Badr's world origin force cheered as a legendary paladin fell from grace, turning into a devil. Haha, Raphania knelt and wept. Good, evil, justice. What do they even mean? What did all my effort come to? Flames began to burn around the fallen paladin, and a phantom image of Badr appeared as numerous devils, and even the lords of Badr cheered at the sight of a legendary paladin turning. Argh? The dark flames enveloped the Lady of Hope, causing her to shriek in anguish. The flames greatly transformed Raphania's body. Her face grew far more enchanting than before, as a pair of dark wings appeared behind her back to make her look like a fallen angel. The origin force continued to roar, turning the pious holy knight into an Aranize. Murky light enveloped the former paladin, instantly bringing her to the depths of hell. Just as she was about to descend to the fourth hell, a crimson string of light appeared behind her. Leylin's divine kingdom attracted the now Aranize, pulling her into the first three hells. The cheering lords and their subordinates instantly began to curse Leylin, but nobody dared step into his divine kingdom to seize her. A legendary paladin turned Aranize, Leylin knew best about any events occurring in his divine kingdom. The power of corruption formed at the fall of such a powerful paladin was favored by every lord of Badr. On top of that, the paladin would become a staunchly loyal devil, the most powerful of warriors fighting under their banner. However, Leylin didn't have the time to pay attention to Raphania right now. He instructed Isabel to welcome her, moving into Thultanthar as the flying city left his divine kingdom. The battle in the Orc wastelands had reached its peak. Soul after soul was wiped out as the light of their deaths streaked across the skies of the combined divine kingdom. Hurricanes, tsunamis, earthquakes, various calamities rocked the place, causing many orcs to weep and cower as if the apocalypse had arrived. An army of valiant spirits had set up a large formation on the outskirts of the combined divine kingdom, several hundred professionals of each class. It was a rare sight in the world of gods, one only enabled by the accumulated power of two greater gods over tens of thousands of years. Give up Griumsh, leave Silveramoon and return to your planes. It's your only choice. Mystra was now outfitted in armor, the army of wizards behind her emitting a powerful aura. The array of spell lights caused the orc god's heart to turn cold. However, it was no easy feat to attack the divine kingdom of the orc pantheon, even for two greater gods. Griumsh was a greater god as well, and his accumulated power was not to be trifled either. The bugles continued to sound out as the orcish armies joined up, forming a defensive line under the command of the goddess of fertility Luthik. Griumsh and Bogtru sent their clones forward to meet Mystra and Tyr, blocking their paths. The fight for the north wasn't limited to the north. Outside the prime material plane, it had erupted into a war amongst gods. Mystra couldn't give up on Silveramoon, while Griumsh couldn't give up on the orcs. Their worshippers' conflicts had forced them into battle, as was commonplace in history. Since that's your choice, Tyr raised his one hand slowly. Kill! Wave after wave of paladins surged forward, charging towards the outermost defenses of the Divine Kingdom. Damn it, that's Mystra's Divine Kingdom, Bogtru roared, his multiple clones radiating energy. We're your opponents. A portal opened to reveal the god of wizards. He'd brought with him the avatars of the other gods subordinate to Mystra, as well as giant demigods to protect them. Your pantheon has suffered great losses, Gruumsh. You have absolutely no chance of victory. Mystra and Tyr were squaring off against Gruumsh. With how the orc pantheon was built, if Gruumsh was seriously injured or killed, the entire race would be thrown to the brink of annihilation. Mystra held the upper hand here, able to suppress Gruumsh alongside Tyr. On the other hand, Bogtru and Luthik were not strong enough to take on the rest of their subordinates. Gruumsh originally had the help of multiple gods from his pantheon, putting his only strength slightly below Mystra and Tyr. However, some of his subordinates had been severely injured now, and the situation had completely reversed. She believed she could push the orcs back in one go. Battles between gods were wars of attrition. Even Mystra and Tyr couldn't defeat their enemies in one go, but they had to at least inflict heavy damage on their opponents, causing them to suffer losses in the upcoming wars in the prime material plane. Damn it, you despicable pygmies. Gruumsh's body wavered at the forefront, splitting into over a dozen clones, each of which possessed a terrifying amount of divine force. Even having split up so many times, each clone possessed great power that wasn't inferior to a lesser god's. He could overpower a lesser god just by stacking on them with numbers. However, he wasn't facing a lesser god this time. Mystra and Tyr were both greater gods, and they exchanged a look that showed that they'd expected him to split up. More clones walked out beside them as well, as a ball of light formed into a spear in Tyr's hand. Iker's thorn? Even a greater god like Gruumsh dreaded something like Iker's thorn that could cause grievous wounds to his main body. He gazed deeply upon the two greater gods, eventually deciding to fall back to his divine kingdom. All right, you two, come in if you want to fight. It wasn't easy to take out a greater god's divine kingdom. With the home ground advantage, Gruumsh would be able to take on even Iker's thorn without much trouble. On the other hand, his avatars and his sons had bought them ample time, allowing Luthik to stabilize the situation in their divine kingdom and gather a large army of orc petitioners that were just waiting to deal a fatal strike. It still happened. Tyr shook his head in helplessness. This was the one situation that they didn't want to see. How is it in the prime material plane? He asked. Mystra's eyes flickered with light, and the events occurring in the prime material plane flashed before her eyes. Both sides have assembled at the Thunder Valley and are ready for war any time. Illustrial and Elminster will be barely enough to hold back Saladin and the Thunder God's hammer. Then all the more reason that we can't retreat now. Tyr made up his mind, slashing down with his hand. An explosion sounded as space itself cracked apart, a colorless hole appearing in midair with a crescent blade behind it. The attack struck the borders of the orc wasteland. The powerful divine attack caused the entire plains to rumble. A huge rift was formed at the border, large whirlwinds spreading out as paladins charged into the divine kingdom. Charge! The orcs had been waiting patiently all this while, and now they rushed forward as well to meet the paladins. The petitioners in the divine kingdom were the most fervent of zealots, their gazes filled with fanaticism as they met the wave of paladins. They pit the boost from the divine kingdom against the superior numbers and strength of the paladins and wizards, the two armies clashing violently as a chaotic war erupted. The world seemed to stand still the moment they came into contact. Your greatest mistake was to step in here. A massive voice boomed in the void, and the clouds in the divine kingdom turned dark. BZZT. World Origin Force whistled as lightning rained down upon the paladins and wizards, annihilating a large group of troops in an instant. The law of lightning? You actually want to become a lightning god. Tyr cried out at an alarm as he saw the lightning in the skies. The lightning contained the power of laws and wasn't something that could easily be created even in a divine kingdom. What's more, the law of lightning possessed great destructive force, as soon as possible. Chapter 1155 Mark. The fight's pretty intense. Thultanthar was flying outside in the void, hidden between spatial rifts out of reach of the powerful lightning in the Orc plains. It looked like an indomitable mountain, its strength unfathomable. Beep! Thultanthar concealed by shadow weave, setting defense levels to Aeon. A black net spread out in the surroundings of the Netherese city, slowly disappearing as it intertwined with the weave in the vicinity. It concealed the city's aura immediately, making it undetectable no matter how close it got to the battlefield. Initiate plan, Leylin ordered indifferently, an icy gaze flashing in his eyes. He'd taken a risk with his avatar before, engaging with Maelor and the Orc gods to help Mystra and Tyr deal with the Orcs. However, his intentions weren't to cause trouble for the Orcs. After all, they were of the same alignment and were closer to him than Mystra and Tyr. Still, he was an evil god. The only thing that brought his kind together were benefits, and he wouldn't hesitate to betray them for his own gains. With the greater gods embroiled in battle, it was the best time for him to execute his plans. Beep! Mission established, tracking target found. The AI chip intoned, a large amount of information being transmitted to Leylin. The backdoor he'd left via that red spot of light activated, allowing the AI chip to execute its mission. Beep! Target confirmed. Kingdom's defenses have been broken, beginning teleportation. A powerful hurricane engulfed Thultanthar alongside the AI. Chip's notifications, the violent gales beginning to glow as the city streaked across the void like a sharp sword. Buzz! Thultanthar disappeared into the light, reappearing within the Orc plains above a magnificent golden palace. There were many Orc petitioners here, praying to a strange Orcish statue. They were startled by Thultanthar's appearance and roared in rage. Secondary cannons online. The AI chip's icy words were the only reply. Numerous cannons atop Thultanthar shot beams of light, dissolving even the holy spirits under their power. A dark web spread across the skies, locking space down before volley after volley of cannon fire razed the palace to the ground. A god's true body was revealed beneath the palace, dressed in loose black robes with a black-gold halo of light encircling him. A murky energy shrouded his body. Having suffered a huge loss of divine energy and being forced out of slumber, he roared at Leylin in rage. Kulkulkan and Thultanthr? His voice held extreme rage and shock, but there also a major portion of fear. He hadn't been prepared for the flying city at all. That tracker was effective after all. Leylin looked at the forlorn Uatrice before him, his eyes flashing like that of a predator looking at prey. Maelor had never been his target. That ape was only a wild beast that had mastered a part of the law of massacre, not worthy of his attention. The only god of massacre he'd consider targeting was Cyric. No, his real target was the death god of the Orcs, Uatrice. Massacre and death complemented each other perfectly, each domain being able to support a greater god. They synergized very well, their powers compounding upon each other. They definitely serve well as Leylin's final trump card. Back on Debank's Island, the innumerable deaths caused by the plague had allowed Leylin to touch upon the law of death. However, it hadn't allowed him to comprehend much, leaving him miles away from comprehending the law of death. However, this was the world of gods, and he was a magus. Why would he slowly comprehend a law if he could just kill a god and directly steal his position? There were many gods of death in the world of gods, the strongest of them being Kelimver, the greater god of death. However, he was someone too strong for Leylin to scheme against right now, and there were others from different pantheons he could target. Leylin had chosen Uatrice because he was considerably weaker than the others as a mere lesser god. An Orc god would be much easier to deal with than the gods of the other pantheon. More importantly, the Orcs were currently at war. It was the best chance to strike. With various reasons merging together, Leylin would feel sorry for himself if he didn't seize the opportunity. That's why he orchestrated these events. To fulfill his goal of killing Uatrice, Leylin had used Maelor as a distraction. He pretended to fall for Maelor's schemes in the Moonwood, using his avatar as bait and giving up his location to Mystra and Tyr to have them wipe the Orcs out in one shot. The entire process was extremely perilous. If not for multiple trump cards, his avatar would have fallen to Mystra and Tyr. However, all of that paid off. The Orcs suffered huge losses, and Gruumsh was forced to engage in a divine war that dropped all defenses. Uatrice had nobody protecting him, so now was the best time to strike. Leylin had managed to plant a tracker on Treacherous in the midst of battle, allowing the flying city to instantly teleport to Treacherous' position and slay him. With Thultanthar having been used against Sekala before, the gods would definitely have prepared against a greater god with a Netherese city. They concealed their true bodies, preventing instant teleportation into their divine kingdoms. Had Leylin not made all this preparations, he would have had to enter Treacherous' divine kingdom and track him down inside. By the time the AI chip was done, with its scan Gruumsh would have appeared to reinforce. However, there were no what-ifs in the world. His plan successful, Leylin would enjoy his spoils of war. What are you trying to do? This is the Orc Plains. My divine kingdom is extremely close to the Gruumsh. He can immediately send any of his clones over. Treacherous' golden face seemed to be disconcerted right now, which was an extremely rare expression on a god. This was the fruit of Leylin's labor. Several of Treacherous' avatars had been slain by Mystra and Tyr, causing enough damage to send him to sleep. Even though he'd sensed the incoming danger now, it would be a wonder if he could use 60% of his power, and he was facing a peak form Leylin alongside Thultanthar. Treacherous, in the name of the god of massacre, I proclaim you dead. The phantom of a powerful winged serpent appeared behind Leylin's back, its demonic wings spread out to cover half of Treacherous' divine kingdom. A terrifying gloomy darkness loomed over Treacherous, devouring him whole. The serpent's eyes only contained apathy and greed, causing Treacherous to be overwhelmed with despair. Rumble. The powerful lightning suddenly stopped in Gruumsh's divine kingdom, and he roared in fury. What happened? Mystra and Tyr looked ahead in surprise, watching a terrifying scene unfold. Treacherous, you damned vermin, pygmy, bastard of the hells, you actually dare? Gruumsh roared, but it was too late. A divine kingdom dimmed within the Orc Plains, leaving the area as it headed for the void and fell into the darkness. Anguish surged in Treacherous' petitioners as they died without warning, and his priests in the other planes discovered themselves being cut off by the spells of their god. This could only mean one thing: the Orc god of death, Treacherous. He'd fallen. It's the god of massacre? Mystra and Tyr understood this point immediately, but were unable to change the outcome. The Orc armies only stalled for a moment, beginning to attack even more ferociously than before, as soon as possible. Chapter 1156 Death. A powerful spatial storm enveloped Whitejade Saint Mountain within Leylin's divine kingdom. Space being ripped apart as the silhouette of a flying city appeared within the chaotic region. A cathedral atop the mountain radiated golden light that protected the surroundings, rendering them unaffected by the flying city. Kukulkan, my lord, you are a star in the skies, the overlord of our souls. The petitioners on the mountain knew Thultanthar to be their lord's mount, a sacred artifact of the giant serpent church. They were not fazed by its appearance, instead kneeling down to pray. AI chip, report Thultanthar's status, Leylin said as he opened his eyes, sitting in the main control room dressed in gold. Beep. Thultanthar has suffered 36.77% damage. Energy reserves depleted. Shadow weave broken. Secondary spell formations are 22.5% damaged. The report caused Leylin's eyes to twitch. He remained silent for a long time. It's been damaged so badly, he finally sighed. Gods really were the darlings of the world. Even Netheril at its peak, with all its research into the arcane, had still been reduced to rubble under their might. One had to pay a price to slay a deity, even if one was a great arcanist controlling a flying city. Thultanthar had already been damaged in Leylin's fight against Sekala. It had been undergoing repairs in his divine kingdom, but it had been called out for this strike and damaged even more severely. It was a testament to Leylin's ability that the flying city had even remained intact. Leylin's will pervaded the entire flying city, seeing through everything. There were many cracks on its silver-gray surface, and the primary cannons had suffered damage from overuse. Even the secondary core had been damaged, the city operating purely on its primary energy source. It was never easy to bear the brunt of a god's death throes. It's all worth it. Leylin looked excitedly at the damaged crystal floating above his hands. The divine domain of a god of death. This was Leylin's reward for slaying Treacherous. He'd given up on searching the divine kingdom, given how close it was to the other orcs. having to flee the moment he killed the god of death as he saw a raging Gruumsh rushing over alongside the other orc gods. If he'd tarried a moment longer, even if he could eventually escape Thultanthar would have been destroyed. However, all these scenarios held no meaning whatsoever. Leylin knew that he has succeeded, and that was enough. Leylin looked at the divine domain crystal ball and sniggered. Kukulkan's words will lose all credibility, and he'll be labeled unscrupulous and crazy. When news of this spreads, there likely won't be any more gods willing to ally with me. If he really was a being of the world of gods, his actions just now would have led to his death. He'd be isolated by the other gods, having to hide himself in Badr forever. However, he was a Magus. Even if he didn't offend these gods, none of them would wish to ally with him once his true body descended anyway. Even if he'd offended most of the gods and had his reputation raked through the mud, he'd managed to get what he wanted, and that was enough. Badr and Thultanthar would be enough to sustain him until he had the chance to let his true body descend. Soon, Leylin muttered, resolution flashing in his eyes as a phantom Targaryen appeared behind his back. The power of devouring enveloped the crystal, causing the mysterious power of death to reveal itself. He instantly felt a connection to the world origin force that allowed him to comprehend the captivating law of death. The AI chip flashed with notifications as well. Beep. Host has devoured a law crystal, absorbing divine domain. Beep. Transfer completed. Host currently has 50% comprehension of the law of death. Unlike other magi, who spent tens of thousands years to comprehend laws without much success, the word skyrocketing wasn't sufficient to describe Leylin's comprehension. He'd managed to comprehend half of a law as powerful as the law of death at one go, and he still felt it wasn't enough. A pity, Treacherous is just an orc god, and his law comprehension is 50% at most. He's also a god of orcs, souls, and other things. If I devoured Kelemver, I'd most likely be able to achieve 100% immediately, generating a death domain that belongs to me alone. However, Leylin knew his place. He was at his limits scheming against a lesser god, and a greater god like Kelemver was beyond his reach. The AI chip's notifications continued. Beep. Host had comprehended 50% of the law of death. Activating death domain, the user becomes the ruler of death, governing all that has to do with it. Any being who perishes within the domain will lose their souls to the user, giving the domain priority. Beep. Host's massacre domain complements the death domain. Both domains will experience a boost in power. A simple explanation. Leylin stroked his chin, thinking of a devastating possibility. A ruler of death, that is to say that any souls that perish in my domain are mine, and with the priority, I'll have control even before the god they worship. If that's true, then the worshippers of the other churches would be subjected to my control. If I spread the domain throughout the prime material plane, won't it become a new underworld? However, this was all in the future. He still had to finish comprehending the law of death quickly, or it would all just be a grand illusion. Beep. Host status has changed. Refreshing. The AI chip sent Leylin the latest stats. Name, Leylin Fallen. Race, human lesser god. Divine name, Kukulkan the god of massacre. Alignment, neutral evil. Domains, massacre death divine kingdom, nameless located at the first 3 hells of Badr. Divine rank 8, worshippers. Natives, devils, adventurers, clerics. Worshipper alignments, true neutral evil, lawful evil. Arcanist rank 35. Strength, 29. Agility, 29. Vitality, 29. Spirit, 29. Arcane energy, 350. Divine force, 800. Status, healthy. Feats, Herculean strength, master of knowledge, dreamscape vision, epic adaptability. Divine feats, origin force detection, arcane art amplification, illusions. Divine abilities, warp reality, epic massacre. The completely fused domain will come soon. My understanding of the law of death will improve, and it'll only be a matter of time before I finish comprehending it. Death and massacre. 2 extremely powerful roles that lean towards negative energy. What kind of effects will their fusion bring? Leylin's face slowly brightened with anticipation. The instant Leylin absorbed the law of death, a roar of fury rang out from the fugue plane, within a city filled with souls. Someone is eyeing my throne? The voice was extremely loud, carrying the dignity of a god. Many of the dead souls here couldn't help but kneel, their translucent bodies shivering in fear. This was Kelimver, the greater god of death who ruled the fugue plane. He was the one who'd managed to build a kingdom of peace for the dead, his impartial attitude allowing him to obtain the favor of the plane's origin force and bringing him to the apex of the gods. All Kelimver had left to do was to weaken the remaining gods of death, obtaining primary control of the domain. He was actually happy to see Treacherous fall, as it meant that there was one less god of death in the world. Had Leylin offered to trade the domain crystal, he would have obtained the friendship of this greater god. However, Leylin had used it for his own. The shift in death's origin force couldn't fool Kelimver, and Leylin had henceforth made an enemy of another greater god. However, Leylin had no plans to negotiate or deviate from the path he'd set himself upon. There was nothing he could do about Kelimver's fury. Of course, he still realized his position. Before his true body descended upon the world of gods to initiate the final war once more, he would sit inside his divine kingdom and not step out. With the protection of Botter's origin force and his divine kingdom, he could still protect himself. Kelimver understood Leylin's plans, and the only thing he could do was give Leylin some troubles with his dead worshippers and petitioners. He was left with no choice but to roar in rage, as soon as possible. Chapter 1157, Resurrection. Several years went by in the blink of an eye. Many events came to pass, the most dazzling of which was the battle between the humans and orcs in the north. Having suffered defeat in the Divine War, the orcs retreated between several lost battles. They were eventually pushed all the way back to the old Silveramoon, with even a natural leader like Saladin unable to reverse the situation. Old Silveramoon had only survived the assault with its powerful fortifications, aided by the Thunder God's hammer. Saladin had finally managed to repel Elminster and Illustrial, causing severe casualties to the Silveramoon Alliance and forcing them to withdraw in order to consolidate their strength once more. However, the damage was already done, and the orcs had to recuperate as well. Even if they were ready to fight to reclaim the lost land, they didn't have the faculties to start another war. The North had thus been split in twain, entering an eerie, unstable tranquility within the wastelands of the combined divine kingdom of the Orc pantheon. Mistra and Tyr had already retreated, but Gruumsh had already suffered. Treacherous falling alone was more damage than losing 100,000 petitioners, even if they hadn't been the ones to do it. Leylin's notoriety had spread amongst the gods once more, causing a new wave of fear and hate. He didn't bother with that at all, however. Right after the battle, he met with a person he was familiar with. "It's been a long time, Raphania," he said from his throne as he looked down upon his new subordinate, his old friend. "I've given up on my past name, my lord. Please call me Phoenix, Hellfire Phoenix," the former paladin said emotionlessly as she knelt before Leylin. Phoenix had changed greatly with her fall. She'd grown even more captivating than before, her tender white skin shining with a milky luster. A pair of beautiful wings sat comfortably on her back, making her look like a fallen angel. Hers was a unique beauty, representative of the aesthetics of the Nine Hells. "All right then, Phoenix, tell me, what do fairness and justice mean?" Leylin asked with a puzzled gaze. "That answer is my life's goal," Phoenix said as she lifted her head, her exquisite face filled with determination. "However, this corrupt, filthy world cannot give me that answer. Equality can only come when the entire world is destroyed and rebuilt from scratch. I shall use my hellfire to purge this dirty world clean." Words of wisdom. Although Leylin was praising her calmly on the surface, he rolled his eyes inwardly. So now she's an advocator of the purge. Raphania is Raphania, even if she's changed. All that didn't matter, however. Another legendary devil who worshipped him was worth it. Leylin waved his hand once Phoenix left with a bow, a mirror appearing in his hands that was connected to the prime material plane. A legendary devil hunter appeared on the mirror's surface, the same one that had traveled with the Neon merchant group to the Orc Empire. He greeted Leylin in respect. "Kukulkan, my lord, you are the Lord of Massacre, the Keeper of Order. You are the ruler of devils. I've done as you wished, my lord. The paladins and priests apart from Raphania are already dead, their souls trapped in their burning skeletons. I can convert them once they're transported to the kingdom. Leylin's mirror showed the prayer and report, causing him to nod his head slightly. Raphania's fall was something he'd orchestrated long ago, but a single paladin or priest would have been able to stop her from turning when she did. That was why he'd had his devil hunters focus on them, rendering them unable to assist the Lady of Hope. That was how he'd gained a new legendary Arenize in Phoenix. You did well. We've obtained all we could in the north, and now is the time to return. Leave the necessary information paths and priests, but bring Barbara and the other devil hunters back, he decreed. Leylin knew fully well that this incident had put him at odds with both Mystra's alliance and the orcs. The suppression he would face would soon grow severalfold, and in such circumstances, it was better to pull his elites back before he suffered unnecessary losses. If Mystra and Tyr mobilized their forces, he would definitely lose quite a few worshippers. As a new god, Leylin didn't have many legendary powerhouses or much wealth to his name. Everyone he lost would bite him. Anyway, he'd gotten the law of death he was eyeing in the prime material plane, so he didn't have much he wanted from it now. The faith coming from Debank's island in his divine kingdom would be enough to sustain him. Leylin thus retracted his gaze from the prime material plane, racking his brains as he thought about his new law. Massacre and death, a perfect match. Leylin had obtained a new level of enlightenment regarding his role as a god. The power of the law of massacre is boosted by the deaths of the enemy. There needs to be a catalyst between all this. Either law can support a greater god, so if I turn this into a cycle... Leylin's eyes flashed with wild ambition. His root was that of a Magus, and with the AI chip and his comprehension of laws, he instinctively knew the path he had to take. His future advancements had grown completely clear to him. Mage started with cultivating spiritual force, before transforming the soul to let them comprehend laws. Even as a mere rank 7, Leylin already saw the silhouette of his path as a peak rank 8. This was an extremely alarming matter to the entire astral plane. Death Domain, a dark energy spread out from Leylin's palace, entering the surroundings. He felt control over the life and death of everything within its increasing range, able to see every organism within. Death is inseparable from the soul. Thankfully, I have enough research into the soul that I'm not inferior to the gods. Leylin smiled. AI chip, what's the progress on the simulation of the law of death? Beep. Law of death comprehension at 50%. Beginning soul simulation with stored data, the AI chip intoned. Another notification soon appeared on the chip's interface. Beep. The law of massacre has influenced the death domain, giving it the Death's Decree ability. Death's Decree. The user of the domain can cause the death of any creature he wills. Those without divine power will lose their lives immediately, and the effects on divine beings depends on their divine rank. The AI chip's powerful calculative abilities had allowed it to derive a new ability immediately. The death domain is really powerful. Leylin inhaled a sharp breath after seeing the results. Legendary powerhouses without divinity would die immediately, and even their souls will cease to exist without exemption. Even demigods have a 50-50 chance of dying. Death's Decree would be rendered useless when facing more powerful gods, but with Leylin's strength, it made for a powerful weapon against the other lesser gods. He had a chance to kill them directly, one that increased the weaker his opponent was. Even more terrifying was that this ability would grow with him, its effects growing more powerful over time. Death's Decree, what a magnificent ability, Kelemver has it too, huh? However, doubt soon filled Leylin's mind. Wait, I haven't heard of such a thing about Kelemver or any of the other gods of death. A possibility surfaced in Leylin's mind, causing him to be elated. Could it be only those gods of both massacre and death obtain it, or only if they fulfill some other conditions? If that's the case, once I finish the law of death, won't I be able to? As soon as possible. Chapter 1158 Fugue. The skies of the fugue plane were a misty gray. The sticks flowed smoothly on the ground, wiping the memories of the occasional listless soul clean to induce a calm lifelessness. A city of black granite and rotting mud was erected in the wilderness. This was the City of Judgment, under the jurisdiction of the god of death Kelemver. Countless beings with no faith were half embedded into the wall of the faithless, wailing as they seemed to be getting swallowed by it. The faithless in the world of gods were treated worse than the worshippers of rival gods, demons, and devils. They wouldn't be accepted by any divine kingdom upon their death, only able to suffer eternally on the wall. It was too late for these souls to pledge faith to any god. Kelimver gave them 3 choices upon their arrival, and the other 2 were even more torturous for the faithless than the wall. Only the abyss or Badr would accept these beings, but even they only wished to turn them into soul-nourishing bugs. The city of death was deathly silent and quiet despite being littered with sluggish souls. Even liches would wish to leave this place as soon as they could. Boom! A large golden gate opened up all of a sudden, radiating divine light. The glow carried the power of salvation, seemingly adding a ray of hope in this land of death. However, reality was the exact opposite. The wandering souls shrieked in shock at the appearance of the holy light, avoiding at all costs despite only seeing a single ray. This light held the power of a mighty god, and it wasn't something they could face directly. Had they not escaped, they would have been wiped out of existence without a trace left behind. Damn it, a god is descending. It's the goddess of the weave. The city of judgment bustled with activity as many of the souls hid underground and in towers. Even the liches, devils, and demons cursed loudly as they escaped, portals beginning to flash throughout the city. Mystra's figure slowly walked out of the bright golden door. Looking at the activity in the city, she smiled meaningfully. Mystra! A giant voice boomed throughout the city, and a middle-aged man in blue robes came to stand before her. He looked extremely common, seeming like a nobleman, but his eyes shone an all-seeing black. A strong death domain was spread out with him at the center, as if he was the ruler of death in this entire world. This was the King of Souls, the greater god of death Kelimver. "You always bring me trouble," he said as he saw the city rustling. His death domain reverberated with a tranquil power, soothing the agitated souls and rendering them calm once more. This was a mutation of the standard death domain, eternal tranquility. It served to protect and soothe the dead, giving them respect. Kelimver was a neutral god, and he'd always tried his best to provide peace to the dead. He opposed those who tried to extend their lives and despised the blasphemous arts of necromancy. His symbol was that of a skeletal arm holding up a balance. There were rumors that Kelimver and Mystra once loved each other as mortals. Their relationship seemed to have stalled after they ascended to godhood. Although the two had never admitted it, the current scenario suggested that the rumors were true. "Why have you come to disturb the peace of the fugue?" Kelimver looked at Mystra. Their current relationship was different from before, and it was partially because Kelimver hated magic. He felt that magic had disrupted the peace of the dead. There may have been other reasons as well. Many liches and devils guessed that Illustrial was a daughter born to Mystra through a mortal named Elminster. "It's naturally for that god of massacre, Kelimver. Aren't you angry at the fact that someone is eyeing your throne and prying into your powers?" Mystra laughed coldly. "He's just a new god. His power is far from Nephthys and Segajin," Kelimver said after a period of silence. These other gods he'd mentioned were also gods of death, but they were intermediate gods themselves. Leylin was only a lesser deity, and without even a full comprehension of the law of death, he didn't pose much of a threat. "Really?" Mystra's expression changed, and she made up her mind. "Have you ever heard of the legend of the nightmare serpent? Is this what you foresee?" Kelimver grew silent once more. "For you," he started after a while, "I'll lend a hand once more. However, I once made a pact with the Circle of Gods, and it prevents me from doing many things." Kelimver was a neutral god, and without Leylin even being a god of death, yet he couldn't just charge into his divine kingdom. It would be considered blasphemy, and if he tried it, the other gods of death would ally together to suppress him. Such was his fate as the strongest god of death. "That's enough, I only need you two." Mystra smiled beautifully and spoke of her purpose. "My worshippers are being detained by Kelimver." News from the fugue plane soon reached Leylin's ears, and it caused him to frown. This was indeed a troublesome issue. Worshippers would normally enter their god's divine kingdom after death, and this was a pact that could not be violated. However, some things could still be done in between. While pious worshippers had enough strength of faith to directly move to the divine kingdom after death, and priests would directly become powerful holy spirits, things didn't work the same way for regular worshippers. They first had to be sent to the fugue plane, being judged by Kelemver. The false would be placed on the wall, and the remaining would be sent to emissaries of their respective deities. Kelemver was acting up on his contract with the circle of gods that solidified his position as a neutral god. It would cause Leylin some trouble. After all, only a small number of his worshippers were fervent enough to be transported directly. The emissary questioned him before, but Kelemver answered with a condition. He expects you to make a trip to the fugue plane yourself before he releases their souls. The valiant spirit reported, trembling in fear. Leylin waved the man away before falling into deep thought. He smelled a conspiracy brewing, and it caused him to smile wryly. They're clamping down hard, not even allowing me some time. Even if he wanted to rest now, they would most likely not give him this chance. His laws clashed with Kelemver's own, so the bias would be hard to fight. On top of that, Leylin had no friends among the gods, only those who would watch upon his situation with schadenfreude. Thankfully, I don't have many worshippers in the prime material plane. Most of them are here in DeBank's Island, and their souls don't need to enter the fugue plane when they die. He felt somewhat relieved at this thought. The best way to fight his opponent's schemes was to avoid walking into the trap. If not, his outcome could only be miserable. Having confirmed that Kelemver intended for him to travel to the fugue plane where he could cause even more problems, Leylin prepared to ignore all matters and hole himself up in his tortoise shell of a divine kingdom. So what if his reputation would be ruined? So what if his faith in the prime material plane would be halted? Most of his operations were within the divine kingdom, hence there was nothing to fear. Moreover, Leylin was someone from the Magus World. Becoming a greater god was of no use to him, and the more concern he showed about the threat, the easier it was to deal with him. He would only end up losing everything if he acted. Instead, he would enter a battle of attrition. Of course, he still had to attend to the shortage of faith that would be caused as a result of this suppression. At the very least, Leylin knew clearly that the faith from the prime material plane would drop drastically soon. His worshippers in the divine kingdom would slowly turn into petitioners over time, an irreversible process that would rob him of new faith. Although there were profits to holing up inside the divine kingdom, his main source of new faith had been cut off as soon as possible. Chapter 1158 Alliance. Although his worshippers being in his divine kingdom would benefit him in the short run, over time they'd be whittled away. It'd be akin to a slow suicide. However, Leylin didn't care about that in the least. What he lacked the most was time, and the longer he could drag things out, the more benefits he would get. As long as he could finish becoming a god of death before the faith from his worshippers dwindled to nothing, he would be able to bring his true body over and restart the final war. The greater gods would be forced to deal with peak rank 8 Magi, and Leylin wouldn't have to worry about them anymore. But I seem to need something more to comprehend the law of death. Leylin's eyes flashed, deep in thought. It'll go faster if more souls are provided as experimental subjects. However, it wasn't easy to find the massive number of souls needed for the AI chip simulation. Leylin estimated he'd need roughly 10,000 regular souls for every stage of progress, and the total count would need him to sacrifice all of his worshippers. Even he couldn't do such a thing. I can only look to the prime material plane, the abyss, or Badr. Devils and demons were both formed from soul bugs, so they qualified for the AI chip's requirements. Leylin didn't want to help the demons or devils start a bloody war in the prime material plane. Even if it supported his comprehension of death and fit his role, it wouldn't be of much benefit to him. After all, he was a god as well, unlike the other lords of Badr. There was no need to fight the demons either. He already had a third of Badr in hand, and with that amount of origin force sustaining his divine kingdom, there was no need for him to dither around. With that said, it seems like I only have one choice left. Leylin's gaze pierced through his divine kingdom, looking at the edge of Phlegethos. They seemed to be thinking the same. The place was packed with an army of devils. Leylin's worshippers recognized him as the Lord of Badr, so it was a given that he would take over the other levels as well. The remaining lords would definitely prepare against him, although all of them remained guarded against each other. And with their leader in name being lost scattering them further, they still maintained a unanimous front against Leylin. They'd managed to stop him from advancing into the fourth hell, the powerful Samuel most likely able to escape even if Leylin tried to use his flying city. By that time, the other lords would come to aid him and stop any other sneak attacks. Now, the armies at the border had grown even more massive. They didn't seem complacent in defense, instead going for the offensive as they moved to attack Leylin's divine kingdom. Interesting, the armies of pride and lust as well. The presence of the other lords' aid was extremely obvious to Leylin's divine will. They finally decided to ally together against me, huh? He smirked. Even if Asmodeus was in peak form, he wouldn't be able to bring them together like this. They wouldn't join up even if I continued to parade as the supreme. Furthermore, how could Asmodeus recover so swiftly without a greater god helping him? Leylin immediately understood the danger this time. Asmodeus had definitely obtained the help of a greater god, unifying the other lords of Badr to deal with Leylin. The gods would need to train another 10,000 years to be able to scheme against him. So then, is it Gruumsh or Mistra? Leylin had immediately listed out the greatest suspects, and his personal opinion shifted more towards the latter. The chances that it's Mistra are extremely huge. She's been after me for a long time. Anger welled up in Leylin's heart. He immediately saw through her intentions. First, she colludes with Kelimver and stops my supply of worshippers. Next, she uses the help of the devils and turns the tides to attack my divine kingdom. She's prepared to bleed me dry until I'm forced to make a trip to Fugue. Then she'll ambush me. However, the only miscalculation you made was my strength. He laughed coldly, his conscience traveling through his divine kingdom to bring two people before him. The devil hunters are prepared and awaiting orders, my lord. Isabel was dressed in crimson armor and what seemed to be a cape of flames, radiating an aura of valiance. She'd grown much more powerful than before, seeming like a massive beast of ancient times as the dragon blood in her body was further purified by Leylin. She was now at the peak of the legendary realm. Beside her was the former Lady of Hope, Phoenix. The more devout someone was before their turn, the more power they would acquire with their fall. Raphinia's staunch faith had pulled her up to become a high-ranking legendary when she turned. Although Phoenix could adopt the appearance of a pit fiend, Leylin ended up choosing to model her after Glacia. The Erinai's form gave her strength equivalent to a greater devil, and Glacia's expression, if Phoenix eventually evolved to become an Erinai's queen, would be delightful to watch. Good, remember, your mission is to defend and not step out of the kingdom's boundaries. My avatars will assist as necessary. Handing command of the devil hunters to the two of them, Leylin continued with his plans. The greatest strength of devil hunters was in their ability to seal devils to use their powers. With a constant war against the other lords of Badr ongoing, they would prove to be extremely beneficial. As long as they stayed within the divine kingdom and remained protected by its laws, they would only grow stronger with every wave of devils fighting them. And if they lost numbers, he could just recruit some more from among his worshippers. Leylin had already considered all problems when he designed this profession, so the natural talent required of a devil hunter was not high. Their strength depended almost solely on the devils they sealed. Thus, the devil army was like paradise for those who wished to improve. At the same time, the Queen of Lust was bowing towards an older devil in the endless void. The preparations are complete, father, the Lady of Malbolge said. Cough, very good, Glacia. The old devil seemed frail, wrought with illnesses. He had black eyes, a goatee, and a horn on his head. This was the Lord of the Ninth Hell, the Supreme of Badr, Asmodeus. Samuel, Levistus, Baalzebul, Mephistopheles. Thank you all for making it here. We lords haven't met in a long time. Asmodeus looked at the figures of the other devils nearby. With all the remaining lords of Badr gathered together, even the space around them was screeching with agony under the burden. There's a few faces lost and another gained. Beelzebub, Mammon, and the Hag Countess are here no more, but my beloved daughter is now amongst us. Asmodeus spoke incoherently. Enough, Samuel roared, flames of anger blazing on his body. We're gathered here for one purpose, and that's to deal with Kukulkan. The other lords here may just be fulfilling their curiosity, but he himself could not remain relaxed. Phlegethos was right under Leylin's divine kingdom, putting the greatest pressure on him. He'd had to hide within the depths of the fourth hell ever since Leylin slew Mammon, holding himself up in his fortified castle with curses and traps so he could retain a sense of safety. Indeed, we need to kill the god of massacre, bringing Badr back to its former self. Asmodeus' expression hardened. Although he didn't need to face Leylin's pressure directly, the new god gave him a very strong sense of danger. Not to mention that Leylin's worshippers declared him the ruler of devils in their prayers day and night, a resounding slap to his face as supreme of the 9 hells. Hee. A strange sound traveled, causing Glacia's face to sour. I suggest we sign a contract immediately, splitting the tasks amongst ourselves and the united front. I can guarantee that I don't need any of the first 3 hells after the war. I only wish for Badr to regain its former self as we bury that god of massacre in the dirt. Asmodeus flipped open the black contract book in his hands. The elated lords did not seem to notice the icy gaze hidden deep in his eyes. As soon as possible. Chapter 1160 Rejection. In the name of the Supreme, kill Them. The great army that had gathered in Phlegethos charged out with a roar, entering Leylin's divine kingdom under the guidance of the pit fiends present. Rumble, however, they were greeted by lightning and thunder the moment they entered the place. Bolt after bolt crashed down, leaving huge pits in the ground as they completely decimated the devils in range. Some devils were even being burnt by flames, screaming miserably as their resistance to fire proved to be useless. Although the devils had come to a ceasefire agreement with Leylin, it hadn't been all that restrictive. The contract was broken the moment the devils made their move, so Leylin had nothing holding him back. My lord, Cuculcan, bestow upon us the power of massacre. Numerous devil hunters were lying in wait behind defenses created by devil slaves. Some of them watched their opponents with apathy, while others looked on with greed, even enthusiasm filling their eyes. In their perspective, these devils were only a source of power. On top of that, they could give up everything for the divine kingdom of their lord. Isabel and Phoenix were completely fixated on a projection of the battlefield within a command center, one of Leylin's avatars at their side. This war shall last a long time, he prophesied. Several decades passed in the blink of an eye. Leylin's divine kingdom stood tall in Badr, and even though the battles did not cease at all, the petitioners and natives of Debank's Island slowly forgot about it. Things were always the same with gods. Divine wars lasted centuries without conclusions, with few instances like the Orc-Human War in the prime material plane. Even then, the orcs had only been suppressed, and the humans of the north given assistance, at the heart of Leylin's divine kingdom, within the gigantic shrine atop Whitejade Saint Mountain. Beep. Simulation 78,923 complete. Test sample ER-3's data has been obtained, storing into the law database under Death Raising Souls 2, the AI. Chip's robotic voice brought Leylin out of a trance. He glanced over the information the chip was showing him, taking a look at the records about his comprehension of laws. Beep. Host's comprehension of laws. Devouring 100%, massacre 100%, greed 100%, death 99%. It's already so far in, huh? His eyes flickered with understanding. These devils have been tremendously helpful. An understanding of the law of death required the analysis of a great number of souls, as well as the destructive force formed at their deaths. Even if the other lords of Badr hadn't provoked him, Leylin was going to invade himself to kill a massive number of people. Right now, they willingly sacrificed themselves in his divine kingdom, becoming free specimens for his experiments. How could Leylin reject their wish? He kept up the fight with the devils, stalling them at the boundaries of his divine kingdom without much damage. He left them with some hope of victory, ensuring that they would send in their troops continuously to allow him to accumulate more and more information. I've almost added death to my rolls. Leylin had now reached a threshold in his comprehension of death. He only had one last fragment before he could condense the law into his domain. Mistra's pressured me a lot lately. Leylin lowered his head, his eyes filled with determination and solemnity. The goddess of the weave hadn't just colluded with Kelimver to hold his worshippers back, she'd also instigated the archdevils to attack his divine kingdom. The giant serpent church in the prime material plane didn't have it good either. A large number of wizards under Elminster had abandoned all work, looking for traces of the powerhouses of the church like crazed beasts. Had Leylin not stopped expansion in the prime material plane and summoned Tiff back beforehand, the church would likely have suffered massive losses. The influence of her actions were already beginning to show. Leylin's faith in the prime material plane wasn't growing anymore, almost on the verge of dwindling down. Such a situation would be extremely dangerous for gods who relied on faith. Without enough, they wouldn't be able to sustain their powers and die out slowly, their divine kingdoms descending into darkness as their soul was destroyed. Without worshippers, a god was like a fish out of water. Leylin was mainly supported by Debank's island now, but even then the situation was very dangerous. The mortals in his divine kingdom would slowly all morph into petitioners, becoming souls that couldn't eat, reproduce, or do anything of the like. It would be a devastating blow if that process completed, and with the number or generations of commoners in the fallen empire, it was close to being so. Thankfully, my comprehension has been smooth. My main body is almost ready as well, and even now I can come in and restart the final war. A hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. Leylin's main body was ultimately a Magus. This clone was merely some preparation on the path of faith, and it was all right to give it up for the sake of his main body's success. Leylin thus decided to drag things out, ignoring Mystra's challenges and refusing to confront the issue. It gave him enough time to develop his laws to this point. Mystra wasn't a fool, but she'd never have imagined that Kukulkan was merely the clone of a Magus. Her methods could end any lesser god, but without the proper knowledge, all her schemes were pointless. Leylin was just using her effectively to earn time, giving him the foundation to take on the coming storm. All of a sudden, Leylin suddenly felt his heart squeeze. His divine sense told him of the arrival of an absolute danger, and he immediately traced it to the celestial hall. Leylin's avatar opened its eyes from up on the throne, looking at Mystra, who was making a speech. For all these reasons, I propose the god of massacre, Kukulkan, be removed, she proclaimed loudly, looking towards him with a chilly gaze. The numerous gods in the celestial hall sized Leylin up. The good gods would never accept an evil god like him, and the evil ones didn't have much to do with him. Only Umberlee was left, looking on helplessly. I agree, Tyr said immediately after Mystra's speech. I as well. A voice sounded from the pedestal of death. Leylin recognized Kelimver at a single glance. The greater god had evidently sensed Leylin's comprehension increasing, and he'd grown grim and hostile. And I, Griumsh stood up from amongst the orcs. A god that kills his kind so brazenly does not need to exist. His stance was followed up by the other orc gods as well. In the blink of an eye, Leylin felt himself becoming an enemy of all the gods. His pedestal was on the verge of collapse as well, and the effects of attacking other gods without allies or a foundation were beginning to show themselves. Agreed, agreed! Waves of origin force gathered around Leylin with the loud clamor of the gods. If the overgod had been present, the world would have stripped him of his godfare ruthlessly, causing him to fall. However, with the overgod in a deep sleep, the celestial hall had no power to punish him. The only thing these gods could do was eject Leylin from the place, isolating. And isolate him is what they did. Terrifying lightning crashed down on Leylin's cracking pedestal, and the avatar was destroyed without any way to resist. Of course, the amount of divine force he'd lost was negligible, but the follow-through would be terrifying. Being rejected by all sides, Leylin would be left with no space to grow anymore. Leylin had no idea that he had unwittingly created a record. Ever since the overgod fell into his slumber, Leylin was the only true god to be rejected by both good and evil, being forced out of the celestial hall as soon as possible. Chapter 1161, Begin, she got the remaining gods to completely exclude me? Leylin grinned coldly within his divine kingdom, so that's her power. Indeed, with control of the weave and the backing of the gods of magic, she has allies aplenty. His grin only grew wider as he recalled what Mystra had whispered to him after being ousted from the celestial hall. She's threatening me to hand over Shar's location? Leylin rubbed his chin in interest as he thought about Mystra's conditions. Seems like she's scared. She thinks Shar is hiding behind my back and scheming something? True. She would be an idiot if she did not suspect anything after I demonstrated my ability to use the shadow weave. Leylin recalled the information he had at hand. Shar and Mystra had been rivals from before the dusk of the gods, their schemes against each other unending. Mistra had eventually been allowed to become the goddess of the weave, letting her advance to become a greater god. She's focused on Shar now, thinking I know her location. Leylin found it extremely hilarious. However, even if I told her that Shar was in the shadow world of the astral plane, how would she exit the crystal sphere? And assuming she does, what'll she do about the Magi waiting right there to attack her from all sides? Now that things have fallen to this stage, she'll most likely keep this up. After some consideration, Leylin had rejected her conditions. His eyes flashed as one of his avatars appeared at the border of his divine kingdom. Rumble. The power of magic surged violently at the borders of Badr, many wizard souls forming a large spell formation with the weave. Each one of them had stern faces, casting different dazzling spells. An army of golems was beside them, their metal surfaces filled with runes as all their cannons and other weapons were aimed at Leylin's divine kingdom. A goddess was standing at the front of this army of magic. She had an extremely exquisite face, looking so fragile that one breath could break her. Her snow-white skin and starry eyes combined with the dazzling light shining off her body to radiate divine dignity. "Isn't ousting me from the celestial hall enough to quell your rage, Mistra?" the avatar asked. "I cannot tolerate it anymore. Kukulkan, god of massacre. Give me Shar's location immediately or face my army of wizards." Mistra's expression turned icy. "Submit to me, and you will gain the friendship of a greater god." The subordinates continued chanting after she spoke, the combined spell forming with a powerful flurry of energy. Each of them had the strength of a high-ranked wizard with the unlimited support of the weave, the energy they consumed to cast spells immediately replenished by Mistra's divine force. A threat. This is your usual style? Leylin was currently under extreme pressure. His faith in the prime material plane had suffered, and the worshippers he did have were being detained by Kelemver. He'd also been at war with the devils for decades, and Mistra had just ousted him from the celestial hall. Even with all this, she immediately came knocking on his door to threaten him. The goddess of the weave thought Leylin would submit quickly with the size of his divine kingdom, not costing much at all. However, not everything worked according to this goddess' will. Leylin had prepared for this the moment he was kicked out of the celestial hall. "Submit! Submit! Submit to the lady!" Leylin only shook his head at Mistra and the chanting of her subordinates. "Mistra," he said sternly, "I ask sincerely, consider this once more. Do you really want to wage war with me? You won't be able to face the consequences." "How?" Mistra's mighty will trembled that instant, and she seemed to feel a scary omen. However, she was a greater god. That fear was followed by utter disgrace. "I actually fear a lesser god, even if he's related to Shar and that legend of that nightmare serpent. Damn it." She had only hesitated for that one moment. Her thoughts moved towards her allies in Tyr, Kelemver, and the others she'd made after the Battle of the North. Her forces had almost doubled since then. "Indeed, if you still continue to resist, then there can only be war." Mistra waved her hands, and powerful spells surpassing even the legendary realm began to converge. In that case, Leylin's avatar slowly vanished. He appeared with his main body, carrying a strange circular disc. "What are you trying to do?" Mistra grew extremely wary. After all, it was inconceivable for a god to step out of their divine kingdom with their true body. Furthermore, she felt a strange chill being emitted from that strange plate. "If you want war, then war it is." Leylin Farlier smiled gently, but it looked extremely malevolent in Mistra's eyes. Many Magi of Laws had already gathered together outside the crystal sphere of the world of gods. As was decided, Mother Kor and Leylin will decide upon the first batch of Magi to descend. "Is that all right?" Ignox looked at the surrounding Magi, a large bone timepiece in his hands. It wasn't just the Magus World. Existences from the Purgatory World, Icy World, and many others were present here. This included the nefarious Filthbird and Trial's Eye. "No problem. I concur," the other Magi agreed. Leylin and Mother Kor had been given exclusive rights to decide the first batch of Magi to descend, granting them a lot of benefits. Leylin's own aura had already become extremely hard to fathom, and nobody knew what his current strength was. It has begun, the destiny of billions of years, the final war with the gods. Many existences muttered to themselves, many emotions welling up within them. It was at this moment that they saw a small hole opening on the crystal wall, intertwining with evil intent. Merciless roars sounded out as several of them launched themselves through. Then I shall fulfill your wish. Kukulkan was looking at Mystra with a faint trace of pity. The Manderhawk plate, show your power to connect worlds. He tossed the strange plate in the air. Countless repairs and improvements had brought it to a new level of completion. And it dazzled in the air as milky white light formed a passage connecting the world of gods to outside the crystal sphere. All of the gods watched on incredulously as their eternal wall. The unbreakable wall, fortified by the Overgod, slowly melted away to reveal a passage to the outside. Several overpowering auras rushed inside, carrying the power of evil. Haha, it's indeed the world of gods. I can smell the aura of the gods, and these souls, more beautiful than a skylark. Kill, the divinity and ichor of the gods will fertilize my lands until truth is found and eternity attained. What's happening? All the legendary beings of the world immediately shifted their gazes to this region. The mysterious evil aura seemed to dig ancient memories out of their minds. This magic magi. Ogma was the first to exclaim, Heavens, the ancient dusk of the gods, is it about to happen again? The frightening news instantly echoed through all the divine kingdoms, alerting even the demons of the abyss and the devils of Baatar. Magus, you're a Magus! Mystra was stumped when she saw Leylin's true rank 7 body standing behind his clone. Her following screams almost pierced through the skies. Beep. Host is a rank 35 arcanist. In my name as a Magus. Leylin walked forward, powerful origin force welling up within him as it carried the intent of the Magus World's world will. Many magi of laws roared out. Outer weave 100% analyzed, inner weave at 50%. I announce. The world crystal covering the Overgod's throne in the celestial hall began to tremble. The entire world seemed to roar out in grief. The one that felt these changes the greatest was Mystra. She looked at Leylin's Magus body, and the fear she felt from that familiar aura almost caused her to turn around and run away. However, it was too late. Beep. All conditions met, rank 12 arcane spell, Karsus avatar activated. Let the final war begin, as soon as possible. Chapter 1162, Crumble Crumble Karsus, avatar had been launched. Leylin was going to take over the weave, effective immediately. He'd tried the spell he'd inherited from Distorted Shadow once before when he was in the Shadow World. Although there had been many side effects to it, he'd managed to get rid of Shar and obtain victory in one move. The AI chip had been improving it ever since, and now it was as powerful as a rank 8 spell from the Magus World as it barreled towards Mystra. Rumble, the entire world of gods trembled as the weave materialized all around it, brimming with boundless energy. Mystra, Leylin turned towards the goddess, proclaiming, Your everything is now mine. So he was the one I feared all this while, with strength that could claim my life at any time. Mystra's enlightenment had come all too late, at her dying breaths. With control of the weave shifting to Leylin, her true body revealed itself. Her face was filled with fear as the silver flame on her body raged out of control, engulfing her entirety. No, how? Gasps of exclamation were heard from the upper planes and even the underworld. Mystra's divine kingdom crumbled away, falling into the infinite void. Our Lady, why would the Lady? Mystra's priests wept in the prime material plane, feeling the great agony of divine power being stripped from their bodies. Even more shocking was the scene outside Leylin's divine kingdom. The petitioners in the place collapsed lifelessly, their auras waning as their bodies disintegrated. Several valiant spirits and holy spirits tried to resist, but with Leylin's control of the weave they were wiped out immediately as well. The weave of the world of gods. Despite prior experience with the world of gods, Leylin felt an extreme burden on him the moment he took over the weave. He felt like a little boy trying to use a large axe, about to hurt himself at any moment. The weave is incompatible with my domain. Fusing with it by force will only taint my path, Leylin concluded immediately after he wiped the army out. On top of that, there's still problems even if the AI chip optimized the spell. At the same time, Leylin Farlier sneered as he felt a force of distortion congeal in the void. You want to control me to release your conscient. Dream on collapse. With Karsus, Avatar giving him the weave, Kukulkan ordered its destruction immediately. This wiped out the divine role of the weave in itself, and explosions sounded out as the network of purple veins that covered the world broke apart. The sound of weeping traveled across multiple worlds. Boom! An explosion rocked the celestial hall the moment the weave was destroyed, coming from the Overgod's throne. Many wizards were shocked by the destruction of the weave. The construct that they'd used from the start had lost all connection to them, and any who were casting a spell at the time of collapse suffered from an explosive backlash that left them without a complete corpse. With the weave gone, all of the wizards in the world had become worthless. As for the gods, they roared in rage. They'd lost the channel they used to acquire faith and converse with their worshippers. The convenient weave gone, it was a disaster to have to expend the divine force it took to contact or bless their worshippers directly. The so-called strongest system of the world of gods had disappeared just like that. Even the devastation it caused right away was only the surface, the heavy repercussions of this loss only to be felt much later. Still, the most dangerous effect of the destruction of the weave had revealed itself. The core of the weave revealed itself, and the seal that the gods had built to trap the conscience of many fallen magi was broken apart. Leylin opened the doors of this prison, allowing these hardened criminals to escape. Mortals, professionals, various creatures, they all raised their heads, only to see the sky swamped with darkness as the moon connected to the weave shone brightly in the skies. The weave continued to crumble apart, severing its connection to the moon as dozens of powerful evil laughs escaped into the prime material plane. The moon has changed. The white moon turned a dark purple to the shock of the mortals. A large, vile eye opened up in the center, seemingly watching over the world of gods. So the conscients were sealed in the moon, huh? Leylin looked at the now black moon, grinning, break, rumble. The eye on the moon shattered to the tune of Leylin's roar, several dark shadows immediately covering the world in darkness as they spread out. We may have been forgotten by the passage of time, but we shall never forget. Vengeance against the gods? The fragment of a peak rank 8 Magus resurrected itself, turning into a great evil that caused the gods to turn green. The shattering weave continued to affect the entire world, only abated by the Sea of Origin force doing its best to suppress the violent ripples of energy. The Overgod is acting? Pity, trying to stop the effects of the weave breaking will only aggravate your wounds, Leylin said grimly. The attack that should have destroyed more than half the world had been suppressed by the Celestial Hall. However, Leylin felt it more effective to deal the Overgod a serious injury than destroy some planes or kill a billions useless creatures. You dare. Kukulkan moved to encircled a power of distortion, causing a black figure to appear behind him and howl in rage. Distorted shadow, you wish to make use of me and inserted a backdoor into Karsus, Avatar. Don't think I'm unaware of your wishes to escape the weave. A golden net began to cover Leylin's clone, extending to the warped shadows nearby. My path was never the path of the gods. Here, suffer the backlash of the weave with me. Kukulkan laughed maniacally as several golden lights escaped from his body to be absorbed by the main body. There was a serious flaw to Karsus, Avatar. Nobody in the astral plane could withstand an instant transfer of the weave's authority to them. Even Shar would need to spend 10,000 years adapting. On top of that, Leylin had destroyed the weave after he gained control of it. The backlash from such an act was so devastating even the Overgod would be grievously injured. The spell was but a death wish. But now, Leylin's Magus body had begun to reap the fruits of his labor in the world of gods. Although the clone perished together with distorted shadow under the backlash, he remained indifferent. He'd already made preparations to transfer what was important. Beep. Clone's comprehension of laws received massacre. 100% greed, 100% death, 100%. The killing of the greater god to obtain the weave had pushed Kukulkan's law of death to completion. The clone would likely have added death to his portfolio, but as a Magus, Leylin had no need for that. I was prepared to lose this clone ever since I named it Kukulkan. When he'd sent the clone into the world of gods, Leylin had been prepared to give up on it completely. The clone would have to bind its powers to faith and worshippers, something that disagreed with his roots. Even a greater god would die without faith, and Leylin considered that simply too sorrowful. As a Magus, he was different. Every ounce of his strength belonged to him and him alone. Nobody could take it away, as soon as possible. Chapter 1163. The Path devouring, massacre, greed, and death. Various powerful laws converged in Leylin's body, causing him to grow without end. The path to becoming a rank 8 Magus was the control of several laws, and with 3 new laws added, Leylin quickly broke through from the peak of rank 7. Everything fell into place. Even just one of death or massacre could have brought him to rank 8, but with 4 different laws condensing together, he broke through to a different realm entirely. A terrifying phantom Targaryen appeared behind his back, hissing like an ancient ruler of beasts. Its body guarded by fine crimson scales covered the skies, and it flapped its devilish wings as its single horn radiated terror. The most intriguing of all was its third eye. The pupil within that was as large as a star, containing a trace of cold-blooded indifference. The Targaryen was a representation of the laws Leylin comprehended. Every scale contained the power of laws so strong that another Magus could comprehend some of a law just by looking at it. It was extremely precious for Magi ranked 4 to 8. Now, even more laws were infused into these scales. Death, massacre, and greed converged in a whirlpool as the Targaryen continued to grow. The creature hissed as multiple bulges appeared at its neck. Boom, boom, boom. 3 loud explosions rang out at the Targaryen's neck as 3 more heads popped out, carrying the new laws Leylin had obtained. They were slightly smaller than the original, having neither the horn nor the third eye, but other than that, they were identical. Many more heads grew beside these 4 as well. However, they seemed illusory, as if they lacked something important that prevented them from materializing. A rank 8 Magus needs to comprehend multiple laws to reach the peak of rank 8. One needs to comprehend their own path, cultivating their own set of laws. The serpent howled as Leylin spoke, each note causing the astral plane to tremble. My path is the root of all evil. With Dreamforce as the foundation, I shall fuse gluttony, greed, and wrath, pride, lust, sloth, and envy. This shall couple with massacre and death, forming the path of original sin. Henceforth, I am the Lord of original sin. Leylin's voice at this moment traveled across the entire astral plane. Dreamscape trembled with joy, its origin force converging as Leylin unleashed a dark red Dreamforce at the peak of its power. With the nightmare-absorbing physique having sacrificed a Lord of Calamity to the world, Dreamscape gave Leylin the highest level of access to its origin force. Using it to fuse his laws would not be a problem. HSSS. The 4-headed Targaryen roared, using the law of devouring that mutated from devouring to fuse massacre, death, and greed. Crimson Dreamforce catalyzed the fusion, forming the basis of a perfect path. An incomplete, seemingly weak light shone right into the phantom Targaryen. Leylin's path having materialized, the beast underwent a complete transformation. Crimson light covered its body during the act, before fading to reveal a massive and powerful figure in the Targaryen's place. This creature had 9 pairs of devilish wings, each wide enough to cover an entire world. The scales on its body were now black, interlaced with complicated crimson runes. 9 malevolent heads roared in different directions, 4 real and 5 illusory. The head in the center, the one with the horn and third eye, was radiating an incredibly powerful aura. This aura far surpassed rank 7, pointing towards a path that led to truth. Beep! The AI. Chips out and out, host bloodline has advanced, approaching the limit of its roots. Retrieving stats, the Targaryen serpent's genes have been transformed, reaching perfection. Analyzing law runes. As if dictated by something like fate, the AI chip returned with a true name for this 9-headed serpent, Beep. Host Bloodline's true name is now 9-headed Nightmare Hydra, incomplete. Law of Devouring has evolved under the influence of the Bloodline. Devour is now an innate rank 8 spell. 9-headed Nightmare Hydra? Leylin looked over all the information provided by the AI chip. His bloodline had been transformed, but it still lacked the necessary laws to reach completion. It would have to wait until he devoured the remaining Lords of Badr, clearing all obstacles to his breakthrough to rank 9. The 7 sins are the basis of vile thoughts. These thoughts lead to violence, and violence causes death. The cycle is thus formed. The Nightmare Hydra roared from behind Leylin at this moment. Every emotion of gluttony and greed, every murder, and every death was absorbed into a black fog that shrouded it. making it seem more sinister and darker than before. The source of these emotions wasn't restricted to Leylin's divine kingdom. Nay, all of Badr, the prime material plane, indeed even the entire astral plane came under his control. Be it worshippers, friends, enemies, or even strangers, the sins of all beings in existence would be absorbed by him. With the foundation of Dreamforce, original sin would cover the entire astral plane. As long as intelligent beings remain in this universe, I will never die, Leylin proclaimed. The power of sin would become his strength, a power that nobody could escape from. Put bluntly, be it gods or magi, nothing could ever kill him unless the entire astral plane was destroyed. Even if he was attacked and slain, he would revive from the sins of any being. Such was the might of Dreamforce combined with original sin. There were various paths that led to the truth, and thus there had been many peak rank 8s that had survived to this point. However, Leylin's path of original sin was at the top of the list, a result of every move of his being painstakingly planned out. Leylin shifted his gaze towards his divine kingdom. Despite his god clone being devoured by the main body and a small part of it dying with distorted shadow, it had remained upright. This was extremely unfathomable to the world of gods, breaking all known laws. Kukulkan, my lord, you are a star in the skies, the lord of the natives, the ruler of devils. You have shown mercy on my soul, and are my only haven in death. Many petitioners continued to pray in the divine kingdom, feeling nothing amiss. It was like Kukulkan's death hadn't affected them in the slightest. Experiment successful. Divine kingdom remains stable, and the power of faith is moving smoothly. Another of Leylin's clones appeared within the divine kingdom, carrying the dignity of a god. However, its voice was the extremely monotonous tone of the AI chip. Indeed, this new clone was being operated by the AI chip, having fused with one of Kukulkan's avatars. Even as the true body fell, this clone took over everything just as Leylin had planned. This was also a decision Leylin had made in the past. He didn't like how faith had so much of a hold over gods, but he didn't just want to toss his divine kingdom and petitioners away. He'd instead have the AI chip take control of an avatar, becoming the god Kukulkan itself. This would be downright impossible for a god, but with the AI chip having fused with his soul, Leylin could do it. The AI chip at this point was another Leylin, even one that had passed the probe of the world of gods as it took over his divine kingdom. Great, Leylin nodded, and the Nightmare Hydra spat out an illusory divine spark that it inserted into the clone. Having gained control of the divine domain, alongside the fact that this auxiliary AI chip was under the control of the central one within Leylin, Kukulkan was reborn once more. Even though the divinity the Hydra gave the clone was only a simulation, it was just like a greater god authorizing their subordinates to manage their divine kingdom. Despite Distorted Shadow's plans, Leylin hadn't suffered any repercussions at all, as soon as possible. Chapter 1164 Breakthrough I am Kukulkan, the god of massacre. The AI chip clone released a powerful domain after getting the authority from the Nightmare Hydra, seeming just like the original. Faith channeled successfully, blessing system in order. A lot of data appeared from the AI chip. The clone was but an intermediary. It allowed Leylin's Magus body to borrow the powers of his divine kingdom, using the divine domains he'd possessed as the god. Even as the AI chip made its report, he could feel his main body connecting to a massive sea of faith. Kukulkan had accumulated decades upon decades of faith, and now it was all being absorbed by the Nightmare Hydra. It made Leylin feel stronger with each passing moment. Combined with the power of emotions he just absorbed, it pushed Leylin towards a higher realm. Beep, emotion energy has been accumulated, beginning breakthrough to rank 8. Leylin was a warlock. It wasn't just laws that he had to worry about, his bloodline and power had to be accumulated as well. However, he'd spent all this time accumulating resources, and the fusion with the divine clone brought him up to standard. Advancing was only a matter of course now. HSSSS, the 4 physical heads of the Hydra, continued to spew out the energies of their respective laws. A perfect path of original sin took place, forming a phantom behind the Nightmare Hydra that repelled even the origin force of the world of gods. Time seemed to pass in an instant, but it also felt like a million years. By the time Leylin recovered his senses, all the power inside his body had fused, forming an extremely powerful bloodline that filled each and every cell in his body with power. A black stream of energy appeared before him as he raised his hand, carrying traces of the weave. The fusion of bloodline and laws, coupled with Dreamforce, my power has already evolved, transforming my path into one that is completely my own. This strength, this path, the feeling of extreme power caused Leylin to grin widely. It shall henceforth be known as the power of original sin, something that can only be used by its lord. The AI chip had a lot of information as well. Beep. Host has advanced to rank 8, obtained the strength of original sin. The Nightmare Hydra bloodline has evolved the Devour skill, obtained innate skill, World Devour. World Devour. The laws of devouring have reached their limits. With the support of other laws, Host has gained the ability to devour worlds. The Nightmare Hydra can devour all dimensions, semiplanes, and small worlds. I can absorb the bloodlines, emotions, and even laws of what it devours. Even with a small world as the limit, what a frightening ability, Leylin sighed. No matter how small a world in the astral plane was, it still had billions of lives within it. The origin force of anyone could give birth to at least a rank 7 Magus. However, these small worlds were now an insignificant meal in Leylin's eyes. Beep. Host's stats have changed, recalculating. Changes have been detected in the world due to a shift of laws. Stats calculated on the basis of the world of God's standards. Name, Leylin Farlier, rank 8 Warlock. Bloodline, 9-headed Nightmare Hydra, incomplete body, strength, 45, agility, 50, vitality, 65. Spiritual force, 99. Soul status, soul of original sin laws, devouring 100%, massacre 100%, death 100%, greed 100%, path, original sin's innate talent. 9-headed Nightmare Hydra, devour world, abilities, dreamscape vision, origin force detection, illusions, warp reality, epic massacre, death's decree. It adjusted my stats since we're in the world of gods. Leylin looked at the stats of his Magus body. His lips curled upwards as he looked at most of his divine force being retained. Even a greater god only has stats hovering around 50. I'm only a new rank 8 Warlock, but my stats already surpass so many of them. This was quite logical. The power of a god came from their divine kingdom, their power being distributed by faith unlike Magi, whose power was their own. The gods were thus weaker overall, only able to contend with the Magi due to the buffs from their divine kingdoms. Additionally, Leylin himself had overpowering strength. He'd formed his path before even approaching the peak of rank 8, ensuring that his path of advancement smooth and his battle prowess exceptional. He was almost a peak rank 8 fighter himself, so he was vastly different from other Magi. This power, I can determine the life and death of a divine being. Leylin no longer bothered with the prime material plane after his advance. It had already turned into a land of screams, being ravaged by the Magi new and old. With Mystra's fall and the collapse of the weave, the world had turned into a mess. With distorted shadow and the goddess of the weave taken out, there remained nobody foolish enough to challenge Leylin outright. The region around his divine kingdom was actually relatively peaceful. How can a warlock's advance not be celebrated with blood? Leylin smiled lightly. He took a step into the fourth hell, where the devils and devil hunters were still embroiled in war. He looked at the armored devils, only speaking 2 words, original sin. HSSS, the phantom of the Nightmare Hydra appeared behind Leylin's back, seemingly turning into a black hole. The dark power of original sin that contained a trace of blood turned all the devils into ashes in an instant, even absorbing their souls. Each of the 4 heads of the Nightmare Hydra had turned into a sinkhole, absorbing everything connected to original sin without end. As evil beings themselves, these devils would not be able to escape. Phlegethos immediately turned silent, and only the 6 lords of Badr showed themselves. Magus! Asmodeus looked at Leylin with the greatest fear his daughter had ever seen on his face. The primordial contract states that even demons and devils must put aside their differences against the Magi, forming an alliance of blood. They must even join forces with the gods, for this is an apocalypse of multiple worlds. Both of Asmodeus' hands trembled as he flipped to the last page of his book of contracts. If the Magi are not stopped, that shall be the end. devils were naturally lawful. Looking at Leylin's Magus body, every cell in their body radiated fear and rage, even their souls trembling. The lords showed themselves without the slightest reservation, all six putting aside their differences as they roared in unison, more evil than the devils and more chaotic than the demons. Magus, scram from Badr. Each lord of Badr was a being of laws, and Asmodeus had inconceivable might. Even the gods dreaded their combined strength. However, Leylin Farlier was not Kukulkan. Having advanced to rank 8, he feared nothing unless he was surrounded by a bunch of greater gods or was forced to fight in one's divine kingdom. Do you know why I brought my divine kingdom to Badr? Indeed, I wanted to avoid the gods, but there's more to it. I wanted to collect your power. A phantom hydra appeared behind Leylin, the ravenous manner in which the illusory heads looked over at them, causing the archdevils to feel fear. Your strength will define me. Be honored to be a part of my path. The void trembled with Leylin's proclamation as an extremely sharp weapon descended from the skies. The weapon was extremely strange. It seemed to possess the distinctive traits of all weapons at the same time, like an ancient beast of times past thirsting for blood. Dazzling origin force radiated around its body, cutting apart the very world without end. Dazzling origin force radiated around its body, causing the void to be cut continuously. This was Leylin's origin force weapon, similar to the overgod weapon once attempted in the world of gods. It had the power to kill gods, being the result of an ancient civilization's research coupled with the AI chip. This was something Leylin had taken several centuries of hard work to create. HSS, the nightmare hydra roared, and the 9 different heads each spit out a black gas that formed more runes atop the weapon, as though celebrating its birth. You are now my overgod weapon, the 7 sins, as soon as possible. Chapter 1165, 7 sins with the baptism of the nightmare hydra, 7 sins let loose a terrifying buzz of origin force. It roared with power, thirsty for the blood of beings of law. Beep. Information on 7 sins has been added to the database, the AI chip reported. 7 sins, overgod weapon origin force weapon. Source materials: world crystals, blood of Apollo, dream force, shadow force, mermaid scales, prophet's bones. Abilities: gluttony's devouring. 7 sins can devour the blood and souls of its enemies, obtaining their power. Blessing of greed: the weapon's greed boosts the user's powers. Massacre amplification: the souls of any beings of law killed by 7 sins will be dispersed. Silence in death: any existences killed by 7 sins will be wiped from the passages of time, removing all chances of resurrection. Further effects remain locked, respective laws required. This weapon is bound to the Lord of Original Sin. No other existence will be able to wield it. The weapon that Leylin had devoted hundreds of years to finally reared its head, showing off its viciousness to the world. Haha, good abilities, I like it. Leylin grasped 7 sins with both hands, and the weapon buzzed in harmony as it revealed a sword's blade. This, overgod weapon? The archdevils gasped in fright, looking at the weapon's splendor with fear. Indeed, your blood shall become its power. Leylin's eyes were filled with indifference as he appeared before Samuel, the Lord of Wrath who ruled the 4th hell. Damn it, what have you done to my land? Samuel roared in rage. His strength increased in the midst of his fury, flames howling forth from Phlegethos as a massive wave of origin force surged into him. You may be an archdevil, but the origin force of just one level of Badr will not protect you from my weapon's terror. Leylin swung the massive sword without fear, the weapon buzzing violently as phantoms of dreamscape and the shadow world took form behind it. The rage of 2 large worlds immediately shattered the phantom of Phlegethos behind Samuel's back. Haha, 7 sins was baptized with the origin force of 2 large worlds in its creation. What can a mere 9th of the origin force of Badr do to it? Leylin was laughing like a maniac, the huge sword easily sweeping away the surging flames to sever Samuel's right hand. At the same time, it left a deep gash on his chest. Argh! Samuel screamed in agony, not daring to face Leylin directly anymore as he retreated. A being of law, an archdevil, had been severely injured and sent into retreat in a single strike. How would Leylin give up on such an opportunity? Come back, he howled, 7 sins transforming into a bladed chain with a black hook at the end. It hooked onto Samuel, culling him back. Blessing of greed? 7 sins transformed continually, becoming a horned hammer. With the blessing of greed and 2 large worlds backing it, it immediately crashed down Samuel's head. The overwhelming attack caused Samuel to finally feel despair. He lost all confidence and dignity, beginning to plead for help from the other lords. Quick, save me? Stop him. He'll become harder to stop if he gets Samuel's powers. Everything had happened too quickly. A Lord of Badr had been defeated in almost an instant, and even Asmodeus didn't have the time to react. By the time he moved together with the others to surround Leylin, a pity it's too late. Leylin laughed loudly, a layer of origin force melting off from 7 sins to cover his entire body in armor. With that protection and his own might as a rank 8 warlock, he had no fear of the devil's attacks. Cry, scream, your resentment and anger shall become my power. Even Asmodeus won't be able to save you now. Asmodeus was indeed a crafty old devil. He was much more powerful than the rest, his blazing fists breaking through Leylin's defenses. However, Leylin was still a step ahead. Even if he was injured by hellfire, the hammer continued to smash down. Boom. Feligethos seemed to freeze in that moment. The other archdevils cursed, screamed, and roared in rage as one of their own fell to Leylin in front of their eyes. Leylin didn't care about all that, however. He was focused on the AI. Chip's notifications. Beep. Host has killed Samuel. 7 sins has activated Gluttony's devouring, absorbing new law of wrath currently at 100%. HSS. The nightmare hydra behind Leylin hissed loudly as another head materialized from its neck. It absorbed all of the fury in the astral plane, quickly healing itself of its injuries. Beep. Host has comprehended the law of wrath. 7 sins has gained the fury amplification ability. Fury amplification. The user can double their stats by consuming the powers of wrath. It really is great to battle devils. I can get stronger and gain more abilities as I kill them. Leylin was extremely elated by the acquisition. He immediately activated the new ability. Rumble. Asmodeus felt Leylin's strength doubling in an instant as it pulsed with fury. The archdevils were immediately pushed back. Samuel's strength, you absorbed it so quickly, Glacia cried out in shock. The other archdevils, including even the haughty Levistus, turned pale. How could they deal with an enemy that got stronger the more he fought? No, he's only putting on a strong front. Even a greater god can't escape our combined attack without injuries. He's nothing. Asmodeus was indeed a sly old devil. He saw through Leylin's disguise immediately. Let's attack together. We'll be able to take him out. I am indeed injured. Leylin's broken armor merged back to form 7 sins, and the weapon grew in size. But before I die, how many of you will pay the price and join me in death? Is it 2 of you? Maybe 3? Leylin mocking gaze swept past Levistus, Mephistopheles, and Balzabul, causing their expressions to change. Even average humans would double-guess themselves in a time of death, let alone these powerful devils. Asmodeus almost vomited blood at this. Even now Leylin hadn't forgotten to pick at their natural disposition. With him and his daughter being together, the ones being sacrificed would most likely be the other 3. They wouldn't want to die just like that. The other lords began to have second thoughts, exposing the fatal flaw of their unreliable alliance. With this thought in the back of their minds as they faced powerful opponents, Leylin could even turn the tides and corner him instead. Damn it, let's retreat, Asmodeus said as he looked at the evident mistrust in the eyes of his allies. He seethed with fury, but all his preparations had come to naught and he had no choice but to retreat. The other archdevils retreated as well. Seeing the divine light from Leylin's clone covering the entirety of Phlegethos, they felt extremely humiliated. The lords had spent decades and sacrificed countless life to besiege Leylin's kingdom. The result, they'd ended up suffering devastating losses. Forget conquering Leylin, they'd even given him the 4th hell now. Snot dripped from their noses as they cried in shame and agony. Leave now. It'll be too late when his divine kingdom covers this area. Levistus transmitted to his subordinates. As the lord of the 5th hell, he was the most affected by Leylin's actions. He would be Leylin's next target, and this Magus was more fearsome than Cuculcan and much harder to deal with. Not you. Levistus had never thought a single sentence would crush all his hopes. He'd only been slower than the rest by a beat, but Leylin caught up to him immediately. The razor-sharp blade of 7 sins was pointed at him, carrying the power of death. Divine ability, death's decree. Leylin didn't even attack him. Levistus' consciousness just stopped in an instant. Powered by the laws of death and massacre, death's decree was an ability that grew with its wielder. With Leylin now being a rank 8 warlock, he was at the peak of intermediate gods, rank 17. Levistus was a peak lesser god at the most, and with the sheer difference in power, he was incapacitated at once. As soon as possible. Chapter 1166 Intermediate God Levistus was actually extremely lucky. Perhaps because they were both at the level of gods in the end, death's decree didn't have full effect. However, the ability had still stalled him for a moment long enough to determine his fate. By the time he recovered his senses, the sharp blade of 7 sins was already at his neck. Beep! Host has killed Levistus. Gluttony's devouring has been activated. Host has gained a new law comprehension of Law of Pride currently at 100%. HSS. The Nightmare Hydra hissed once more, another head materializing on its body. It absorbed the pride of the entire universe, turning it into the power of original sin. Beep! The Law of Pride has awakened a new ability in 7 sins. Pride Guard, the armor of 7 sins has been fortified, nullifying all physical and magical attacks at the legendary realm. Remember this, the hatred of an archdevil cannot be ignored, Asmodeus said in his fury. However, the other lords had only sped up on witnessing Leylin kill Levistus, and he was helpless to do much more. The light of Leylin's divine kingdom didn't stop at the 4th hell, instead spreading out to shroud the icy lands of Stygia as well. All right, with the 5th hell in hand, the devils won't be able to turn the tides. Leylin had possessed an advantage in power before, but now he'd become the absolute dominant force in Badr. With 5 of the 9 hells in hand, the remaining archdevils wouldn't be able to perform a miracle. I need to return, there are many things to do, and many comprehensions to be had. I need to heal up as well, I should be at my best for the coming fights. Leylin seemed to be warning himself. He soothed 7 sins down and vanished into the void. By this time, Kukulkan's divine kingdom already covered the first 5 levels of Badr. The world origin force whistled as it was absorbed continuously, turning the 5 separate levels into one whole. Many devils wept and wailed as they scampered further below into the last 4. Those who couldn't escape were given 2 options. They would either be sealed and killed, or they would become slaves as they pledged themselves to the god of massacre. They would then be turned into devil petitioners. By the time Leylin returned to Whitejade Saint Mountain, his gigantic divine palace was giving off a very imposing aura. His worshippers felt the effect of his increase in strength, causing them to kneel on the ground and pray from the bottom of their hearts. Kukulkan, my lord, you are brighter than the stars in the sky. Your powers of massacre and death maintain order, and our souls belong with you in your haven. Massive amounts of faith surged forth, forming a golden whirlpool around Whitejade Saint Mountain. The entire divine kingdom cheered as Badr's origin force gushed in as well. Did the clone just advance? It makes sense, it added a lot to its portfolio, and its divine kingdom advanced greatly as well. Although Leylin could govern the divine kingdom himself, he was unwilling to bind the power of faith to his body. Using a puppet clone was a much better choice. Even if faith in him collapsed, the most he would lose was an auxiliary AI chip routine and some energy. As he was right now, he wasn't afraid of such minute losses. The power the Nightmare Hydra relied on was far more astonishing than the power of faith. Each of his heads could absorb certain emotions across the astral plane, and its reach wasn't limited to those who worshipped him. Even though the power of emotions was weaker than the power of faith head-on, the sheer magnitude more than made up for the gap. With the Hydra already having 6 heads, Leylin no longer needed to rely on the power of faith. Divinity would at most be some additional support at this juncture, so it was important to adopt certain measures to help with that. Leylin was happy at the thought of his clone becoming an intermediate god. After all, the auxiliary chip was under the direct control of the AI chip in his soul. The clone only had a simulated godfire anyway, so even if the clone wasn't a real divine body, it wasn't different from one given his control. BZZT. A special tremble rippled throughout the world of gods. the energy emanated as a lesser god advanced to become an intermediate god. It would be an event noticed by many powerful beings in the past, but now there were few with the time and energy to mind such things amongst the gods. The origin force of multiple worlds gathered together, forming a faint, distant hymn. Petals of gold light fell to the ground as Leylin's Magus body shut his eyes, feeling the benefits of the advancement. With this clone not being a separate being Leylin could feel his advancement himself to indescribable benefit. Immersed in the energy of the world of gods, he saw a bunch of notifications from the AI chip. Beep. Clone has advanced, currently at rank 12. Class rank increased to level 39. The multitude of divine domains have amplified the power of the clone, +4 to all stats. Clone body has undergone massive changes. Recalculating stats, it wasn't long before the AI chip with new information. Divine name, Kukulkan, God of Massacre, controlled by auxiliary AI chip, race, unknown intermediate god, alignment, lawful evil, divine domains. Massacre, Death, Divine Kingdom, first 5 levels of Badr, nameless. Divine rank, 12. Worshippers, natives, devils, adventurers, clerics. Worshipper alignments, true neutral, neutral evil, lawful evil. Domain powers. Massacre, Death, Devour, Arcanist rank, 39. Strength, 33. Agility, 33. Vitality, 33. Spirit, 39. Arcane energy, 390. Divine force, 1000. Status, normal, feats. Herculean strength, master of knowledge, epic adaptability. Divine feats, origin force detection, arcane art amplification, illusions. Divine abilities, warp reality, simulate reality, supercomputing, not bad. I still have most of the abilities, and the battle prowess only went up. Leylin stroked his chin in appreciation. The clone didn't just inherit Kukulkan's abilities and name. It gained 2 new skills of its own, namely simulate reality and supercomputing. Of course, there were also losses. Most of his abilities had been transferred to his true body, causing it to weaken. Death and Massacre, alongside 4 of the 7 sins, I would have gotten to rank 17 immediately. But the laws were integrated into my path. It's already great that I could push up all the way to rank 12. Leylin felt rather regretful, but he got over it quickly. Moving along on his own path was far more rewarding than becoming a peak intermediate god. With these thoughts in mind, Leylin looked behind his back. The Nightmare Hydra had grown more solid than before, but there was still some illusory darkness around its neck. It seemed like, as he walked further on the path of original sin, the power of evil from the path grew greater. Only that one part of his path seemed to be missing something. So, lust, sloth, and envy, huh? The most convenient way for Leylin to obtain the 3 sins was to steal them from the archdevils. It was a matter of utmost importance to him. After all, they were in the midst of a war. This was a precarious situation, and it was hard to say whether some furious gods or magi would intentionally slay them to stall his advance. It would then take him up to tens of thousands of years to comprehend them, delaying his entry into the final war until it ended without giving him any benefits. He thus made up his mind. The outside world didn't matter to him. His body would camp within his divine kingdom until he had Badr under control and absorbed the remaining archdevils. The outside world now would be facing complete disaster, and nobody would bother him at this time. Naturally, this was the best time for him. Glacia, Balzibul, and Mephistopheles. Leylin muttered the names of his targets. That will finish off the 7 sins, but I also need Asmodeus as well. Although the self-proclaimed Supreme of Badr didn't actually have any laws to his name, he was in fact shrouded by them all, making him a true embodiment of evil. He was the core of Leylin's path of original sin, so Leylin held him in high regard. "My worshippers," the clone declared, "pick up your weapons. Help me conquer Badr, turning the entire place into a true paradise." The clone was still trying to adapt to its current rank, but it didn't sound different from before. Tiff, Phoenix, and even Isabel, who was the closest to him, didn't feel anything changed. With their lord's commands, the entire divine kingdom began to counterattack. Countless devil hunters surged into the 6th Hell Malbolge, causing the devils to wail endlessly, as soon as possible. Chapter 1167. The Abyss, the Magi had appeared once more, and the final war had resumed. There would be no news more terrifying to the gods, and Mystra would never in her dreams have thought that cornering Leylin would cause him to open up the world of gods to the Magus threat, leading to her own death. The chaos began at Badr, quickly spreading to the other planes. Calamity befell the prime material plane, and even the abyss was affected. The 45th to 47th floors of the abyss, also known as Azagrat, were covered entirely by a single palace that represented a power of order amongst the chaotic demons. Furies circled the skies of this triple realm, with innumerable demons guarding on the ground. The Argent Palace was built from whitestone of the celestial plains, and rumor had it that its owner once tricked an entire city of celestials into entering the mountains and mining ore for him. They hadn't even known it was going to be transported to the abyss. The archfiend that guarded these 3 levels was named Grazd, nicknamed the Devilish Demon. In spite of being aligned to chaos, he possessed the wits to plan far ahead, his vast lands filled with so many elite demons they could fright multiple worlds. As one of the 3 abyssal lords, Grazd's name had spread across the prime material plane. He had many worshippers, ruling from his proud throne within the Argent Palace. Only after Leylin's actions did the peace this archfiend maintained in his realm get challenged. The Argent Palace was covered in flames, chaotic green energy spreading through its entirety. Furies were crashing to the ground like airplanes, splattering blood as they hit the surface. Countless demons were decaying to death, wailing in agony as they were turned into a putrid liquid that eventually formed a river. The 66 ivory towers of the Argent Palace were collapsing one after the other, the attacker powerful enough to wreak chaos across Grazd's lands. Explosions sounded out as altars fell, eventually forcing someone out of the core of the Argent Palace. The person looked quite human, the only differences in appearance being the small horn on his head and his 6-fingered hands. However, the power of evil surrounding him easily gave away his identity. This was Grazd, the Dark Prince of the 3 Abyssal Lords. The scent of a Magus, Grazd frowned. Even the Abyss knew of the dusk of the gods, and he'd feel nervous fighting the Magi that had caused the fall of countless gods regardless of his personal strength. Damn it, why aren't the Magi attacking the celestial planes? It would be so much better for them there. Grazd knew his complaints would not change reality. He pulled out his acid-drenched greatsword from the Argent Palace, slashing towards the skies. An immense power of darkness swept across Azagrat, dispelling the chaotic green energy from the skies. The green clouds parted, but as the sky brightened, they revealed a green eye in the air that was filled with wisdom and greed. I am the Chaos Lord of the astral plane. Grazd of the Abyss, your power and authority are mine. The Chaos Lord's conscience swept across the triple realm, causing Grazd's expression to darken. He detected power equivalent to a greater god from this Magus. Magi can even kill gods, they definitely aren't simple. Grazd could not help but grasp the hilt of his sword more tightly. Ah, this aura of chaos, I love it. The Chaos Lord had chosen to attack the Abyss for 2 reasons. He'd made a pact with the other Magi that stopped him from going to the celestial planes, and the Abyss suited his laws and abilities better anyway. Being at the peak of rank 8, the Chaos Lord wanted to try and use the power of the Abyss to comprehend the laws of space and time, moving towards rank 9. This was, naturally, the goal of every peak rank 8 that had started the final war once more. Green and black energies continued to fight each other, soon covering the entirety of Azagrat. The demons of the other levels looked on at the Argent Palace in shock, witnessing an energy they'd never seen before suppress the dark price and cover the entirety of the triple realm. Don't think of asking for help. There aren't many archfiends like you in the Abyss, and they're mostly chaotic and selfish. The green energy converged into the shape of a giant that could cover the sun. The Chaos Lord was dressed in large green robes, his face covered with eyes that swirled with the power of chaos. He'd grasped Grazd inside his palms, and the archfiend was trying to escape. What? Trying to ask Mommy for help? The Chaos Lord mocked the Dark Prince trapped in his hands. But then the voice turned female. Someone else has gone to deal with the Mother of Demons. Even if Pale Knight isn't injured, she won't be able to come save you. Boom. Shockwave after shockwave carrying the power of origin force rocked the entire Abyss as the Chaos Lord spoke. The endless maze, that's Pale Knight's bone castle. many demon lords diverted their attention to the 600th level of the abyss. They soon saw a horrifying scene of disgusting filth drowning the endless maze, carrying the pollution of the entire astral plane. A number of seals and spell formations activated within the core of the bone castle, helping it resist for a while. Pale Night's faint figure showed itself, but she was like a river fighting an entire ocean, soon overwhelmed. Filthy evil eye, so disgusting, you can't wash yourself of its odor for tens of thousands of years. The Chaos Lord's face was riddled with disgust as she looked at the 600th floor. Gugu Gigi, on the contrary, the ocean of filth covering the endless maze, let out a roar of delight. I should have known the abyss would definitely attract that disgusting beast, just my luck. The Chaos Lord seemed extremely displeased as she reached her hands out. A ball of chaos burst forth, and one of the 3 abyssal lords was wiped out of existence just like that. Please awaken, my lord. Your worshippers are lost sheep, and we require your guidance. Cyric's Pope was kneeling before his statue in the Palace of Shadows. However, the god of murder's madness had set in, and he completely ignored his Pope's words. A layer of crimson energy covered the statue, causing it to look even more terrifying than normal. It only caused the Pope to grow more frantic. As a legendary being, the Pope was vaguely aware of the changes happening in the world of gods. He noticed all the other churches preparing for war, and it only caused him more despair. Please don't let me down, Merrick. The Pope gripped the hem of his robe tightly, praying with his utmost sincerity. At the same time, Merrick had finally caught traces of Cyric within the shadow plane. Braving a perilous journey, the shadow thief finally handed his lord the Book of Truth. I wonder why the Lord would leave his divine kingdom and come here, the former merchant thought to himself. The Pope and his own sources had confirmed that the Lord's madness stemmed from the Book of Cyric. Once he read the Book of Truth, he would recover his sanity. The glory of saving a god and the blessings arising from it would definitely bring him to a whole new level. Merrick yearned for this beautiful future, and he soon cast his gaze at the dark figure reading the Book of Truth. Please awaken, my lord, and give me your blessings, Merrick prayed sincerely. This arg, however, things did not go to plan. Cyric only grew more manic as he read the Book of Truth, the holy light shrouding him beginning to flicker. How did it turn out like this? His eyes almost popped out of his skull as he stared at his lord in disbelief. As soon as possible. Chapter 1168, Distorted Shadow, ARGH. Just who am I? Cyric, a distorted shadow? Terrifying divine force was launched in all directions with Cyric's screams, disintegrating Merrick's body and soul without pause. But then again, it might have been kind to this worshipper that he didn't have to see what happened next. A faint red light enveloped Cyric's body. The Book of Truth transformed into astral light that ignited upon contact with the red light, forming faint red flames. Cyric's body abruptly split in two. The new being was a hazy shadow that radiated the might of a Magus. I'm back, Distorted Shadow proclaimed. The world of gods, and that puny Magus, I've returned. Being at the peak of rank 8, Distorted Shadow wasn't someone who'd die so easily. How could resurrecting with the Weave's destruction be his only plan? He'd inserted some of his power into Cyric's true body before, giving himself a chance for revival as he killed the god. Using the remaining pieces of his soul, he'd successfully fooled the Pope of the Church of Murder and Merrick into bringing him the Book of Truth. Even if some of his conscient had been eliminated by Leylin, his thousands of years of bitter plots had finally succeeded. Distorted Shadow immediately recovered to the peak of his power, having robbed everything from Cyric when he ascended to godhood. Even if there were some imperfections in his cultivation, he had an obvious advantage over the other ancient magi who only had their conscience remaining. I shall not fail again, he roared, his entire body shattering to form a shadow that covered the sky. How could this happen? The Pope looked at the shattered divine statue before him, sinking to the ground as if all his bones had been lost. So he revived using Cyric's body. At the same time, Leylin got wind of these events as well. He'd felt a sinister intent envelop him along with Distorted Shadow's revival. With the damage he'd done to the ancient Magus conscient, he definitely wouldn't let him off without issue. Ha! I don't want to let you go either. You've just revived yourself, so what if you're at the peak of rank 8? Leylin flicked a finger, and a golden sphere of light surged out from his divine kingdom. The expanding sphere caught hold of some shadows, and they occasionally shrieked as they fled far away. Damn it, he's already found a path. It won't be long before he's at the same level as me. The shadow in the sky radiated endless rage, looking at a round eye that appeared in front of him. You seem to have some disagreements with someone of the Magus World, Mother Core said. The air in her surroundings froze in place, making her seem terrifyingly grand. Both being at the peak of rank 8, Mother Core and Distorted Shadow should have been similar in power. However, Distorted Shadow had been sealed for several thousand years. Even if he'd recovered most of his power by sacrificing Sirik, he was still nowhere close to Mother Core. Jejej, I don't need you to mediate, the Black Shadow yelled before exploding. Mother Core sighed, earthy yellow flames instantly sweeping across the sky and trying to eliminate Distorted Shadow, but the power of distortion had already faded from the sky. This is going to be troublesome. One of Mother Core's clones made its way to Badr, entering Leylin's divine kingdom. This brat really does bring a lot of surprises. Mother Core. Leylin greeted her in person, having felt the clone's arrival a while ago. I know everything already. Pity Distorted Shadow didn't let me mediate in this. His crazy and cold personality is famous throughout the astral plane, Mother Core's conscient admitted. Following that, several vines dug their way out of Badr to embed themselves into the soil of Leylin's divine kingdom, as if completing some sort of interaction. Not bad, Mother Core nodded. Leylin's rate of improvement had impressed her greatly. You've gotten us into the world of gods and even found your own path. You'll definitely be something in the future. Everything is fated, Leylin. I'm starting to believe your existence will be the key to the battle between the Magi and the gods. This was another reason why Mother Core wanted to help Leylin. With his rate of improvement, it wasn't far off from the Magus World having another peak rank 8. With her vast experience, Mother Core definitely felt something about him. No matter how the future turns out, I will always be a Magus. The Magus World is my home, Leylin promised. Good, Mother Core replied. The two seemed to have reached an agreement. The tendrils from the clone spread across Leylin's divine kingdom, penetrating deeper and deeper into Badr. The clone found and attacked all of the shadows in the area, making Leylin believe that Distorted Shadow would find it difficult to affect his life with her as a guardian. Bang, a part of the earth erupted to reveal a distorted lay of light. It was being plucked out of the ground by Mother Core's plants. This is a seed of distortion, Mother Core explained calmly. It's the usual kind of move Distorted Shadow makes. Leylin heaved a massive sigh of relief. Distorted Shadow had already been spying on his divine kingdom, something he could never have thought of. If he wasn't careful, he would have suffered major losses in the future. Even though divine kingdoms are powerful, they pose too many restrictions to their owner. Take now, for example. We've learnt from experience and are attacking the prime material plane instead of the divine kingdoms. Leylin nodded at Mother Core's words. One would only be seeking death if they wished to fight a god in their divine kingdom. The smart thing to do was to attack their churches in the prime material plane, destroying the people's belief in them. It was easy for Magi to bring about disasters, inflicting damage and disease that even the goddess of the plague could not match. This was similar to how Leylin had attacked Debank's island before. The divine kingdoms would lose their source of faith in the prime material plane, some even falling from the celestial planes directly. Such was the result of relying on faith. It left a big gap in one's defenses, allowing them to suffer severe blows without any good way to prevent them. This was why Leylin decided not to become a god. Of course, it's best that we don't make our move at the beginning. We should wait and see how the others act, Mother Core reminded him. I definitely don't plan to participate in the final war before I've forged my path completely, breaking through to the peak of rank 8. Leylin naturally understood Mother Core's intentions. He followed the statement up with a request. I hope you can protect this place well after I leave. Boom. Leylin instantly left his divine kingdoms, carrying 7 sins in hand as he infiltrated the 6th hell with Mother Core protecting his base. There had been a huge army of devil hunters in this place, and Leylin's arrival caused all of the lords of Badr to be alarmed and angered. Of course, Leylin had pondered the consequences of having Mother Core protect him at home. He could rest assured that Mother Core didn't interact much with distorted shadow in the past, and that the two had some animosity between themselves. On top of that, he was from the same world as her. But then, they also had a contract between them. This protection was also an exchange of sorts, and Leylin believed that what he brought to the table was enough for Mother Core to do her best to protect him. I don't have to worry about my divine kingdom. Be it distorted shadow or any gods, Mother Core will be able to stop them. Even if she fails, there's the AI chip clone there as well. Undaunted by worries, Leylin moved to attack the rest of Badr to complete his path of original sin. At the same time, Distorted Shadow let out a terrifying roar from within a secret dimension. Damn it! Mother Core dares to defy me, the master of distortion who's annihilated 3 Magus alliances and 5 different worlds. Despite his anger, he felt somewhat helpless. Mother Core wasn't an existence he could provoke right now, and even Leylin himself wasn't easy to deal with. Having been enlightened on his own path, the Warlock was already at the threshold of the peak of rank 8. On the other hand, he himself had just been revived. He'd suffered a severe loss in power, and if he tried to make a move, he wouldn't have much of a chance of taking out a Leylin protected by Mother Core. Not to mention that all Magi were extremely crafty, and it was unknown how many trump cards each one held in their hands. It would be troublesome to annihilate them. I should deal with the other gods first to get back my powers. Moreover, I should definitely hinder him from completing his own path. This so-called hindrance was an aim to stop Leylin from killing all of the Lords of Badr, preventing him from obtaining all the laws he needed. This would greatly decrease his opponent's rate of improvement, as soon as possible. Chapter 1169, Evacuation Magi were a patient breed. Since he couldn't deal with Leylin directly right now, Distorted Shadow would instead wait at the side, recovering to full capacity. If Leylin did not increase in power himself by that time, he would have a chance for revenge. The commoners of the prime material plane treated powerful existences like the gods and Magi like they came out of a fairy tale. Regardless of what such powerful people did, all they cared about was earning a few more coppers for the next day. They just wanted bread to eat and beer to drink. Doran was one such commoner. He came from a line of carpenters, having been forced into the job due to his background. However, his inheritance was lackluster. In fact, he had to maintain the furniture of the regional lord for free a few times a year, including the mangers of the barn. He wouldn't even be given food. Clearly, matters related to gods and devils were like the epics sung by bards to him. Such events did not have anything to do with him, and listening to them would only be treated as a pastime. However, all of this changed one day. Seeing the purple moon explode as it formed an evil eye, he felt like his quiet life had come to an end. The loss of the moon's light was a minor thing. After all, most normal families went to sleep early because they couldn't afford the oil for their lamps. There were many stars in the sky as well, so it didn't really affect the night much. The only exception were ladies who loved to admire the moon with a midnight drink. No, the important issue was the revelation the moon's destruction brought about. Be it the moon turning into that eye or the terrifyingly large weave shattering along with the moon, this was too similar to the work of demons and devils. The end is nigh. A powerful existence is about to destroy the world. A few deranged minstrels in the town had changed from their usual waltz music, replacing it with a solemn prophecy that made Doran's heart feel heavier. The gods above, perhaps I'm thinking too much. I should head to the church more often and ask Priest Rockefeller for help. Doran looked at the amount of money in his pocket. There were a few copper coins within, shining with how worn down they were. The edges were badly damaged as well. Damned Lady Delise. She must have gotten that fat pig of hers to cut the coppers at the edges. Doran couldn't help but complain to himself when he looked at the meager salary he got for an entire day's work. Of course, he wouldn't dare to directly rebut his employer. Having witnessed the strange phenomenon a few days ago, the uneasy Doran was considering making a trip to the local church, making a donation or something so he could ask for the Lord's protection. The system of church and state ruled the world of gods. With one controlling the people's faith and the other wielding authority over their lives, the poorest of commoners would still give one of the two all they could. Only the former may have been voluntary, but they exploited the commoners all the same. Doran, A cheerful whistle sounded on the street. "You finished up with Lady Delise." Doran was familiar with the owner of this voice, turning around to face a young man wearing abnormally loose clothes. The freckled youth was called Mitch, and his eyes seemed to shine with brilliance. "Mitch, weren't you working at the Church of Magic? Why are you back now?" Doran asked in surprise. The town Doran lived in was under the control of a feudal lord, and the man had built a church to Ilmater in it. Royals greatly favored this god, wishing to make all their followers his worshippers. On the other hand, a church dedicated to Mystra was only available in a faraway town, requiring a day and a half of carriage travel. This was basically the distance between the ends of the world to Doran. He'd only been there once and had been deeply stunned by the bustling of the heavenly city. He was extremely envious of Mitch's job. Even if he was only a lowly servant, the man was working at a church. He could one day awaken the power of magic, becoming a wizard respected by the rest. Mitch grew crestfallen upon hearing this, waving his hands. "Sigh, don't even mention it. I came back because the church closed down." "The church closed down?" Doran's mouth fell open. He clearly couldn't understand how these words were sharing a sentence. Churches were overseen by their respective deities. Priests all controlled bizarre spells, and the fees of even the lowliest of churches could still make them quite a bit of wealth. How could such a place actually close down? "It seems like you don't know, most of the priests of the church faced a sudden death on the day of the black moon. The rest of them cried all day long." Having come back from the city, Mitch was full of conversation. He shuffled closer to Doran, hiding his mouth with his hands as he whispered, "I heard the goddess of the weave has fallen." "The goddess of the weave fell?" Doran didn't have much to say about this incident. It was far removed from him, and with Mystra not being the deity he worshipped, he couldn't comprehend the stakes of the situation. Hearing that a true god had fallen, the only feeling he felt was a slight bit of schadenfreude, just like when a king died. The wizards are out of luck." A smile appeared on Mitch's face. It seemed like the bullying he'd faced from the priests and wizards wasn't just occasional. A lot of wizards were already beaten to death by a mob of people. What does this have to do with wizards? Couldn't they use magic to avoid being beaten to death by the commoners? Doran was obviously suspicious of Mitch's secret. Wizards to him were all superior individuals, people whom even the lords had to be respectful and courteous to. Even the domineering Lady Delise didn't dare to offend Wizard Holdman, who stayed near their town. "Hee, the wizards lost their ability to cast spells once the goddess of the weave died. Say, would the lords and commoners they persecuted before let them off?" Mitch revealed a sharp, toothy grin. "That's why I came back. I didn't have much chance to become an effort anyway, so I'm here to hide anyway. Let's stop talking about this. We should head to Buck's Tavern to celebrate our reunion." "But," Doran touched his cash-strapped purse, "I still want to visit the church once." "Church. Oh right, some of the other churches seem to be busy all day, preparing to evacuate or something. Even businessmen and nobles can't have priests cast spells for them right now. The church here should be the same." Mitch patted Doran's shoulder, his look telling the carpenter not to waste his time. "No," Doran's faith was more or less solid. "Okay then," Mitch shrugged his shoulders in frustration, "I'll follow you." The town church wasn't all that large, only the size of a few houses. A small fountain towered at its front, but unfortunately there was no spring water flowing out of it. The shrine looked empty, with numerous items missing. Even the remaining servants gave off a languid air, with few people here to pray. Doran clearly noticed the change, but he still asked a servant, "Hello, I would like to see Priest Rockefeller." Doran still held a good impression of the kind and benevolent Rockefeller. Although the man could only cast a few low-grade spells, he could treat common injuries and had saved numerous lives in town. Doran had decided to donate to him, just in case he'd have to ask the man for something in the future. Priest Rockefeller? The old fellow watching the door took a long time to react. He rubbed the sand out of his eyes. He's already left. He took everything, only leaving a few piles of potatoes for this pitiful old baker? Nobody took over either? Doran was surprised. There were a considerable number of worshippers in town, despite its small size, and no church would let go of a base where its foundation had already been laid. There should have been another priest coming over even if people were transferred. Situations like this one were quite abnormal, and it caused a bad premonition to rise within Doran's heart. "Why? Do you want to pray and confess? Perhaps I can help you." Old Baker Tanner's eyes were already aimed at Doran's purse. "No, there's no need." How could Doran not understand his intentions? He immediately grabbed his purse and ran away, Mitch following him. Only after they'd left the town did Mitch turn around, fiercely laughing at his friend. "Ha ha," he said between ragged breaths, "I'm right, aren't I?" As soon as possible. Chapter 1170 Feast. Maybe Priest Rockefeller had an emergency. Doran tried to defend his stance, but that didn't last long under Mitch's bantering gaze. All right. Let's head to the bar, I'll pay." Once they arrived at the tavern, Doran and Mitch ordered some liquor and sat side by side, enjoying this flavor they didn't normally get to taste. Even this cheap liquor was extravagant for the likes of them. The bar was evidently a place where information flowed. An unending stream of news entered Doran's ears from all sides. All the wizards are finished, Havies, Arundel, and the city of Minaret. There were waves of wizards perishing everywhere, a burly red-nosed man said. He looked like a mercenary, his voice so loud that it dropped dust from the tavern's ceiling. "Hey, Red Nose, didn't you come back from outside a short while ago? Is there any news?" The world had no lack of curious people. A scrawny figure made a hand gesture to the bartender, having him place a large cup of honey liquor in front of the red-nosed mercenary. "Hee, whose news is more accurate than mine? My reputation is no joke." The mercenaries around the man began to mutter as he got to the point. "The world outside is a mess right now. All the churches and soldiers are retreating, they've lost the ability to suppress the chaos. The wizards suffered the worst consequences, losing their magic. Those lofty mages are ordinary people like us, or even weaker." Red Nose chugged down a large cup of alcohol, and his whole face became red. "Think about it, just by getting rid of an shivering old man would allow them to obtain everything of theirs, beautiful slaves, fertile lands, huge gems, and bright dazzling gold. All the commoners are going crazy, and even some aristocrats fell out with the wizards while thinking of how to take action. Power begets power, and influence begets wealth. The wealth of the powerful wizards of the prime material plane would definitely attract the jealousy of others. Those who could use magic were high and mighty, enjoying the best treatment no matter where they went. Wizards no longer had magic with the weave broken apart, and with no power anymore, they were just fat sheep attracting greedy gazes. Even the wizards who paid attention to their reputations had slaves, and they'd undoubtedly rely on their power to bully them. Given the chance, those with ulterior motives kicked off a vandalous rebellion. Once it was confirmed that the wizards had no power to resist, the aristocrats were the first ones to take action. They roused the masses into fighting the wizards. The peasants could take away the trinkets, but important assets like land and property would eventually fall into their hands. They could send their troops out at a later date, pressuring the mobs into giving up what they'd plundered. All aristocrats were skilled at maintaining personable appearances on the outside, hiding a bellyful of evil tricks that allowed them to gain the greatest benefits with little effort. Without any more power, the wizards could only sob as their families, their riches, and their lands were taken away. They themselves would suffer horrible punishments before death. "Hey, Red Nose, are you sure those wizards have lost their powers?" A burly man in a black cloak asked. He had a large scar on his face, and standing up he was 2 heads taller than average. "Of course, it's just that I arrived late, else I would definitely be able to snatch those gems or even women full of life back. Those wizards are all rich." Red Nose patted his chest in assurance. "If that's the case, what are we waiting for?" The imposing man laughed maliciously. "Isn't there still a Lord Holdman outside town?" Whoosh! The cold winds caused Doran to shiver. He found that he'd unknowingly made his way to the house of the only wizard in town, Holdman. There were many people surrounding the residence, cursing loudly as sounds of things being smashed could be heard. He looked upon himself in surprise, realizing he was holding a sharp wooden stick that were stained with traces of blood. Several parts of his body were hurting, but he was unaware of how he was injured. Luckily, he only had minor injuries, just some scraping of the skin. He was still dazed by the alcohol, and it took him a while to remember what he'd done under the influence. Affected by greed, they'd all fallen to become common thugs. Led by the burly man and the red-nosed mercenary, they'd arrived at Holdman's mansion outside town quickly. They broke through the building, merrily acting out their roles. Bleg! He couldn't endure it anymore as he saw the corpse fallen at his feet, kneeling on the floor to vomit as he cried. "Oh God, what have I exactly done?" He looked at the mob around him as he cried, seeing some of them even burning torches. This conduct was in stark contrast to the words of Ilmater, almost making him feel like a devil had invaded his body. "Everyone take a look." A man with a red beard and bright mottled clothes threw out a white-haired old man to the tune of applause. The old man's hands were like firewood, and he was hugging his head while his body shivered. It took Doron a lot of effort to connect this to that insufferably arrogant Holdman. This is the old fella. Not only did he instigate the noblemen to construct a wizard tower, he even wantonly looted our wealth and manpower. Take a look at this. Red Nose point towards the opened granary. Fragrant wheat filled the entire place. We're all starving, and this old man hoards so much food and wealth through cruel exploitation. Those with wealth were what the mobs hated the most in time of famine. More and more eyes turned red as the mercenary spoke, and even Doron seemed to remember Holdman's butler kicking him and taking away some good wood from his home. Anger surged to his head. "Kill him! Kill him! Kill him!" Numerous thugs cheered, their voices getting louder and louder. In contrast, Holdman seemed to have seen something as he struggled to climb towards a youth's corpse and started crying. Sadly, his death throes couldn't wake up the thugs who were intoxicated with rage. Doron managed to clear his mind as he saw that weeping face, but then he saw Mitch climb out of a temporary tent as he buckled his belt. He gave him a glance any man would understand. "This is a noble lady, don't you feel like playing?" he asked. A memory instantly emerged within Doron's mind. He'd once been summoned by Holdman to repair the furniture in his house, and he'd seen a beautiful, noble lady in there. She'd been dressed in white, looking like an angel. Of course, he hadn't been paid for the job, and the dirty look in her eyes had etched itself into Doron's mind. He'd been deeply hurt and was even depressed for a long time. As if the devils felt that the stimulation was insufficient, two white jade legs with elegant curves stretched out of the tent. The purple daffodil on the toenails constantly aroused Doron's brain, and he couldn't help but release a bestial roar as he rushed forth. Mistress Fall was only an opening. What was important was the destruction of the weave. Wizards may have been the most hurt by its loss, but the gods had lost its convenience as well. The energy it took them to bestow divine spells increased greatly, making it impossible for them to cater to their worshippers as they came up with retreat strategies. This only exacerbated the corruption and the attacks on the wizards. There hadn't been much centralized power in the world of gods before, and a part of its management had been left to the churches. With the churches losing faith and authority, the power of the mobs was extremely terrifying. Wizards without magic were just like guns without bullets. Other than those with enough scrolls and supplements or legendary wizards who'd managed to break away from the weave, everyone suffered the calamity. The aristocrats pushed the simmering anger of the commoners into boiling point, laughing in secret as they toasted their new harvest. When the riots ended, these mobs would only be executed or reduced to their previous, poor state. The nobles would take the greatest wealth, and almost every noble with power would gain something from this. However, an epidemic hit the prime material at that exact time. The raging laughter was replaced by deathly wails, becoming the theme of the world. Some said the goddess of plagues was hatching a scheme, others that this was a curse cast by the dead wizards. The only thing that stayed true. With the plague spreading continuously, the population of the prime material plane was dropping quick, as soon as possible. Chapter 1171, Consensus. The Pantheon was in disarray, an imposing atmosphere shrouding the disorderly celestial hall. The gods were all seated respectfully on their pedestals, not one of them missing. None of them were even focused on comprehending their laws, their gazes instead focused on the central region around which the greater gods sat. Two formidable greater gods were missing from their position. Cyric was ultimately an evil god, so the others didn't really miss him, but Mystra's loss had struck them hard. With the weave destroyed, they were grieving the fact that numerous ancient magi had escaped into the world. Although only a few had revealed their existences so far, it still caused a huge effect. Agma, you are the wisest of us. Please take a look at the future of the greater gods, one of them asked. He possessed strong divine force, being seated on a pedestal shrouded by morning light. Not good, the god of knowledge turned his gaze away from the greater gods, shaking his head. The weave being destroyed hurt multiple worlds and even triggered turbulence in the 4 elemental planes. Most of the prime material plane is destroyed as well. This was originally the combined power of the gods. Nobody here can prevent harm. The overgod tried to stop the damage from spreading, but I'm afraid he had to pay a large price. A feeling of unease spread around the room with Agma's sigh. The gods secretly whispered amongst each other as they looked at the huge crack on the world crystal. Their gazes were filled with worry. Of course, there were still a few with ambition glowing in their eyes. That damned god of massacre, you should have listened to Mistra and attacked his divine kingdom. Tyr was clearly flustered and exasperated. He'd lost an important ally with Mistra's fall, and more importantly, the chaos that had erupted in the prime material plane was great cause for regret. It's all a conspiracy by the Magi. We didn't realize it in time, the gods started to whisper. The word Magus had become a forbidden word in their circles, but they finally had to face this 10,000-year-old threat. The final war was already underway once more, and even the formidable powers couldn't guarantee their own safety. Ding! A crisp bell ring echoed throughout the entire celestial hall, and the gazes of all the gods fell upon Kelimver. The god of death coughed, looking around before speaking with a low, hoarse voice. I suggest we stop all current internal conflict, banding together as we prepare for the second dusk. We are to make an oath, the violators to be eliminated. I agree. Tyr was the first to express his approval, followed by the Morning Lord Lathander. I as well. Surprisingly, the third person to approve was Gruumsh. The tall golden orc stood up, every strand of hair on his body erect as he spoke with a resounding voice. The fight between the orcs and the north is only an internal conflict. Right now, we should focus our strengths against our common enemy. The Orc Kingdom will stop all attacks on the Silvermoon Alliance effective immediately, and the current line of control will be our border. With their goddess dead and the weave destroyed, the Silvermoon Alliance was on the brink of collapse. They were after all an alliance of wizards, and with a majority of them losing their abilities, they suffered devastating damage. As long as the Orc Empire continued to attack, they would definitely be able to chase Illustrial out of the northern lands. With Gruumsh proposing this right now, there was no need to suspect his sincerity. Agma and the other intermediate gods expressed their stances as well, and the evil gods eventually decided that their hatred for the Magi was more important than short-term goals. Everyone made an oath, the Styx being the witness. First, we need to verify the number of Magi that invaded the world. Agma should be able to take care of this, Kelimver initiated. My intelligence says those Magi are more cunning than before. Most of them have hidden themselves, leaving only a few revealed. Golden Divine Force formed a screen that displayed the image of a different world. The filthy evil eye and the Chaos Lord are in the abyss, while the god of massacre Leylin is in Badr. There's also distorted shadow as well, and the latter two are confirmed to be related to the epidemic spreading around the prime material plane right now, and these are only the confirmed ones. Even more have hidden themselves. Agma raised his brows, deep in thought. The prime material plane is the foundation of our faith. These Magi have grown smart, starting a massacre there instead of directly fighting us in our divine kingdoms. The many gods grew gloomy. The Magi had directly struck their weak spot this time. With the prime material plane being their biggest source of faith, the death of all its mortals would cause the fall of at least half the gods in the world. These despicable Magi, aiming directly for the mortals, the gods roared in anger, their helpless voices seemingly piercing through the void of the celestial hall. Talona! Agma looked at a lady behind him, wrapped in layers of black gauze as she emitted a putrid smoke. This was Talona, the mistress of disease. Her prestige within the prime material plane was such that some even linked the current epidemic to her. She was an expert in matters of disease. The mother of all plagues stayed silent for a long time, however, before speaking with a hoarse voice. I am a goddess of poison and disease, not cures. I can only say the Magi are using an interesting thing. It seems to be related to what Cuchulainn used when conquering Debank's Island. How could the Lady of Poison not notice what Leylin had done on Debank's Island? His ambitions had been exposed early, or it wouldn't have been a problem for him to get a place in Talona's church. The world of gods and the Magus World were both of equal rank, possessing terrifying suppressive power. A majority of the Magi chose to stay low profile, living quietly in seclusion as they accustomed themselves to the changed laws. It was unlikely for common bacteria and viruses to have such an effect after being suppressed, so the scale and damage of this plague caused everyone to think of Leylin's methods. "You're saying Leylin did all this?" Tyr stared at Talona. "No," Talona chuckled. "Well, not necessarily. They seem like an inferior imitation, perhaps the work of another magus. Leylin is currently stuck in Badr, and he won't be able to come out without killing Asmodeus." Talona stole a subconscious glance at Umberlee. This intermediate god was unusually quiet, a repulsive aura being radiated from her as she clearly tried to avoid previous incidents. "However, I have good news. Those magi aren't working together, and there are conspiracies and fights amongst them. It's even scarier than our own conflicts," Talona declared loudly. "Silence!" Ogma saw the disorder in the celestial hall and had to be loud to stop the gods from whispering in secret. "Since the mistress of disease does not have a good method, we can only rely on our priests." Helplessness surfaced on Ogma's face as he said this. Originally, gods could bestow an inordinate number of divine spells as compared to demigods. A single removed disease would be able to eliminate any troublesome plague, no matter the complexity. However, that was all in the past. With the weave broken down, spell transmission took far more energy than before. With a limited number of divine spells, the priests could only remain at a loss as huge swathes of innocent commoners died. The gods were losing their foundation. Only now did Ogma realize the depth of Leylin's progress. The weave's destruction had released the ancient magi, yes, but it had also destroyed the strongest class of professionals in the prime material plane. At the same time, the energy consumed in granting a divine spell had increased severalfold, rendering them unable to make an accurate and timely response. Such deep cunning was terrifying, and it left the powerful gods feeling a chill of fright. As soon as possible. Chapter 1172, Isolation. We cannot remain reserved anymore. Everyone, do not worry about the consumption of divine force. The prime material plane is our foundation. Ogma's voice was filled with heaviness. If we really can't handle it anymore, then our only option will be to migrate all our worshippers into our divine kingdoms. Divine kingdoms were indeed only suitable for spiritual existences. Mortals would undergo an irreversible transformation within, but there were still benefits to such an action. At least, for the next decade, the gods wouldn't have to worry about declining faith. They could deal with the Magus assault and then settle their worshippers in the prime material plane once more. Agreed. I agree. The gods quickly agreed with Ogma's suggestion, starting to demarcate lands as they determined times to open and connect their divine kingdoms. Looking at the heated discussion, terrifyingly dark clouds appeared on the faces of Lathander and Tyr. "Everyone," Tyr eventually stood up, "what we should be discussing right now is how we defeat the Magi, wiping away the disgrace of the dusk of the gods. We shouldn't be acting like cowards, searching for ways to escape. Still, if that's what all of you hope for, forgive my absence." Bang, his avatar slowly dissipated, and the other gods could sense Tyr's will leave the celestial plane. "I agree. However, I agree with Ogma as well. Moving our worshippers into our divine kingdoms will protect them to an extent." Having expressed his own opinion, the Morning Lord left the celestial hall as well. Even without two of the greater gods, various decisions had been made in this discussion. The gods quickly instructed their priests to begin executing plans, attracting more worshippers to their divine kingdoms so they could attain eternal life. Leylin naturally learnt of the events in the prime material plane. However, his true body was still taking care of Malbolge, and he had no time to care about this. He instead sent Cuchulainn in his place, the clone walking out of the tall church to arrive at the location where Mother Core was. A towering mountain had been formed at her location, flush with a molten core that flowed out of it in endless patterns. The mountain was connected to the earth, seemingly detecting the surroundings. An eye appeared from the lava as Leylin's clone arrived. Great Mother Core, I believe you know why I'm here. The eyes of the AI chip clone were dead and indifferent, like a puppet that could only carry out orders. However, it still had the power of an intermediate god, so Mother Core couldn't afford to neglect it. After all, rank 8s were at the forefront of existences in the Magus World. What's more, the rank 8 puppet in front of her was only an avatar of Leylin's true body. Of course, the epidemic in the prime material plane caused at least 10 million deaths. Some even call you the new lord of all plagues now, even though we know this isn't your doing. Mother Core's conscient released a vast amount of force, and some roots extended out to form an image of the prime material plane. Indeed, I sensed the fear and faith headed my way recently. Kukulkan's expression grew a little ugly. Someone was evidently trying to pin crimes upon him, and there was only one who was familiar with his actions and could evade the laws of the world of gods. Is it distorted shadow? We really can't chase him away. Perhaps he wanted to attract the gods' attention towards you. However, he isn't the only one capable of such things. Clearly, Mother Core had even more information. Her path was the path of the world, and nothing could escape her eyes. There's a lot of magi who invaded the prime material plane, and the ancient conscients who escaped are doing the same thing. They wish to strike against the gods' faith, perhaps to gather enough spirits for them to recover. This information left Leylin wondering about something. How well are we prepared? He asked. He was naturally paying attention towards all the intelligence about this. After all, the war between the gods and the Magi was directly related to the path of eternity. It could not be neglected. We've learnt our lessons from the last time. Other than a few crazy ones who are attracting attention on the surface, the rest of us are hidden well. We've established contact with the ancient conscients, and they've promised to do their best to conform to our plans. 9 wormholes have been opened up, and the passage connected by the Mannerhawk plate is quite stable as well. We've shifted it to the Void Sea. Good news after good news came from Mother Core. What about the suppression of the world of gods? Leylin asked the most crucial question. Being similar in power to their own world, the world of gods had a somewhat horrifying suppression of magi who were outsiders. We've considered this as well. We're quite lucky in this regard. Mother Core's voice was very heartening. The world we'll hear, their over God, is in a deep slumber, so the suppression we're facing is much less than that in the First War. It was hurt more during the destruction of the Weave, and we have you to thank for that. Even if we're not going to drop in rank, it's still a troublesome matter, Leylin frowned. Of course, this was all an act. When he merged with his divine clone and advanced to rank 8 with the path of original sin, his bloodline had transformed into the Nightmare Hydra. He was stunned to find out that the world of gods stopped suppressing him at that moment, as if he was a native of this place. The laws of the two worlds hadn't been fused before in the history of the astral plane, and it was precisely due to this that a miracle had happened. The current Leylin was unimpeded by both worlds, not facing any suppression whatsoever. He'd kept this all a secret, to be treated as the biggest of trump cards. Those who were unaware would be ruthlessly conned by him at the end. Mother Core frankly addressed Leylin's concerns naturally. We've been performing research on how to avoid the suppression of other worlds, and we already have some results. Rumble. The earth split apart, and numerous tree roots formed a palm that shot out to place a silvery white metal ball in Leylin's hands. This is, the fluorescent light of the AI chip flashed within Leylin's eyes, but several probes only returned with question marks as the screen prompted an unknown message. The silvery white ball's surface was extremely smooth, yet it didn't reflect the world around it. Leylin was speechless for a period of time before he spat out a sentence. The world origin force, it's blocked. Correct, we've called this technology World War Armor. It was created using a new alloy that can block origin force, protecting our true bodies so we can evade the restrictions placed upon us by the worlds. It lets us display our peak strength. That's great. But this thing seems too fragile to support beings like us for long. After testing it for a while, Leylin could pinpoint the armor's weakness. It was a film that isolated the Magus from the world around them, but as armor it was useless once broken. From what he'd seen, it wasn't exactly durable. We're still trying to improve on this. However, even this version is enough for us to launch a small-scale war. Take this, it's a gift. Mother Core spoke generously. Leylin was after all a Magus, and he'd given up several benefits for their world. She had to display some goodwill as well. Then I'll skip the thanks. I really am interested in this. The alloy entered his skin the moment he pressed the ball to his chest. A strange white pattern appeared on his body, as if an armor protecting him. It's cut off origin force, really magical. There seems to be room for improvement, though. Light continuously flashed from the AI chip clone. Reverse engineering from sample, possible optimizations deduced. Having fused with Kukulkan, the current AI, chip had grown far more powerful. With supercomputing and simulate reality, its calculative powers far surpassed those of a peak rank 8 Magus. It seems extensible into the Magus World and Dreamscape as well. The only ability of the AI chip was to deduce. As the user, Leylin could do things the chip could not, which was the advantage of out-of-the-box ideas that a mere tool could not achieve. The discovery of this weapon instantly gave Leylin another plan. If he succeeded, he could rush to the peak of rank 8 quickly, and even lay a solid foundation for comprehending the laws of space and time. As soon as possible. Chapter 1173, Strategy, Something's brewing in the prime material plane. The clone returned to the church just as Leylin arrived at Malbolge. He looked at the tilted floor beneath his feet. The sixth hell was a boundless slope, a plain of constant landslides as the fortresses built on these slanted lands shifted constantly. The plain was blotted out, swarming with devil hunters that had chased the devils out of this layer. Sadly, they couldn't find Glacia. The cunning and beautiful Queen of Lust had been incredibly decisive, abandoning her dignity as an archdevil to give Malbolge up to Leylin. She'd escaped to the lower hells. Devils without a leader are a giant without a head or a beehive without a queen. They're a complete mess. Leylin didn't encounter the slightest of troubles in taking Malbolge over, but there wasn't any excitement on his face. His brows were instead furrowed, a trace of gloom in his expression. This should have been the best point to block me. My powers would only increase the more layers I conquered, and their powers would weaken. Leylin smelt an obvious conspiracy from the retreat of his opponents. He wasn't afraid of a combined resistance. He was only scared they'd abandon Badr entirely to hide themselves within the void. That would be troublesome. Of course, this was not an easy task. Without control of their layers, they'd be abandoned by Badr's origin force, the more serious cases losing their authority in Badr and falling from the realm of laws. As long as there was even a glimmer of hope, the lords of Badr wouldn't choose to do this. Glacia's decision to flee made Leylin sense something strange. I can't keep going like this. Something big will happen. Distorted Shadow is still keeping an eye on me. Leylin looked at the occupied land of the sixth hell and suddenly smiled. I'll still accept gifts on my doorstep, though. Bang. A layer of golden light suddenly spread out from Leylin's divine kingdom, shrouding the entirety of Malbolge. Golden light filled the entire sky, and under the prayers of the devil hunter's endless laws began to merge and transform the sixth hell. The rolling earth rumbled as the divine light flattened it out. The landslides lost all momentum, dying into the ground. The sixth hell fused with Leylin's divine kingdom, radiating endless divine light. The last three layers seemed small and frail under this radiance, seemingly overwhelmed by it. Hurl! Just as Malbolge was fused into Leylin's divine kingdom, the beautiful Queen of Lust screamed within Malbolge. She spat out large mouthfuls of filthy black blood that dissipated into the air, faintly transforming into grotesque life forms before returning to normal as a frightening pool formed on the ground. He devoured all of Malbolge. Glacia looked unsightly as she lost her territory. As she became an archdevil with an empty title, Glacia's facial expression was unsightly as after losing her own territory. She, as an archdevil, was only left with an empty title. That wasn't the worst of it. Having lost the world origin force, she felt her own powers regressing without end as she almost fell out of the realm of laws. Crash! Right at that moment, Malshim suddenly exploded within the canyon. An all-powerful hand reached out of it, crushing millions of devils living within and sending flesh and blood flying everywhere. Distorted screams sounded out as the souls were fused into a dazzling black lightning that entered Glacia's back. ZZZT, a layer of frightening scales emerged on Glacia's body, endless black wings extending from her back. The screams of the killed devils seemed to be captured within. Glacia continued screaming as her energy stabilized. She'd avoided the fall. "I've failed, Father." Glacia looked like a black bat now, standing on the huge pal as she looked at the silhouette of an old devil. "You did not fail, my daughter." There wasn't the slightest change within Asmodeus' black eyes as he looked at the large contract in his hands. The mysterious Supreme of Badr closed the giant parchment in his hands after a long time, a smile on his face. "Your survival is the greatest victory. With the Magi invading at the second dusk nigh, opportunities are aplenty. Our current job is to prepare to seize as much as we can in the future, retaining our strength as we wait for future chances." Perhaps. Glacia could faintly understand Asmodeus' thoughts. The Lord of Nessus had always remained in human form, hiding behind the scenes. He'd finally revealed some of his ambitions. "Are you thinking of becoming a god?" Glacia's voice was trembling. If he wanted to become a god, while already being an archdevil, he definitely didn't just aim to become a lesser god. His final objective was undoubtedly to become the ruler of devils, the god of Badr who truly controlled the 9 hells. That would put him at the peak of gods. There was one other contender for that position right now. It was the god of massacre who'd occupied 6 layers of his world, the lord of original sin Leylin Farlier. The god of massacre's true body is that of a Magus. He's bound to be attacked by the gods because of the destruction of the Weave. Tyr, Kelimver, and Lathander won't let that go. We only have to wait. But there was obvious hesitation on Glacia's face. She didn't believe they had the time to wait for Leylin to be attacked. He'd be here soon to kill them. Nessus is different from the other 8 layers of hell. This is the deepest layer of Badr, the ultimate land of evil. "I've made preparations," resolution surfaced on Asmodeus' face. "With my true body's power and 3 archdevils, we'll separate the plane and seal it for a few thousand years." Seal all of it. That moment of shock exceeded all the surprises Glacia had ever felt put together. If they sealed themselves, they wouldn't receive any more fallen souls. They'd gradually be forgotten by the world, and they'd have to pay a huge price in order to separate in the first place. "Keek, don't worry, my daughter. I've long accumulated enough souls in Nessus to last us that length of time. On top of that, we'll be obstructing Kukulkan as well." Asmodeus let loose a sinister smile, deceit and intelligence reflected from his eyes. He needs to unify all of Badr to become a greater god. Once Nessus separates itself, he'll be dealt a terrifying setback. Furthermore, the defensive power of a separate Nessus, alongside 3 archdevils, will be no less than a greater god's divine kingdom. Once he loses the most important part, his plans to advance rapidly will definitely fall through. He'll fall under the attack of the gods. Asmodeus was sure about this. The only way for him to survive is to unify Badr and kill us. Glacia looked at Asmodeus, feeling like his words were extremely foreign to her. "Why are you so sure about the matters of Magi?" "Let me answer that question." The shadows atop the huge hand distorted, causing Glacia to reveal a look of fear. She hadn't sensed the fluctuations of power from the other party's body, and they'd easily approached her. This was an unbelievable thing for a rank 7 archdevil. "Magus!" Glacia screamed. Distorted shadow hadn't hid his aura when he revealed himself. "Keek, we're currently allies, and we have a common enemy," he sneered. He then looked towards Asmodeus. "I've convinced Baalzebul and Mephistopheles. They've agreed to our plans and are willing to use their layers to delay Leylin's progress, allowing us to complete the separation. Of course, you need to guarantee assistance in regaining their powers and that you won't harm them." "Not a problem," Asmodeus guaranteed. "I'm a devil. I shall honor my pact." "Let's hope so," 2 voices said in unison. The silhouettes of Baalzebul and Mephistopheles emerged in midair, one a disgusting worm and the other a flaming humanoid with devil wings and horns. As soon as possible. Chapter 1174, Self-Destruct, Self-Destruct. "It's great that the 2 of you could join our alliance." The grin on Asmodeus' face turned wider as he signed the contract. "I've already ordered my subordinates to resist at all costs in Maladamini. We should be able to delay him for a while," Baalzebul said. His aura had grown weak, apparently having severed connections with the 7th hell. Even if his subordinates knew they'd been given a suicide mission, as lawful creatures, they could only surge forth to complete their orders. Such was the dignity of an archdevil. "Same here," Mephistopheles chimed in. "I hope that buys us time." Leylin's fearsome image, 7 sins in hand, had evidently been etched deep into the minds of these archdevils. "I stand by my previous suggestions," Distorted Shadow said. "It's a better idea to hide in the endless void or the elemental planes than to defend Nessus at all costs." "That's something that will only benefit you," Asmodeus coldly interjected. "Once we lose all 9 layers, all our authority will be stripped from us. We'll lose Badar's origin force, bleeding in power without any chance to return." "Hee." Distorted Shadow only smiled coldly at Asmodeus' retort, not speaking another word. "Of course, we're all common enemies of this god of massacre," Asmodeus said slowly. "Devils were extremely crafty creatures, and this was especially true for their supreme. I wonder if your excellency can call upon any other magi who are unhappy with this god of massacre. And, my apologies, I cannot do that right now." Distorted Shadow expressed his regrets. Leylin found passage into the world of gods, and the magi of other worlds have already made a pact with him. He's also the one who released the ancient conscience sealed in here long ago, so they already owe him a favor? Asmodeus' face darkened just from hearing those few sentences. "So Leylin is like the leader of their alliance, a mascot amongst the magi?" Glacia sighed. "Indeed, we can only make full use of the god's powers to destroy him alongside his divine kingdom." "Damn it," the lords cursed. They'd never thought they'd meet an enemy as powerful as Leylin in Badr. Asmodeus saw them losing morale, quickly interjecting, "All right. As long as we stand together, Leylin won't be able to make his most crucial advancement. His death will be but a matter of time." However, the old devil's expression changed the very next moment. His gigantic body shuddered, causing endless tremors through the earth. "It's him! He's here!" Asmodeus exclaimed. There was only one person that could cause his expression to change this quick. "Leylin!" The 4 other people gathered shouted. "Rumble!" At this moment, an enormous flying city descended outside of Nessus. Leylin was stood atop it, looking down at Nessus, which stretched far beyond what the eye could see, his gaze filled with mockery. "You thought I'd be baited by Maladamini and Cania? How childish. Compared to those 2 levels, I value you lords more." The Nightmare Hydra Phantom appeared behind Leylin's back, its 3 remaining illusory snake heads staring at their respective lords like predators stalking their prey. "Seal the place now." Boom! The earth was blasted open, revealing Asmodeus' massive true body. His black wings covered the skies as he stood up, revealing the severe injury inflicted upon him back in ancient times. The wound had been exacerbated by Leylin's attack when he'd brought his divine kingdom down. Facing Leylin, Asmodeus didn't have the leeway to consider his injuries. He unleashed the full extent of his power, as a dark web appeared from his hand to envelop the entirety of Nessus. A power of isolation stopped Thultanthar from entering the 9th hell. The 3 other lords used their own authorities as well, mustering what origin force they could in a final struggle. Distorted Shadow disappeared into the darkness, the shadows shifting formlessly as if he was planning on something. Beep! Target locked. Space has been sealed, preparing primary cannons. A white light appeared on the main cannon of the flying city, so bright that it could kill a god. Netheri's core prepared, firing. A powerful light, seemingly born of the very universe, shot forth under the fearful eyes of the devils, its absolute power unleashed on the barrier around Nessus. The barrier rumbled as the energy scattered in all directions, annihilating hordes of devils. The energy was so powerful that it attracted the attention of many powerful beings from the abyss and the celestial planes. The stunning white light blinded the lords of Badr. Glacia gripped her hands tightly as the energy waves began to dissipate, sighing in relief after she saw Nessus undamaged. "Hee, with us here, Nessus is like the divine kingdom of a greater god. What will you attack it with?" The other 2 lords seemed to be encouraged by the sight. They'd just been far too fearful of Leylin slaying them. A weave, origin force, spells, and elemental particles as well. Leylin looked at the dark web that stopped his attack and how it was being replenished by origin force. The AI chip recorded everything he saw. "It seems like you've struck quite a few deals with Distorted Shadow, Asmodeus. I can't let you carry on any further, or the consequences will be too dire." Leylin stepped forward, leaving the flying city. The gem of Netheril that could house hundreds of thousands began to descend slowly, heading for Nessus like a meteorite. What is he planning to do? Not good, Distorted Shadow exclaimed in shock. He had never lost his bearings like this before. Beep, authorization valid, initiating self-destruct. Light flashed from the AI chip, and all of Thultanthar's energy converged into a massive aura. Explosives prepared, beginning collapse of secondary dimension. Preparing Netheri's core, there was no expression on Shaylin's face. The city continued to descend, growing faster and faster. Preparations complete. Impact in T-3, 2, 1. Boom. The light generated this time was far brighter than before, unleashing great explosive force upon Nessus. An indescribable scene occurred as the pinnacle of technology destroyed itself under Leylin's orders. It was thousands of times more powerful than the Tunguska explosion back on his old world. Feeling like the Big Bang, as its undeniable might seemed to shoot the force of the entire world at Nessus. You think losing the city hurts me? The Nightmare Hydra phantom roared, dark clouds appearing above its head. This being that absorbed strength from the emotions of all beings protected Leylin. Seeing this explosion, Leylin smiled. Material things are just that. So what if it can kill gods? A flying city is nothing on my path to power. Leylin had been extremely clear on the situations. If he hadn't taken Nessus out immediately, the Lords of Badr would very likely hole up like tortoises and render him helpless. Hence, he did not hesitate to use his trump card as he sacrificed Thultanthar to kill his enemies. Even if multiple renovations had given Leylin full control of the city, he couldn't help but be wary of any backdoors Distorted Shadow had placed into it. The safest way forward was to destroy the city, just like he'd killed his divine clone after using Karsus, Avatar to avoid harm. The deed was done now anyway, there was no need to analyze costs anymore. Distorted Shadow grew extremely impatient when Leylin sacrificed Thultanthar. A large, writhing shadow with boundless power headed to the boundaries of Leylin's divine kingdom. Leave, the void flickered, and Leylin's clone appeared alongside Mother Core. The two gave him a strong warning at the border. As soon as possible. Chapter 1175, Ruthless facing the powerful Mother Core, even Distorted Shadow had to retreat. Having ousted his true body, the two returned to the divine kingdom, shattering any and all wild dreams from the other powerful beings. A large hole had been blasted into Nessus by the explosion of Thultanthar. The entire plain was badly damaged, and even the deep gorges and valleys had been destroyed. Even if Nessus was as powerful as the divine kingdom of a greater god, it had still been damaged. Half of its powers of law had been destroyed, weakening it significantly. Sheeing, Leylin darted in through a gap in the skies, seven sins howling as he killed Distorted Shadow's clone immediately. Now that I'm here, what else have you guys got to say? Leylin looked at the four devils before him, weapon in tow. His smile caused them to shudder in fear. Rumble, the earth continued to tremble underneath them, Asmodeus' clone having been destroyed with the explosion of the flying city. Having been the greatest contributor to Nessus' defense, he was the one who was hurt the most by its destruction. And now, his main body was forced to face Leylin. He looked extremely miserable, multiple scars on his body from the explosion alongside cuts from when the rift was destroyed. The wounds had grown bigger than before, and a part of a wing had been torn off. Hurry and leave, don't let him gather all our power, Asmodeus howled. He knew well that Leylin had already broken through Nessus, destroying their last hope. Their only counter left was to leave Badr entirely, stopping Leylin from completing his path of original sin. He would lose momentum, and the war would come to an end. However, how could Leylin give them this chance? The phantom Nightmare Hydra appeared behind him, each of its head releasing a deafening roar. Boundless power of laws surged forth from 6 of them, forming a powerful web of energy that trapped Nessus within. He sealed space, Glacia screamed, the light of her teleportation spell dimming. Asmodeus cursed as well, shouting in shock. Speaking of shock, Mother Core had been far more surprised than even the father-daughter duo. She'd been observing the scene from his divine kingdom, and she noticed Leylin seal off space to prevent all escape. The power to seal spacetime, he's already come into contact with rank 9 laws. Such terrifying talent? To be able to seal the teleportation of a being of law meant he had high comprehension of the law of spacetime. This fellow wasn't even peak rank 8 yet. This achievement surpassed those of many of his predecessors. He really does have a chance to reach rank 9? Mother Core made a silent evaluation. Although Leylin was still far from being able to harness the complete power of spacetime to reach rank 9, she still had high hopes for him. Asmodeus, I am not the supreme of Badr. Leylin's body grew exponentially as he moved forward, matching the size of the self-proclaimed ruler of hell. 7 sins roared ceaselessly as 2 rays of light were unleashed, each containing the power of laws. Blessing of Greed, Fury Amplification. The 2 buffs put Leylin quite close to the peak of rank 8. Each of his actions could crush multiple smaller worlds. Boom! 7 sins changed forms, taking the shape of a dazzling 6-bladed battle axe. Leylin roared out as he swung the axe downwards, like a giant splitting the earth apart. Arge, the origin force of Badr, please abide by the primordial contract, Asmodeus chanted as he revealed an ancient scroll. The parchment floated in midair, glowing with dull light as it attracted the last of Badr's origin force. This was the original copy of the primordial contract, Asmodeus' final trump card. Your methods are outdated, Asmodeus. I am the sole ruler of hell now, its overlord. The battle axe shone brightly, and as it swung downwards, leaving a brilliant afterimage behind. Crack! The origin force from the primordial contract broke immediately upon contact with 7 sins, and the axe swung towards his body without mercy. It caused another grave injury as he flew backwards, leveling a massive canyon. Buzz, Asmodeus wasn't the only one to feel the aftereffects. The moment the primordial contract was broken, the devils in the last of the 9 hells began to wail. They could clearly feel that the surging power of Badr's origin force was waning, causing their powers to deteriorate. Badr is now my divine kingdom. All devils who do not become my petitioners shall die. Light flashed in Leylin's eyes as the crimson power of original sin appeared in his hands. 7 sins turned into a javelin as he willed it, containing the energy to split apart laws themselves. The path of original sin is the end of all things. The javelin was as fast as lightning, repelling even the origin force of the world of gods. Its sharpness could destroy all laws, and this instrument of destruction appeared before Asmodeus. Pooh! The javelin pierced through the Lord of Badr, devouring all her powers and destroying all signs of life. Glacia's face turned sluggish with disbelief as she forced herself to look backwards, seeing her father. The moment the javelin was about to strike him, he'd sent a powerful force to bring her before his body. She'd been used as a meat shield to block this fatal attack. Glacia's beautiful face smiled wryly, and before she could say anything, she turned into dust. The AI chip's notifications sounded in Leylin's ear. Beep. Host has killed Glacia. Gluttony's devouring activated, absorbing new law of lust currently at 100%. HSS. The nightmare hydra behind Leylin hissed loudly as another head materialized from its neck. It absorbed all of the lust in the astral plane, turning it into his law of original sin. Beep. Host has comprehended the law of lust. 7 sins has unlocked Fantasia. Fantasia. The user can elude the detection of beings of law. This decisiveness, should I say as expected of a devil? Glacia's death had only bought Asmodeus some time. 7 sins glowed once more as the effects of Fantasia were released, causing Asmodeus and the other 2 to grow dull. Hiss, the nightmare hydra roared, as an incomplete path of original sin materialized around it. It seemed like a long, flowing river that immediately consumed Asmodeus' true body. Having entered Leylin's powers, Asmodeus shrunk continuously before becoming a bug. The bug was encased in amber and sealed by the nightmare hydra. Asmodeus is the key to merging the 7 original sin and the spawn of hell. His energy can catalyze the fusion of all evil, and he's irreplaceable. However, this isn't the right time to fuse it. Leylin retrieved 7 sins, turning it into a crossblade with complicated runes inscribed atop it. At this moment, the last 2 archdevils were running towards Leylin, fear clouding their expressions as if they'd seen ghosts. You still think you're running away? Leylin brandished the crossblade. Fantasia can even cast an illusion on rank 8 beings. How can the 2 of you resist it? With the power of Dreamforce as a foundation and the strength of 7 sins, Leylin could toy with rank 7 beings. The Nightmare Hydra hissed as the 2 remaining illusory heads stared down at the lords. "Become my strength," Leylin chanted, and the Nightmare Hydra howled as the power of original sin sealed off the space around them. Mephistopheles and Baalzebul were suppressed, and the 2 heads opened their maws and devoured the 2 lords of Badr who could only watch on in despair. As soon as possible. Chapter 1176 Peak Beep. Host has killed Baalzebul. Gluttony's devouring activated, absorbing new law of sloth currently at 100%. Beep. 7 sins has unlocked Sloth's recovery. Sloth's recovery. User recovery is boosted by 500% when inactive. 7 sins can now repair damage automatically. Beep. Host has killed Mephistopheles. Gluttony's devouring activated, absorbing new law of envy currently at 100%. Beep. Host has comprehended the law of envy. 7 sins has unlocked Envy's thief. Envy's thief. User can steal the divine weapons and laws of other beings. The multiple notifications put Leylin in a good mood. The Nightmare Hydra's body behind him materialized completely, each of its heads containing a different law. The power of sin across all intelligent beings was now absorbed by Leylin, forming a thick dark mist around his massive body. At this moment, the AI chip sent another notification, and Leylin grinned even wider than before. Beep. Path of Original Sin completed. Nightmare Hydra bloodline has achieved complete form. In an instant, he'd felt the power of his bloodline reach the limit, coming into contact with an extremely obscure door of sorts. The door was guarded by the power of spacetime, forming a mountain pass. Leylin knew fully well that it was the bottleneck to rank 9. Buzz, the power of Original Sin thundered in his body as the dark mist grew even more black. The crimson energy became more animated, showing signs of life. Feeling the power of Original Sin as the river formed behind the Nightmare Hydra, Leylin felt like it was extremely picturesque. He'd now completed his laws, opening his path up for further travel. However, there was something still missing. Gluttony, greed, wrath, pride, envy, sloth, lust. The 7 sins form Original Sin, combining with massacre and death to form a perfect cycle. However, all this lacks an embodiment of pure evil. Leylin looked at Asmodeus, who'd been sealed within the river. Once he extracted the essence of this devil, his path would be completed and allow him to become a peak rank immediately. However, Leylin's incredible willpower stopped his urges. Although I can wield Dreamforce at its peak, it's still not perfect. I need to subjugate Dreamscape's world will and get it to hand over the essence of Dreamforce so I can lay a perfect foundation for my advancement. Since he'd achieved everything he set out to, Leylin naturally intended to do things to perfection. Although peak Dreamforce allowed him to harness the powers of spacetime, Leylin wanted more. He didn't just want to become rank 9, he wanted to be the absolute best of rank 9 Magi. That was a given on his quest for eternity. Hence, this Dreamforce that would even satisfy other peak 8 Magi and cause them to be envious of him was not enough in Leylin's eyes. The essence of Dreamscape's origin force was an evolved form of Dreamforce known as Nightmare Force, and that was what he wanted. Just nice. I have the strength to execute my plans now. Leylin did not give another look at the broken Nessus as he vanished from Badr. Boom. Boom, boom. 3 consecutive explosions reverberated across the many worlds. Be it gods, archfiends, or even lich kings, everyone cast a look of shock towards Badr. A golden divine kingdom within was now shining brightly, rapidly swallowing up the last of the 9 hells. Badr was one once more, radiating with holy light as its surging origin force was converted to the power of the divine kingdom. This place could cause even greater gods to be fearful now. The 9 hells having a new owner meant that the devils had been destroyed. The 8 lords of Badr had been a force to be reckoned with even for greater gods, never having lost an inch to the gods or demons and instead counterattacking all this while. Now they'd been vanquished by a Magus. Badr was the first to bow out of the final war, reminding the gods once again of fearsome memories they'd chosen to wipe from their minds. The powerful energy of a god strengthening themselves traveled past many worlds, causing many powerful existences to frown. Kukulkan, my lord, You are the guardian of our souls, the stars in the skies. You are a haven for my soul, the god of the 9 hells. You are the keeper of strength, the god of wrath and order, the ruler of devils. Under Tiff's guidance, everyone in Leylin's divine kingdom was praying to him. The power of faith converged into a holy river, causing Badr to roar as powerful origin force entered Leylin's clone. Mother Kor chose to leave Badr on her own accord. There was in fact a trace of alarm in her eyes as she looked at the divine kingdom, feeling a powerful, repulsive force. This isn't inferior to the divine kingdom of a greater god. With this as your base, you'll be able to hold for a long while even with multiple greater gods attacking you at once. Leylin, you really have found a good place within the world of gods. Traces of complex emotions appeared in her eyes. Having swallowed the 9 hells and obtained new laws, Leylin grew quickly in power, shooting through the ranks to quickly reach rank 17. She felt like Leylin wanted his clone to advance to greater godhood. However, the tides of faith soon dissipated under the complicated congratulations of many powerful existences. Leylin's rank remained at 17. However, even this was extremely inconceivable given his birth year in the world of gods. Atop the White Jade Saint Mountain, the clone opened his glowing golden eyes. Lightning that could form and destroy entire worlds seemed to streak past its gaze. Beep. Clone currently at rank 17. Blue light flashed in Leylin's eyes. His old clone had been a part of his soul, but this one was under the full control of the AI. Chip. With the two being originally one anyway, the auxiliary AI chip could also receive faith in him, being controlled by the primary chip. He'd even managed to retrieve the split soul, so there were no longer any side effects binding him to the power of faith. Large streams of information flashed in the clone's eyes. All stats +5. Host's Arcanist ranking has increased by 5, currently rank 40. Obtained Divine Domain, Fall of 7 Sins. The power of a domain stemmed from one's divinity, something a demigod did not possess. Every additional domain brought great boosts to one's strength. That is why gods focused on increasing their divine ranks, not paying much attention to other matters. Leylin looked at his stats. Name, Leylin Fallen, divine name. Kukulkan, the god of massacre, controlled by auxiliary AI chip. Race, unknown alignment, lawful evil. Divine domain simulated, massacre, death, gluttony, greed, wrath, pride, envy, sloth, lust. Divine kingdom, Badr divine rank. 17. Worshippers, natives, devils, adventurers, priests. Worshipper alignments, true neutral, neutral evil, lawful evil. Domains, massacre, death, devouring, 7 sins. Arcanist rank, 40. Strength, 38. Agility, 38. Vitality, 38. Spirit, 44. Arcane energy, 440. Divine force, 1,500. Status, healthy. Feats, Herculean strength, master of knowledge, dreamscape vision, epic adaptability. Divine feats, origin force detection, arcane art amplification, illusions. Divine abilities, warp reality, supercomputing, simulate reality, fall of 7 sins. The increased divine rank gave me a new domain. Leylin's attention was drawn to his new ability, and the AI chip showed information about it. Divine ability, fall of 7 sins. As the Lord of Original Sin, the host can use any negative emotions to affect the target's mind, inducing the power of nightmares to have the target turn. Applies to beings of law as well. Even law existences can be affected if they are consumed by the emotions of original sin. I can then subjugate them into my slaves. Leylin rubbed his chin and sighed. In the world of gods, be it the Magi or the gods themselves, they were consumed by their inner desires. Anyone could become his puppet. Even peak rank 8s weren't devoid of emotions. However, they did have the ability to stem their desires once they manifested. However, how powerful was the strength of inner desires? As long as a peak rank 8 had flaws, they could be used by Leylin as soon as possible. Chapter 1177, Mediate the power of dreams converged in the boundary between the real and the illusory, forming a boundless strange world. A Magus dressed in black robes stood at the corners of this world, his arrival causing the world to cheer as if a child had returned home. Dreamscape opened its doors up wide. It's still this desolate here. Leylin stood in midair, absolved from the powers of the laws. His soul of original sin allowed him to survey most of the world at once. Dreamscape was still as desolate as before, from when Dreamforce was waning and the Lords of Calamity had to seal themselves. Leylin was here in his true body, having left the world of gods to enter the astral plane. With the Manderhawk plate in hand and an intermediate god as a clone, the world of gods was like a back garden that he could enter and leave as he pleased. With all of Badr as his divine kingdom and the AI chip managing things, he had no need to worry for the safety of his assets. Unless the gods could find another flying city from somewhere and have it explode on him, his defenses were airtight like those of a greater god's divine kingdom. Leylin could leave and come to Dreamscape at ease. Dreamforce has been waning for thousands of years despite me killing a Lord of Calamity. Leylin discovered the laws of Dreamforce in an instant. The current state of Dreamforce didn't make a difference to him, though. Having already grasped its laws, he could harness the peak power of Dreamforce at any time. Those Lords of Calamity have indeed become much smarter, Leylin smiled. A slight scan revealed that the Lords of Calamity had sealed themselves together this time, apparently cautious of his previous actions. Since that's the case, then let me greet them. The crimson runes of Dreamforce appeared on Leylin's body, opening up his third eye. His nightmare-absorbing physique peaked, and the entirety of Dreamscape rejoiced as powerful destructive lightning appeared in the skies. Unlike before, Leylin didn't need to act stealthily. He spread his aura fearlessly to the edges of the world. It's the nightmare-absorbing physique, the eternal nemesis of the Lords of Calamity, nightmare-absorbing physique. Damn it! Ever since the Magus World opened the crystal sphere, I knew that the Nightmare King would return. The slumbering Lords of Calamity were like cats whose tails had been stepped on. They woke up immediately, unleashing their auras. A blizzard of destructive snow howled, but it was repelled by a crystal mountain. A crystal exploded as one of the Lords of Calamity walked out, possessing devastating strength. This was the Eye Emissary, the protector of light and darkness, wielding both laws to be one of the stronger Lords of Calamity. Melina! Another crystal broke as well to the Eye Emissary's voice, and a female thunder giant walked out. Nightmare King? No, something more devious and inconceivable. The nightmare-absorbing physique has finally reappeared, Melina roared. Her body darted like lightning towards Leylin. The dark earth split open and a three-headed Lord of Calamity appeared. It had the head of a black goat, a green snake, and a mysterious human face. "Oh, Melina, you're mine," it muttered as it turned into a black mist, chasing behind the female giant. All of the Lords of Calamity in Dreamscape were soon awake, roaring and howling as destructive powers of calamity caused Dreamscape to tremble. The surviving creatures were pressed down to the ground, praying for these superior beings to be appeased. I never thought there were so many hidden experts in Dreamscape. 18, no, 19 Lords of Calamity, it's enough to crush the Purgatory World and Shadow World. Leylin was surprised. These Lords of Calamity had sealed themselves in due to waning Dreamforce, not joining in on the attack on the world of gods. This made them the largest force in the rest of the astral plane, strong enough to perhaps attack even the Magus World if Dreamforce recovers. They're all hovering around rank 8, yet there isn't a peak rank 8 existence. Is this the suppression from the world will? Leylin's eyes flashed, and he was more confident in his plans than before. Nightmare-absorbing physique, die. The Nightmare King was the eternal enemy of the Lords of Calamity, so one of them immediately attacked Leylin. Boom! A powerful force of calamity struck down, alongside the face of a ghost that was large enough to blot out the sun rearing its bloody mouth at Leylin. Darn thing hiding in the shadows, come out! Leylin's face turned violent as a longsword formed from 7 sins slashed forward. SSA. A bright white light flashed, and the face was slashed apart before shattering, forming corrosive rain. A strange, multi-faced creature appeared, wailing as it was forced out of the void. 7 sins slashed mercilessly into its body, containing even more domineering force. Blessing of greed. The power of original sin was unleashed, causing the figure with many faces to be destroyed immediately. A dark current appeared and was absorbed by the 7 sins. It seemed to be a touty with endless power, devouring its opponent's strength. Darkface was taken out in one blow. The other Lords of Calamity looked at the ghost-faced creature who couldn't recover its body anymore. its face filled with fear as it turned wary, stopping its attacks. Boom! Leylin's dark path of original sin appeared behind him, alongside the nightmare Hydra with the vertical pupil at its central head. A powerful web of original sin appeared and enshrouded Leylin within, giving him strength comparable to the peak of rank 8. The nightmare-absorbing physique, Path of Laws, peak rank 8 Magus, the powers of the ancient Nightmare King. The other Lords of Calamity stepped back unconsciously, looking at Leylin in fright. After swallowing the Lords of Badr, Leylin was now only one step away from peak rank 8, yet his own battle prowess had already entered this realm. The ancient Nightmare King had the strength to slay more than half of the Lords of Calamity present. Leylin was even stronger, so it would simply be too easy to beat them all. So, now can you listen to what I have to say? Leylin looked around him, at the Nightmare Eye, Emissary, Melina, and the three-headed beast. These were the strongest Lords of Calamity. What do you want to say, inheritor of the nightmare-absorbing physique? The Emissary's eyes blinked continuously as it looked at Leylin. Unlike the others, he knew full well how powerful Leylin was. With this power before he even reached peak rank 8, when he advanced with the help of Dreamscape, there would be no way for them to survive. I know, you all fear me, hate me. Leylin looked arrogantly at the Lords of Calamity, as if he controlled their lives and deaths. But my purpose for coming here this time is not to kill any of you. I want to give you and the world will another way to go forward. Crack! Leylin's words were earth-shattering news to the Lords of Calamity. They entered fervent discussion immediately, and even the world will began to rage with lightning. Hiss! The nightmare Hydra roared, repelling the destructive snow. How is it? Do I look sincere enough? Leylin smiled at these Lords of Calamity. The many lords stood staring at each other. It was the female Thundergiant who spoke up eventually. How do you want to do this? The Lords of Calamity are like leeches feeding off the origin force of Dreamscape, causing the world to continuously regress. You put a heaven burden on it, so the world will want to reverse the tide and weaken your supply of Dreamforce. That's why it gave birth to a nightmare-absorbing physique. All of this was just the beginning. Leylin spoke frankly yet with conviction. The origin force of Dreamscape is not endless, yet you lot feed off it without end, causing the world to deteriorate. Even you yourselves have to suffer the consequences. I wish to make a pact of the true soul with all of you, the entire astral plane being the witness. Each of you will be given a fixed time to absorb origin force, and it has to be within the limits set by the world. On top of that, you have to find ways to make up for the world will's losses. In return, the world will assure that you have an endless supply of peak Dreamforce. There will be no more weakening, and you won't have to seal yourselves in. Leylin's voice was extremely loud, the power of laws it carried causing the Lords of Calamity to ponder his proposal. Although they were extremely unhappy at not being able to ceaselessly absorb the origin force, it seemed much better if Dreamforce was not weakened. Moreover, they wouldn't have the threat of the nightmare-absorbing physique looming over their heads anymore. As soon as possible. Chapter 1178 Nightmare agree to these conditions, and I won't aggress in the future. We can even explore the world of gods together. The bounty you'll receive there is more than what you can accumulate here in 10 million years. Even though Leylin's intention to tempt them with the world of gods sounded easy, there were some difficulties he had to cross to get to them. The hardest was to showcase peak rank 8 might, suppressing all these rogues with the fear of death. He then had to deal with Dreamscape's world will. Melina looked at her peers, answering after a period of hesitation, "This matter we have to discuss." "Of course, discuss away. I'll be here waiting." Leylin smiled and waved the Lords of Calamity on, watching their conscients converse. These conscients conversed at the speed of thought, discussing 1,000 years of information in but a second. It wasn't long before they gave Leylin a reply. The three-headed beast came forward, its goat head speaking as the human one showed a strange expression. "We accept, on the condition that you ensure the world will honors its side." "Of course." Although he knew what this creature was scheming, Leylin still readily agreed. "Very well, upon our true souls as beings of law, in the name of the astral plane." The Lords of Calamity looked at each other and nodded their heads, making an oath with their true souls. There was simply no pretense from the reverberation of the true souls, and they also could not mask themselves in front of Leylin's power of original sin anyway. "All right," Leylin turned around and looked at the endless void. "Oh, mighty dreamscape, I will need you to honor this agreement." Rumble, boundless dreamforce gathered, forming a pair of furious eyes. The entire dreamscape was seething in rage. From the world will's point of view, the successor of the nightmare-absorbing physique was supposed to kill these lords of calamity. Yet here he was, making agreements with them instead. This was blatant betrayal. Purplish gold lightning made of origin force converged in the area, possessing enough power to destroy beings of law. The crimson runes on Leylin's body writhed, as if wanting to break free. Rumble. A mighty bolt of destruction crashed down, and the three-headed creature sniggered. "Haha, you're just a lackey reared by the world will, and you actually want it to subjugate. The world will is strong enough to take your bloodline back and not allow you to ever resurrect. Everyone, attack now. This nightmare-absorbing physique has a death wish." The human face of the creature guffawed. As for the green snake head, it opened its giant jaws and the laws of corrosion formed an acid rain. "Don't you think I'm aware of your thoughts?" However, Leylin remained extremely calm under the double team of the lightning and rain, rendering the other lords of calamity uneasy. "I am different from the Nightmare King. All of my powers are of my own, and that is the same for Dreamforce." He reached out, and a platinum barrier formed around him. The origin force armor that could repel world wills showed its prowess, pushing Dreamscape back as the power of original sin rumbled behind his back. The Nightmare Hydra roared, continuous streams of attacks shooting forth from its 9 heads to destroy the lightning in the skies. "Don't think that you can control me like you did the Nightmare King." Leylin had always enjoyed freedom, so how could he have been made an example of by the world will? Having obtained Dreamforce at its peak, Leylin had constantly conducted research into absolving himself of the world will, controlling the crests and troughs of the energy himself. With his power nearing the peak of rank 8 and his being within the world of gods, Dreamscape had found out about it too late. Right now, Leylin wished to suppress the Lords of Calamity and the world will, becoming an arbitrator between the two parties. The power of original sin rumbled and repelled the Dreamforce, causing the clouds in the skies to dissipate. Having repelled the world will, Leylin turned around and faced the three-headed beast. "What are you trying to do?" I, the green snake head muttered, and the black goat head looked at Leylin in disbelief. It had never imagined that the nightmare-absorbing physique formed of Dreamforce could repel the world will itself. "Impossible," it raged silently, but it was too late. "Watch, this is the outcome of betrayal." Prideguard was activated, forming a silver-white armor around Leylin's body strong enough to repel the attacks of some beings of law. Leylin moved through the corrosive rain unaffected, turning 7 sins into a morning star that roared mightily as it landed on the creature. Boosted by the blessing of greed and fury amplification, a mountainous force smashed the human head down in an instant, following up with the other 2 heads as well. Massacre amplification and Death's decree erased all traces of the creature's existence, completely removing any chances of its revival. Gulp, gulp. The Lords of Calamity just stared blankly as Leylin's mace devoured the flesh of the beast, augmented by Gluttony's devouring and Sloth's recovery. Even his armor was repairing itself. What had they just seen? One of their strongest fighters had been killed by Leylin just like that? "I don't feel any of the black goat's aura. It has 3 lives and was supposed to be able to be reborn in filth." The Thunder Giant grew, extremely conflicted. Although she'd never liked that creature, she did acknowledge its power. However, it had died just like that. Its chances of revival were taken out, and it had been done in for good. So, who's next? Having restored his peak Dreamforce, Leylin looked around in satisfaction at the fearful faces of the Lords of Calamity. "We will comply to your wishes, mighty Nightmare King." The Eye Emissary yielded first, bowing towards Leylin with newfound sincerity. "Don't call me the Nightmare King. I am the Lord of Original Sin, the controller of all evil across the astral plane." Leylin tossed the remaining carcass of the creature into the void. "Don't act like I'm bullying you. Hurry and eat it." The greatest difference of a world will from a mortal was that it was an artificial intelligence, caring only about benefits. Seeing that it couldn't take Leylin down, and with something to gain from the agreement with the Lords of Calamity, it would acknowledge reality. Space ground the body apart like a millstone, using the creature's energy to replenish the world. Giving your leftovers to send the world will away, that's really. The other Lords of Calamity criticized Leylin quietly, but they very soon changed their attitudes. Mighty Lord of Original Sin, you are the arbitrator between us. In my name of the Lord of Original Sin, I promise to bind both the Lords of Calamity and the world will of Dreamscape together fairly, all for the sake of the world's development. Leylin raised 3 fingers of his right hand and swore an oath. His voice was imposing yet dignified, and the dark path of original sin that had traces of blood rumbled behind him. With my path as a witness, rumble, the entire dreamscape trembled, as if excited upon seeing a new future, and it cheered. Powerful dream force circled around Leylin, peaking with the support of the world. It turned denser in color, as a sort of innate change occurred within it. It turned into a higher power, containing an indescribable strength. It was like all of the world's evil and dreams had been fused together, surging into Leylin's path of original sin and making it look even more perfect than before. Nightmare force? The Eye Emissary exclaimed. This was the peak of the world will's essence, something even the peak rank 8 Nightmare King hadn't been granted in the past, be it the Lords of Calamity or the Nightmare King. They had only a vague understanding that nightmare force was the essence of the world. Even if they were the spawn of the world, they could not receive the power of nightmare force. Leylin had instead obtained it through his own powers. The Lords of Calamity stared at Leylin, each with different feelings. Each of the 9 hells in Leylin's divine kingdom had been separated up in an orderly manner, large groups of petitioners scurrying around the place performing their own tasks. Everything was being built up for the future, and this divine kingdom of epic proportions gave them the best protection. Disasters wrought havoc in the prime material plane, and the gods were restless, giving them valuable time to carry out their missions. Leylin's clones walked out of the borders of his divine kingdom, where Mother Kor's clone had been waiting for some time. This new power that you speak of is about to come? Mother Kor looked at Leylin. Of course, do wait and see. The clone laughed in reply, opening a passage in the crystal sphere. As soon as possible. Chapter 1179 Mortal Realm Rumble. The sheer number of rank 8 auras that appeared at that moment caused Mother Kor to be startled. The power of calamity, you managed to get the Lords of Calamity on your side? Leylin only smiled, shifting the conversation as several powerful figures passed the crystal sphere to enter the world of gods. The world of gods, a place of eternal obscurities and mysteries. The final war has begun once more. The Eye Emissary and Melina led 6 more Lords of Calamity into Badr, standing proudly in the void. Just the gathering of such powers caused calamity to spread throughout their surroundings, causing space itself to wail. Having reached an agreement with the world will, their powers had been restored. Free of their constraints, they no longer had to seal themselves in that jail of a world. Leylin, the arbitrator of the contract, was someone neither side wanted to offend. He could suppress the world will himself, and with nightmare force, his power had only increased. The Lords of Calamity came along as free help. These 8 are about as strong as intermediate evil gods. Combined, they have the power to topple an entire continent. Leylin smiled. Of course, he didn't oppress or exploit the Lords of Calamity. He was working together with them to gain more benefits. Dreamscape had given them a tremendous supply of energy to restore their powers, and now they had to go look for resources to replenish the world's origin force. What better a place to plunder than the world of gods? There were 2 other people here alongside the 8 Lords of Calamity. One of them was a young lady with extremely fair skin, her face quite exquisite and impish. She surveyed the world around her and eventually sighed, "The world of gods, I've returned." This was Shar, the goddess-turned Magus who had come to rule the shadow world. She had become Leylin's subordinate after being forced into submission, being brought here for the war. HMPH, another young lady harumphed from beside Shar. She had a bewitching expression on her face, looking more mature than her companion as each strand of her hair hissed quietly in the air. And the Snake Dowager? Mother Kor recognized this familiar face. The Snake Dowager did not dare to be tardy when speaking to this peak rank 8 Magus, and she bowed slightly, "Mighty protector of Earth. We meet once again? 10 rank 8 Magi, together with your clone and Magus body." Mother Kor was now completely in shock. This force could have helped them greatly in the last battle. Now it was even more important to her, being able to influence the entire war. And your path is already perfect, and you can advance to the peak of rank 8 at any time you want. Mother Kor looked at Leylin with a complex expression. Although she'd regarded Leylin highly, she'd never thought he'd come to be of the same realm as her so quickly. His strength could not be ignored. The Nightmare Force completed my foundation. Now all I have to do is completely devour Asmodeus' essence, fusing all my laws together to form the perfect law of original sin. Leylin didn't bother to conceal his path and plans. There was nothing now that could stop him. I won't participate in the war before I'm at the peak of rank 8, and nor will they. Leylin pointed at the 10 rank 8s following him, and none of them raised an objection. This surprised Mother Kor even more. She'd originally thought they were just allies, but he had astonishing control over them, so it couldn't be. With 11 rank 8 Magi now standing guard at Badr, even greater gods could do nothing about Leylin's advance. This was an absolute confidence, garnered from the strength Leylin blatantly displayed. Each of these existences would be of great use to entire factions. I'm about to finish up with my preparations. How are things on your end? Leylin looked at Mother Kor. You can be at ease. I already called out to the world will. It's slowly recovered over time and will be ready. The world of gods was injured once again recently, so it'll be at a disadvantage. Mother Kor's eyes reflected the depths of the Magus World. We're in the process of preparing the spell formation to bring the will here. 5 Magi of Laws are standing guard, and will soon be able to bring the Magus World's will into the world of gods immediately, changing the laws of this world. The few sentences that Mother Kor spoke revealed a groundbreaking plan. The audacious Magi actually wanted to bring the Magus World's world will into this world, destroying the overgod in one blow. It's hard to predict success, but even in the worst case, both parties will suffer grave injuries, which will reduce the suppression on us. Leylin naturally knew what these Magi were planning. Just like the gods, they didn't want their world will to awaken completely. Even he wasn't willing to just let the world will wake up and suppress him. He thus had no objections to their general plan. All right, I'll enter a long period of seclusion now. I'll leave this to you. A phantom of the nightmare Hydra appeared, bringing Leylin's Magus body to the deepest parts of his divine kingdom. Let's go, everyone. The AI. Chip's clone body had already reached the peak of intermediate godhood. Bringing the 10 others, it shot into his divine kingdom like a shooting star. Even without the defense of a divine kingdom, this lineup would put fear in the heart of any god. He'll most likely be peak rank 8 the next time he appears. Mother Kor looked at the divine kingdom, and light flashed in her eyes before she slowly vanished into the void. All these events had been noticed by the gods. However, a force of 11 intermediate gods, with the additional support of 2 greater gods and a divine kingdom, derailed all their plans. Even Tyr and Lathander wouldn't dare to fight them within Leylin's divine kingdom. As for Distorted Shadow, all traces of him had vanished. Nobody knew what he was scheming. The plague in the prime material plane continued to spread, and the plans to move the worshippers into the divine kingdom had begun. The filthy evil eye and the Chaos Lord stirred up even more havoc in the abyss, joined by new beings of law as they headed deeper and deeper. The aftershocks of dazzling fights lit up the skies of the various worlds, but Badr remained abnormally silent. Leylin immersed himself into finalizing and perfecting his path of original sin, and the others had their own tasks to carry out. His clone managed everything else well. Within the prime material plane, Doran struggled to bring the last of his belongings to a cart and tie them with a rope. He felt like all the events of the recent past were a dream. Having expressed their rage, the burly man and red nose had disappeared. Farmers and even more thugs surrounded old Holdman's villa, taking everything. Not even the door was left behind. They'd plundered everything in sight before setting the house on fire, reducing it to nothing. Doran pitifully dragged himself back home, hiding in there endlessly in fear that guards would barge into his house and hang him at any moment. After several days of silence, he had realized one fact. The Lord had forgiven them, not arresting them at all. The event caused him to kneel on the ground and pray to the gods for their blessings. However, everything in old Holdman's house had been recovered a few days later. Doran then realized that his life hadn't changed in the slightest, the same as the rest of the thugs. However, Doran was simply unable to comprehend it. That mountain of barley and grain, the gold and silver cutlery, that stack of gemstones, where had they all gone? He suddenly diverted all of his anger into a pawn shop in the town, but he didn't dare to take action. After all, the pawn shops were owned by a powerful lord. Speaking of that lord, Doran remembered that villa that had been razed to the ground. Everything that old Hoffman had owned now belonged to him. Somehow, such a normal thing now angered him to no end. Those noble lords, they would rather watch the people die of hunger and sickness, and are not willing to even give a bronze coin away. Normally, he would not harbor such treacherous thoughts, but it was different now, as soon as possible. Chapter 1180 Migration. Doran raised his head, looking at the murky dark skies. Crows were circling above his head, an omen of death. A powerful plague had swept across their town once old Holdman passed away. Some said it was a curse cast by the resentful wizard just before he died. No matter how much Doran was unwilling to believe it, it was true that the plague had caused many deaths. Even his best friend Mitch had fallen, and he was only saved from the brink of death due to Priest Rockefeller returning. "Thank you, Lord Ilmater, for allowing Priest Rockefeller to return and remove this curse from me," he prayed piously. If not for the village priest returning, he would have had to report to the underworld. He believed this had to be decreed by the Lord. If not for him, why would Priest Rockefeller to return to them and cleanse them of the plague for free? However, he was extremely regretful that he had to leave this place of birth, his home. "Listen, in the name of the churches, everybody of Blackwood Village has to move to the county town and wait for further commands," a knight ordered. Doran looked around his cart. There were a few scattered villagers around, each carrying heavy bags like ants coming together. This was the decree of the Lord and the reason Priest Rockefeller had returned. All of Ilmater's worshippers were to be moved to the county town, an order that made Doran feel like the feudal lord had gone crazy when he first heard it. Were there enough homes there for them to live in? Rockefeller had promised them that there were. As the plans for migration began, the members of the cities were given priority before the villagers. "Woo, my lord, look at the wheat here first, they've grown so well, let old York reap them before leaving." A farmer was carried out of the fields by a knight. He was holding onto the knight's thighs, begging him to be allowed to stay. "No means no, do you want to disobey the Lord's order?" The armored knight kicked the farmer away in annoyance. Truth be told, even the knight found the Lord's orders odd. After all, his own manor and lands were located here as well. However, this had been decreed by both the church and the state, and they'd promised to compensate him for his losses. If not for that, he would not have complied. "I should be given at least twice the lands I have now," he thought with resolution. He grew louder and more violent with the villagers, scolding or even whipping them if he was unhappy. One by one, be inspected by the priest. The end of the village road was swamped with carts containing the young, the old, and the disabled. Rockefeller had brought a batch of new priests and acolytes along, standing by the road and inspecting the health of every villager with a fever or bloody cough. Those who had been diagnosed or suspected to have the plague were quarantined, and the people who passed were reportedly handed medicine that was said to repel any plagues. The fear of the deadly plague was strong enough reason for the villagers to migrate. If some still wanted to stay of their own free will after all these rounds of intervention, the lords and the priests wouldn't bother with them anymore. "The numbers are here, Father. Over 1,000 out of the 4,382 villagers have died, and the final number of those willing to migrate is 29-0. An acolyte brought a parchment with a report on it to Rockefeller. He had round glasses on his face that seemed somewhat comical, but his report was given solemnly. "Almost 3,000 worshippers, huh? Very well, continue." Rockefeller nodded his head in appreciation. He looked at the snaking queue, making up his mind. These worshippers of our Lord must definitely be moved to a safe place. After the discussion in the Celestial Hall, the gods had all made it a priority for their churches to move their worshippers into their divine kingdoms. Separating the worshippers by God and moving them proved to be an extremely complicated process, troubling even the almighty gods themselves. Such big movements couldn't ever be completed without several hundred years. The Magi wouldn't give them such time. Plague after plague struck the prime material plane, ravaging the lands and killing countless lives. Several rounds of discussion later, the gods had just decided to demarcate areas and move everyone within. Towns like Blackwood Village with only one god were easy to move, which is why they were the first to be moved. Rockefeller had been sent back to the village to perform this task. Why, Priest Rockefeller, why I am devoted to the Lord, but my son and daughter were taken from me? Why? An old man in ragged clothing appeared at this instant, kneeling before Rockefeller as he cried. How dare you? The priests and acolytes of the church grew furious. Saying such a thing in the open was blasphemy. Have faith, the Almighty God of suffering wants us to push through this turbulent times. Rockefeller waved the soldiers away, personally bringing the man to his feet. Appropriate measures of agony are needed. Our Lord is kind and benevolent. He will forgive this small mistake of yours. Rockefeller was a complete priest and held the highest position here. His word was law. Oh God, I have sinned. The white-haired old man wept even louder than before, causing Doron to feel sorry for him from the side. That small, crooked body reminded him of something he'd tried to forget. He shook his head and managed to push his cart forward. Just then, Rockefeller's voice entered his ears. This tribulation is not something that the gods gave mankind. It is instead the beginning of the end. The end? Doron was startled, and he halted unconsciously. Plague, war, famine, death. These are things long recorded in the prophecies of the church. Light glowed from Rockefeller's face, causing him to look even more holy than before. The end of the world is fast approaching, and evils of foreign worlds have infiltrated our lands. Only the most pious of worshippers will receive salvation, obtaining eternal life in the divine kingdoms of the gods. Rockefeller's proclamation of the end of the world had been prepared by the church after a long period of work. The scenario it described frightened Doron out of his wits. So the plague that they had experienced was not the end, but just the beginning. Under such an influence of the proclamation, coupled with the threat of the plague and death, even the free spirits now obeyed orders and hurried along to the county town. Rockefeller's proclamation continued. These evils will infiltrate our earth and plunder everything we have. Life, flesh, and souls, these perpetrators of the end, these reapers of death, they are called Magi. After many millennia, the taboo of the Magi finally began to circulate around the world of gods once more. The second dusk was fast approaching. Black County Castle was only a day and a half of a horse ride from Blackwood Village. It was where Mitch had worked as a servant to Mistra's church, a place Doron had visited once before in his life. When he saw the tall limestone walls, Doron heaved a sigh of relief. He had never expected that this journey would feel this long. He looked around apprehensively, noticing the tired and weary villagers. Some of them were even injured, and the group looked like refugees from a disaster. This poorly formed procession of villagers would never cover much in a day of travel. Even Doron himself had tossed away many of his belongings. With the mess of this migration, many bandit groups had tried to rob them along the way. There were too few guards and priests to protect them completely. A bandit had even charged up to Doron himself once, something the carpenter never wanted to experience again in his life. We can move to the divine kingdom of the Lord now that we're here, obtaining eternal life. Doron's resolution had only lasted this far because of Rockefeller's constant boasting about the divine kingdom. However, very soon he discovered that he had been thinking too much. Bang, 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 there were large groups of troops around the city walls, all carrying spears that put great pressure on the villagers. Listen up. There's too many people coming over, so there will be a queue. Nobles will have priority before villagers with an identity. As for the rest, wait outside the walls. Many knights were shouting orders from horseback as they moved around the group. There were simply far too many tents outside the city right now, making it seem like a massive refugee camp. Priests could be seen from time to time, casting spells or passing medicine on. Temporary church buildings glowed with a golden light, protecting the area around the city. The churches protected the people from the plagues. If not for them, with the weak immunity of these refugees and the large numbers of people, the plague would reap all of them and ruin the gods' plans. All right then, nobles first. The carriage of the Lord slowly entered the city as Doron watched on outside. He didn't know why, but the fires in his heart blazed even stronger. As soon as possible. Chapter 1181. Peak Doron felt like there was an endless sea of people around him. more than he'd ever seen in his life. Villagers continued to stream in towards the city from the regions nearby, quickly forming a grave problem with law and order. The food in the city was limited, so the villagers had to find ways to feed themselves. Almost every day there were some corpses being carried out of the refugee camps. In such harsh conditions, Doran waited another 2 weeks before it was his turn. Listen up. Across you is the divine kingdom of the Lord, Ilmater. Listen to the valiant spirits and petitioners when you enter. A bishop was stood upon a platform, a large gate radiating golden light beside him. The church ordered the refugees into a line, having them make their way to the gates. Behind that gate is endless fertile soil, free from plagues and disaster. Doran looked at the people ahead of him and the golden gate, eyes brimming with hope and longing. Finally, it was his turn. New life, here I come. His eyes had grown wet. He sighed, preparing to bid farewell to his former life. Rumble, it was then that a massive earthquake occurred. What's happening? Doran was knocked to the ground. He looked on blankly as his surroundings turned dark. A winged serpent with 9 heads blotted out the sun as it projected a shadow on the ground. The entire prime material plane trembled, and the gods seethed in fury. It was at that moment that the connection between the celestial planes and the prime material plane was cut off. Looking at the golden gate shatter, Doran cried out in utter despair, "No!" Some time ago, within Leylin's divine kingdom in the 9 hells, Shar slowly walked into Leylin's church, looking at the clone seated on his throne. I'm done with the construction of the Shadow Weave. The wizards can only download rank 9 spells and below right now, but that should be enough. The impish girl handed over a ball of purple essence to Kukulkan. Even now, the fact that a mere clone wasn't weaker than her let her understand clearly just how freakishly strong Leylin was. The core of the Shadow Weave? The clone took the orb with a half-smile on its face, staring at the former goddess. Leylin had originally thought Shar would have some problems with a war against the gods, but it seemed like she didn't care much about that. Put another way, her one desire was conquest, and she was especially happy to receive the inheritance of her dead rival. You've done well, blue light flashed in the AI chip clone's eyes, and the core was scanned in one glance. Then, under Shar's surprised expression, he tossed the core back to her. Finish rebuilding it and have the Shadow Weave replace the original. You have more experience in this than me, the clone smiled gently at Shar. I'll leave the matter of recruiting the wizards to you as well. Shar cast a complicated gaze at Leylin. He'd asked her to build the Shadow Weave once more and recruit wizards to their side. A few moments of thinking easily told her how much she could gain from such a thing. Even if the Shadow Weave didn't grow to be as strong as the weave that was shared amongst the gods, and the wizards would face a great loss, those who were left were still enough to support an intermediate god. Leylin had granted her such a thing so easily. Shar remained silent for a while, finally asking, "You broke through?" "The path of original sin does not confound me at all," Leylin replied in a profound manner. "Go, take the remaining wizards under your wing, careful with those who have too much faith. We don't want you becoming a god again," Leylin warned. Shar nodded and walked out expressionlessly, only leaving behind a divine clone that looked at the phantom in the sky. Given her abilities, it was easy for her to inherit Mystra's position and build a coalition of wizards. After all, she'd been a goddess of magic herself in the past, and she understood the world of gods like the back of her hand. She'd be able to complete this task quite smoothly. Furthermore, even if the wizards were useless for now, their knowledge and wisdom remained intact. With experience in spellcasting, they also had a tremendous trove of knowledge. Being in dire straits, as long as Shar tossed a few bones down the alley, they would pounce over like hungry mongrels. These wizards still had their strengths, and once they had recovered their spell slots, they would regain their standing in the prime material plane. With Leylin's body advancing to the peak of rank 8, equivalent to greater gods, he needed to make preparations for war. A loud hiss resounded within the depths of Badr, all negative emotions being consumed without end by the nightmare Hydra. The power of emotions became a black mist that shrouded the space nearby. The power of emotions condensed to a liquid form in the center of the mist, encasing a black mountain made of crystal. Leylin's eyes opened up from within, his aura now more profound and unfathomable. The path of original sin represents all the evil in the world. Gluttony, greed, wrath, pride, lust, sloth, and envy. As long as intelligent life is present in the astral plane, these sins will never cease. The 7 deadly sins will provoke massacre, resulting in death. This cycle shares its life with the very astral plane itself. Leylin felt something profound at that moment, the path of original sin appearing behind him with an explosion. It seemed to embody all the evil in the world, reaching a perfect form. The nightmare hydra hissed once more as amber light flew out of its jaws. The essence of Asmodeus was sealed within in the form of a bug, containing the root of all evil. The core of the 7 sins, the last item of evil I need to fuse into my path of original sin, the supreme of the 9 hells, Asmodeus. The path of original sin surged forward, devouring Asmodeus whole. No, Asmodeus let out one last roar as he was being devoured, but that was futile. The power of original sin completely dissolved and decomposed him, ridding him of impurities as a dark glow of light representing the essence of evil blended into Leylin's path. Beep, the path of original sin was now complete and flawless. Leylin's true soul rejoiced, merging completely with his path. Now, Nightmare Force, Fuse, the more powerful version of Dream Force, shifted easily under Leylin's control, flooding into the river of original sin. It refined his main body, making him capable of resisting the attacks of Origin Force itself. The path of original sin was like the path of the very world. From this moment forth, I am original sin. As long as the power of the 7 sins remains, I shall never perish. A ringing filled the universe as the perfected path of original sin transformed into a giant Leylin with a tattoo of the nightmare hydra on its back. All of Leylin's laws came alive, his body filling up with their strength and causing many worlds to tremble. Beep. Host has perfected the path of original sin, advancing to peak rank 8. Beep. Host's soul has undergone a transformation. System upgrade in progress. The AI chip that was akin to Leylin's soul gave him some alerts before going silent. Leylin couldn't feel how much time had passed before it booted up once more. Perhaps it was a day or perhaps it was several years. Beep. System upgrade complete. Law database completed. Beginning research on laws of spacetime. Host has advanced to peak rank 8. Stats have changed, recalculating. Leylin's stats were refreshed in an instant. Name, Leylin Farlier, rank 8 Warlock limit. Bloodline, 9-headed nightmare hydra, complete, strength, 90. Agility, 100. Vitality, 130. Spiritual force, 200. Soul status, soul of original sin peak. Laws, devouring 100%, massacre 100%, death 100%, greed 100%, wrath 100%, pride 100%, lust 100%, sloth 100%, envy 100%, path. Original sin, perfect, innate talent, world devouring. Abilities, dreamscape vision, origin force detection, illusion proficiency, warp reality, epic massacre, death's decree. Leylin took a quick glance at his stats. He was overweeningly powerful now, far surpassing even greater gods, but he was more concerned with the other information that was displayed. Almost everything says I'm at the peak. Does that mean I've walked to the end of my path as a Magus? As soon as possible. Chapter 1182, Devouring the path of Magi was a path of truth, each and every step wrought with peril. Many worlds of all sizes and powers existed in the astral plane, but few could climb to the peak. A peak rank 8 had reached the limit of all aspects, leaving no more room to grow. The only way to advance further was to use their own bodies to nurture the power of spacetime, successfully advancing to become rank 9 Grand Magi. Fail and one would be wiped from the sands of time completely, without even a chance to resurrect. My path shall not stop at the peak of rank 8. I will become a rank 9 Magus, an immortal being that transcends all existence. Leylin's giant figure shrunk back down to the size of a normal human being. The dark mist turned into a regal robe that draped itself around him. The Lord of Original Sin? Everyone congratulated Leylin upon his return. His advancement caused waves of energy to ripple throughout the astral plane, his proclamation as the Lord of Original Sin being heard by every being of laws. There was no pretense in the congratulations of Mother Core and the rest, only containing respect for truth and improvement. You've waited long enough. Leylin said with an apologetic face, seeing the suppressed killing intent in the Lords of Calamity. But now, we may rejoice. The real battle is about to begin. Leylin had promised Mother Kor that he would participate in the final war once he advanced to the peak of rank 8. Now was the time to fulfill that promise. Boom. The perfect power of original sin spread out from Leylin's arms, turning into a crimson-veined darkness. The Lords of Calamity avoided his gaze with fervor. Seeing Leylin seemed to remind them of their worst nightmares. The same went even for Mother Kor, her large eyes shifting away as she didn't dare to make eye contact. Innate spell, Nine-Headed Nightmare Hydra transformation. Leylin's body was wrapped up by the power of original sin, expanding as it morphed into the physical form of the Nightmare Hydra. As the primogenitor of the entire bloodline, each piece of his flesh was incomparably real. Hiss! The Nightmare Hydra spread apart its 9 pairs of wings, blotting out the entire world as it vanished from the divine kingdom. The black mist whizzed through the air, roaming freely around the lower planes as he reached the barrens of doom and despair. Leylin followed the oozing river, flying across the fugue plain before the gods could even react. He'd reached the end of the barrens of doom and despair in an instant, arriving at a large door located at the peaks of flame. The Nightmare Hydra roared as its 9 serpent heads spat out the powers of laws, immediately blasting the large gate into bits. It continued moving all the while, not even stopping at the entrance. The gods entered a frenzy the moment the Nightmare Hydra crossed the gates. It was like a calamity had befell them. It's the nightmare of the gods. The Night Serpent is here. Many avatars arrived at the Celestial Hall, their eyes filled with worry. The final prophecy of the Goddess of Prophecy before her fall, the Serpent of the End, are we at the end times? Agma clutched his beard in vexation. Forget why he knows about the secret in the barrens of doom and despair. Do we have the time to get there? The Morning Lord was someone who believed in action. No, that area is the end of all things. Teleporting there is impossible even for deities, and it's the same for the oozing river and the fugue plain, another greater god answered. Then why could he traverse those lands so quickly? Lathander frowned, and Tyr did as well. Because his speed already surpasses all of us. He represents the end of everything, containing the same essence as the barrens of doom and despair. He won't be suppressed by the oozing river and the fugue plain. Agma collapsed to the ground in despair. We can only hope that the final guardian will emerge victorious. All the gods cast their gazes behind the door, despair and more complicated emotions filling their faces. Boom. Past the door was a land of unimaginable heat and blazing fires. A boundless ball of fire floated in front of Leylin, radiating large amounts of heat. The sun, the Nightmare Hydra roared in indignation, activating the power of Pride Guard. The heat that could melt all metals didn't affect Leylin one bit. Let's follow the prophecies of the gods then, and end the world. The Nightmare Hydra roared and moved forward. Wait, Magus? Just as Leylin was about to take action, another massive figure walked through the door and stopped him in his tracks. This was evidently a god, yet he took on the figure of a beast like a gigantic monster. The golden light radiating from his body was at the peak of power, and he gave off an ancient, archaic aura. The father of dinosaurs, creator of Chult, Ubtao. You've been missing for millennia from the Church of Nature, so this is where you were all this while. Leylin's voice sounded from the Hydra's central head. To stop the Serpent of the End and protect the world is my calling. Even if this monstrous god looked extremely malevolent, he actually radiated the power of justice and hope. Guarding the sun and protecting the world may be righteous to you, I admit. But defeating the entire world of gods and winning the war for the Magi is true righteousness for me. Leylin had nothing much to say to someone who stood on the enemy side. Hiss, roar, 2 massive figures collided in the void, the aftermath of their collision so strong even the sun had to avoid the energy. Boom, 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 space was destroyed in their fight, disintegrating into the tiniest of pieces as multiple worlds rumbled and roared. They hadn't felt such destructive force since the dusk of the gods. You are indeed a powerful god of ancient times, but your time is over. You can't compare to me in any aspect, Ubtao, the Nightmare Hydra roared, and under Leylin's powers of original sin Ubtao's body was riddled with holes. The peak of a path's power, replenished continuously from the beings of the entire astral plane, Let Leylin exceed the peak of rank 8 in power. Even distorted shadow in his prime would have to give way to him. Protecting the world is the mission the Overgod gave me. The powerful beast roared out, a raging aura forming at its jaws. Stubborn, the nightmare hydra opened its jaws, chomping down hard on Ubtao. A crimson light appeared from the vertical pupil, entering Ubtao's head. Ubtao? The fortified defenses of Ubtao's soul were corroded away just like that, and Leylin appeared in front of him with 7 essence in hand. Leylin roared out, swinging a large battle axe down on Ubtao's true soul. A forthright middle-aged man parried the attack, using a dinosaur claw that looked like a crossblade. Wrath, Leylin shouted just one word in the moment of the collision. The head of Wrath appeared behind him, causing Ubtao to lose his concentration. Although his soul could not be corrupted by Leylin, a momentary lapse of awareness was a fatal mistake in such a high-level fight. Boom, 7 sins broke the dinosaur claw apart, continuing downwards as it pierced into Ubtao's skull. It carried the powers of death and massacre, destroying everything. Boom, boom. Ubtao's true soul was destroyed, followed by his body constructed with divine force. An ancient god fell just like that, causing multiple worlds to weep. No one, no thing can stop me, the nightmare hydra howled out, heading above the sun. The sun of the world of gods was quite different from the other stars of the astral plane. It was extremely large and hot, almost as big as a world. It was projected into multiple different planes, providing a continuous stream of energy to the celestial planes and the prime material plane. It was at this moment that a dark shadow appeared above it. Innate spell, world devouring. The nightmare hydra body grew incomparably large, and its 9 heads formed into one huge maw, hissing as a terrifying stormy black hole appeared at the devouring serpent's head. Heat could not escape, nor could small particles, not even light could escape this. The black hole grew larger and larger, growing into the maw of a beast that swallowed the entire sun whole. Boom. Beings of multiple worlds saw a horrifying scene. A winged serpent which covered the skies had gulped the sun down. As soon as possible. Chapter 1183 Lightkiller Bugs. Lightkiller bugs, the sun of the world of gods, represented the law of light, being the source of energy for most secondary planes. The prime material plane, the various outer planes, even the divine kingdoms of the gods had grown accustomed to harnessing its energy, making it a natural condition for many things to grow. Such things were normally taken for granted. Only when it was lost would one experience true horror. Multiple worlds entered darkness when Leylin devoured the sun, causing many beings to weep and wail. They all prayed to the gods, but to no avail. Lathander's face grew ashen in the celestial hall. He was the Morning Lord, someone closely connected to the sun's glory. With the sun devoured, he suffered heavy injuries. Crash! His pedestal shattered immediately as he fell down the ranks. He'd become a lesser god in an instant, about to fall if not for several other greater gods helping him. Arg, my son, Dendar! He roared in rage once his divine force stabilized, his expression contorting. However, several evil gods looked at him in a different manner. The Morning Lord was someone at odds with evil, and he offended them regularly. If not for the Magus infiltration uniting them all, they would definitely have attacked and killed him right away. Boom, multiple explosions sounded out in the celestial hall, as all the gods of the sun and light fell from grace. Lathander was actually lucky. Several intermediate and lesser gods had just died immediately. It was like when the moon exploded, their fates extremely pitiable. The gods in the celestial hall blanked out, unable to recover from the shock. Not good, Agma exclaimed. Our plans to migrate our worshippers to our divine kingdoms. Even if we can create light and heat inside our divine kingdoms, we won't be able to fulfill the requirements. Our gates were built on the sun's energy. They'll need to be rebuilt. Divine kingdoms were supported by faith, but they also used several other energy sources as well. The sun was chief amongst them. Gods were extremely stingy beings, so they'd rather use convenient things like the sun and the weave to reduce their consumption of divine force when they constructed their divine kingdoms. With the ability to warp reality, gods could indeed create small suns in their divine kingdoms. However, this would consume divine force, a precious resource that came from the faith of their worshippers. The prime material plane was wrought with disaster, and the weave had been destroyed. The gods would have to struggle if they couldn't expend their resources at times like these, but Ogma had discovered that they were at a deadlock. They needed worshippers to win this war, but now they needed the power of faith to move their worshippers into their divine kingdoms. They didn't have the resources right now to do so, which meant their worshippers would dwindle as the prime material plane was racked by disaster. This vicious cycle was the root of Leylin's strategy, striking at the foundation of the gods and shattering it. His own divine kingdom was in bother, and in the worst case, he could just turn all his worshippers into devils. The worst that could happen was the loss of a puppet controlled by the AI chip. On the other hand, the gods would have to give their very lives up. Doran sat paralyzed on the ground within the prime material plane, unable to bother about the belongings that meant the world to him. He was staring up at the sky, his mouth wide open. What had he just seen? 9 heads had suddenly appeared in the sky, merging into one and swallowing the sun. And then, darkness. Darkness enveloped the world, causing him to strain his eyes to see anything at all. He almost felt like he was dreaming. The camp had descended into chaos. Wailing and weeping resounded throughout the city. The end of the world that the priests had warned them off had actually arrived. The innate fear that caused was enough for a person to suffer a mental breakdown. Don't panic, be still. Holy light radiated from the priest's hands, barely illuminating their surroundings. Doran saw only fear on the faces of the others, some of them scared silly. The sun being swallowed was like the skies collapsing. Check the teleportation gate, the bishop ordered. The priests went up quickly, but after several failed attempts, they reported back helplessly. Not good, the door to the divine kingdom has been destroyed. The Lord's divine kingdom has shifted as well, so we'll need to relocate. Then, what are you waiting for? The bishop frowned, but very soon his expression changed again. The Lord has sent a decree, stop all plans to shift the worshippers. Fear shrouded the bishop's face as he spoke of the holy decree word by word. What? The priests were shaken. All along they'd believed that the Lord's divine kingdom would save them even if the prime material plane lost the sun and headed for doom. However, the plans had been halted. It was like they'd been kicked off the ark that was supposed to shelter them from the apocalypse. The news wasn't kept secret, spreading very quickly. The refugees quickly began to howl and clamor, with even the paladins and knights unable to maintain order anymore. They themselves could no longer determine their own future and fate. There were even some who joined the ranks of the refugees in their outburst. Everyone, quiet, the bishop saw things go south, but it was already too late to fix the situation. The clamor grew louder and louder, eventually becoming a violent mob. Doran was caught up as well. A wave of rioters surged forth, stomping, kicking, and cursing incessantly. Many were trampled to death under the stampede, grabbing the priests and knight in despair as they used any and every weapon available to them to vent their resentment and despair. Some officials were even torn to shreds. The mob finally lit a large fire, tossing everyone who couldn't escape inside it. The priests and knights were gobbled up by the fire as the rioters watched their struggles in happiness. Buzz. Doran was at the outer perimeter of the rioters, still managing to maintain his rationality. It was at this moment that his ears picked up a large buzzing noise. Strange, what's that? He raised his head, seeing a giant green bee in front of him. It opened its mouth, letting more bugs fall down. Arg! The rioter closest to the fire had his face pierced by the vile bugs, each the size of a human head. Their sharp stings immediately pierced through his skin, causing him to leak blood profusely as he screamed in agony. The wailing suddenly stopped. The bug had already pierced through his brain. Arg, monster, monster! Screams resounded as everyone beat a retreat, clearing up the area quickly. Adventurers and soldiers moved forward, attacking the bodies of these bugs with sharp swords. A corrosive green substance fell to the ground as the bugs died, but the few kills had no impact whatsoever. The bugs began to blot out the skies, with hundreds of thousands, even millions of them descending upon the prime material plane. Several professionals were killed in a short time. The buzzing continued to grow louder, coupling with the screams to form a sort of living hell. It's fire! They were attracted by the fire. Doran's outstanding observational abilities led him to discover that there were more bugs gathered around the fire. He screamed out his discovery, dropping the torch in his hands as he ran into the darkness. Your Excellency, Leylin, What do you think of this batch of light killer bugs? A giant colony of hives had been erected within the marshlands of the prime material plane, giant green bugs swarming out from the hives. Leylin was alongside Mother Core, looking at these bugs that blotted out the sky, destroying everything in their paths. This is a lower bound of the colony's strength. Once enough flesh and souls are harvested, it will evolve to produce stronger and stronger units comparable to morning stars and even breaking dawns. The strongest broodmothers could even become beings of law. Mother Core seemed to be flaunting to Leylin. There's already 40 different hives here. Our final target is to have them kill all the humans in the prime material plane, she said, indifferently. Even billions of lives were of no concern to an existence on her level. I really do have to thank you for your help. Mother Core was thankful for Leylin devouring the sun. Her innate speed couldn't let her enter the Barrens of Doom and Despair as fast or as easily as Leylin could from the fugue plane, so she'd only been able to watch on as Leylin completed the task. With you devouring the sun, our preparations are now complete. Mother Core's massive figure appeared, and a killing intent emanated from her body. In this final war, we must destroy the glory of the gods as soon as possible. Chapter 1184 Darkness, Darkness, Darkness. Many worlds had been thrust into a sudden darkness. The sun in the world of gods was the core of many planes, and it was undoubtedly essential to the growth of many beings. Days after Leylin devoured it, temperatures had plummeted down to 0 degrees in the various planes. The frigid cold seeped through the worlds, affecting the prime material plane greatest of all. Without the radiance of the sun, life had entered a standstill. The gods lost a powerful source of energy and were rendered unable to bring more worshippers into their divine kingdom. The survivors of the prime material plane would come to call this period the Dark Ages, a time ruled by death and solitude, famine and plague, a generation where all hope was lost. 3 days after the sun was devoured, the prime material plane had turned into an icy hell. Large areas of growth withered within the month, dying without sunlight to nurture them. All food supplies were depleted by the year, as famine struck the world. However, even the weakest and smallest of lives were astonishingly resilient. The creatures of the prime material plane were like cockroaches in the darkness, eking out an existence even as civilization was replaced by savagery. Even the beloved humans turned into barbarians. Year 5 of the Dark Ages, where Fallen Island had been located in the past. A portal opened up from Badr, and Leylin's figure stepped out. Although this was just a clone, the might of a being of law was still enough to shake the lands. It's already become like this. His mind scanned his family's lands in but a moment. The Pearl of the South was now filled with death, the gray limestone walls dusty and about to break. Skeletons littered the ground, with absolutely no traces of human life in the vicinity. Even other creatures were few and far between. Chirp, several black figures scrambled out of a pile of bones, blinking their large green eyes. Their pupils were like 2 jade flames in the darkness as they looked around and hurriedly left the area. Rats, Leylin expressed kindness and gentility to such weak creatures that would never be able to harm him. If not, a tiny bit of his Magus radiation would kill all life here. Adaptation to the environment is necessary, huh? Leylin recorded the figures of those rats in his AI chip. They were 10 times as large as they were before the Dark Ages, the fur changing color from black to more gray as it grew thicker to keep them warm. The mutation is too fast, just a few years. Is this happening under the influence of the laws in the world? The Overgod is still unwilling to see the prime material plane perish just like that, Leylin sighed. Evolution normally required tens or even hundreds of thousands of years, determined by the natural environment of the creature. However, even though it was sleeping, the world could bring about such changes much faster, giving the inhabitants of the world a chance to adapt to their surroundings. As the rats scurried away, the change was now more evident than before. So the animals had their genetics adjusted to the environment, but the humans seemed to be a little bit slower. The island told Leylin enough to extrapolate to the current situation of the world. The gods are paying more attention. It seems like they still want to migrate their worshippers. Leylin's motive of devouring the sun wasn't just to destroy the prime material plane. The world of gods had a unique system of laws to it, in which the sun had played an extremely important part. Its loss was like a building losing its foundation, causing many mysterious changes like the shift of space-time coordinates. This affected the divine kingdoms as well. The gods fumbled to find the new coordinates of their divine kingdoms, unable to attend to the changes in the prime material plane. It had taken them years to regain their bearing, stabilizing their own camps in the prime material plane before beginning to launch a counterattack. Leylin's clone came to the prime material plane under such circumstances, exploring the changes caused by the Dark Ages and the influence of the gods on the land. Desolate, incomparably desolate, the clone retracted all the radiance of its aura, looking just like a regular wizard as he made his way towards the continent. Even the depths of the ocean had few creatures now. Even as the perpetrator, Leylin released a sigh as he saw these circumstances. Of course, there was a limit to his sympathy. It wasn't like he'd make a different decision if the events played out the same way. The only good gods to the Magi were those who'd fallen, so they would take all measures to weaken their opponents. The disorderly survivors in the mainland were unaware of the events in the southern seas, and even if they did, they wouldn't care one bit. Right now, they'd already grown completely numb to everything. Surviving and fighting were their only concerns. Civilization forgot as savagery took its place. The glory of the prime material plane was gone in a mere few years, Anil leaving behind zombies in its wake. "I'm going out." Doran gripped the jacket and leather armor on his body. The dirty leather gave off a putrid stench filled with traces of blood. However, despite the number of patches on it, he hugged his buffed jacket tightly, giving him a bit of warmth in the frigid cold. "Come back safely?" A voice sounded from the short room behind him, a pair of beautiful eyes in the doorway. The eyes seemed to fill his body with vigor and strength, making him forget all regrets as he left the hut and strode forward. The icy winds whistled, the walls of the city encased in a layer of ice that caused Doran's memories to switch to his warm hut. However, the hunger he felt right now reminded him of something. It wasn't just himself. The lady waiting for him back home would die of hunger if he couldn't find anything. "Damn it!" Doran cursed, clenching the only valuable item he owned, a gleaming sword, and walking forward. He'd been living this life ever since the Dark Ages, thinking many times that this was only a nightmare. However, this nightmare was so long it caused him to weep. He'd only found the secret of the bugs by chance back in that camp, being able to escape because he was at the edge of the mob. He'd conveniently helped himself to a dead paladin's sword then, the same sword that was now his treasure. However, all of his luck had been used up in his escape. There was still plenty of food. Even if crops couldn't be grown anymore, they already had abundant harvests. He'd roamed through an empty village, using its resources to feed himself for over a month. However, those days did not last. Food ran out, plague spread once more, and the bugs stole the lives of the people. He tried to join several mercenary groups, but he couldn't last for more than a month. Either the plague or the hunger took them every time, leaving him alone behind. The bugs had gotten smarter as well, attacking the humans in groups. What terrified him was that those green light-killer bugs were the lowest life forms of the beasts. Their strength had grown continuously over the years, and Doran had met one the height of a 2-story building already. It seemed like a massive red bug that crunched a paladin in one of his parties into 2 pieces. Several close shaves with death later, Doran had settled himself in this area. He looked around once more in caution. This place was a normal gathering point, seeming like an extremely large refugee camp, but there were specialities to it. The walls were extremely thick, and windows were small or non-existent. Spears were laid around the circumference, making it look like a small fortress. After the survivors had escaped from the first onslaught of the bugs, they had depended on these defenses. Some of the huts even had bloodstains of the bugs on their roofs. A distant war horn sounded at this moment, and more warriors walked out of their rooms and converged into a large army. The atmosphere grew stifling, and all that could be heard was the cries of the women. As soon as possible. Chapter 1185 Survival Doran surveyed his surroundings. There were many hardened soldiers here, determination written on their faces. These armored troops merged into a main group as they walked along the streets, forming a powerful black current. The soldiers varied in age, from those just in their teens to old white-haired men. There were even some muscular women amongst their ranks. Although this made them look extremely disorderly, that was suppressed by their unique auras. The struggle of the Dark Ages had awakened the cold nature in them that allowed them to survive countless life and death situations. They shared spaces with the bugs and the beasts to eke out a living, struggling no matter where they were. The people from before these times would not be able to comprehend their thought process. Even a former carpenter like Doran was confident he could kill one of the town guards of his old village head on now. I have to return, I have to. For Lena, Doran made up his resolve as he opened a large metal gate. Thinking of the figure waiting for him at home, he felt rejuvenated as he moved out. Although he didn't know why he'd been soft enough to save her back then, Doran had found a partner who could understand him and whom he depended on as well. Their relationship was what lasted him through countless encounters that would have killed him, even doctors saying he was a man who'd climbed out of his grave. I don't know whether I'll live to tomorrow, but the next time I'm asking for her hand, he rubbed his chest, exhaling a cold breath. Doran, a powerful yet skinny black hand clapped on Doran's shoulder, the impact almost causing him to fall to the ground. Doran turned around, elation in his expression. Big brother Jimmy? The person who'd patted him was a tall, lanky youth. He had a cowhorn helmet, carrying a large battle axe by his side. Even if the blade was chipped, the sheer weight of this 100-pound weapon would cause others to flinch. There were several other warriors beside him, forming a small party. Jimmy seemed to be held in high regard amongst them. "Ha-ha, kiddo. I knew the light-killer bug acid wouldn't kill you." Jimmy seemed extremely excited as handed a leather pouch to Doran. "Come, have a drink." "Ooh," Doran salivated, taking a careful sip after he heard several gulps around him. A powerful sour and spicy taste ran down his throat to his stomach, causing him to feel much warmer than before. "Strong wine?" the warriors around him said in envy. Any strong wines went for sky-high prices in these times. A wine pouch was akin to a second life in the frigid wilderness. Many members of the party looked at Doran strangely, but eventually turned away after he handed the pouch back to Jimmy. Who were they kidding? The Skullcrusher's name resounded throughout the region. Even if Jimmy looked like a pole, the battle axe in his hands had already smashed in the heads of several people larger than him. Sometimes, survivors were more dangerous than the bugs. Just for a small bag of wheat, clean water, or even a piece of jerky, two people would fight to the death. Doran himself had encountered this scenario many times. However, because of this, he had a good impression on Jimmy's generosity. Being able to retain some of his principles and kindness at times like this was really rare. Even if Jimmy had wished to make use of him, there was nothing wrong with it. After all, such charisma and sincerity was rare even amongst leaders. If Jimmy wanted to use him, that meant that he had a certain value, did it not? Doran clenched onto the fine metal sword in his hands. "Haha, how is it? Are you still joining us for the mission this time?" Jimmy rubbed his bald head, his blue eyes shimmering with sincerity. "No, I need supplies to tide through the cold this time. I also need to get medicine or healing scrolls. Lena's caught a cold recently, and I'm rather worried." Doran's face turned red. Even Jimmy's party would have to sacrifice lives to get everything he needed. "If it's like that," Jimmy rubbed his chin. "So I'll be going solo this time," Doran said after some hesitation. Jimmy grabbed his shoulders and guffawed. "I never thought that our little Doran would turn into a big man, haha. Very well. You can take an additional set from my spoils." Thank you, big brother Jimmy." Doran was extremely moved, and tears almost streamed down both his cheeks. "Don't be this wishy-washy like a woman. Hurry and follow." Jimmy hoisted his battle axe and walked out of the fortress doors. This fortress had tall towers in the outermost areas, the central regions being fortified as well. Even if the outer portions were breached, they could fall back and tighten the perimeter. The leader was at the center, alongside the army and the professionals. Classism had persisted into the Dark Ages. Someone like Doran could only squeeze his family into the outermost unprotected regions. They were in the most danger from the beast horde, surviving the greatest casualties. This was why their homes were built like small forts. Doran's greatest wish other than marrying Lena was to bring her to the core of the fort. Rumor had it that there were powerful spellcasters guarding the area, making it the safest place in the mainland. Each and every family had the provision of red wine and bread. Even before the Dark Ages, this was something that Doran had yearned for. However, the wizards, haven't they already lost their abilities to cast magic? After all, he was still marred with guilt about the events in Old Holdman's villa. Still, the fortress relied on magic to repel the bugs and survive, so there was no need to question its existence. Doran looked towards the outermost fortress walls. A sturdy granite tower was present there, with traces of blood and internal fluids of the bugs. Each platform had a small black cannon perched atop it. Bright runes glowed inside the cannon shafts, reassuring the people who saw them. This wasn't the first time Doran was looking at these cannons that reaped lives in every bug attack. Even powerful red worms abhorred them. Rumble, a powerful mechanism, was unlocked, drawing down the bridge as a large troop of cavalry wearing exquisite armor trotted out in rank and file, causing many mercenaries to look on in envy. This was a regiment of professionals, possessing astounding battle might. Once someone was drafted into the army, even if they weren't sent to the core, they'd be sent to relatively safe areas and given a steady supply of food. This was a lifelong dream to many commoners. The strongest adventuring parties paled in comparison to the soldiers, making them look like a counterfeit product. Few people, like Jimmy, didn't feel inferior to the troops, instead competing with them on the same level. One bug is worth 1 contribution point. I already have 90, so I only need 10 more to enter the inner areas and become a member of the army. Doran blazed with desire. After all, this meant that he was one step closer to his dreams. Big brother Jimmy had already amassed the necessary contribution points, but because he had several brothers staying outside, he has remained there too. Doran was extremely impressed with Jimmy. Thud, thud, the army entered formation at this moment, causing a solemn atmosphere that silenced the adventurers. Whoosh! The cold wind blew, causing the Silvermoon flag held by one of the knights to flap in the wind, radiating a strange glow. Jimmy blinked his eyes and saw several black spots in the skies. Without knowing why, even with the absence of the sun, his eyes had grew accustomed to the darkness. At the very least, with the help of the stars in the skies, what was said to be the light of the gods' divine kingdoms, he could already see clearly in a 50 meters radius. Those several black dots grew larger, and when they closed in, the onlookers exclaimed in surprise. It had been the figures of several wizards flying in the air. "My people," a female wizard wearing silver-white armor spoke. Her appearance was obscure, yet her voice carried the vicissitudes of time, drawing the alarmed voices and gasps of the people. "It's the City Lord, Silvermoon Queen, Wu." Wu, Doran bowed, just like the rest of the people in the surroundings. No matter what, being able to seek protection under her when the world had ended was enough for him to express his gratitude and thanks. It's just that the queen standing in midair didn't have much joy on her face, seeming to have aged greatly. As soon as possible. Chapter 1186, Spells. The former queen of Silvermoon had become the lord protecting the human fortresses of the north. The last hope of the human race looked down on the army beneath her, a bitter smile hidden beneath her glory. Being Mystra's blood daughter, Illustrial had once felt like the sky was going to fall when Mystra died. Even though she was a powerful legendary wizard with a trace of divinity in her blood, she knew full well that leading the humans of the north without her mother's support would be extremely difficult. The Orc Empire was looming right over their heads. On top of that, the Silvermoon Alliance was a union of magic, led mainly by wizards. The loss of the weave absolutely shattered their unity. Fortunately, the orcs had come to an agreement with them due to the invasion of the Magi. They didn't send troops to wipe the alliance out. However, the situation had turned worse after a few days. The horrifying plagues had swept their lands, and the Dark Ages had come knocking on the door. Illustrial herself was a lucky soul. Her peak legendary power allowed her to cast spells independently of the weave, so despite stumbling along the way like a child at first, she managed to gain the ability to protect herself. Wizards under rank 20 were like unborn fetuses, unable to survive being without the weave, but legendary wizards were at least newborn infants at this moment, able to tide through the destruction of the weave. On top of all this, the trace of divinity she'd inherited from the goddess of the weave allowed Illustrial a chance to succeed her mother as the goddess of the weave. The gods assisted to secure the regime of the Silvermoon Alliance, albeit barely. Still, she had to abandon a majority of her lands and build this final fortress, holding up against the catastrophic attacks of the insects. If the orcs weren't considered, the survivors in this camp were the last lifeblood of the North. Am I doing the right thing? Illustrial was a queen in an era of peace. Even in such critical moments, she was racked with indecision. I have updates from the south, my queen. Old Mage Elminster stepped through a portal at that moment, dressed in a simple flax robe as he stood behind her like a humble follower bowing to her words. I've just obtained confirmation that a nest of the bugs popped up about 100 miles south of us. The Gloomwood has been corroded by marshland. Illustrial's heart skipped a beat. This was definitely the worst news for this camp. She'd come to learn that the tide of bugs originated from the massive colonies of hives. The appearance of a nest in an area spelled its death, an endless wave of insects engulfing the entire land and turning it barren. Damn it, we put so much effort into making this place arable. We've already cleared the lands, just one harvest. She lowered her voice. It's too late to move again. It took all we had to build this fortress. Even if we wanted to, the bugs are everywhere now. Where can we go? Looking at Illustrial's mournful smile, Elminster's heart was filled with bitterness. How are the wizards doing? She seemed to make up her mind about something after a long time. Still training. Even the best of them can only use rank 4 spells, and this was someone at rank 20 before the catastrophe, just a step away from becoming legendary. Elminster heaved a sigh. They'd had to return to their roots since the collapse of the weave, using the elemental particles of the world to gather energy from their spiritual force and cast spells. Thankfully, wizards had always been performing research on the arcanists, and finding training methods in the field wasn't a big problem. They'd set up everything pretty soon, given Silveramoon's accumulated information and their talents. Even the gods couldn't resist using the arcanist inheritances in this situation. The churches didn't abolish the prohibition openly because that would tarnish the gods' dignity, but the research was no secret. Sadly, the talented wizards all turned inferior when it came to the arcanist inheritance. The convenience the weave had afforded them had caused a drop in their quality. Only with it destroyed did many wizards begin to realize how incapable they were. With their rigid lines of thought, some older wizards didn't even acknowledge the possibility of changing their path. They were having suicidal thoughts. In spite of Illustrial's unconditional support and Silveramoon's rich supplies, the best they could do right now was still a rank 4 spell. Detached from the weave, the wizards now realized how hard spells were to control, demanding more ability and finesse. Many died trying to cast the new spells. Leave the last batch behind, but get all the rest. It took a long while for her to make this tough decision, and a teardrop rolled down Illustrial's cheek. She arrived above the army, waving them to silence. These bugs have taken our everything, and now they're coming for our lives. Her voice echoed throughout the region. A vicious colony has popped up close to us, less than 100 miles away. We're out of supplies and fortification scrolls, and we won't be able to build another city. Tell me, then, are we going to keep silent in the face of this threat? Doran held tightly onto the weapon in his hands, as if that was the only way he could get a sense of security. So we're actually in such dangerous situation? A silent thought of fiery anger surfaced in his mind. No, I belong to this place. I will never leave. Jimmy started hitting his shield with his axe. Never. We will never leave. A fearsome growl shook the entire fort. Great. I shall accompany you all on this crusade. Let us fight for our survival, Illustrial promised. For survival, the army set off in swift fury. Illustrial kept to her promise, leading the troop from the front on her white horse. Her divinity had allowed her to maintain her power through the collapse of the weave, so the presence of such a powerful leader definitely lifted the spirits of the army. Our team will be in charge of the patrol today. The army winded along on its way forward. Unlike a regular troop, Doran's team was a little disorganized. They weren't in high spirits regardless of Jimmy's encouragement. The city was their last hope. If this hope was broken, even Doran would lose the courage to survive in this chaotic world. Come with me, Doran. Let's go on patrol. Jimmy waved his axe, unable to withstand the atmosphere. All right. Torin didn't like the stifling aura here either, so he quickly stood up when Jimmy called him. Shrouded in darkness, the continent was full of unknown dangers. Even though many creatures had died out, unable to adapt to the new conditions. Those that didn't had become much more cunning and cruel. Doran had heard rumors of creatures from the Underdark, driders and horrifying claw monsters that wanted to use the loss of the sun to blast out from their prisons and wantonly invade the mainland. They were backed by their own pantheon, headed by the Spider Queen, Lolt. Her decision was absolutely correct. The celestial gods had to give way to the Underdark in the Dark Ages for manpower and supplies, letting them migrate from down below to the mainland. The Drow were rumored to have built a city on the surface already. The rumors said men were the lowest of slaves amongst the Drow, alongside other species. They could be sacrificed to the gods at any time. Despite all this, a large number of wandering species were seeking shelter from the Drow just to survive. What a pity Lolt is an evil god, and my lord Doran's eyes flashed in struggle, but he soon turned firm. Even though the gods weren't as glorious as they once were, their decrees remained meaningful enough to influence the entire prime material plane. The battle between good and evil had cast a shadow in Doran's thoughts, as soon as possible. Chapter 1187 Attack. Wait a moment, look. What's that? Doran was still indulging in his flights of fancy, so Jimmy had to pin him down to a muddy hill. A large amount of disgusting dirt entered his mouth, so Rotnik could make one puke for days and lose their appetite for months. However, Doran couldn't care less about that. He hadn't even gotten the time to clear the dirt from his mouth before he saw numerous shadowy figures approaching them at great speed. The other party moved at great speed, reaching them almost within seconds. It was the mounted wolves, the nightmare of the north. ORCS, IT's ORCS, Jimmy shouted, his face warping as he saw the orcs. Their races had long been at war, killing each other even if they met accidentally. Whoosh. The wolf rider arrived before them in a split second. Escape was not an option. Am I going to die here? Lena? Extreme shock and fear caused Doran to turn dizzy, feeling like these were his final thoughts. However, just as the poor souls got ready to sacrifice their lives for the north, the situation moved in an unexpected direction. The mounted wolves did indeed surround them, but they were not harmed. The riders instead parted, making way for a werewolf on a humongous mount. I am the Golden Ivory Warwolf, leader of the mounted wolves. I need to see your leader, right now, he said stiffly. Jimmy and Doran looked at each other as they heard this, feeling like they'd gained a fresh lease of life. High up in the sky, Orc Emperor Saladin was looking into Illustrial's eyes. The survival of the orcs has been threatened by the colonies as well. The Lord has ordered us to stand on the same side as you, facing the threat of the Magi. Saladin, your hands are stained with the blood of the North. Your people are our arch-enemies. Even if we're wiped out by the bugs, we won't. A wizard beside Illustrial tried to intercept them. This is an order by the gods. Elminster expressed a different opinion, slowly taking a pipe from his mouth. My queen, the other wizard shouted eagerly, looking at Illustrial's hesitant face. He seemed to hate the orcs greatly. I'll have no more from you. Illustrial waved the wizard off, turning to Saladin. I agree. Great, Saladin nodded. I've brought the Thunder God's hammer, and I'll also send out the best of the mounted wolves and battle orcs. You'll be grateful that you made this decision today. I only hope you'll keep to your promises. Illustrial looked Saladin deep in the eye. However, we still have been enemies for a long time. I need your army to take a different route. We can meet at the swamp. You did well, Elminster sighed in gratitude after Saladin left. No, I feel like I've changed a lot, becoming more cruel, more of a realist. Illustrial's reply was indifferent. Trust me, my good daughter, this is all part and parcel of our lives. The old mage blew a ring of white smoke. So you thought I was a little girl for the past thousands of years. You're such a pedophile? Illustrial stared at Elminster, an unnoticeable redness covering her face. An agreement was made with the orc armies, and Jimmy and Doran took the chance to return safely to their team. However, Doran seemed to have his reservations about something. He tried to say something multiple times, but eventually stopped himself. He waited until everyone was asleep, moving close to Jimmy and asking him in an extremely low voice, "Hey, Captain, are the orcs really here to help us?" Jimmy turned his body and replied in a blurry voice, "I think so. Nobody dares to disobey the gods in this world, except those demonic beings of other worlds. But aren't we still at war with them?" He wanted to say vendetta, but Doran didn't recall any good friends or relatives dying at orc hands. Many had instead been killed by the town guard or in robberies, so it seemed even less applicable. Understand this, Doran. Politics is complicated. All right, I'm really tired today. Stop irritating me. Jimmy turned his body again. Doran just looked over the flap of the tent, an extremely complicated emotion in his gaze. Thud. Thud. The wooden wheels of the carts hit the uneven surface of the ground as they moved along, releasing dull thuds due to their heavy loads. Doran was following Jimmy aimlessly, his beloved sword hung at his waist. The dark circles were obvious under his eyes as he seemed distracted. He obviously hadn't rested well last night. The army assembled into the dragon formation, all equipped with weapons and shields. It scared any predators away, making the trip relatively safe. Doran, get back on your feet. Do you want Lena to become a widow? Jimmy patted Doran's shoulder. Suddenly, the corner of his eye shifted. Careful! Doran had noticed the shadowy figure speeding through the bushes at almost the same time. A silver ray darted past him before he could act himself, shooting from Jimmy's hand into the bushes. A shriek sounded out. Awesome! Haha, Captain's the best! We've got something! Everyone gathered around, looking at Doran with green eyes as he pulled a giant rat out of the bush. There was a silver blade stuck in its skull. Such great meat. You're definitely treating us tonight? Everyone's eyes glowed as they stared at the prey in Doran's hands. Food was scarce in the Dark Ages, meat a dish only the higher classes could afford. Normal people hardly ever saw some. Of course! Jimmy looked around, agreeing without hesitation. Everyone is invited to our campsite. All the travelers cheer at his generosity, immersing themselves in a pool of joy. Doran looked at them with envy. That's right, I should be more hardworking, at least I've got to bring something back. The leaders will take care of the orcs. However, his determination was crushed the very next moment. A huge ball of fire shot out of the sky, aimed at Jimmy's position. A great explosion tore Jimmy's body apart in moments, charring his incomplete corpse. Having run over to get the prey, Doran had escaped the worst of the damage. Still, despite avoiding death, a large amount of his hair was burnt even at that distance. Looking at that region swarming with victims of the disaster, his eyes glittered coldly. The fireball spell, Wizard Attack. Doran knew from Holdman how powerful wizards were. Realizing such powerful spellcasters were his opponents, he didn't just go up wildly to avenge his captain, instead rolling into the bushes. He'd made the right decision, as a wave of terrifying spells followed. Cloudkill, Summon Monster, Ice All, Banshee's Wail, volley after volley of mid-rank spells crashed down on the army with dazzling light. The powerful spells reaped numerous lives. It's an attack from the sky? Doran's eyes were wide open as he tried his best to raise his head. He saw huge pairs of wings supporting dark shadows in the air, obviously flight of the dragon. The dark shadows were dressed in traditional wizard robes, but one thing was different. There was a pair of twinkling purple eyes on their dark robes, alongside a holy black emblem surrounded by a purple ring. Shadow wizards? Illustrial and Elminster responded immediately. They had few high-ranked and legendary wizards on their own end. It was a slap in the face for the Silverimune Union, famed for its magic to lose in that field. They got ready for the counterattack, but the shadow wizards retreated into a portal. This is just the beginning, their leader warned before stepping into the portal. The portal disappeared immediately. Illustrial and Elminster, who were both trying to cast Dimensional Anchor, turned a ghastly pale. Human wizards, why are they attacking our army? Doran's eyes were filled with fury. He couldn't understand why they were attacking at all. Also, what the heck are the shadow wizards? He thought of this new term he'd heard today. He looked at the scattered army and the burning remains of his friend's corpse, clenching his fists tightly and swearing in his heart, "No matter what, Jimmy, I will avenge you. As soon as possible." Chapter 1188 Charge. Did you see it? Illustrial didn't care at all about the mess her soldiers were in, instead turning and staring at Elminster with the most serious face she'd ever made. Yes, Elminster took out his pipe, but he wasn't in the mood to enjoy it. Black robes, purple eyes, and the purple-rimmed black badge. The goddess of shadows is back. The Lady of the Night, Shar? Illustrial grew fearful and troubled at the prospect of having to face the being who once competed with her mother. She's also built a new shadow weave. and although it isn't spread everywhere and can only support rank 9 spells at the most, it's still a great attraction to all the wizards below the legendary realm. Elminster knew well how rational the wizards were about their realistic mindset. They were weak in faith from the start, and that had only been amplified by Mystra's death. The loss of their powers was sad and humiliating, causing many to enter deep despair. Some ignored the teachings of the gods to commit suicide, and Shar had come to them in their darkest moments, organizing the Shadow Wizards into a group. If they joined, they could regain their powers. People only treasured what they had once they lost it. Learning that it would not be easy to gain their power again, those who become Shadow Wizards grew more devoted and passionate. Their kind could even conduct trades with demons and devils for power. Subordination to Shar didn't even need a moment's thought. Even Elminster would have been shaken by the idea of joining the Shadow Wizards, if not for the fact that he was already at the peak of the legendary realm. Had he lost his powers with the destruction of the Weave as well, he would have made the same choice. Of course, that was if he hadn't offended Shar by his closeness to Mystra. These spatial fluctuations, they already have legendary wizards, Elminster frowned. They came to stop us from destroying the colony. They've joined up with the Magi. As a peak legendary wizard with the blood of a goddess of magic, Illustrial had a lot of information channels in this regard, far more than the others at the same level. The Shadow Wizards have joined the Magi. Does that mean Shar defected? The fact weighed down on the father and daughter far more heavily than anything before it. Magi and gods defecting had never happened since the two races had first made contact. If Shar had joined the Magi, it would cause great pain to everyone in the world of gods. Those who disobey the gods will be punished by the Celestial Hall. No matter how weak his faith was, external factors forced Elminster into becoming an absolute devotee. I hope so as well anyway. This attack exposed our shortcomings. We need more guards and an emergency plan. Illustrial was tired. Please invite Saladin here. We need to combine our armies immediately, or at the least keep in contact. We can't afford another attack. Illustrial had just ignored the hatred between the humans of the north and the orcs, throwing away her reputation and the trust of her men with this invitation. The appearance of the Shadow Wizards obviously had great impact on the Silveramoon Alliance. 2 days later, the combined army of humans and orcs finally arrived at the swamplands. The purple silt here was putrid, streaks of green mist wafting in the air to form endless hallucinations. The insect colonies caused the complete destruction of their environments, turning the lands into a poisonous swamp that was a haven for the bugs. With how fast it's growing, the broodmother will wake up soon. Elminster pointed at a scene captured by a spell within a temporary tent, a look of concern on his face. Once the broodmother matures, the drones and workers will begin invading the surroundings. They will breed much more powerful bugs, or even another broodmother. All information points to one thing: if we can't stop this right now, our chances of success are nil. Illustrial and Saladin were watching from a round table, seated upright alongside human and orc officers. The subordinates were staring at each other in silence, sparks of anger in their eyes. That's certain. If we fail this time, the environment here will be wiped out. Plants, animals, water, food, orcs, humans will all be killed as the bugs continue to make more and more broodmothers and start new bases. Illustrial continued slowly. If this continues, the entire prime material plane will be gone. I ask you, no, I beg you, please let go of past hatred and focus on the fight for the future. I agree with the Queen. Saladin looked at the orc leaders. If you disobey, I'll behead all of you and shove your heads up your asses. With the great pressure of the light-killer bugs bearing down on them, as well as Saladin's authoritative power, things worked out quite well. The orc leaders acknowledged his words even faster than the humans. How much time do we have left? Saladin looked at Elminster. 20 hours, maybe less. Elminster blew out a few white rings of smoke. Then let us begin right away. The Lord is ready to descend. Numerous runes appeared on Saladin's body. He's promised to give us more power, sending an avatar to help out in the operation. Thank you for all you've done. Illustrial stood up and bowed deeply. The army prepared itself quickly under the great pressure. Wizards, prepare. Breeze. Elminster took charge of the wizards, having them gather all the wind elemental particles around them. A gentle breeze swept past the region. With the help of a giant formation and his own legendary might, he amplified the wind as he fused all the minor spells together. The product of hundreds of years of study into the arcane legendary fusion spell, Tornado. Strong gusts of wind quickly formed a tornado, blades of air howling as it sucked in everything around it. The storm swept across the huge swamp, dispersing the green mist and sending the endless water flying into the sky. Once the tornado dissipated, Illustrial appeared in front of the swamp. Mass summon earth elementals. A ring of brown light shimmered in her hands, pulling the elemental particles and teleporting several earth elementals to the prime material plane. The elementals roared out as brown energy particles gathered into a spell. Transmutation, dirt to stone. The assistance of the many elementals allowed a large amount of brown light to cover the swamp. Soft, rotting mud began to condense, hardening into granite. It forced the bugs out of the mud into a final battle. Loud buzzing resounded from numerous pairs of wings, a horrifying green cloud of insects approaching their position. From weak bees to powerful beetles and terrifying longhorns, the sheer size of the army caused a great commotion amongst the troops. Standing tall amongst the insects were numerous wizards, all dressed in black robes. These bastards, they came to help the colony. Illustrial flushed with anger. Even if she'd known they were working together, their actions had stepped past her line. "You've done a great job, leave the rest to me." Saladin stood up, moving to the front of thee, "In the name of the Lord, please grant me power." An enormous hammer with violet lightning around it appeared in Saladin's hands, an unseen power showering down upon him that caused his body to grow in a split second. Rumble, the very next moment, the strongest of orcs had become a towering giant. This was the legendary spell, God's Descent. Boom! The earth shook with every one of the giant's steps, countless streaks of lightning crashing down from the sky as the thunder god's hammer grew to match its owner. "You bloody bugs, I will slaughter you all," Saladin shouted, swinging the hammer down. Purple lightning swept across the sky, covering almost everything in the region. A streak of silver shot through the darkness, bringing light and hope as wave after wave of insects were burnt to the ground. Many of the shadow wizards were wiped out by a single barrage. "Attack!" The mounted wolves roared, charging into the deepest regions of the swamp as they followed the new path. "Charge!" The humans were red-eyed with fury as well, fighting for their lives. As soon as possible. Chapter 1189 Counterattack Counterattack. This was a battlefield of blood and fire, being fought with a dense sea of bugs. Doran sliced another approaching bug with his longsword, splitting it apart into two. The originally sharp blade was now covered with the disgusting fluids of the various bugs, its edges chipped and jagged from use. Any normal day this would have caused him great heartache, but at this point, he didn't even have the time to examine his sword properly. The army was like a lone boat in this sea of bugs, being rocked by wave after wave of death. Death lingered around them without end, and all Doran could do was to wave the sword in his hands around numbly, killing one monstrous bug after the last. His comrades kept falling all around him, humans and orcs alike, but he no longer had the energy to care. He pushed forward without rest, stepping over the corpses of his comrades in pursuit of their common goal. He had to destroy this nest of evil. In this war for survival, there was no way for them to withdraw and escape. The orcs and humans formed the most cold-blooded of armies, killing all deserters without hesitation, even if they were related. "Ha, am I going to die here?" Doran was breathing roughly, his powerless body feeling like lead. However, just at the moment, all of his stamina was about to be exhausted. As he was about to be drowned out by the sea of bugs, things suddenly grew bright once more. A golden light cleaved through the sea, allowing him to see the purple nest at the heart of the marshland. Hymns began to sound in the surroundings. "Under the rays of the gods, all courageous soldiers shall be fearless." Doran immediately brightened up. He managed to find the wizard who'd killed Jimmy, grievously injured and fleeing into the distance. A surge of strength came out of nowhere as the power of vengeance gave him the strength to stand once more. He stared hard at the wizard, evidently injured from a previous encounter. The man's black robes were now in tatters, traces of lightning burns left behind on his body. He didn't even have the strength to open a portal anymore, only able to crawl to the depths of the swamp. Doran followed closely. The wizard obviously wanted to escape, and his path was already offset from the nest of the bugs. "Stand right there, you darned bastard." Doran threw the sword in his hands. The meticulously crafted blade formed a beautiful arc in the air as it pierced into the man's thigh. "Argh?" The fleeing wizard swayed, falling down into the smelly marshes. "Got you." Doran excitedly darted forward, finding the wizard lying in the dirt. He was bleeding profusely from the wound on his thigh, seemingly having fainted. "For Jimmy," Doran fumbled around the area, looking for the sword he'd thrown. He wanted to reveal the identity of this wizard. However, the fainted wizard suddenly revealed a scroll in his hands. Acid splash. Doran instinctively turned away to avoid death, but this burnt the entirety of his right shoulder, turning it into a mix of corroded flesh and blood. "Shit!" The great pain caused him to punch the wizard's face without hesitation. The black veil fell down, revealing the man's identity. The haggard face of an old man showed itself, looking extremely pale from the blood loss. His eyes seemed to be dead. For some reason, even though he'd killed many times since the start of the Dark Ages, Doran felt a fire burning in his heart. "Why?" he shouted as he grabbed the wizard by the collar. "Why are you helping the Bugs against humanity?" Cough, cough. Wizards were naturally weaker than fighters. This one was even injured gravely, unable to cast any spells as he was still coughing up blood. Even a child could kill him easily right now. The wizard looked slightly confused for a while, but after hearing Doran's questions, he suddenly began to laugh. His pale face twisted with a smile, the blood causing Doran's stomach to churn. "What are you laughing at?" Doran was full of ire. "Do you know how many people you killed? Jimmy and all my other foster brothers. They have people back at home waiting for their return. Why? Why are you going against your own kind?" "My own kind? Keek." The old wizard's smile widened. "Are you my kind? While I was still a high-ranked wizard, a whole bunch of people respected me, sang praises of me, and longed to meet me. However, after the collapse of the Weave, those ruffians, what did those ruffians whose souls should go to hell after death do? They took everything from me in front of my face, killing little Benji, and a hint of sorrow flashed on the wizard's face. I no longer treated them as humans. When the shadow wizards found me, I joined immediately for the sake of my vengeance. I'd be willing to sell my soul to the devils for my revenge? Hee hee, now I've had those bastards enjoy the most painful and regretful deaths they ever could have. My purpose is done, kill me." The old wizard closed his eyes, and Doran froze in place. The wizard's face morphed into that of Holdman in his vision, bringing back memories of his manor and his family that stayed outside town. The condemnation of the wizard caused him to remember his own actions, that night amidst the flames appearing once more before his eyes as if he was experiencing it all again. "Oh, I. The veins on the back of Doran's hands popped up, and his face began to twitch as if he was trying to weigh his options. "Perhaps we're all at fault. Blame this wretched world." Doran recalled Lena, who was still waiting for his return. He gritted his teeth and picked up his sword. "Come chop off my head and make this your achievement." The wizard snickered and closed his eyes. "Ha!" The sword dropped down on the wizard's head with all the strength Doran could muster, however, it felt like he'd pierced into cotton, not flesh. Doran opened his eyes in shock, finding the sword in his hand stuck in midair as a great pressure enveloped him. "Sorry, little guy. While I'm sympathetic of your plight, the camp does give out rewards based on merits." A pleasant voice sounded, and Doran's vision went black. "The gods are already recovering." Leylin's clone watched the collapse of a huge hive in the distance, a strange smile on his face. "As for you, loser, I'm benevolent. I'll give you another chance." A dark red luster wrapped around the old wizard's body, causing him to cry out pitifully as a strange transformation occurred to him. "Kukulkan, my lord, you are the mighty lord of original sin, the sole source of sin in the universe. You are the master of everything." What had once been the old wizard knelt before Leylin, his grievous injuries long gone. Go somewhere else." Leylin waved his arms, and a dark red teleportation gate opened up to take the bowing monster away. "This test failed." Leylin shook his head, gazing into the distance. A few orc avatars were lying there in wait. "So, Gruumsh, are you regretting the fact that you only sent one avatar here?" Leylin smiled as he gazed at the head of the orc pantheon. Even encircled by many gods, he didn't look flustered. "The gods have recovered rather quickly and set up eternal sources of light in their divine kingdoms. They can send divine spells to their priests in the prime material plane already. Leylin knew full well that without the help of the gods, the Silveramoon Alliance and the Orc Empire couldn't destroy a nest. Nightmare serpent, sinner that devoured the sun. The gods condemned him in such seething fury that they could burn even the void itself as they descended to fight him. The battle's only begun. Unfortunately, the avatar dissipated before Leylin's punishment arrived for him, leaving behind several enraged roars. "Botter, how is it?" Leylin was standing in front of Mother Core, watching the events in multiple locations in the prime material plane. The few survivors in the mortal world had obtained great support, beginning to send troops to destroy the nearby hives. Priests were playing an extremely important role in this process. "The counterattack of the gods is beginning," Mother Core said with a sigh. "That's normal, but the timing," Leylin stroked his chin, "it's at just the right moment when we're planning for the support of the Magus World's world will, unable to make any clones. What are you trying to say?" Mother Core focused on the Lord of Original Sin in front of her. "There's a traitor in our midst." Leylin turned solemn. Since Shar could become a Magus, why couldn't a Magus side with the gods? "The power of sin in the world of gods is telling me something. If we don't treat it seriously, the consequences will be dire." Leylin looked at Mother Core in front of him, speaking sincerely. "I hope to call a joint conference of the Magi immediately. As soon as possible." Chapter 1190 Encirclement. Numerous powerful conscients gathered within a secret space, their powerful auras forming huge black silhouettes. There were a few new figures amongst them, containing unfathomable power. Rumble. Space split apart at that moment, and the powers of the world and Original Sin entered the space. "Everyone?" Leylin fashioned a form out of Original Sin, looking at the silhouettes around him. "Every person here was a peak rank 8 existence. The gods have stabilized their divine kingdoms, interfering with our actions in the prime material plane. Even as the World Combination Project was underway, someone divulged our current situation." "Keek, so you're saying there's a traitor amongst us?" Another voice Leylin was familiar with sounded, carrying obvious hostility. "Of course, distorted shadow. Furthermore, it could even be you." Leylin stared fearlessly at the peak rank 8 Magus, exchanging thoughts rapidly. "I can swear upon my true soul that I never revealed any information about the plan." Distorted Shadow looked coldly at Leylin. "Instead, Lord of Original Sin, why did you not devour the entire prime material plane and destroy the gods in one fell swoop? You seem quite suspicious. The sun is one thing, but the prime material plane is a whole other matter. It's the foundation of the world of gods, the base of all existence. Destroying it would be like destroying the world of gods itself, not something a peak rank 8 can do." Mother Core stood up for her ally. "I feel like the gods have begun their counterattack, and they definitely won't miss the opportunity. Please wait and see, everyone." Leylin glared coldly at Distorted Shadow, his indifference causing the other party to feel apprehensive. "All we can do right now is to speed up the two-world plan." An existence surrounded by darkness spoke up, every word seemingly coming from a deep abyss. This was the Darkness Lord, a peak rank 8 existence from the Dark World. "Our true bodies are currently outside the crystal sphere, and we can't easily dispatch them." Another figure spoke, radiating the green light of life. This was the ancient Tree of Life, a huge tree from the life world that had harnessed the power of magic. However, even as the numerous peak rank 8s were discussing the issue, a rumble sounded from the depths of the abyss, as if to verify Leylin's words. A sort of sacred natural radiance sealed off the entire abyss, numerous golden silhouettes walking out to the hymns of their followers. "The gods, they're taking action with their true bodies." Mother Core waved her hands, displaying a huge image that allowed those present to see the gods line up. Tyr, Tempest, Talos, Ogma, and Gruumsh, all of them are powerful gods. The Chaos Lord and Evil Filthy Eye are in danger. Leylin looked around his surroundings, unable to find the conscience of those two existences. As chaotic existences themselves, they grew intoxicated with the pleasure of plundering the abyss and lost all interest in the outside world. They didn't realize the crisis they were in. "Keek, it's rare for such strong existences to be willing to step out of their divine kingdoms," the Darkness Lord sneered. "If we push the two-world plan back and move out together, at least half of them will fall." Peak rank 8 Magi were equivalent to greater gods within the world of gods. The difference was that their powers belonged to them alone, so in a fight outside of the divine kingdoms, the Magi would definitely win. One had to agree that Darkness Lord's suggestion was enticing, causing a few Magi to stir. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," Leylin stood out at that moment, speaking coldly. "Substantiate. Why? It's not easy to find a chance to eliminate so many powerful gods in one fell swoop." As expected, Distorted Shadow jumped out immediately, speaking with ulterior motives. "Haven't you all realized that the most powerful existences within God's world have yet to appear?" Leylin glanced at Distorted Shadow. His voice was full of disdain. There were differences even amongst powerful gods. Ogma, for example, couldn't match Tempest, the god of fighting in combat. Past rank 18, there were a few gods who were known for their combat. The 4 elemental gods were an example. Akkadi, Grumbar, Istitia, and Kasath were all ancient gods, staying within their elemental planes of wind, earth, water, and fire, respectively. They stood aloof from worldly affairs, holding secrets even most gods didn't know in their arsenal. There were also gods like Ubtau, Sylvanus, Jurgil, and Chantia. They were formidable beings, powerful enough to be the monarchs of their own worlds, second only to the Overgod himself. That these powerful gods had yet to appear in the abyss caused Leylin to grow vigilant. "Oh, you're here in your true bodies. Were you ordered to abandon your mouse holes and come to the abyss?" Azure power had converged above what was once the Argent Palace in Azagrat, forming a many-eyed giant with a blurred face. "Since you're here anyway, you shall become the foundation of my abyssal power." The Chaos Lord didn't seem to be worried at all when facing numerous existences of the same rank. A majority of the eyes seemed to be filled with reckless insanity. The Chaos Lord didn't seem to even care as chaotic origin force sprang forth from the depths of the abyss, mixing with dark energy as it spread around its giant leg. "I've restricted its actions. I'll leave the rest to you." A golden radiance was spreading from Ogma's body, shrouding the entirety of Azagrat. Tyr and Tempest brought out their favorite divine weapons, rushing forth towards the Chaos Lord. A terrifying storm swept through the endless maze, the constant rain forming a huge turbulent sea. "Tisk, why do I have to be paired with you?" The powerful god of storms looked at the golden orc standing beside him, his face full of disdain. "I should be the one saying that." Gruumsh gave Talos a look. A palace suddenly surfaced within the maze, endless power forming a gigantic evil eye that released a skin-crawling roar. "Zzzzgrrgrrgrrr." The ancient evil filthy eye, a Magus who once killed a greater god. Gruumsh's eyes lit up as a bright red flag was drawn from his back. "Only the orcs are the strongest fighters," he roared, his body expanding in a moment as it clashed with the solid yellow eye. The aftershocks of the battle caused the entire abyss to tremble. The demons were intimidated by the formidable power, running about aimlessly as numerous archfiends ruthlessly cursed the gods. They hid within their castles, not daring to come out. The silhouettes of 2 powerful archfiends emerged at the edge of the abyss, one of them the 2-brained Demogorgon and the other the king of the undead, Orcus. Alongside Grazd, these were the 3 abyssal lords, the strongest of demons. The gods took action according to plan, but it doesn't seem to be attracting the other Magi, Orcus frowned. If not for them meddling with the origin force of the abyss and helping the gods, they wouldn't at all have been able to infiltrate into the abyss so quickly, sealing the Chaos Lord and the evil filthy eye where they were. The Demogorgon's 2 heads glanced at each other, surprisingly not arguing. That's fine as well. The gods want to use the abyss as the main battlefield, but the Magi weren't baited. After the chaos is settled, the abyss will still be ours. It's rare for both your heads to reach an agreement. What else should I say? Orcus, undead body, laughed, the power of death mixing with an aura of chaos to fragment the surrounding space. "Haha, that's right, the abyss shall belong to us demons, only we can stay here. No one can take it away, not Magi and not gods," the Demogorgon parroted. "Let's kill those gods afterwards." One of the heads said suddenly. "No, we shall dominate the abyss first," the other retorted, causing Orcus to suddenly shake his head. The unity of these heads seemed to be temporary. The chaos of the Demogorgon would be revealed once more as the threat passed. However, this is indeed a good opportunity. A strange light flashed past Orcus' eyes. The demons had always coveted the prime material plane and the gods. The second dusk would prove to be a great opportunity to attack. As for their contract with the gods, since when did chaotic evil have the concept of contracts? With their demonic natures, even the Styx could not hold them to their vows and stop the deaths of their enemies as soon as possible. Chapter 1191 Probe currently within the conference of the Magi. I'm afraid the Chaos Lord and evil filthy I won't be able to hold up. We need to send reinforcements. Distorted Shadow shouted frantically, but then he felt awkward when nobody stood with him. After all, Leylin's words had made sense. It was impossible for Magi to take the risk to sacrifice themselves for others. If there's still some doubt in your hearts, maybe I can prove my point. The power of original sin shot forth from Leylin's body, carrying traces of blood with black spots. This power that carried all the sins of the mortal world attracted numerous gazes. Even if everyone here was a peak rank 8, some were shocked by Leylin's aura. The path of original sin, this power, the ancient tree of life seemed to recall something. The blood dripped down in the void, forming into the 7 sins as it seemed to acquire a life of its own. The dense fog shrunk to form a few tall figures. Leylin, the Darkness Lord, Mother Core, even Distorted Shadow, they were all imitated to perfection, including the energy waves of their true souls. Such was the mercurial power of original sin. Even the faint auras being leaked by these rank 8 existences could be analyzed and imitated. Identical auras, numerous rank 8s were surprised by the skill Leylin displayed, Mother Core most of all. He's grown stronger again. Even if it's only an avatar, one can see the changes in his true body as well. It's like he never met a bottleneck after reaching peak rank 8. She sent her tendrils out to gather information, finally getting to the crux of the matter. This is the influence of the Dark Ages. The negative emotions generated in the end times are the best nourishment for the Nightmare Hydra. Indeed, that was why Leylin engulfed the sun, bringing about the Dark Ages instead of attacking the gods. The Dark Ages benefited him greatly, giving 1,000-fold the power of sin he would have acquired during times of peace. Massacre, death, greed, envy, all the deadly sins had come into play in the end times. They occurred often, and were intense when they did. Without anyone knowing the better, Leylin had actually seized the powers of everyone struggling in the prime material plane to increase his own power. It was like he had an entire world's worth of zealots worshipping him, providing him with unending power. How could his strength not advance by leaps and bounds? The avatars that were more real than the originals crossed the boundaries of spacetime, containing violent energy. Kill the overgod. Our glory cannot be tarnished. Reinforce the Lord of Chaos and evil filthy eye. Powerful conscience pierced through the sky, led by an avatar of original sin with the power of a peak rank 8 Magus. They descended upon the abyss like several gigantic meteorites. Such vile power, as expected of the god of massacre, more chaotic than the demons and more vile than the devils. Both the Demogorgon and Orcus quivered at the edge of the abyss. The Magi are here, inform the gods. The truth shall verify everything. Several existences were looking at the image displayed by Mother Core. The fake avatars had just arrived outside the abyss, about to enter its depths. A terrifying change occurred at that moment. Green light brimming with the aura of life, suddenly forming a cage of green vines that trapped the party. The flora of the world roared out, as if a primordial beast had just woken up. The god of the wild, Sylvanus, to think he's still alive. Mother Core's face instantly became unsightly. Sylvanus was second only to the overgod, the number of magi that had died at his hands not few. I didn't expect this. Even if his divine body had been crushed, he didn't fall completely. The Darkness Lord sighed as well, looking at Leylin with a gaze of encouragement and gratification. Sylvanus' appearance had proved him right. Wait for it, Leylin actually grew even more solemn, perhaps even a little eager. Rumble, boom, the 4 elemental planes roared out, rippling with terrifying power as an endless stream of elemental power congealed to form a powerful seal. Earth, fire, wind, water. The elemental gods had shown themselves, their combined might causing the Darkness Lord to lose his voice. The 4 elements formed a vast storm of origin force, instantly exterminating the avatars inside the cage. Not even a speck of dust was overlooked. No, these aren't true bodies, they're just avatars. The goddess of air, Akkadi, frowned. They could even conceal their spiritual fluctuations from us. These magi are even more difficult to deal with than the ancient ones. That doesn't matter. It is our duty to safeguard the peace and security of the entire world, Kasath, the Lord of Fire, said. At least we can be sure that they're not as strong as in the last war. This is good news. A gigantic flower bloomed as the will of nature descended upon them. Having lost his true body in the final war, Sylvanus had merged his will with the nature of the world, growing even stronger in the process. As long as we exist, we will not allow the Magi to advance even half a step. The power of nature guided the four elements, forming a solid seal in front of the abyss that prevented the two Magi within from escaping. The elemental planes roared, pouring origin force into the seal continuously, their might causing the hearts of the Magi watching to palpitate. Goddess of air Akkadi, god of earth Grumbar, god of water Istitia, god of fire Kasath, alongside the god of the wild Sylvanus, to think these ancient existences were actually still alive. A peak rank 8 Magus released a cry of surprise. Gae, very well, very well. We can settle the vengeance of previous war together now. A few avatars from the corner sneered. They were all like distorted shadow, mere remnant wills sealed up by the gods. Although Leylin had set them free, their powers had dropped and they were currently recovering. These are 5 pinnacle existences even amongst the greater gods. Unless we mobilize everyone, we won't be able to break through the elemental planes, Mother Core said. On top of that, the two-world plan's defenses will drop if we leave. It isn't just that, Leylin said without hurry. No Magus would underestimate him now, thinking of him as a new entry to their ranks. It wasn't easy to confuse greater gods with an avatar, and being unable to see through his powers themselves, couldn't he casually mount a sneak attack upon any of them? All guarantees were fake, might being the only truth. I noticed another existence as well. Leylin waved his hands, and the dark power of original sin built a murky image. A golden light was lurking within the darkness of the abyss, something Mother Core's probes hadn't managed to discover. Seeing the genuine appearance of the god, Mother Core immediately stirred up. That's the Earth Mother, she's mine. Leylin frowned for a moment, but quickly relaxed. Right, Mother Core has reached the limits of her path, unable to advance and comprehend the powers of spacetime. Chauntea walks the same path as well, so if she can devour the goddess to make up for her foundation, she really will have a chance of advancing to rank 9. What was more enticing to a peak rank 8 existence than advancing to rank 9? Leylin could understand Mother Core's excitement. Her future had just appeared in front of her. Sylvanus is mine, the ancient tree of life followed. Its path of life perfectly fit into Sylvanus' domain of nature. Haha, very well, this is the boldness we should have. Even a greater god is restricted by their faith, only fit to become my prey. Looking at this atmosphere, the Darkness Lord began laughing in excitement. As soon as possible. Chapter 1192, moving 2 streaks of lightning crashed down in the abyss, flashing with resentment and unwillingness. The world rumbled as a few powerful gods escaped the place, cutting a sorry figure as they assembled before Sylvanus. Chaos Lord, deserving of the name? Tyr looked at a laceration on his chest, filled with chaos energy as it spread throughout his body. The other gods weren't much better, Gruumsh the most worse off. More than half his body had been corroded, revealing dark brown skin. Golden blood and internal organs were sticking out of his body. It wasn't an easy task to kill 2 peak rank 8 magi, and even these 5 formidable gods had to pay the price. I've consumed a lot of divine force. I'll need to enter slumber for a while, and looking at the state of my worshippers, it will take longer than normal, Agma frowned. You've worked hard. A layer of green light enveloped the greater gods' bodies. Their divine force was suddenly replenished, their expressions recovering as the injuries on their bodies healed. I've gathered enough faith over the millennia to replenish your powers. Sylvanus was brimming with gentle kindness. He'd always been nice to everyone he met, the sole exception being the Magi. Those Magi can watch on as 2 of their own fall. They really are sinister and crafty, the other gods said in indignation, trying to come up with some sort of conspiracy. Sylvanus waved, and the elemental power of the 4 planes instantly isolated their location. Even Mother Core couldn't peer in on further conversation. Mother Core spoke up without hurry after the image was cut off. I cannot sense the two in the space-time river. They've fallen completely, their true souls destroyed. Without the intervention of a rank 9, it will be impossible for them to revive. Magi gained the ability to revive from a single drop of blood at rank 6, and Magi of Laws were like cockroaches that would revive swiftly as long as a trace of their will remained. However, greater gods were at the same level of power. Leylin could stop the gods from resurrecting, and so, too, could the gods stop Magi. No small number of Magi of Laws had fallen in the final war. Thinking of that point, even Leylin felt his heart go cold. The ability to stop a Magus true soul from entering the river of spacetime, even Kelimver should be unable to perform such feats. Leylin's face grew imposing. There's only one possibility. Jurgal has appeared once more. Is the final war already at that stage? Jurgal was an ancient god of death, the oldest god alive. Legends spoke of his weariness of his job that led him to create Kelimver to assume his position, letting him enter seclusion somewhere in the ghost world. Even the ancient dusk of the gods hadn't aroused Jurgal. Any existences harboring ill will towards him could only die miserably, and as time passed his name had become a taboo secret. However, this renowned god had exited seclusion right now, participating in the final war at such an early stage. The turn of events surprised Leylin. It wasn't hard for numerous greater gods to kill 2 peak rank 8 Magi. However, it was far more difficult to wipe their souls from the spacetime river, something only the ancient god of death was proficient in. Leylin felt like the coming battle would be intense, determining victory or death. However, these were all results he had to achieve. All obstructions on his path to truth and eternity would be crushed without hesitation, regardless of identity or power. A dull glow shone out of Leylin's eyes. Starting with the fight in the abyss, the gods completed adjusting their divine kingdoms quickly, beginning their counterattack against the Magi. All gods, regardless of rank and power, turned out in full strength to purge the Magi from their world. Although Magi of Laws were stronger on average, the gods had the home field advantage. They didn't hold back on their divine force at all, using everything in their arsenals to take the Magi out. With the foundation of their divine kingdoms, they were not required to worry about the problem of their backyard catching fire. With numerous peak rank 8s stuck working on the two-world project, the gods were pressing forward step by step, eliminating several Magi in succession. The flames of war spread across the astral plane, extinguishing millions of lives. Information from ancient times was spread despite the unreasonable ancient races, speaking of the Magi, the dusk of the gods, and the road to eternity. It deeply stunned the entire world. The actions of the gods were quick and violent, like predators stalking their prey as they aimed at the weakest points to launch fatal strikes. With several powerful gods overseeing them, the gods took control of the prime material plane once more. Numerous priests were dispatched to aid the remaining survivors, bringing food and superior weapons. The world WL adapted the prime material plane to a life without the sun, making new edible plants that were similar to oats and rice. Alongside the mushrooms and seeds brought up from the Underdark, the humans were finally satisfied. Hive after hive of the light-killer bugs was destroyed, ceasing their suppression of humanity. Survivors started to build tall, walled cities once more, establishing new towns as well as civilization was rebuilt. Everything seemed to be heading for a better future. Sadly, in the eyes of certain existences like the Magi, these actions were pitiful death throes. Numerous peak rank 8 Magi had assembled outside the world of gods within the boundless astral plane. Leylin was standing at their core. The major preparations are finally complete. The rest will be in your hands, Lord Leylin. The true soul of the Darkness Lord was a lump of black smoke with fiery red flames for eyes, flickering with the cycle of life as it moved. That's not a problem. Leylin looked behind him. The silhouette of an extremely massive world was sitting there, a short distance away. It possessed the glory of the Magi, releasing energy waves that Leylin was familiar with. The Magi had actually brought the Magus World here from across the astral plane. A massive world had been moved into the path of another, equally large one. This had never happened in the history of the astral plane. This was the arduous project that the majority of peak rank 8 Magi had dedicated themselves to, combining their true souls for a long time to complete. BZZT. A unique attractive forces was generated as the two worlds drew close. Numerous laws distorted as they fused, spreading endlessly to form a network that encompassed the whole area. The mutual attraction of the world origin forces, Leylin sighed in admiration. When the world of gods and Magus World fuse completely, the hidden path of eternity will show itself, a prophecy from ancient times verified by several Magi. Right, now is the time for everything to end. A faint light shone within Mother Core's eyes as she arrived beside Leylin, looking at the disc in his hands. The combined efforts of many Magi had finally repaired the Manderhawk plate, revealing several strange and disorderly patterns that formed one harmonious entity with a mysterious glow. It started. The Manderhawk plate in Leylin's hands floated up, emitting a warm radiance at the boundary of the world of gods and the Magus World. The end, eternity. Numerous peak rank 8 Magi roared, the power of laws gathering to the extreme to form turbulent rivers that represented their paths. All of it poured into the Manderhawk plate. With the support of such great amounts of energy, the Manderhawk plate grew larger and larger. White light melted a huge portion of the crystal sphere, revealing the world of gods within. This wasn't like the small-scaled attack Leylin used to enter before. It was a direct, violent confrontation, aimed to destroy the crystal sphere entirely. A terrifying sound spread across several worlds, causing the gods of the world of gods to lose their heads in fear. The crystal sphere, it's been shattered. They felt an impending sense of doom. It was impossible to measure the amount of damage they would take when the crystal sphere collapsed, as soon as possible. Chapter 1193, A Tale of Two Worlds, a tale of two worlds in the underworld, within the palace of a certain god of death. The person on the throne had the most ordinary of human faces, just that his eyes were full of vigor as they radiated wisdom. The true identity of this god would definitely astonish everyone. This was the ancient god of death, Jurgal. Even the Kelimver had to greet him with respect, calling himself Jurgal's student. The appearance of the nightmare serpent has declared the beginning of the end. Jurgal sighed slowly, a trace of light seeming to appear within his pitch-black eyes. And it is when the end arrives that the light of eternity appears. Rumble. The crystal sphere shattered like a honeycomb, smashing apart as numerous Magi of laws rushed forth. The two worlds trembled and roared, and in the midst of the chaos, Ilvanus led several strong existences to the border where both worlds met. Vile Magi, you will inevitably be punished by the gods, burning in raging flames for thousands, millions of years. The four elemental gods roared, causing the elemental planes to reveal themselves as they released their powers in a torrent of energy that blocked the Magus invasion. The final war cannot be avoided. Numerous peak rank 8 Magi took action under Leylin's lead. Original sin, darkness, earth, life, all sorts of powerful paths combined in the astral plane, becoming a powerful force that pushed the fusion of the two worlds. A massive fluctuation instantly spread throughout the world of gods, overwhelming everything with terrifying earthquakes. The intense collision caused earth-shattering changes to every plane. Many life forms ran around lifelessly, seeing the beginning of the end. The laws of the Magus world forcefully invaded the world of gods, mixing with it in an intriguing change. The two biggest worlds of the astral plane complemented each other, agreeing to the fusion as they showed the path to eternity. World of gods, sea of origin force. The world crystal protecting the overgod in the celestial hall shattered, causing an astonishingly strong existence to awaken with a terrifying roar. It's the overgod, their world will awaken. The expressions of the numerous peak rank 8 Magi tightened. Bang! Almost instantly, they saw a blurry figure wrapped in brilliant light appear before them, someone that represented everything in the world of gods. Overgod, the remaining gods saluted. Please exercise your authority and prevent the arrival of the end. The Overgod did indeed wish to merge with the Magus world to advance, however. That didn't mean it was willing to be devoured by the Magus world. There was a big difference in who had the dominant position, so despite being injured the Overgod chose to act without hesitation. Leylin was a peak rank 8 Magus, only one step away from the ultimate realm of rank 9. Still, only after seeing the Overgod in person did he realize that all his supposed overestimations of rank 9 power were nothing. The power of space and time wasn't something he could comprehend. A rank 9 used the power of their path to build a foundation with which they comprehended the laws of space and time, a realm the Overgod had clearly reached. Teleportation was sealed at the border of the two worlds, but the Overgod had appeared here instantly anyway. This clearly meant his comprehension of the laws of space and time were terrifying. A true rank 9 having revealed their hand, Leylin felt like all his speculations were just ridiculous. The sea of origin force of the world of gods rumbled with power, descending as it carried the power of the celestial hall. Space froze entirely, something even peak rank 8 Magi couldn't accurately describe. Even many peak rank 8 Magi couldn't escape, and only those with the power of their own path could still maintain a stream of thought. Is this the strength of a rank 9? Existences below the peak of rank 8 don't even have the ability to think in his presence. Leylin paid absolute attention to the Overgod, the AI chip's light flickering frantically. Beep. Observed laws of space, attempting simulation. The AI chip recorded everything at light speed, trying to analyze the power of space from a rank 9 existence to build a path for Leylin to follow in the future. However, the terror of the Overgod was only just showing itself. The invasion of the Magus World was put at a standstill with the stagnation of space, actually sealing off the Magus World itself. Soon after, something even more terrifying happened. What's going on? Leylin was stunned to see the invasion of the Magus World recede, the fused laws separating in what looked like a strange, silent film in reverse. Just now, why did my train of thought derail when the Overgod appeared, unless? Leylin focused on the AI. Chip, attempting to analyze law of space, encountered unknown interference, analysis failed, a portion of the power of space has been observed. Analyze? The unfamiliar information surfacing from the chip caused Leylin to feel cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Time reversal. Even an existence at my level was affected, my memories from a few moments ago erased. An intense chill suddenly rose within Leylin's heart. This type of law, it can cause a peak rank 8 Magus to regress to their weakest state. Before they even condense their own path, it can seal strength at the peak of rank 8. The terrifying laws of space and time were like the sword of Damocles, hanging over them constantly. Peak rank 8s are proud of how they fused their true souls with the river of space and time, giving themselves unlimited life. However, the law of time can bring them back to their most vulnerable moment. Leylin now began to understand why the Overgod and the Magus could lead numerous peak rank 8s without issue. Although wielding the power of spacetime wasn't exactly the same as holding the life and death of other Magi in their hands, it was essentially no different. The others didn't feel the time being reversed, they don't even remember. Leylin sighed in secret. Even at the peak of original sin, he could only vaguely sense this, and he'd needed the AI chip to prove it. I can't deal with rank 9s right now, let the other one handle it. Leylin sneered in secret, sending out a signal. The earth of the Magus world cracked open, revealing the 7 levels of the subterranean world. The Magus will in the darkest depths seem to be provoked by the Overgod, awakening swiftly. Its power of spacetime finally freed the numerous peak rank 8s, allowing them to recover some of their mobility. Leylin, come here quickly. The Overgod's powers exceed our imagination. Mother Core screamed, hurry, activate the two-world plan. Whoosh. Leylin, Mother Core, Ignox, and numerous Magi native to the Magus world gathered together. In my essence as a Magus, I call upon the will of magic. The entire Magus world rumbled, astonishing power shooting forth from its depths as the purple web around it was severed. Whoosh, the two beings with the power of spacetime instantly broke through the spatial seal, descending at the point of contact. Magus, God, with the two most formidable world wills having come into contact, even without any words of instigation, they would be unable to coexist. Dazzling white light erupted as the fabric of spacetime trembled. The two world wills rammed into each other, the ripples from their combat able to instantly annihilate anyone below the peak of rank 8. Not good. Get out of here immediately. Be it the Magi or the gods, everyone was a peasant in the face of this fight. They could only escape in panic when faced with this natural disaster. The light grew brighter and brighter, able to blind even beings of laws. An explosion occurred when it could brighten no more, a raging torrent of energy sweeping across the borders of the two worlds to annihilate everything. However, that mysterious radiance seemed to be doing something else as well, nurturing some sort of existence. As soon as possible. Chapter 1194 Battlefield. The two rank 9s were terrifyingly fast. They distanced themselves instantly during the explosion, patiently waiting for everything to end. What is this? Leylin looked at the confluence of the two worlds, surprise flashing in his eyes. The merged area was devoured under his gaze, reaching a total standstill as the world of gods and Magus World seemed to reach a perfect balance. They now looked like a dumbbell, the two worlds joined by this point of confluence. He instantly moved to this new land. Everything here had originally been void, but a black continent had been formed after the blast. The laws of space and time have crystallized. Scanning across the large continent, Leylin found that all kinds of laws had grown stable here, the earth more solid than magic alloy, while the space was extremely stable. Even breaking dawns would find it difficult to fly here, forget breaking through space. Leylin used the law of original sin to scan the entire continent, finding out its specific area. It was 1/10 the size of the prime material plane, without the slightest hints of life in the rocky desert. Where did the Overgod and Magus will go? Leylin asked Mother Core, who was beside him. This place is at the center of the confluence between the two worlds, having a strange balance. Mother Core truly was an existence that had survived the final war. Her insight and abundant experience allowed her to make sense of the situation. Although the Overgod suffered serious injuries with the destruction of the Weave, the fight between rank 9s exceeds the limit of my comprehension. Even if the Overgod is slightly weaker than the Magus WL, I'm afraid they won't be able to determine a winner in a short period of time. They should currently be entangled in a dimension we cannot detect, leaving the task of the final war to the beings of law. You mean? Leylin looked at the huge continent below them. Although it wasn't suitable for life, it did indeed serve well as a battlefield for beings of law. That's right, with the two worlds merging together, the devouring has reached a deadlock. The rest depends on the power of the beings of law. Mother Core pointed towards the mainland. This is the final battlefield, a land of nirvana where the losers lose everything. If we can achieve a pivotal victory here, the Magus will be able to directly devour the Overgod. However, the opposite is true as well. In other words, Leylin muttered, the power of the world wills are determined by their inhabitants. The victor of this battle here will determine final victory between the two beings of law. Correct. With the two-world plan and our advantage of advancing first, we have a great advantage right now. Don't squander it. I'm afraid beings of law aren't enough. We also need large amounts of cannon fodder, Leylin mused. We need a regiment of breaking dawns led by an existence of laws to take out the lesser and intermediate gods. Our reserves consist of all the magi across the astral plane. We far exceed the opponent in numbers. We'll gather our troops, mobilizing them for war immediately, numerous beings of law promised. Leylin, on the other hand, was staring at the huge black continent. This would be the final battlefield, the land of the end. One could imagine how it would become a terrifying land of death in the near future. On the other end of the battlefield, space trembled as numerous divine kingdoms descended. They formed a strange beehive-like structure, a sort of tight fortress. Numerous prayers sounded out as holy spirits prepared to defend the mainland. The gods had completely disregarded all notions of good and evil, fighting side by side. Armies of elementals entered the battlefield, accompanied by demon lords led by the two abyssal lords. Massive demonic armies rushed forth. The divine kingdoms have descended, and all the races allied together. It seems like the gods are staking everything on this too. Leylin sneered at the opponent's formation. The final battle is nigh. The scale of this war has already exceeded the peak of our past, Mother Core added. It seems so. We should begin with our arrangements too. Numerous rules, Magus roared. The power of laws fused with each other here, allowing them to unleash their full strength without the world war armor. The same held true for the gods. However, such fairness wasn't actually fair. Our determination to forge forward, everything we've struggled to obtain from the astral plane shall be displayed here today. The glory of the Magi will shroud everything. The Magi roared out loud, opening the channels to world after world. The dark world, purgatory, icy world. A steady stream of troops marched out of everyone, their faces flooded with bloodthirst and determination. The weakest was at the Morning Star realm, equivalent to legendaries in the world of gods. And that was the cannon fodder. For the sake of the truth, to advance their trussels, these Magi set off without hesitation. Terrifying war drums echoed throughout the astral plane. A large, ghastly castle revealed itself in Leylin's assigned area, as if a living snake that released bloodthirsty roars. "Father!" Two young warlocks appeared within the huge hall, and Leylin looked at them with a gentle smile on his face. "I only plan to use my accumulations in Dreamscape and my avatar's divine kingdom in this final war. I didn't think you'd insist on coming. The Ouroboros clan was too weak to help." Standing in front of Leylin were his two oldest sons, Sire and Daniel. Both of them had inherited his bloodline, benefiting from the power of the Nightmare Hydra. They were close to the realm of laws, just like him when he was at the peak of rank 6. The early stages of advancement for a warlock depended almost solely on the strength of their bloodline. In this regard, what could exceed the bloodline of the Nightmare Hydra? Are you aware of how dangerous the final war is? Even breaking dawns are still cannon fodder here. What do your mothers have to say about this? Leylin looked at his two oldest sons. They were already 1,000 years old, having become ancestral figures of the Ouroboros clan with children and grandchildren of their own. The records of the ancient war in the library described it well enough. Sire and Daniel looked at each other for a bit before Daniel stood up and spoke. "We told Mother and Aunt before we left." "You," Leylin sighed. He could see a shadow of his past self in the eyes of his children, holding an insatiable thirst for the truth. Furthermore, it was difficult for a Breaking Dawn Magus to advance to rank 7. Even Leylin had relied on frantically plundering Dreamscape and the world of gods to make the leap successfully. Even though Sire and Daniel had a head start with their bloodlines, they still needed opportunities over a long period of time to bloom. The world of gods was a shortcut to this. As long as they managed to kill a true god and seize a portion of their godfare or divinity, they would be able to obtain comprehension in laws directly. None of the Magi in the astral plane could resist this temptation. It was the reason why so many low-ranked Magi had joined despite the shocking casualty rate. "I respect your choices." Leylin looked at his sons, traces of gentleness within his eyes. "However, since you have decided on this path, you will have to be prepared to undertake the responsibility of your choices, regardless of the result." "Yes, sir." Their excited voices rang out. They hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. Leylin clapped his hands once both of them left. Two Lords of Calamity walked into the hall, bowing slightly towards him. "Follow behind them and protect their lives. I'll raise your quota for 100 years in exchange." The Lords of Calamity were happy with that exchange, and they bowed and retreated. "The protection of 2 rank 8s, that shall be it." Leylin shook his head. These kids couldn't understand the cruelty of the final war. Even with the Lords of Calamity protecting them, they could lose their lives if they were unlucky enough to meet a greater god or someone of that ilk. However, Leylin decided not to care about it anymore. He'd given them prior warnings and sent guards. His obligations were fulfilled, as soon as possible. Chapter 1195 Discernment. The final war had returned to the astral plane, this time occurring in a desolate land where the two large worlds converged. The dusk of the gods had returned, and legions of Magi and gods from various worlds fought with vigor. Morning stars, radiant moons, breaking dawns, everyone died like great batches of ants. Terrifying energy waves rocked the void practically every day, signifying the fall of beings of law. Numerous Magi were lucky enough to obtain the godfires of different gods, becoming beings of laws. The same went the other way, where those who killed beings of law turned into gods or advanced in rank. The merciless war crushed all the laws of the world. Personal power was the only standard here, one that could determine everything. Leylin's zone had become a land of marshes, the AI chip clone and a large number of Lords of Calamity protecting it. They were joined by Shars, Shadow Wizards, and the Snake Dowager's Legion of Serpents. numerous intermediate gods had fallen at their hands, setting a terrifying reputation for the Lord of Original Sin. He was praised and feared by magi and gods alike. Leylin himself was stood within the Targaryen castle. The nightmare Hydra was thundering, absorbing the near-solid power of sin surging in from everywhere. War really is the best time to absorb the power of sin, Leylin sighed. The nightmare Hydra behind him seemed to have traversed some sort of boundary of the world, encountering a more abstruse and terrifying domain. The essence of the entire astral plane was gathered here, the weakest fighters being in the Morning Star realm. The negative energy gathered here was frightening, only boosted by the darkness in the hearts of the weaker magi and legendary fighters. What does even this much strength mean in front of the power of spacetime? Leylin's expression darkened at this thought, memories of the two world wills replaying in his mind. Beep, simulation of the law of space is currently at 1.97%, insufficient data. Cannot simulate the law of time. The highest priority bracket had two incredibly eye-catching prompts. I need to acquire the power of spacetime to analyze it and grasp its laws. Leylin stroked his chin. The path of original sin was built upon the power of nightmares and contained the strength of spacetime. However, how do I get some? Perhaps. He suddenly recalled that the world wills, despite their earth-shattering might, weren't truly omniscient and omnipotent like the rank 9 magi of legend were. He felt like something was off. Perhaps the Overgod and the Magus will aren't actually at rank 9, only grasping a portion of the powers of spacetime like I had with rank 7. All sorts of possibilities arose in Leylin's mind, causing him to brighten up slightly. In that case, Lord of Original Sin. The power of the earth sent a message of invitation to Leylin's ears at this moment. Mother Core, Leylin took a step forward, arriving underground in almost an instant. Mother Core's lava-like main body was lying there in wait, Ignox standing nearby. His guide to the subterranean world finally seemed to have gained some benefits from the war and advanced to rank 8. Congratulations, Ignox, Leylin smiled as he greeted the being. It was just dumb luck. Mother Core helped me kill the elvish god of hate, Piflas, and I obtained his divinity, Ignox answered modestly. Leylin gave him a long look. Whatever be the case, it took some decisiveness to choose a path of evil like the law of hatred. Still, the Magus World had its fair share of magi like Ignox. The sigh of admiration didn't last long before Leylin shifted his attention elsewhere. Mother Core, is it the appointed time yet? Yes, and I hope to get your help. Mother Core's tone was very humble. Leylin was her equal in strength, and he had the Lords of Calamity, Shar, the Snake Dowager, and others under him. He also had an intermediate god for a clone, alongside the outreach of a huge organization that exceeded hers. He played an important role to the Magi, occupying a position of power. His suggestions were taken very seriously by the entire alliance. Please speak. Since she'd been helping him all this while, Leylin didn't mind giving her some help to bind their alliance further. I wish for your help in killing the Earth Mother, Chauntea. Mother Core spoke in a low voice, but Leylin didn't look the least bit surprised. Mother Core was already at the peak of rank 8, but her path was limiting her advance. It couldn't hold the power of spacetime. Now, however, as long as she devoured the greater goddess Chauntea, she would be able to make up for the defects in her own path with the power of the earth. This would make her foundations perfect and create a better basis upon which she could grow in strength. The chance to compensate for the issues in one's path was incredibly rare for peak rank 8 magi, something that couldn't be given up on. Any price was worth praying for it. Have you found traces of her yet? Chauntea was a goddess on the same level as Sylvanus. Divine rank held no meaning to them because they already stood at the peak of the gods. They were only second to the Overgod himself. If he needed to deal with an existence like that, even Leylin had to be cautious. Of course. She's an important asset, so she needs to be at the most intense battlefields. Mother Core waved a giant screen into existence, countless hills forming a general map of the battlefield. The green regions have the least intense battles, while red is places both sides are vying for. The darker the color, the more intense the battle. Mother Core pointed at 3 areas that were almost purple on the map. Gale Gorge, the Dark Cage, and your own swamp in the Blade Hills are the areas with the greatest amount of activity. My information says Chauntea is at Gale Gorge, and I've already applied to be stationed there. Is that so? Leylin stroked his chin, muttering to himself while looking at the map. I defend Blade Hills alongside another peak rank 8. We just taught the gods there a good lesson, so there shouldn't be any large battles in the near future. However, I have few troops I can assign. How about this? I'll give you a portion of my runes of sin. Call for me, and my true body will head for Gale Gorge immediately. Making a deal with Mother Core and discussing a few other issues of cooperation, Leylin's figure disappeared from the underground, leaving Ignox and Mother Core behind alone. You should make some preparations too. Ignox respectfully bowed and left as he heard those words, the black ring on his body glistening even more intensely. The divine kingdoms at the side of the gods were filled with greenery, birdsong, and the fragrance of flowers. I hope you understand your role, Chauntea. Flowers bloomed into the face of Sylvanus. Without his true body, he naturally had a better understanding of the path of nature, becoming the goddess' guide. Of course, tempting Mother Core and killing the Lord of Original Sin at the same time would be good. Chauntea spoke up, radiating earthen divine force. I'm interested in the core of her path as well. Keep in mind that both of them are peak rank 8s from the Magus World. If we kill them, it'll be a huge blow. Sylvanus looked grim. This mission is very important, so there will be other gods aiding you. I understand. Chauntea sounded serious as her true form melded into the earth. It was not just the Magi that wanted to hunt the gods. The gods, too, were coveting the Magi's forces of laws, and battles filled with schemes and traps began to spread across the Gale Gorge. The Nightmare Hydra hissed from atop the Targaryen castle, absorbing the power of emotions from the astral plane and, more importantly, the Nirvana battlefield. It was like a black fog, spreading across the battlefield to monitor everything. A power of envy and greed is aimed at me? The heads of greed and envy suddenly opened their eyes, the ice-cold pupils concealing threads of emotional force as they soon entered the heart of a certain someone. Hee, so it's you, Leylin snickered and circled above the battlefield. The Nightmare Hydra that fed on the power of emotional force was like a spider queen in a large spider cave, not even the slightest of movements missing his attention, even as an existence of laws. As long as there was a gap in one's soul, they would also be affected by the power of sins. However, Leylin had always kept this secret well, using it as a final trump card that could turn the tables. Now was the time that he could make use of it. The earth goddess Chauntea, god of nature, Sylvanus, and, Leylin stroked his chin, how should I make use of this ambush? Or perhaps I should do this. If this plan succeeds, there's hope for the final war to end within a century. An intricate plan began to form in Leylin's mind. This was not all. He continued to manipulate the web of emotions and send certain complex feelings out. It began to affect the judgment of some beings of law. With Leylin's current strength, even another god of prophecy would only see a haze in his future. As soon as possible. Chapter 1196 Appearance Violent winds swept across Gale Gorge constantly, forming a terrifying storm that possessed the power of laws. Even Magi of laws wouldn't be able to hold on for long in this place, making it a choke point where the armies of the Magi and the gods faced off from opposite ends of the canyon. Dazzling runes were emitting energy midair. Rumble, the earth whistled at that moment, the entire land trembling as large chunks of black granite condensed to form a female voice in greeting. Mother Core, you're finally here? A few beings of law flew out from the Magus camp, shockingly led by the Darkness Lord. Here, these belong to you now. The Darkness Lord had a grimacing expression as he passed her a seal. Also, you need to give half of the production of Gale Gorge up to the Alliance. Everything else belongs to you. Although there were no traces of life within this land of death created by the two-world wills, there were in fact other treasures. The Magi and gods realized that the place had an extremely high elemental density, producing veins of precious ores. Of course, even the most precious of stones was of no value to beings of law. However, some items even a peak rank 8 couldn't let go of easily. Gale Gorge, for example, produced some sort of wind elemental crystals that could contain fragmented power of law. It could give one instant success in entering the realm of laws. Leylin speculated that, as the origin of such large worlds, the two world wills were overflowing with excess laws even if they were in slumber. They'd spread out these laws in crystallized form during fighting, something completely normal for them. However, such a normal thing was an unexpected surprise for the combatants. Even if a magus couldn't utilize these crystals, they could hold on to them for future generations or exchange them with other beings. There were even rumors that fragmented laws of spacetime were being produced in the depths of Gale Gorge, something that the peak rank 8 magi were unable to resist. Several investigations had revealed 3 possible locations of these spacetime fragments, the same 3 regions becoming the primary battlefield between the two sides. This was how Gale Gorge, the Dark Cage, and the Battle Hills became the Nirvana battlefield. However, despite being at the swamp of the Battle Hills, Leylin didn't have good luck. Although he'd mobilized all his subordinates, he'd yet to see even a shadow of spacetime laws, instead finding several fragmented laws of other domains. These were sadly of no use to him, only to be added to his treasure vault or exchanged with other magi. Mother Core had made several secret transactions in order to be allocated here, paying a huge price. I'm sure the Earth Mother Chauntea is currently in the opposing camp here. The kind of divine force coming from there is not something normal gods can wield. Having known of Mother Core's target, the Darkness Lords voluntarily sold her a favor. She seems to be fond of entering the Gale whirlpools in search of crystals, attacking our men single-handedly. I see. Once again, I thank you for your assistance. The Magus World shall eternally remember the friendship of darkness, Mother Core guaranteed. A huge core emerged from the earth, spreading its infinite roots out into the land. Despite being tougher than magic alloy, the ground couldn't stop Mother Core from taking root, spreading across the entire camp to put it under her control. The range of her detection tendrils spread out unceasingly. I sense a problem, Ignox snorted from behind her. Do the gods treat us as fools with such an obvious trap? Of course, I know that too, but I can't wait anymore. Mother Core's huge eyes seems to be trembling slightly. I need her divine force to make up for my lack of foundation. This is my only chance to advance to rank 9. Nobody can stop me. Definitely not. All right, we need to call for reinforcements if things escalate. Ignox shrugged his shoulders. No matter what, we outnumber them. We should use our advantage and push forth steadily, making all schemes and tricks useless. You're right. Mother Core agreed, the fiery thirst unconcealable in her eyes as she looked towards Gale Gorge. A dark web of negative emotions had spread throughout Targaryen Castle, allowing Leylin to absorb the essence of original sin without end. He grew stronger by the day, the nightmare hydra located at the core of the web seeming more and more unpredictable. Hiss, the central devouring head of the nightmare hydra, suddenly opened its vertical eyes, showing a puzzled expression. Whoosh! Large amount of black mist condensed as it transformed back into Leylin, emotional energy forming dark luxurious robes that draped across his body. The silhouette of the hydra flashed within his eyes, as numerous black hairs seemed to connect themselves to all the emotions in the world. Wielding the power of Shar's shadow weave, and having controlled Mistra's powers previously as well, Leylin was familiar with the architecture of energy networks. Leylin's third eye opened up in the midst of his devilish eyebrows, the void twisting to form a rune. Save me? A gust of weak emotional power was transmitted from within, carrying fear and urgency. Mother Core. To think she was trapped in a Gale whirlpool, they've finally decided to act, Leylin sighed. He'd been somewhat shocked by the amount of strength the gods had been able to display. Mother Core was a peak rank 8 existence, and it was 10 times more difficult to trap someone than to kill them. Leylin? A black secret imprint twisted behind Leylin's hands. This is Ignox. Mother Core and I have been trapped within Gale Whirlpool. This was a trap. Chauntea and Sylvanus have revealed their hands. Please contact the Alliance as soon as possible and save us. We can only last another 30-hour BZZT damn. They're interfering with the connection. It's going to. The imprint suddenly shifted to static. The rune flickered a few times before dying out completely. Damn it, Leylin cursed, and had a clone appear within the Magus conference. Mother Core and Ignox fell into a trap. We need to send reinforcements. There were only a few figures present in the conference right now, seeming empty and lonely. Keek, isn't this the Lord of Original Sin? You are here to request reinforcements. Unfortunately, the majority of other peak rank 8 magi have been allocated missions. Of course, if you don't mind, my true body can always be dispatched. Distorted Shadow appeared, clearly amused. Such a coincidence. Leylin took a deep breath and stared coldly at Distorted Shadow. Magi always placed importance on their own interests. Regardless of their former relationship with Mother Core, if they lacked the strength to save her from her plight, not many would be willing to take action. This was how they'd watch the Chaos Lord and Evil Filthy Eye fall. Knowing this, Leylin stopped trying to get more reinforcements. He directly disappeared from the conference hall. Hiss! Almost all the Magi near Targaryen Castle saw a marvelous scene. The silhouette of the terrifying Nightmare Hydra shot out from its abode, moving with determination as it instantly disappeared from the sky. Lord Leylin? Most Magi identified their lord, bowing respectfully. Few panicked. Keek, as expected, he has dispatched his true body. Distorted Shadow's true body surfaced somewhere in the void. It's as you said, he's proud and arrogant. Another black silhouette spoke out, golden light within his eyes. He's the Lord of Sin, of course his laws will influence him. The influence of the 7 deadly sins isn't easily eliminated, not to mention I amplified it 1,000-fold with my distortion power. Distorted Shadow snorted coldly. We shouldn't underestimate him. I've suffered time and time again at his hands. You can rest assured. Don't you know the forces we've dispatched this time? The Black Shadow with golden eyes guaranteed. We've never underestimated the Lord of Original Sin. The power of a peak rank 8 combined with his prior feats. No god will take him easily. There seemed to be a sadness within the Black Shadow's voice. On the other hand, for you to be willing to abandon the Magi and join us gods, it looked at Distorted Shadow. Once this operation succeeds, we'll begin your ascension to become the god of chaos. You'll be able to become a greater god easily. Chaos, a spoil of war stripped off from the original Chaos Lord. Keek, I like the sound of it. Distorted Shadow's owl-like voice resounded as his silhouette disappeared. As soon as possible. Chapter 1197. A show, the Magi at Gale Gorge had fallen into chaos with Mother Core and Ignox being ambushed. The gods launched an attack on them, divine light shining down on the area as angelic holy spirits swarmed the skies, singing praise of their gods as a light of purity raised the Magus castles. Hiss! The void split apart at that moment, revealing the figure of a nightmare hydra that covered the skies. It's the Lord of Original Sin, the Magi rejoiced. On the other side, the petitioners and holy spirits showed fear in their eyes. After all, this existence that had once swallowed the sun was still burning in their memory. That fear was etched deep inside their hearts, and now it had grown into full-fledged terror. Original Sin? The nightmare hydra hissed, and dense clouds began to envelop the battlefield. Holy spirits, petitioners, even the beings still within the divine kingdoms, found their expressions contorting, as the negative emotions in their hearts were magnified over 10 million times. Their eyes grew bloodshot. Arg, a holy spirit roared, and his body was split into 2. A dark beast clawed its way out, possessing the power of hellfire. Servants of Original Sin. Attack! Large numbers were turned in an instant, and the dense army of the divine actually turned around to greet their new lord. It charged out under the command of the Nightmare Hydra, heading for its original camp. Cries of anguish rang out, and the magnified emotions were absorbed by a rejoicing Leylin. Leylin, Lord of Original Sin. Leylin, Lord of Original Sin. Leylin, Lord of Original Sin. A great number of Magi cheered, their voices heard above all other commotions. The Nightmare Hydra didn't stop there. The third eye of the devouring head showed itself, looking towards a certain part of the sky. Catcha, the law of devouring broke the void, revealing several flustered gods. Stay, a sharp silver blade flew out of the snake's jaws, piercing through the middle of a god's eyebrows. Bang! The god's eyes were full of shock, turning sluggish as his divine body fell down. 7 sins had already destroyed his everything, wiping out all chances of his resurrection. Lathander! Several gods seethed in fury, yet they did not tarry as they beat their retreat. Lathander, the Morning Lord. Becoming a lesser god after the sun was extinguished. What useless trash. Leylin didn't feel much joy for killing a former greater god. He instead shifted his glance towards a rank 7 Magus, pulling the man closer. Where's Mother Core? Even as an existence of laws, the rank 7 felt fear seep through his entire body in the face of the nightmare Hydra. "T the Gale whirlpools," he stuttered out. "H, here's a map, my lord." This old Magus had a cap of spikes on his head, and his beard was now quivering as if the nightmare Hydra would gobble him up at any second. After all, he was just a rank 7 Magus, and this existence before him had killed a lesser god effortlessly just like that. "Well done, I'll leave the remaining tasks to you." The dark mist covered the map, and the nightmare Hydra's figure vanished immediately before the old Magus, entering Gale Gorge. The blades of wind that could repel beings of law couldn't even create sparks on the nightmare Hydra's scales. As expected of a peak rank 8 like Leylin Farlier, the most outstanding Magus in the astral plane, the old Magus muttered, feeling extremely discouraged. "Gale Gorge," feeling the ever-growing pressure within Gale Gorge, Leylin sighed. The valley was littered with azure tornadoes that could swallow up beings of law. The boundless area seemed to contain multiple smaller planes, just like a giant maze. Even powerful beings would get lost here without a map, which Leylin fortunately possessed. He stepped forth fearlessly, his current strength ensuring that there wasn't much in the world that could stop him. The nightmare Hydra bulldozed through the region, crushing many smaller planes into pieces as it created an extremely safe straight path. "Whirlpool 3, I'm here." Leylin felt weightless as he jumped into a huge whirlpool. The eye of the storm was devoid of the frightening winds and thick walls that blocked all entry. "Mother Core and Ignox." Leylin immediately saw two large figures sealed in thick world crystals. Surrounded by numerous gods with auras powerful, just standing nearby could cause one to be frightened. "Chauntea, Tempest, Tyr, and Sylvanus." The nightmare Hydra howled, spitting out a horrifying amount of destructive power from its 9 heads. The gods quickly retreated as it began to shrink, condensing into Leylin's normal form with 7 sins in hand. "Break," 7 sins whistled, its sharp blade ramming into the world crystals. "Ka-cha, ka-cha," a web of cracks spread along the surface of the crystals before they rumbled and exploded. Mother Core's true body burst out from within, accompanied by Ignox. "You did well, Leylin." Mother Core gazed at Leylin in delight. However, her eyes suddenly showed an intense emotion. "NOO." Right at the moment they were saved, Ignox's face was shrouded by a terrifying darkness. A power of distortion formed in his hands, revealing a spear as sharp as could be. The full power of a rank 8 Magus thrust it into Leylin's chest. "Iker's Thorn," Mother Core cried out, the majestic power of Earth pushing Ignox away as disbelief filled her eyes. "Why? Ignox, why are you doing this?" "Keek, you're asking me why I'm doing this?" Ignox laughed maniacally, pulling off his black cloak to reveal the essence of distortion. The rings of power grew more and more terrifying, and his aura eventually shifted into another form. "Distorted Shadow?" A phantom Hydra snarled from behind Leylin, a few of its heads sinking down. His hands filled up with the power of sin as he pulled the dagger out, his eyes on Distorted Shadow. "Was Ignox a clone, or did you use your powers to consume him?" His words revealed an astounding secret. The rank 7 wizard known as Ignox, always staying within the Magus World, was actually controlled by Distorted Shadow, perhaps even as a clone. Is there a difference? Boundless distorted shadows filled the void as his true body descended. The black rings melded with Distorted Shadow, revealing that the two were of the same essence. "All I know is that all of you shall fall here." Fusing back with Ignox, Distorted Shadow became even more difficult to comprehend. He seemed on the verge of reaching peak rank 8 again. He was initially an incomplete conscient. Even after devouring the god of murder, Cyric, and making use of his essence to recover, he'd only temporarily regained his status as a peak rank 8. He was still a ways to go from true peak rank 8 power like Mother Core. Now, however, his might exceeded that of Mother Core, closing in on Leylin's peak prowess. Mother Core and the Lord of Original Sin, the two extreme powers of the Magus World, I see the rise of the stars from your death. With the 4 gods present as well, Leylin and Mother Core were heavily surrounded. Rumble, Sylvanus, will descended amidst a green light. The leader of the gods brought with him the power of the 4 elemental planes: wind, earth, water, and fire. The 4 elemental gods had descended, forming a terrifying seal once more as they broke off all chances of escape. "Gods," Mother Core gazed at distorted shadow, seemingly in disbelief. For the sake of internal conflict, you're actually willing to betray us and side with the gods. The fight between Leylin and distorted shadow had only been a conflict of interest before. Now, however, distorted shadow joining the gods would make him the archenemy of all magi. How can my tolerance and greatness be estimated by you? Distorted shadow laughed maniacally. I will soon become the god of chaos in the world of gods, still retaining my powers as a magus. I am the only one qualified to reach the end of the final war, obtaining eternity. The distortions around distorted shadow's body began to go berserk, representing the agitation in his mind at this moment. As soon as possible. Chapter 1198 Killing the four elemental planes surged, becoming the essence of a seal powered by the cries of the gods. Even then, distorted shadow's laughter was more piercing than everything else. Before this, were you the one who revealed the two-world plan and caused the fall of the Chaos Lord and evil Filthy Eye? Struck by a powerful weapon like Iker's thorn, Leylin now looked rather pale. Still, his eyes emanated a brilliant luster, even as his trousseau of original sin was weakening and the phantom hydra behind him withering away. Yes, distorted shadow did not hesitate at all. Who told the Chaos Lord to block my path? The law of chaos belongs to me. Besides, only the fall of 2 peak rank 8s could show my sincerity. I even tried to scheme against you, but... Distorted shadow glanced at Leylin, as if disappointed at his failure in doing Leylin harm. So, during the Magus conference, did you use the power of distortion to cheat the oath? Leylin deduced. That's right. Ask me if there's anything else you're unsure of, I'll tell you everything. Whatever it is, from here on, all traces of your existence shall be completely wiped out. You shan't even exist in the river of space and time. There's nothing else. A smile appeared on Leylin's face, causing distorted shadow to suddenly have a bad premonition. You lot heard this, right? Yes, very clearly. A couple of whistles sounded in the air, and another nightmare hydra came into the shattered space. Numerous peak rank 8 magi made their way here, protected by the power of original sin. The Darkness Lord, the Tree of Life, the Blood Knight, even another Leylin appeared, seeming completely unharmed. The appearance of so many peak rank 8 magi seemed to destroy the god's glory, and distorted shadow shouted in derangement. Did you think that just your powers of distortion could deceive the trousseau of a being of laws? The Leylin next to Mother Core sneered furtively, his body dispersing and turning into a dark bloody mist of original sin. Even if I specifically showed you this move, you failed to consider I might be using it. Leylin looked at distorted shadow like one would at a moron, and the Magus started to cry out in insanity. Impossible. Why did it turn out this way? I already used the power of distortion to deceive your soul. No. Original sin? You finally noticed? Leylin gazed at distorted shadow with pity in his eyes. Your power of distortion lost to my power of original sin in the contest, and I fooled your true soul. How's that possible? Distorted shadow was most proficient at using the power of distortion to silently affect other beings. Planting a seed of distortion in Cyric, corroding and devouring Ignox, and his various setups for Leylin were all proof of this. However, with 7 sins supporting it, the power of original sin had extraordinary effect on the mind. In the clash of these two forces, distorted shadow had been defeated completely. He'd failed to deceive Leylin's soul, instead being trapped under an illusion himself to reveal all his schemes. Being defeated in the area he was most proud of, and defecting in front of so many magi, this was the greatest humiliation and blow distorted shadow had ever faced in his life. I will kill you, all of you. Distorted shadow had completely gone insane. I should be the one saying that. I shall be the one to judge you for your sins. Leylin waved his hand. Bang, bang, bang. The 8 Lords of Calamity appeared one after the other, followed by the AI Chip Clone and the Snake Dowager. The number of rank 8 existences present caused the gods to turn grim. For the sake of victory and his own safety, Leylin hadn't hesitated to give up his swamps and gather all his people here. In the name of the allied Magus Conference, I hereby announce that Distorted Shadow has renounced the path of truth and given up on the glory of the Magi. He is no longer fit to be called a Magus. The Darkness Lord announced, from here on, Distorted Shadow is a lapdog of the gods and the enemy of the Magi. The plan failed. Retreat. Sylvanus Conscient descended with green light. Save your strength? What are we waiting for? Now's the best time. If we take them out, we'll save hundreds of years in the war. Leylin leapt out and exclaimed, 7 sins emanating a demonic luster. Everyone, act according to plan. The clone bellowed, light flashing in its eyes. Although the Lords of Calamity were strong, they had to join forces to survive amidst peak rank 8s and greater gods. With the bloodline as a foundation, the snake dowager opened her arms, and the ball of snakes that was her true body appeared, hissing and roaring as it surged with bloodline force. With the power of Calamity as the structure, the 8 Lords of Calamity roared in range, forming 8 different nodes of a formation as they balanced perfectly with the snakes. Bloodline Calamity, the AI. Chip Clone was at the center, using its terrifying computing abilities to tune the might of the 9 beings of law. It synergized bloodline force and the powers of Calamity, forming the ultimate killing move. Crimson crystals fell from the sky like snow, immediately defending against the attacks of Tyr and Tempest. It created a unique space around it, possessing a trace of space-time power that separated the 2 gods from Gale Gorge. Leylin soon moved out, 7 sins in the form of a crossblade. He guided the uncountable crystals in the sky, sending them hurling down on the gods like hail. Pride Guard. 7 sins turned into an armor that deflected Tempest's final attack. Leylin then drove the crossblade that carried the power of blood and calamity through his forehead, destroying his true soul. Silence in Death activated, ensuring no chance of Tempest ever resurrecting again. Vile Magus, you have killed yet another of our ranks. Even the sticks cannot wash you of your sins. Tyr bellowed, but he continued to retreat. The only thing he was feeling now was regret. If he could go back in time, he swore he'd have given everything to kill Leylin at all costs. However, Leylin did not give him this chance. Tyr, Mystra's ally, today marks the end of our conflict. 7 sins morphed through its various forms, eventually settling to become a black-horned hammer. Fury amplification, blessing of greed, the hammer crushed down, carrying a power that could destroy everything. Tyr screamed like a damsel in distress as he frantically fled backwards, but he couldn't escape the joint attack of 10 rank 8s, countless crimson crystals sealing off his path, causing him to accept his fate. Boom, the divine weapon in Tyr's hands cracked in its clash with 7 sins, unable to bear the burden. The hammer soon smashed Tyr's head in, and destructive force ravaged the god of justice. Bang! Everything soon returned to normal, but there were no more signs of Tyr in this world. 7 sins cried in victory, its whole body shuddering to make its satisfaction known. Gluttony's devouring had absorbed the powers of 2 greater gods, actually making it feel bloated at the moment. Crash! The barrier of spacetime broke apart, and Leylin moved out only to see a startled expression on Distorted Shadow's face. He was in the midst of trying to break the barrier, trying to assist the 2 greater gods. Why? Are you that surprised? 7 sins turned into a fine longsword in Leylin's hands, letting out a crisp ring. Tyr and Tempest, these 2 greater god, actually died just like that. It wasn't just Distorted Shadow. The other gods, even the darkness Lord Leylin had brought along, was dumbfounded. Distorted Shadow reacted quickly, giving up on the fight to retreat immediately. However, Leylin would never give him this chance. 7 sins absorbed too much energy, let's use this chance to unleash it. The crimson barrier appeared once more, this time sealing Distorted Shadow. Leylin followed him in. 7 sins had a network of veins on its body right now, squirming with excess energy. Seeing Distorted Shadow ahead of it, it roared loudly. Energy release? The Battle of Gale Gorge would be passed down as an important turning point in the second final war. The gods had lost Chauntea, Tyr, and Tempest, and their elemental gods were gravely injured. Their double agent had been hunted down and killed by Leylin as well, delivering a heavy blow. From then on, the Magi used their various advantages to continue the war. As for Leylin, the main force in this battle, hymns of his prowess were passed down through the astral plane. His legend would not fade for millions of years, as soon as possible. Chapter 1199 Death, so the hidden thorn was taken care of. Regardless of what others thought, Leylin was currently in an extremely jovial mood. Having killed Distorted Shadow, he felt like his soul of original sin had grown purer, bringing him closer to the threshold of space and time. Having devoured 3 peak rank 8 experts, he'd felt an indiscernible upgrade to his true soul. Everyone else wasn't injured, and even if Mother Core has to nurse her injuries for a while, she did have gains in the gorge. Leylin rubbed his chin. Mother Core's battle was extremely maniacal this time. She'd given her all in order to stop Chauntea from fleeing, suffering severe injuries. It took Leylin's assistance for her to kill the Earth Mother and devour her powers. This was going to be a great benefit. Once she healed, Mother Core would be a step closer to rank 9, able to try and use the powers of spacetime. "It's time," Leylin sighed and walked out. "Let's begin the true plan." The underworld of the gods currently stood opposed to him in the swamp, the vast Styx like a moat that stopped any Magus attacks. However, the nightmare Hydra roared into the skies like thunder at this moment, charging in without the slightest hesitation whatsoever as it stirred up huge waves. The corrosion and attraction of the underworld had no power over Leylin. Crash, Leylin broke the defenses of the Styx instantly, entering a land very similar to the underworld. Lord of original sin? A greater god surrounded by the laws of death walked out from his palace, shock in his eyes. This was Kelemver, the opponent Leylin was guarding against. His shock was not a pretense. Even if the Magi had obtained victory at Gale Gord, they'd also suffered severe injuries. Rumor had it that Leylin blocked Chauntea's final attack to protect Mother Core, or both the beings who used the power of the earth would have ended up dead. However, Leylin seemed to be in his peak form here, showing no signs of weakness. "Die," the nightmare Hydra hissed, and a silver light shot out of its vertical eye as it carried the powers of illusion. "Arg, don't dream about it." Kelemver tried to put up a final struggle, but a layer of shadow had appeared on his body. This shadow had the same face as Kelemver, but it was filled with pride and envy. "He, arrogant god of death. So you have always been jealous of Jurgel's power and might, and feel like a stray dog that could be left behind at any time?" This was the influence of Leylin's powers of emotions. He planted the seed of original sin within Kelemver's body, dealing with him like distorted shadow dealt with Cyric. He stole a large amount of Kelemver's divine force, binding his divine body. Boom! 7 Essens turned into a silver arrow that pierced through Kelemver's skull, immediately causing the fall of this greater god. Leylin closed his eyes, feeling his weapon greedily absorb the law of death and nourish him. Leylin's powers had long since surpassed Kelemver's, and the only reason the god had still been alive was because Leylin was toying with him. Now that he was serious, the greater god of death was no match for him. Even 7 Sins has Sloth's recovery as an ability. Do you think the Lord of Original Sin, someone controlling the law of sloth, would take any time to recover from injuries? Leylin looked over at where Kelemver once stood, speaking in a tone of mockery. However, Kelemver was already wiped off the face of space and time, losing all traces of his existence. Without the assistance of a rank 9, he could not be resurrected. Hiss! The nightmare Hydra reared its heads and roared. Lightning, poison, acid, flames, all sorts of matter were spewed from its heads, the only common point being the powerful destructive properties. Kelemver's armies were devastated, the land ravaged as his divine palace and his petitioners and holy spirits within taken out. After everything seemed to return to the beginning of the world, the figure of an ordinary old man dressed in linen appeared in the void. He stood there quietly, not emitting a trace of a powerful aura. The only distinct thing was his eyes, which seemed extremely bright. "Jurgel, I still thought you would help that student of yours." The nightmare Hydra shrunk under the mist, turning back into Leylin. "Even a god of death must die, such are the laws of the world," Jurgel said in a discerning tone. Although this god had handed most of his divinity and divine force to Kelemver in the past, Leylin didn't dare be complacent in front of him. He sensed that this opponent would be more powerful than the elemental gods. "You should know my goal by now, right?" Leylin waved his hands, and the powers of original sin sealed the area, creating an illusion that Jurgel and Leylin were just staring at each other in confrontation. "Of course, your search for truth and eternity, even as a god, I'm influenced by your perseverance." Jurgel smiled gently. "This endless life allowed me to learn more than the rest. The Overgod and Magus Will are currently in the core of the Nirvana battlefield, locked in battle. The turbulent currents of spacetime there will make it difficult even for existences like us to break in. You need my help, Magus. Jurgal looked at Leylin. This primordial god of death evidently didn't share the god's loyalty towards their world will. He was instead similar to Leylin, wanting to ascend himself. Indeed, this was Leylin's purpose in coming here. For the sake of advancing to rank 9, he didn't mind allying with a god. Very well, follow me. Jurgal parted the river with his arms, revealing a path to the core of this battlefield. The purging powers of the sticks had no effect on Leylin's body of original sin, causing his face to change. The core of the Nirvana battlefield is protected by the ultimate defenses of the astral plane. Even having spent so much time, I've only managed to open up half the passageway. The sticks brought the two to an empty void after a long journey. There were no conscience of beings of law here, only wild currents of spacetime with the power to destroy everything. The path of a peak rank 8 was the only way for one to protect themselves. Leylin could feel two overweeningly powerful conscients in the center of this void, infinitely close to comprehending the laws of spacetime, yet stuck in a deadlock. The world wills were in an extremely slow process of devouring each other, powered by the inhabitants of their worlds. I'm afraid that the victor of this battle will become a true rank 9. From what Leylin could tell, these two conscients were halfway to rank 9. Only once they devoured their opponents could they break through the threshold, the true meaning of the prophecy of eternity. Although we'll obtain their favor by aiding them, the leftovers from someone else will never compare to what you earn yourself. Jurgal exclaimed. The combined origin force of the two worlds will definitely be taken by the victor. We won't have much of a share at all. Eternity will be but a distant dream. What do you want to do? Leylin asked. Ally with me, and we'll consume the powers of the Magus World and the world of gods, causing their fight to come to a stalemate. 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years, we will continuously weaken their forces, eventually consuming one of the wills each. A crazed expression appeared on Jurgal's face as he spoke of this blatant plan. He didn't think Leylin had any better options, being the strongest in his own camp at this point. If they joined forces, they could even extend the final war to 1,000,000,000 years, weakening the world wills and attempting to devour them as they made for eternity. Not a bad plan, and the success rate is extremely high. Leylin clapped his hands and looked at Jurgal. However, how will two broken worlds with extremely weak wills aid our advancement? You have a better plan, wariness surfaced on Jurgal's face. Dense power of death circled around him, many black skeletons arising as his guards. These world wills are already quite weak. Once we devour them, we'll be able to advance to rank 9. Leylin laughed heartily, 7 sins appearing in his hands. Bang, a black tome of death appeared in Jurgal's hands, its writhing scriptures having recorded the end of all creatures. This was an over-god weapon as well. I knew our alliance would rupture eventually, but who knew it would only last this long? Jurgal sighed. You think too small, Jurgal. Millennia of seclusion has caused you to lose your boldness and your sharp mind. The nightmare hydra behind Leylin fixed its eyes on Jurgal, as if staring at delicious prey as soon as possible. Chapter 1200. The finale, the Nirvana battlefield was a place created by two world wills, the most stable land within the astral plane. However, a terrifying earthquake suddenly rocked it in its entirety. Space trembled, thick and complicated chains of laws revealing themselves as they began to fall apart. The shackles that could confine breaking dawns broke all of a sudden, as the land that was more firm than magic alloy cracked. It was like the end of the world was nigh. What's going on? Why is this happening? The earth-shaking changes immediately alarmed several existences. Be they greater gods or peak rank 8 magi, everyone ignored their subordinates' injuries and rushed towards the epicenter. A strong sense of unease was spreading within their hearts. The Nirvana battlefield, the intersection of Gale Gorge, the Dark Cage, and the Battle Hills, was shaking, violent explosions rocking the lands as columns of fire soared into the sky. The heat could reduce anything to nothingness, leaving a huge dark pit that led to the core of the battlefield. Spacetime laws, the Darkness Lord muttered in excitement. Someone broke through into the fight between the world wills. Who is it? The Magi and gods looked at each other, immediately placing their suspicious on Leylin and Jurgal. A majority of the dense fog of Leylin's original sin had dissipated in this earthquake, and given the absence of the strongest members of each side, it was sufficient to explain several questions. The laws of space and time? Eternity? Let's go! The Magi didn't hesitate in the slightest as they headed for the Nirvana battlefield. It was instead the gods that hesitated, eventually following Sylvanus and the four elemental gods into the deep pit. Leylin? Leylin? The first thing everyone heard when they entered the Nirvana battlefield was a voice full of resentment and unwillingness. All they managed to see was the nightmare Hydra roaring, filled with an aloofness despite the scales on its body being scattered around and some of its heads injured. Leylin was wielding a longsword with both hands in the Hydra's shadow, having pierced through Jurgel's tome of death to directly behead him. A strong devouring power exploded forth as the god of death turned into black liquid, being greedily absorbed by 7 sins. Absorbing the primordial laws of death, the Hydra rapidly healed from its injuries, growing more and more powerful. An inexhaustible body, the ultimate inexhaustible body nobody below rank 9 can contend with the Lord of Original Sins. Sylvanus and the Darkness Lord cried out involuntarily. Everyone is here, that's great. How could beings of law miss the passage of history? Leylin looked around him with satisfaction. Lord of Original Sins, what exactly are you planning? The Darkness Lord asked, a slight sense of excitement in his heart. Leylin turned back, releasing the power of original sin mixed with Jurgel's laws of death. 7 sins rumbled as it struck the barrier where the 2 world wills were fighting, and it began to crack. It's obviously to pursue eternity and truth. A terrifying aura exploded forth as Leylin shot forth with one final blow. Having been struck several times as Leylin guided Jurgel's attacks in their battle, the barrier finally exploded with a huge bang. It caused the 2 frighteningly powerful world wills to descend upon them, full of blazing ire. The Overgod and Magus will had expended much of each other's energy, but they weren't too weak yet. It was far too easy for them to suppress a group of peak rank 8s. Overgod, Sylvanus and a group of gods immediately knelt down. Mighty Magus will. Cold sweat dripped down Darkness Lord's forehead as he bowed alongside the other Magi. Only Leylin stood tall in this atmosphere, looking at the glamour of the 2 world wills in earnest. Indeed, only wills with this much power can satisfy my requirements and allow me to advance. Leylin burst into a manic laughter, his nightmare Hydra growing in size as the power of original sin was flaunted. A violent fury emanated from the 2 wills, like giant dragons that had been challenged by ants. A seal of spacetime was formed once more. The Magus World gazed down at Leylin, about to mobilize the law of time to thoroughly exterminate this ant who dared to resist. The time has arrived. However, Leylin revealed a strange smile at that moment. A while ago, in the 7th subterranean level of the Magus World, Leylin's AI chip clone was present here, surrounding Mother Core alongside Shar, the Snake Dowager, and a host of Lords of Calamity. You know what we need, hand it over. The AI chip clone stood out, looking at the seriously injured Mother Core. I already helped you obtain Chantia's powers. Live through this, and you'll be able to pry into the next realm. Now that we don't owe each other, will you surrender your will fragment, or do you want to fall? Mother Core had been seriously injured in the battle with Chantia, and all the other existences had rushed underground. There was nobody to come rescue her. Your actions make me lament. A green light flew into Leylin's hands. When faced with survival and death, she'd decisively chosen the former. Great, let's begin. Shar walked out in leisure from behind Leylin, sending a golden seed to Leylin's hands. This was why she hadn't appeared at Gale Gorge. Once the green light and golden seed came into contact, a terrifying change occurred. The seed grew instantly, growing tender branches and soft green leaves as it became a lofty grand tree. Tree of Life Project, activate? The clone laughed loudly, a myriad of threads hanging from the huge Tree of Life beginning to spread around the entire Magus World. The Tree of Life absorbed the nutrients of the Magus World, strengthening and growing. The injured Mother Core could only sigh sadly at the scene, leaving the range of the Magus World. Leylin had been pondering one question ever since his return from the Shadow World, and that was on how to deal with the World Will. The Overgod and Magus Will would definitely become a hurdle on his path to rank 9, something that he couldn't overcome himself. Leylin hadn't been able to think of a way to deal with these powerful existences until Shar's actions inspired him. Although the two world wills were powerful, they were still the same as the world will of the shadow world. They were existences composed of the consciousness and thoughts of the entire world. The Tree of Life project could thus be used the same way. With some analysis and modification, the AI chip had refined the Tree of Life. It was already a huge tree of light that occupied the entire Magus World, and other than Mother Core and his family that had been shifted out beforehand, nothing was spared. Having been native to the Magus World, Leylin had long since initiated the mutations and implanted himself into the subconscious of the Magus World. He was even more thorough than Shar. The most difficult thing to complete the Tree of Life is existences like Mother Core, the clone muttered, but I only need 50% of the authority to influence the world will. Even if I don't occupy the entirety of the underground, Mother Core's portion makes up for the difference. Peak rank 8 existences formed a significant portion of the world will. That was the reason Leylin had been so nice to Mother Core all this while, reinforcing her when she was in trouble. He intended for success in one fell swoop. With his methods, he'd already gained control of more than 90% of the Magus World. It has begun. The chaos within the Nirvana battlefield had been transmitted over at that moment. The clone entered the Tree of Life. Bang! The glowing Tree of Life opened its crown, spreading through the world of gods as well, and started spreading throughout the gods' world. Numerous fine lights similar to willows descended from the skies of the prime material plane. Every living creature, the mountains, the rivers, the consciousness of the land itself, it was all stripped, being assimilated into Leylin. The same went for Badr, the Abyss, and the celestial planes. Other than some of Leylin's subordinates within his divine kingdom, nobody was spared. Indeed, Leylin had completed the Tree of Life project in the Magus World, having tasked Shar to prepare for this a while prior. With the Overgod forcing mutations in the prime material plane to adapt it to the darkness, Leylin had been given the opportunity to take action there as well, initiating Project X. Furthermore, Leylin had just swallowed the most powerful god of all, Jurgal. With the fragments of some other divine forces, he held more than 80% of the authority there as well. An omnipresent Tree of Life reverently descended above the dumbbell-shaped fused world, releasing beautiful light into the astral plane. Catcha, catcha, the gods and magi looked on in shock within the Nirvana battlefield, as the original killing intent of the world wills ground to a halt like machines without oil. Numerous roots from the Tree of Life slowly wrapped the two up, radiating lofty light as it took control of them. I still need the fragments of will from the surviving beings of law to completely control the world wills. Leylin's eyes swept over the gods one by one, and they started to flee in fright. Space blockade, he smiled indifferently, manipulating the Overgod into taking action. The frozen space cut off the hopes of the gods, even pulling out and caging a green figure. Overgod, why? Sylvanus asked with teary eyes. Sadly, his calls had no effect on the world will as Leylin's sword penetrated his head. A small light flew out, increasing Leylin's control of the Overgod. The world will's roar swept all the remaining gods away. What about you? Leylin looked to the Magi native to the Magus World. Will you hand control over voluntarily, or would you prefer I take it by force? Seven Sins was dripping with blood. The Magi understood the situation well, immediately handing over their portion of the will and increasing Leylin's control once more. More than 99.99% control. Leylin's gaze flickered. Fused together. The two enormous world wills slowly started to merge together within the Tree of Life, as if in the process of exchanging laws. The Overgod had its laws of space, while the Magus will seemed to fluctuate in time. With my path as the lead, guided by the power of spacetime, the Nightmare Hydra and the Path of Original Sin appeared behind Leylin, merging with the Tree of Life. He's advancing to rank 9. Tears appeared on the faces of the Darkness Lord and the other Magi. They wanted to kneel, but the frozen space prevented from moving. They just watched on at the birth of a rank 9, as if they were on a pilgrimage. The most important requirement for one to advance to rank 9 was that their path support the laws of space and time. With peak nightmare force, Leylin completely met that requirement. The laws themselves, they would come from the merged world of gods and Magus World. The first thing he acquired was the Overgod's Law of Space. The blurry figure was wrapped up in nightmare force, integrated into the path of original sin. Beep. Host has devoured the Overgod. Comprehension of the law of space is currently at 100%. The same prompt followed for the Magus will as well. Beep. Host has devoured the Magus will. Comprehension of the law of time is currently at 100%. Host path is compatible, spacetime laws perfected. Beginning advancement? Bang. A great pressure suddenly rocked the astral plane, sweeping the Darkness Lord and the rest into a random corner of the universe. Leylin's path of original sin grew larger and larger, expanding until it encased both the large worlds. The essence of the two started to merge with Leylin as the lights of eternity gradually blossomed. Leylin's conscient awoke after an unknown amount of time. This is rank 9, he asked himself, all-knowing and omnipotent. He sensed the locations of Sire and Daniel, Isabel, Shar, and the rest of his kith and kin. They were doing extremely well in a large world. Right now, Leylin could learn of anything in the astral plane in an instant, performing any task he wished immediately. He was rank 9, the Magus of Magi, a god amongst gods. Nothing in the astral plane could deceive him, even the ancient wisdom tree hidden at its fringes. It had exuded a friendly aura, its posture humble and insignificant. So the ancient wisdom tree gave up on rank 9, allowing itself to roam across the universe. Even though its powers were close to that of the Magus will, it couldn't intervene in the real world. Leylin could now kill the tree with a mere thought. However, he didn't have any conflict of interest with it, in fact having been done a favor in the past. He thus let it live in peace. Perhaps this was a form of wisdom shown by the tree itself. Although he could meet his family with just a thought, Leylin still decided to scan his own body first. Eternity, are rank 9s truly eternal? Leylin knew he had unlimited life. Even if the Magus World and World of Gods were destroyed, he would not be affected at all. However, this was only within his own universe. He now sensed many other beings outside the astral plane, possessing similar power to him. There was technology, supernatural abilities, all kinds of beings came before his mind. The more you know, the smaller you actually feel. Leylin's will had surpassed the shackles of the astral plane, entering another region outside it. He detected another universe nearby, equal in power to his own. From it, he detected a familiar scent of science and civilization, and noticed the planet he'd lived on before his transmigration. I am close to eternity, but not truly there. With the laws of spacetime mastered, the next task is to create a law that surpasses all others, standing on the path of the truth. The larger the multiverse, the more there is for me to explore. Always on the pursuit of truth, Leylin found himself a new target. With a path ahead, a goal to achieve, he would never grow disheartened, never lose his motivation to forge ahead on his path. The future, it seems extremely interesting. He looked over the astral plane, seeing through everything. In a distant time, on a blue planet that relied heavily on science and technology. This world shone in its technology, almost every citizen having their own AI chip that surpassed human ability. Rumble. The skies slowly turned dark, revealing a terrifying black hole. Bzzz, many strange, malevolent insects flew forth from the black hole, devouring everything in their path as they left behind a trail of death and terror. Not good, the AI chip can't analyze them. Teleportation isn't effective. What in the world are those things? The Starfleet and the fighters were all annihilated. Bioweapons failed, the superhero team was defeated. Dimensional combat is ineffective, and the time machines have stopped functioning. The Federation is about to perish. A lot of news was being spread through the AI chips, causing despair to surface on the faces of this world's citizens. They'd relied on their technology to conquer world after world, developing into an unimaginably powerful civilization. How could they be so vulnerable to external attacks? You can't run away, Kyle. A face of strange worms spoke out like a god's decree. A sorry figure escaped from the black hole. Who are you? A small boy asked, stunned. My name is Kyle. I came here to escape someone. Sorry, I've brought you trouble? An apologetic look surfaced on the silhouette's face. That thing that's about to destroy the world? The small boy was flabbergasted, but the AI chip in his brain told him this fellow wasn't lying. Who is it? Kyle smiled bitterly. It's the ultimate destroyer, the incarnation of sin, the seeker of truth, traveling the endless multiverse, the nightmare Hydra, lord of original sin. The rank 9 Magus, Leylin Farlier. As soon as possible. Authors afterward. It's already been a year since last April, and Warlock of the Magus World is finally complete. I'm finally off the pressure of that terrifying release rate, and at the same time I haven't let down the expectations of the readers. It's a cause for celebration. Honestly, this book has achieved far beyond my expectations. We were first in the fantasy ranking last year. This is something only possible because of all the subscriptions, monthly votes, and recommendations. A glory solely belonging to the collective group of readers that have supported me. 1,000 thank yous to all of you, and a deep bow. Thank you to all the friends who have subscribed to this novel. Without you, WMW wouldn't be where it is today. In specific, thank you to the 3 sect masters Lanxi, Rosim At, and Empty Mountain New Reign 2015, especially Lanxi for the support of 1,000,000 fan points. My salute to you. Thank you also to My Fault, GGQ, Silent Seas, Fate is Always Beside Me, Summer Tree 9, Ultimate Treasure, and Quietly Gently Hee Hee. Thank you for your support and encouragement. There are many others I wish to name for their contributions, but unfortunately, there is a limit to the number of words I have. I regret not being able to list you all. Thank you to Big Yin Yang, Skillful Fishing, Trickling Meander, as well as Single-Horned Sea Cucumber, whose suggestions were extremely incisive. The wealth of information gave me a lot of inspiration. Finally, I thank the readers of the novel. Your views, recommendations, bookmarking, and subscriptions motivated me through all of this. Thank you. My knowledge is limited and my writing unskilled. There were times when things were inappropriate and poorly constructed, as well as many other inadequacies in general. I'm extremely sorry for all of it, and thankful for your understanding and forgiveness of those parts. Lastly, let us meet at my new book, Semi-Martial Artist Hero. It's the legend of a martial artist of infinity, and I look forward to your participation in its writing. Here's to more recommendations, clicks, and bookmarks, as soon as possible.